I have guarded the only Wuzuotian in the world for over 50 years, yet I have never seen any demons or monsters. Every day, I either sunbathe with wild boars or discuss and preach with old apes. Just as I was about to invite Brother Tiger for a drink, a woman suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. She knelt on both knees, her face full of devotion. I am Lin Jiruo, the third elder of the Wanjian sect, and I earnestly request my little master uncle to come out of the mountain. Hearing this, I took a long time to regain my senses and asked with a slightly puzzled voice, "You are the third elder? Then what about Lin Feng?" Lin Jiruo had a complex expression, her voice slightly heavy. The sect master, in his quest to break through to the divine travel realm, went to the funeral sea, and as a result, his soul token shattered, and the sect master fell. The fall of the sect master is not good for a sect. I could only continue to ask, what about the first elder and the second elder? Did they also go to the funeral sea? And did their soul tokens shatter as well? After understanding the reason, I curiously asked, since they all went, why did you, the third elder, not go? Lin Jiruo lowered her head in some shame and replied, "Little master uncle, I am currently the only true essence realm martial artist in the sect, and I have not yet reached the peak." So, before she could finish speaking, a powerful divine sense enveloped her. Lin Jiruo dared not breathe, her eyes filled with unimaginable shock. Was this terrifying divine sense coming from my little master uncle? After a moment of probing, my voice finally came from inside the room. True essence realm, 4th level. No wonder you need me to come out of the mountain, this realm is too weak for the Wanjian sect. After hearing this, Lin Jiruo mobilized all her energy and passionately said to the room, "Little master uncle, our Wanjian sect is currently facing internal and external troubles. I hope you can come out of seclusion to stabilize the sect and strengthen our Wanjian sect." However, I could only helplessly reply, "At present, I am still unable to leave." Why? Just as Lin Jiruo was about to ask, she suddenly recalled the rumors from before. It was said that a powerful demon beast was suppressed in this mountain 1,000 years ago, and the main reason little master uncle had never left here was to keep that demon beast in check. However, whether this was true or not, she herself could not know. 3 more years, I will send you elixirs, and you will lead the Wanjian sect for 3 years. Only after 3 years can I come out of seclusion. As soon as the words fell, before Lin Jiruo could ask why she had to wait 3 years, a sudden gust of wind pushed her towards the small house. Upon arriving in front of the house, she was astonished to see a storage ring on the ground. When she probed it with her divine sense, she was instantly shocked. The ring was filled with various cultivation elixirs, piled up like small mountains. These elixirs, I hope they can help you hold on for 3 years. Thank you, little master uncle. Please rest assured, as long as I, Lin Jiruo, am alive for a day, the Wanjian sect will not be destroyed. She raised 3 fingers to the sky and vowed. However, after a long time, there was still no sound from inside the house, and she could only take the ring and leave the place. After Lin Jiruo left, I slowly walked out of the house, looking at the sect down the mountain with a complex expression. Just as I reached the edge of Buzhou Mountain, a line of golden small characters appeared before me. "Host, please do not step out of Buzhou Mountain. If you do, divine thunder will descend, and the host will perish." Looking at the prompt in front of me, I frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in my eyes. For the past 50 years, I have been required by the system to suppress Buzhou Mountain. Although I don't know where the demon beasts are, I can only comply. The reward is the cultivation level of transcending into the Saint Realm, which is the extraordinary realm of martial arts. Currently, I know of 7 realms, which are Body Refinement Realm, Opening Origin Realm, Chi Tribulation Realm, Separation and Union Realm, True Essence Realm, Divine Travel Realm, and finally, the Extraordinary Realm. Except for the Extraordinary Realm, which has 3 layers, every other realm has 9 layers, and my current cultivation is at the first layer of the Extraordinary Realm. This is completely a giant for the entire Qingzhou, which is why I am willing to suppress it for 50 years. 50 years for the Extraordinary Realm is obviously a good deal, and in another 3 years, I will be able to complete this task. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years have passed. In the conference hall of the Wanjian sect, Lin Jiruo was looking worriedly at the 5 elders beside her. These 5 elders, who had reached the true essence realm, were cultivated using elixirs over the past 2 years. "Sect Master, in 2 days, the Bai Luo sect will invade our Wanjian sect." One elder spoke up, addressing Lin Jiruo, who was seated at the head of the hall. As his words fell, the other 4 elders turned pale. However, Lin Jiruo was full of confidence. "Hold on for 1 more day. By then, my little master will come out of seclusion to suppress them." One elder cautiously asked, "Sect Master, can my little master really suppress the Bai Luo sect?" His tone was filled with doubt, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. These elders all knew about the little master. but he had only been in the sect for 55 years. Even a genius could not reach the divine travel realm in just 55 years. If breaking through were that easy, the old sect masters would not have gone to the funeral. Believe. Lin Jiruo was about to speak, but before she could finish, she directly felt the terrifying aura coming from the outside world. The master of the Bai Luo sect, Yang Jun, has come with all the disciples to exterminate the Wanjin sect. Outside the mountain gate of the Wanjin sect, a divine travel realm expert along with 5 true essence realm warriors appeared in midair. The elder at the forefront, named Li Deng, was at the first level of the divine travel realm and was the ancestor of the Bai Luo sect. An ancestor at the divine travel realm was nearly invincible within a radius of several thousand miles, not to mention the 5 late-stage true essence realm warriors behind him and the vast number of Bai Luo sect disciples. The disciples of the Wanjin sect were so frightened by this scene that they wet their pants. Behind the ancestor of the Biluo sect, a middle-aged man glanced at the Wanjin sect and directly said to his ancestor, "Ancestor, the highest cultivator of the Wanjin sect, Lin Jiruo, is only at the 5th level of the true essence realm. We can just take action and eliminate them." The ancestor of the Biluo sect smiled with a hint of mockery and waved his hand, saying, "Not so fast. Let's first greet Sect Master Mei. It's better to be polite before we resort to violence." As soon as he finished speaking, 6 white rainbows flew out from the main hall of the Wanjin sect, and Lin Jiruo walked out, loudly questioning, "Yang Jun, how dare you destroy the Tao heart of my sect's disciple?" Yang Jun was the middle-aged man who had just spoken, and he was also the sect master of the Biluo sect. "Sect Master Mei, I advise you to be a bit more polite. Today is the day your Wanjian sect faces destruction. If you are more courteous, I might go a bit easier on you." He had a lewd expression, licking his lips in a disgusting manner as he spoke, then lewdly stared at Lin Jiruo's jade peaks. This made Lin Jiruo furious, and she wanted to directly slap him twice. However, she did not show weakness and retorted, "Yang Jun, whether today is the day of the destruction of my Wanjian sect is still uncertain." Her words exuded an unparalleled confidence, and she intended to use this confidence to temporarily force the Biluo sect to retreat, buying time until her little master uncle came out of seclusion. Is that so? Could it be that the sect master Mei really thinks that your little junior uncle from the back mountain can contend with our Bai Luo sect? Yang Jun's words were full of mockery, and his eyes were filled with disdain. After saying that, he waved to an elder behind Lin Jiruo, and the next second, that elder walked straight to Yang Jun's side. Lin Jiruo looked at the betraying elder in shock. "No Tang, you actually dared to betray our Wanjin sect." "Sect master, do not blame this old man, I was also forced into this situation. There is a saying that good birds choose the right tree to perch on, and the Biluozong is the final resting place for the old man." He spoke to Lin Jiruo with an air of shamelessness, making her so angry that she could only say good 3 times, yet still found it difficult to express the anger in her heart at that moment. "Master Mei, do you have anything to say now?" Yang Jun asked triumphantly. "If you have the ability, give me 3 days. If our Wanjian sect loses after 3 days, I will naturally have nothing to say and will let you handle it." Lin Jiruo felt utterly helpless in her heart and could only use this method to stabilize the Biluozong for now. However, the Biluozong was not foolish and naturally knew that this was Lin Jiruo's provocation tactic. Yang Jun teased with a smile, "Master Mei, I may not have 3 days, but I can provide you with 3 strong men when I return." "Biluozong, this is too much." A disciple of the Wanjian sect couldn't hold back any longer, drawing his sword and charging into the air, unleashing dozens of sword chi towards Yang Jun. However, Yang Jun merely disdainfully extended his right hand, waving it at the air in front of him, and instantly a wall of wind appeared. The sound of rain hitting the banana leaves rang out, and all of the disciples' sword chi was blocked by the wind wall. Then Yang Jun directed a stream of true energy at that disciple. Even though the disciple held his long sword in front of his chest, he was directly pierced through the chest by this terrifying true energy. In the blink of an eye, he fell from midair and crashed directly onto the ground. "Waste should be punished," Yang Jun said disdainfully, his voice full of sarcasm. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a domineering sword light suddenly rushed towards Yang Jun. Yang Jun knew well the owner of the sword energy, and he excitedly shouted, "Good courage, I like it." The owner of this sword energy was none other than Lin Jiruo. Lin Jiruo recalled her original vow and decided to confront the entire Biluo sect head-on. Therefore, Lin Jiruo gripped her sword and began to attack Yang Jun. Even though their cultivation levels were vastly different, she still wanted to fight because she had promised her little master uncle that as long as she was there, the sect would be there. Meanwhile, on the peak of Mount Buzhou, Zhou Ao stood on the mountain peak, looking out over the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, and looked at Mei Jiruo who was fighting passionately with Yang Jun, not exhausting her strength. If it wasn't for the bull ***** system, he wouldn't be eyeballing it at the moment. Nevertheless, just as Zhou Ao was cursing the system in his heart, The system beep sounded. Detected someone invading the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and looking down on the host. So the invincible suppression task is open. Mission requirement. To suppress 1 Divine Tour Realm Martial Artist and 5 True Element Realm Martial Artists invading the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect with invincibility. Quest reward, Heavenly Rank Extreme Sword Technique, the 9 Swords of Dokoroku. Mission penalty, none. Mission time, within half an hour, counting from the appearance of the system mission. Ding, it has been detected that the host is still on a mission at this moment, and carrying out that mission will most likely cause the demonic beast sealed within the Bujo Mountain to come out. May I ask if the host will accept this quest? Joao looked at the small golden words floating in front of him and directly ignored the line of consequences and spoke directly. Pick up, as Joao's muddy voice fell. The next second, throughout the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, everyone detected a terrifying aura coming from the unworldly mountain, sweeping vastly through the 8 wastelands. When the Bijou sect's old ancestor, Li Chang, felt this shocking aura, his face instantly turned white, and a bad premonition surged through his heart, followed by, a silhouette appeared in the sky, overlooking the earth with a voice like thunder, shouting at everyone. Today, the Bijou sect is extinguished. Chapter 3 Destroying the Bijou sect. Today the Bijou sect is extinguished. As this deafening voice fell, everyone looked at the silhouette in mid-air in unison, wanting to know exactly what this person's identity was, especially the old ancestor of the Bai Luo sect, Mei Jiruo, who was fighting with Yang Jun and was about to lose her support, suddenly saw the silhouette in mid-air and immediately shouted, "Junior Master, watch out!" Because she saw that the old ancestor of the Bai Luo sect was like riding a rocket, cutting through the sky towards Joao. The entire person exuded an unrivaled power. The thick true chi, condensed in the center of the palm, the air exploded in layers, creating a sonic boom. Heaven and earth changed, and Shenkuan reversed. Nevertheless, along with that, there was an attack of divine sense. The greatest characteristic of a divine journey realm martial artist was that they could use their divine sense to explore their surroundings and attack with it. All these means of attack were just like scratching an itch to Joao, only to see Xianpei clench his right hand into a fist, condensing the momentum of heaven and earth, just like the master of heaven and earth. For a moment, heaven and earth flipped over, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a gigantic cultivation ground, and the owner of the Shura was none other than Joao, who had his right hand clenched in a fist. Boom! A fist blasted out, a brilliant heavenly might, as if it were a waterfall dropping down, destroying everything with its devastating power. Millionth of a second passes, divine sense attacks, true chi attacks, all of them were shattered by this punch, and then the aftermath continued to blast towards the front without decreasing in power. Bailo Sek's old ancestor Li Chang, a martial artist in the first heaven of the divine journey realm, after encountering this punch, in an instant, his body was broken into pieces, and his entire body was as if it had been weathered, drifting away with the wind and disappearing into the sky. Old ancestor. When Yang Jun and the 4 remaining true origin realm martial artists saw this, they immediately shouted out, "Put!" Just as Yang Jun's words fell, Mei Jiruo directly struck his chest with the sword chi. Yang Jun fell backward in pain and retreated to the 4 remaining true origin realm elders, looking at the sky in disbelief. An old ancestor of the divine journey realm was actually blown away by someone's punch. This devastating blow was a bit too much for everyone in the Bai Lu sect to accept, especially Yang Jun. Come to think of it, the original clown turned out to be himself. Nevertheless, when Yang Jun looked at the sky, he realized that Joao had long disappeared. At this very moment, Joao's mellow voice sounded from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Boom! Without waiting for Yang Jun to turn his head to look at Joao, he directly felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and then fell from mid-air without any intuition. Just like that 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciple, he smashed heavily into the ground, directly smashing a deep pit with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters in the ground, his breath completely gone. So far, the patriarch of the Bailo sect, Yang Jun, died. Devil, you're the devil. Seeing this, the 4 remaining true origin realm martial artists let out a cry of alarm, their voices filled with fear, and desperately scattered in all directions, intending to leave this place. Nevertheless, how could Joao let them go? Catch sight of. Joao clenched his fists with both hands and violently inspired dozens of fist shadows towards the top, followed by dozens of fist shadows cut through the sky as if they had eyes, emitting vast divine might and tracking the 4 true origin realm martial artists who had scattered and fled. Quickly, the 4 true origin realm martial artists disappeared into the sky, and the fist shadows vanished into thin air. Regrettably, they didn't get away with it. After about 3 minutes, Joao's ears resounded with a system beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the suppression of the invading 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's 1 Divine Journey Realm Martial Artist and 5 True Elemental Realm Martial Artists in an invincible manner. The mission reward, the 9 Swords of Dokoroku. has been automatically deposited into the system's mind, and the host can access it on his own. Note, all martial arts techniques rewarded to the host by the system are not to be outsourced. As the beeps in his ears and the small golden letters of the system prompts fell, Joe Ao nodded his head knowingly. System, even love you. Joe Ao confessed to the system in a serious manner. Thank you, the system said back, uncomprehendingly. Just as Joe Ao was flirting with the system, Meizirua flew over from a short distance away and bowed respectfully. Little master, are you alright? Joe Ao had a light smile on his face and said with concern to Meizirua. This time of Joe Ao and the previous great killing Joe Ao formed a sharp contrast, so that Meizirua for a time some did not slow down. Disciple is fine. Thank you for your concern, Junior Uncle Meizirua said back very humbly. After saying that, he even quietly glanced at Joe Ao. There is nothing be done. This is the first time Meizirua saw the true face of the young master. She had joined the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect 30 years ago, and by that time, Joe Ao had already been suppressing the Buzhou mountain for 20 years. It's normal for people to have a sense of admiration for their heroes and want to see more of them. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Joe Ao's damn charm. Well, since it's fine, help me to exterminate the Bai Luo sect disciples together, Joe Ao said to Meizirua with an indifferent expression. Didn't wait for Meizirua to nod. Joe Ao directly transformed into Ashura, as if holding the scythe of death in his hand, began to harvest all the disciples of the Bai Luo sect on the battlefield. For a moment, all the disciples of the Bai Luo sect were just like fish and meat on a plate, letting Joe Ao slaughter them. That's it. The explosions were unrelenting. Time passed by. The entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect was filled with white smoke and the smell of blood was thick. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. All the incoming Bai Luo sect disciples, except for the few that escaped, the rest were killed by Joe Ao with a single punch. On the peak of Buzhou mountain, Joe Ao appeared in a green coat. His clothes were windless, and his appearance was extraordinary. As the saying goes, you can pass through 1,000 flowers without a single leaf touching your body. Although Joe Ao had killed quite a few Bai Luo sect disciples, the green clothes on his body had not chipped on a single drop of blood spot. This revealed even more Joe Ao's strength in the transcendent realm. At present, beside Joe Ao, Meizirua instantly transformed into a little fangirl, feeling that if she had the chance in the future, she must discuss more with her little master about issues in martial arts. Ding! It is detected that Meizirua adores the host. In order to make Meizirua completely fall under the host's pomegranate skirt, therefore the invincible suppression task is opened. Mission requirement: the host personally leads Meizirua to destroy the Bai Luo sect with invincibility. Reward to the host: 1 pill of facial nourishment. Duration of mission: none. Penalty for mission failure: none. Will the host please take it? Take it. Joe Ao didn't miss any opportunity to do a system quest at all and immediately opened his mouth. On the peak of Buzhou mountain, Meizirua, who looked at Joe Ao with a face of adoration, and Joe Ao's eyes met. This moment, Meizirua seemed to see the vastness of the stars that had flickered in Joe Ao's eyes. Go, Joe Ao said to Meizirua with his hands in the air. What? Meizirua inquired as she didn't hear it. Join me, destroy the Bijou sect. Joe Ao finished these words, stretched out his right hand, wrapped his arm around Meijirua's delicate figure, as if possessed by a scaly dragon, and flew towards the location where the Bai Luo sect was located. Chapter 4, Alcoholics. In the middle of 2 emerald green mountain ranges, a majestic sect was built. This majestic sect was the location of the Bijou sect. At present, in the Bijou sect, there was only one true element realm elder sitting in attendance. This elder did not follow Yang Jun and the others and went to exterminate the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect because of his advanced age. I wonder how the patriarch and the others are progressing. This elder thought as he sat in his rocking chair. Just as this elder was thinking, he suddenly sensed an unrivaled force that was coming towards the Bijou sect, instantly raising his head and letting out a puzzled snort. As the nasal voice falls. Next moment, Joe Ao led Meizirua to the location of the Bai Luo sect. Only one true element realm elder? Joe Ao released his own divine sense to view the entire Biluo sect and only found one true element realm elder and some unimpressive Biluo sect disciples. Although Yang Jun said that he led all the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect when he invaded the sect, he still left behind some disciples who were not up to par and were underneath the cultivation level. Give me your sword. Joe Ao reached out to Meizirua who was beside him. When Meizirua heard Joe Ao's words, she did not pause for half a second and directly handed Joe Ao her cold plum sword. Joe Ao held the cold plum sword in his hand, gently frowned, and after taking a deep look at the sword, he waved his hand at Meizirua. You stand back. Good. Meizirua heard Joe Ao's words. Although she had doubts in her heart, she still obeyed Joe Ao's words and took dozens of steps backward. Just after Meizirua retreated to a safe distance, Joe Ao's eyes became icy cold, and a vast sword intent spread out from his body. For a moment, the void trembled, Qiankuan changed color, and black clouds pressed down on the city, covering the sky. The only true Yuan realm elder within the Bai Luo sect at the moment looked at the heaven and earth visions and instantly understood that someone was invading the sect. Just wanted to follow where the scent was coming from and ask who it was. In the end, just as this true origin realm elder took off into the air for a moment, it was as if he had seen something terrifying, and the horror in his eyes was unmatched. See only, Zhou Ao held the cold plum sword in his hand. One step was taken, and in an instant, space fell apart. 2 steps were taken, and sword Qi, powerful to the extreme, raged at his side. 3 steps were taken, and the extreme pressure that oppressed the entire Bailo sect was like hundreds of mountains hanging upside down over the sect. This horrible power. Little master uncle in the end, Mei Jiruo, who was standing behind Zhou Ao, saw this, eyes filled with disbelief. Didn't wait for Mei Jiruo to finish her sentence, as Zhou Ao took the 9th step. Next, only to see Zhou Ao holding the cold plum sword in his hand, he directly flung it, and instantly, the sword light streaked across the land, as if a wild beast had come out of its cage, tearing everything apart, and attacking towards the Bai Luo sect. A careful count, there were a full 9 sword Qi. These 9 sword Qi, like long silver-white dragons, drove in as if they were in no man's land, emitting white sword light and covering the entire Bai Luo sect. None of the dozens of miles of the Bijou sect's territory were spared. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the Bijou sect's protector formation disappeared in an instant. Seconds pass. The smell of blood hits you like you're in a slaughterhouse. When the sword light dissipates, the Bijou sect's in front of her, left Mei Jiruo, an unforgettable scene for the rest of her life. Catch sight of. In front of Mei Jiruo's eyes, there was only a long gully in the direction where the Bai Luo sect was located. As for the original Bijou sect, there was nothing left. That's right, with only 9 sword Qi, Zhou Ao managed to completely obliterate a Bijou sect that had a history of hundreds of years here. As for the only true Yuan realm elder within the Bai Lu sect, and the other weak disciples, naturally, none of them were able to escape, and all of them perished and went up in smoke. Give it back. Zhou Ao turned around with an indifferent expression and said to Mei Jiruo, after all is said and done. Zhou Ao handed the cold plum sword in his hand to Mei Jiruo, because her mood hadn't calmed down yet. Mei Jiruo directly stumbled when she received the cold plum sword and almost didn't catch it steadily. Seeing this, Zhou Ao just smiled lightly, then spoke. Now, the 10,000 swords immortal sect has no more worries, and you have no more. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Mei Jiruo looked at Zhou Ao incredulously, a trace of gratitude flashing under her eyes, especially when she heard Zhou Ao's last sentence. You don't have it either. Her face instantly turned red, just like a ripe apple, and that's when it happened. A system beep sounded in Zhou Ao's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing personally leading Mei Jiruo and destroying the Bijou sect with invincibility. Quest reward for the face-nourishing elixir. End of distribution. As the system tone falls, Zhou Ao stretched out his own palm. He was a body showing the white jade color of the elixir appeared. This elixir was the face-nourishing pill. For guys, the skin-nourishing elixir is not much use, but for girls, this can be priceless. Mei Jiruo, you come. What's wrong? Junior master? This elixir, this junior uncle gives it to you. What kind of elixir is this? Junior master? A face-nourishing elixir that will make you more beautiful. Ah, then this is too expensive. Junior master, I can't afford it. In that case, this will be the cost of me borrowing your sword. As Zhou Ao's last words fell, this face-nourishing pill that he had just obtained was directly given to Mei Jiruo by force. Ding! A strong person has been detected seeking out the Bijou sect, but since the Bijou sect was destroyed by the host, this strong person has sought out the host, so the invincible suppression quest is open. Mission requirement, suppress, or kill the incoming powerhouse with invincibility. Quest reward, Supreme Sword God Body. Duration of mission, none. Penalty for mission failure, none. Will the host please take it? Take it. Zhou Ao saw the small golden letters floating in front of him and without half a moment's hesitation, he immediately took it. Just kidding. This kind of mission with no penalty for failure. It's a waste not to take it. Right after Zhou Ao picked up the system mission, next moment, he then sensed a transcendent realm powerhouse flying towards their location. Transcendent realm? How is it possible for the Bijou sect to provoke a powerhouse of this realm? As this transcendent realm powerhouse got closer and closer to Zhou Ao naturally sensed the true cultivation of this powerhouse. Just like him, they were all in the transcendent realm first sky. Little doll, where is the Bijou sect here? A dirty drunkard with a wine gourd in his hand and a long sword in his hand appeared. A vast sword intent spread out from this drunkard. This drunkard was a Gaijin sword cultivator. This vastness of sword intent, although it was somewhat lacking compared to Zhou Ao, it was still enough to shock people. He's from the Bijou sect? Mei Jiruo, who was standing beside Joao, couldn't help but mutter in her heart as she looked at the drunkard who was emitting vast sword intent. Although she didn't know the true strength of this drunkard, from the sword intent emanating from his body, it wasn't hard to tell that this person was far beyond herself. No more. Joao's voice was cold as he returned to the drunkard. No? You are a disciple of the Bijou sect? When the drunkard heard Joao's words, he was first stunned, then asked in confusion. No, Joao said flatly. I don't care if you are or not. Since you appeared on the turf of the Bai Luo sect, I'll consider you a Bai Luo sect disciple. The drunkard looked at Joao's flat voice and indifferent expression and didn't he know why. A nameless anger rose in his stomach all of a sudden. After finishing, the drunkard paused for a moment, then said to Joao, one word at a time. So, go to hell. Chapter 5, The Handyman's Alcoholic. So, go to hell. The drunkard let out a voice that did not contain any emotion, and then, only a sword chi that ran through the heavens and earth and swept across the 8 wastelands was seen coming towards Joao. Boom! This devastating sword chi was close at hand. When Joao saw this, a hint of contempt flashed under his eyes. Subsequently, only to see back to Meijiro hands of the cold plum sword. In an instant back to his hand, a step out, instant sword chi ravaged the body, towards the drunkard's sword chi attack. Next moment, boom, 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 bang, bang, the two sword chi collided together, and the drunkard's sword chi, which was close at hand, instantly dissipated between heaven and earth and disappeared. Just a collision of sword chi. The drunkard instantly fell down, his entire aura instantly changing as his eyes looked at Joao in horror. Following, Joao's eyes were cold, and a pressure that looked like the dome of heaven falling appeared, violently pressing down on the drunkard. But, the moment the drunkard felt the pressure of Joao's might, his shoulders instantly went limp, and the horror in his eyes was beyond words. So strong, the alcoholic's only thought in his mind at the moment. Who the hell are you? The drunkard opened his mouth and asked Joao. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, Junior Master, Joao. Joao opened his mouth and introduced himself to the drunkard. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect? Just that 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect that doesn't even have any divine tour realm martial artists? The drunkard exclaimed incredulously when he heard Joao's words. Aha! Joao held the cold plum sword in his hand as he walked up to the drunkard and nodded gently. As the drunkard watched Joao walk up to him with the cold plum sword in his hand, he instantly realized what he was planning to do to him and instantly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. I can join your 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect and become an offering. When Joao heard the drunkard's words, he was suddenly stumped in place, and after thinking for a while, he felt that the drunkard's proposal was good. Indeed, unbeknownst to Joao, the drunkard had his own calculations in mind. The moment the drunkard and Joao's sword chi collided, he knew how big the gap between himself and Joao was. That is why the drunkard did not have the slightest resistance, allowing Joao's mighty pressure, suppressing himself. Only, the drunkard did not know that Joao did not intend to kill him, but precisely wanted him to join the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. The present-day 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect was honestly too weak. How weak was it? As the drunkard had said, there wasn't even a divine journey realm martial artist, although there was Joao, who was at the first level of the transcendent mortal realm, sitting at the helm. It was impossible for Joao to keep an eye on the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect all the time, in case one day, the system let Joao go out on his own to do a mission alone. At that time, the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, in order to say that it is the fish and meat on the plate, to be slaughtered, the reason why, followed by, Joao twisted his head to look at Meijiro and slowly opened his mouth to ask, my 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, is there still a place for an envoy now? Ha! When Meijiro heard Joao's words, she was instantly flabbergasted and didn't know what to say. After a while, Meijiro very respectfully said to Joao, back to Junior Master. Our 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect does not have the position of an envoy right now. There's no more. Since there is no more, then you won't be able to become an offering. So, to die? When Joao heard Meijiro's words, a wave of bad taste came over him and he knocked on the mountain and said to the drunkard, Don't, Junior Master. Even if there is no position of offering, as long as I can be allowed to join your command, even if I become a tiny outer disciple, I'm willing. The drunkard hurriedly spoke after hearing Joao's words. He felt the killing intent from Joao's body, and it seemed that he really did not intend to release him, so he conceded on the spot. You don't deserve to be an outer disciple of our 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. So, you'll honestly be a handyman disciple put in charge of cleaning the Buzhou mountain. Joao looked at the drunkard's appearance and nodded contentedly, then faintly opened his mouth and waved his hand. As Joao's words fell, the drunkard was like an amnesty and opened his mouth to say gratefully, many thanks for not killing the young master uncle. Meijiro, who was standing not far away, saw this scene and instantly felt her worldview collapse. In just such a short period of time, he had allowed a strong person who had made himself unrivaled to join the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect as a miscellaneous disciple. It's unbelievable. Still, if Mei Jiruo was allowed to think and feel in the drunkard's position, she would know that if she did not choose to join the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, there would only be one end: being killed in seconds. Junior Master. Good tactics, Mei Jiruo muttered in her heart. Just as Mei Jiruo muttered, catch sight of Joao standing in front of the drunkard. Instantly a vast sword intent spread out from the body. Vast, covering the sky and the sun. Space vaguely shook, the Qiankuan reversed, and heaven and earth changed color. Next moment, as if there is a huge hand holding a long sword shadow, appeared behind Joao, as if the world let a person shudder. What is it? The drunkard and Mei Jiruo looked at the virtual shadow behind Joao and were surprised in unison. Following, the drunkard then felt the long sword in his hand, uncontrollably flying towards Joao. The scene scared the drunk straight out of his mind. He was afraid that because of this scene, Joao would directly kill him. Buzz. Just when the drunkard's long sword was about to stab Joao opened his eyes violently and stretched out a finger, blocking the long sword. The next second, something that stunned everyone appeared, only to see the drunkard's long sword, just like a little woman who had just been married off, landed in the palm of Joao's hand like a swallow returning to its nest. Supreme Sword God Body, Joao murmured as he looked at the alcoholic's longsword on his palm. Rest assured, the system's reward for Joao arrived, directly allowing Joao to awaken the Supreme Sword God Body in front of the two. Supreme Sword God Body is the Great Thousand Worlds, the strongest sword cultivator physique. It can be said that as long as it does not die prematurely, then it will inevitably become a party hegemon in the future. The Sword God, give it back. Joao threw the drunkard's longsword in his hand back as casually as if it was scrap metal. Seeing this, the drunkard hastily braced himself with both hands and took the long sword. Honestly, he put his long sword back into its scabbard, and then looked at Joao timidly, although Joao had promised not to kill the drunkard. In the drunkard's opinion, strong people of their level had always been unable to keep their word. Fear not, fear not, alcoholics are afraid to gamble. Joao looked at the drunkard and smiled contemptuously, then walked over to Mei Jiruo and returned the cold plum sword in his hand. By the time Mei Jiruo put the cold plum sword back into its scabbard, Joao stood still for a while. When Mei Jiruo and the drunkard saw this, they were a bit puzzled, but didn't dare to ask, especially an alcoholic, afraid that Joao would kill himself if he asked. If one were to use the idiom 4 times to describe an alcoholic, it could be summed up simply: bullying the soft and the hard. Indeed, the reason why Joao was standing still was solely to wait for the system beep. Wanted to see if there would be any more quests coming up. Unfortunately, the system beep never sounded. That's it. After waiting a while, Joao moved and opened his mouth to Mei Jiruo. Return to the clan. Chapter 6. Wang Ming, once a handyman disciple, 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. At this moment in the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, many disciples were cleaning up the battlefield. Cartloads of bodies of the disciples of the Bijou sect were transported to the outside of the sect and filled into a deep pit. When Joao and the other 3 passed by the deep pit and looked at the corpses in the pit, other than the drunkard who had some shock in his eyes, the remaining 2 had calm gazes. Come to the hall of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Joao sat directly on the throne of the patriarch, followed by, majestically, he looked towards the drunkard and Mei Jiruo who were standing at the bottom of the great hall, plus the 4 remaining true Yuan realm elders. These 4 true Yuan realm elders looked at Joao and didn't dare to breathe. Junior uncle, please sit in the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect and become the sect leader. Right at this moment, Mei Jiruo's voice resounded clearly throughout the sect hall. As Mei Jiruo's words fell, the great hall is silent. Joao didn't say anything, but looked at Mei Jiruo, who had her head lowered and pleaded with interest. After an incense burner, Joao slowly opened his mouth and said to Mei Jiruo, "You did a good job. This 10,000 Swords Immortal sect leader position, you'd better continue to sit on it." Junior Master. Mei Jiruo heard Joao's words and wanted to open her mouth to say something, but without waiting for Mei Jiruo to finish, Joao directly interrupted. "If I say you continue to sit, you continue to sit. With me here, no one in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect will dare disobey you. What's more, with me in charge, you, the patriarch, your cultivation doesn't matter, as long as it looks good on the surface." Joao's words could be said to have directly interrupted all of Mei Jiruo's prepared words. "From today, the 4 of you, do your best to assist Mei Jiruo. Little master, I will not treat you poorly." After Joao finished speaking to Mei Jiruo, he opened his mouth again and exhorted the remaining 4 true element realm elders. "Yes, Junior Master, When the remaining 4 True Origin Realm Elders heard Zhou Ao's words, they immediately knelt down on both knees and replied back very seriously. Speak the truth. These 4 True Origin Realm Elders did not even enter Zhou Ao's eyes, totally an existence that could be crushed with a single finger. But nowadays, they were still essential 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect mainstays. When Zhou Ao was collecting and paying off a few Transcendent Realm martial artists, they wouldn't be needed at that time. Drunkard! Zhou Ao called out to the drunkard. Junior uncle, disciple is here. The drunkard immediately reflexively said when he heard Zhou Ao call his name. The drunkard's name was actually Yun Muji, but the drunkard didn't really want Zhou Ao to call himself by that name, and would just call himself a drunkard, although he didn't know why. Zhou Ao still agreed to the drunkard's request. In the future, you'll be an odd-job disciple of my 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, cleaning the Buzhou Mountain for me. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said righteously to the drunkard. Yes. The drunkard froze for a moment when he heard Zhou Ao's words, then nodded back. He had thought that there was some important task to be given to him, but he had not thought that it was only to formally make himself a miscellaneous disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. It's okay. It's just a pity that the Bijou sect was destroyed by me. The buildings were all destroyed by me. Otherwise, I could have sent my disciples over there to scavenge. Zhou Ao opened his mouth with a repentant look on his face. His heart was dripping blood. For the sake of a face-residing pill, he had even given up all the pills of the Bai Luo sect, as well as the martial arts secrets. This made Zhou Ao want to smack himself twice. Junior uncle, destroying it is destroying it. Our 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is a big family. We can still afford this loss. One of the True Element Realm Elders saw this and immediately possessed the old oil and spoke to Zhou Ao. The Bai Luo sect's invasion of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect appeared to be a great deal more powerful, but in reality, the Bijou sect hadn't done any damage to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect at all. The teacher died before he was ready to go. The Bijou sect was like this, not waiting to start destroying the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect before they were about to be killed off. It was just that for a while. The entire clan smelled a little too much blood. Well, I'll be heading back then. If there's something, tell Mei Jiruo to meet me on Buzhou Mountain. Zhou Ao nodded after hearing the words of this elder, then opened his mouth and said to a few people before disappearing with the drunkard. When Zhou Ao disappears, the remaining 4 True Element Realm Elders immediately approached Mei Jiruo and said, Patriarch, did Junior Uncle really destroy the entire Bailo sect? Aha, Mei Jiru nodded. Speak. The remaining 4 True Element Realm Elders looked at Mei Jiruo and nodded their heads, glancing at each other, all of them seeing the shock in the bottom of each other's eyes, and then said in unison, that's it. After Zhou Ao left, Mei Jiruo began to explain to these 4 True Origin Realm Elders about what happened when they traveled to the Bai Luo sect. As time passes, a month passed in the blink of an eye. In this month's time, a total of 2 major events happened in Qingzhou. The first big thing is the Bai Lu zone was 10,000 Swords Immortal sect destroyed the news, just like the wind. The entire Qingzhou large and small zones, there is no do not know. In particular, some clans that had transcendent realm ancestors in their ranks. The moment they received the news from the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, they sent out scouts to find out the reality of that junior master of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, that is, Zhou Ao. After learning that Zhou Ao's strength might be at the Transcendent Realm, these clans with Transcendent Realm ancestors all sent their elders to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect with congratulatory gifts. As for doing what? It was natural to pull in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. As for the second thing, it is a teenager who defiled the Longqin Imperial Dynasty. The pearl in the palm of the present His Majesty's hand Princess Chu Yun. The second thing, though, is irrelevant compared to the first. Still, most of the things people discussed, before and after tea, were the second thing. After all, it wasn't common to see such a brave teenager these days. MT. Sunset, the largest mountain outside of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's territory. At present, at the foot of Lakha Mountain, a teenager was wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, his entire breath weak, his body leaning under a large tree, panting, and on his sleeves, stained with blood. It looked as if it had just been through a big battle. However, looking at his realm, it seemed that he was only at the second level of the Kaiyuan realm. The Kaiyuan realm, the second major realm of martial artists. A martial artist of this realm could be said to have barely entered the gates of a martial artist, and could be a small outer disciple in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Teacher, do you think I'll be able to return to the clan alive? An intriguing smile appeared on the teenager's handsome face as he lowered his head and asked about the ring he wore on the index finger of his hand. As the teenager's words fell, a mature female voice came out from within the ring. We're almost there. Hold on. Wang Ming. The young man's name was Wang Ming, a former handyman disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Though once it was only a journeyman disciple, but Wang Ming was quite attached to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. He was originally a disciple of a small family who was not well received in the family and escaped from the family. He was about to starve to death. Thanks to a passing outer disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect who came to his aid, he survived. Then, he joined the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Although the qualification is not high, but hard-working, but unfortunately, it is not useful, because it did not reach the monthly cultivation standard of the miscellaneous disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. It was eliminated and driven out of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, but this didn't hinder, at all, Wang Ming's feelings towards the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. At present, this teenager named Wang Ming probably felt like he was going to die, so he wanted to rejoin the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and die in the sect. That's it. Wang Ming dragged his tired body and desperately walked towards the location where the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect was located. Nevertheless, just as Wang Ming had just walked into the territory of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, suddenly, a voice that sounded like thunder from a clear sky rang out. Wang Ming, you defiled the princess. Give this king death. Chapter 7. Suppression. Wang Ming, you defiled the princess. Give this king death. A rough-looking middle-aged man, filled with rage, appeared in mid-air. The void shook, and his voice was deafening, resounding through the four seas. Teacher, it looks like I won't be able to return to the clan, but it's okay. To die on clan land is considered a return of the soul to the homeland. Wang Ming looked at the middle-aged man in mid-air who was emitting a vast divine might and said to the ring on his index finger in a self-deprecating manner. When Wang Ming's words fell, as if accepting his fate, he braced himself for death. Seeing this, the middle-aged man let out a cold snort, then clenched his right hand into a fist, and a majestic force appeared, covering the sky. Hoo 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 hoo. Just at this time, the wind howled like the howl of death before it comes. Wang Ming listened to the sound of the wind in his ears, sighed lightly, and prepared to die. Perish! The middle-aged man let out a low roar as power poured out as if it could penetrate everything. Who dares to strike within my 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's territory? Just at the moment when the middle-aged man's fist shadow attacked, a dull voice rang out from behind the middle-aged man, clearly into the ears of the middle-aged man, followed by, the middle-aged man smelled a pungent odor of alcohol and stench. Next moment, a dazzling sword aura, sweeping through the 8 wastelands, rumbled towards this fist shadow, space bursting into pieces, and layers of air being cut. Boom! The fist shadow instantly disappeared the moment it came into contact with the sword blade. What? The middle-aged man watched as his fist shadow was chopped to pieces, and was instantly shocked, his face turning white. As if he were an enemy, he looked at the visitor. Bang! The moment the middle-aged man saw the visitor, a devastating sword chi came directly towards him. This sword chi gave the middle-aged man an unbeatable feeling. He will die if he forces a confrontation. Whoosh! The sword chi didn't seem to intend to kill the middle-aged man, only to see that it directly grazed the middle-aged man's cheek. A few strands of hair fell out. So strong, the middle-aged man murmured. Next moment, the middle-aged man stretched out his own right hand, touched his own cheek, put his hand in front of his own eyes and saw the blood on his fingertips. He was only chopped off a few strands of hair and scratched his face. This kind of terrifying control over sword chi made this middle-aged man feel that the incoming person was seawater beyond measure. It was by no means something that a small divine tour realm martial artist of his own could fight against. What is the former? Just as the middle-aged man was about to open his mouth to ask the identity of the visitor, the next second, the visitor walked up to the middle-aged man, long sword in hand, and snatched his mouth and asked, "Kid, are you unaware that this is the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect? You even dare to make a move here? Do you really think that our 10,000 Swords Immortal sect has no one?" As the words of the visitor fell, the middle-aged man looked at the visitor and realized that the visitor was actually a beggar-looking drunkard. Rest assured, the person who came was no one else but the miscellaneous disciple of Buzhou Mountain, the drunkard. As for how the alcoholic came to be here, naturally, it was Zhou Ao who told the drunkard to come here. Indeed, the moment Wang Ming and this middle-aged man entered the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, the system's beep resounded in his ears. Detected someone invading the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, with the intention of provoking the host, so the invincible suppression mission is open. Mission requirement, suppress, or kill the intruder with invincibility. Quest reward, 100,000 marrow cleansing pills. Duration of the mission, 1/4 of an hour, from the time the mission appeared. Mission penalty, none. There's a task not to do. Therefore, Zhou Ao directly took the mission and sent the drunkard out. He was sure that the drunkard alone could set it right. And the alcoholic showed up. "Senior, it was not my intention to strike on your clan's territory, but rather this person has the audacity to defile the princess of our Long Qin dynasty. In a moment of anger, I struck out rashly. Please forgive me, senior." When the middle-aged man heard the drunkard's questioning and felt a powerful killing intent, he instantly wimped out and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. While explaining, he also talked about his background, from the Longqian dynasty. Only, he didn't know that in the eyes of the drunkard, not to mention what Longqian dynasty you came from, even if you came from the number one force on the continent, it was useless. It was because Zhou Ao had given him the instruction to behead everyone who invaded the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. It's none of my business. Junior Master has orders to behead all enemies that invade the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. The drunkard opened his mouth and spoke to the middle-aged man. Not only was he speaking to the middle-aged man, he was also speaking to the group of 10,000 Swords Immortal sect patrol disciples who were not far away. When this group of 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciples heard the drunkard's words, they first stared blankly, and then looked at Wang Ming, who was standing on the ground with a puzzled gaze. In the eyes of this group of 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's patrolling disciples, Wang Ming was the intruder because the clothing he was wearing was not that of a 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciple. Therefore, this group of patrolling disciples directly rushed over, intending to make a move and behead Wang Ming. For all the disciples and elders of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, the orders of the young master uncle meant holy orders and had to be followed. Nevertheless, and that's when it happened. This group of patrolling disciples, one of them, seemed to recognize Wang Ming and asked with a surprised face, "You're Wang Ming?" The puzzled voice caught the drunkard's eye, and just for a moment the drunkard's eyes were drawn away. The middle-aged man directly mobilized his true chi and turned into a white rainbow, fleeing for his life. Unfortunately, as a transcendent realm martial artist, how could the drunkard let a tiny divine journey realm martial artist escape from under his nose? Millionth of a second passes, only to see the drunkard directly slash down with his sword, as if it was an upside-down mountain, rumbling down towards the middle-aged man, destroying everything. The sword chi raged, and the middle-aged man was directly obliterated by the sword chi, his soul perishing. "You really are Wang Ming." Just as the middle-aged man's soul perished, the voice of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciple who had just spoken came again. The drunkard came to them curiously. "Elder." When this group of 10,000 Swords Immortal sect patrol disciples saw the drunkard come to the side of themselves and the others, they instantly lowered their heads respectfully and greeted each other with their hands in obeisance. Although alcoholics don't smell good, but these 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciples didn't dare to say anything. "What's wrong?" Alcoholic asked. "Back to senior. He's an odd job disciple of our 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. He shouldn't be any intruder." That 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciple said seriously when he heard the drunkard's question. This 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciple had once been an odd job disciple as well, and had a good relationship with Wang Ming, so he recognized this former friend. Wang Ming, at the first moment, miscellaneous disciples? Not an intruder? That's fine then. You guys keep patrolling and take him back. As the drunkard looked at how certain this patrol disciple was, he gently nodded his head and said a few brief words before directly transforming into a sword aura and dissipating into the air, heading to the Buzhou mountain to resume his duties. Chapter 8, The Armored Army, 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Zhou Ao picked up a cup of tea and took a light sip, then frowned at the drunkard who was half kneeling in front of him. "You're saying that handyman disciple is the one who defiled Princess Chu Yun of the Longqian Imperial Dynasty?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked to the drunkard. His entire aura was powerful and incomparable, just like a Geisher God Lord. "Back to Junior Master." "Yes." The drunkard nodded. "Jiruo, this Wang Ming, do you recognize him?" Zhou Ao looked at the drunkard and nodded, then turned his head to look at Mei Jiruo who was standing on his side. "Back to Junior Uncle." "I don't recognize it." Mei Jiruo thought about the name for a while and shook her head after realizing that she had no impression at all. "If you don't recognize it, then you don't recognize it. The storage ring that I asked you to bring, did you bring it?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked to Mei Jiruo, not dwelling on this Wang Ming. "Brought it, Junior Uncle." Mei Jiruo respectfully placed a storage ring in front of Zhou Ao's eyes. Zhou Ao picked up the storage ring and just a faint bright light appeared. Moments. The 100,000 marrow cleansing pills rewarded by the system quest were divided into 80,000 and loaded into the storage ring. This quest reward arrived just after the drunkard killed that middle-aged man. As for Wang Ming, it was true that he was not an intruder. People didn't think about invading the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect either, so the system didn't count Wang Ming as an invader. Or else, there should be an extra body next to Zhou Ao right now. There are now 80,000 marrow cleansing pills in here. You are free to distribute them. But remember, it should be given to those who are gifted. If they are stupid, they don't have to give it. We are not a good church. Zhou Ao threw the storage ring to Mei Jiruo and barked. "Yes, Junior Uncle." Mei Jiruo was first stunned when she heard Zhou Ao's words. Then she reacted and hurriedly nodded her head in response. "Go down. By the way, pay close attention to that disciple named Wang Ming." Zhou Ao opened his mouth and waved his hand at Mei Jiruo. "Yes." Mei Jiruo nodded when she heard Zhou Ao's words. then intended to leave. After Mei Jiruo took a step, she suddenly stood in place, and then turned her head to Zhou Ao with a complicated face and asked, Junior Master, if the Long Qian dynasty comes to demand someone, will you give it? She was afraid that Zhou Ao would send out Wang Ming, a journeyman disciple, because he was unwilling to offend the Long Qian dynasty, although giving it away makes sense and is the best policy. But Mei Jiruo, who was the patriarch, felt that this approach was a bit of a loss of dignity. Zhou Ao frowned when he heard Mei Jiruo's words, then asked in a wave, is this Long Qian dynasty very strong? Back to the young master uncle. This Long Qian dynasty, although it is only a royal dynasty, but the transcendent realm experts, it seems that there are three. We 10,000 swords immortal sect. Mei Jiruo opened her mouth and spoke back to Zhou Ao, her words gradually getting smaller as they reached the back. I know. Don't worry. He's also my 10,000 swords immortal sect disciple anyways. I won't hand him over, even if he did something wrong. If he wants to be punished, it's my 10,000 swords immortal sect that will punish him. Zhou Ao lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and faintly opened his mouth to Mei Jiruo, followed by, without waiting for Mei Jiruo to continue saying something, Zhou Ao then waved his hand for Mei Jiruo to leave the place. Seeing this, Mei Jiruo could only nod her head, arch her hand in salute, and leave. After Mei Jiruo leaves, the drunkard opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao, Junior uncle, this Wang Ming seems to have no use to keep it. It's just a small handyman disciple. Lose it. The big deal is that when we recruit disciples next year, we'll recruit one more handyman disciple. Poof, drunkard, you're also a miscellaneous disciple, or else, this little uncle will throw you out too? Zhou Ao listened to the drunkard's words and first gave a cold snort, then asked back without coming to a good mood. Just as Zhou Ao asked rhetorically, a vast pressure spread out directly from Zhou Ao's body, violently pressing down on the drunkard. Bang! The alcoholic instantly felt like he had two huge mountains on his shoulders, constantly pressing down on him and making him a little breathless. Junior uncle, I was wrong. The drunkard instantly begged for mercy. Aha! Zhou Ao nodded when he heard the drunkard's words, then waved his hand, withdrawing his own pressure, followed by, only to hear Zhou Ao's voice ice cold. He said to the drunkard, follow me. I want you to change the problem of being a bully, a mere Dragon Qian dynasty, even if it's an enemy. What is it? With these last words, domineering, Zhou Ao stood up, an air of disdain spreading out from his body. Seeing this, the drunk dared not look up and continued to keep his head down. Upon closer inspection, the drunkard looked as if he had just crawled out of an ice cave, his body constantly shivering as if he was in fear of Zhou Ao. There is nothing be done. Zhou Ao's terrifying strength had directly overturned the alcoholic's three views. You go down first. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the drunkard. When the drunkard heard Zhou Ao's words, he was like an amnesty and instantly nodded his head and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. This Wang Ming is a treasure. How can I bear to lose it? After the drunkard left, Zhou Ao resumed his seat on the chair, holding the teacup in his hand, shaking it continuously, and uttering some puzzling words. And that's when it happened. The system's beep resounded in Zhou Ao's ears. It has been detected that the Dragon Qian dynasty has become hostile to the host, so the invincible suppression mission is open. Mission requirement, suppress with invincibility and kill all incoming Dragon Qian dynasty people. Quest reward, 9 swords box. Duration of mission, none. Mission penalty, none. May I ask the host if he will take the quest? Pick up. Zhou Ao, as an excellent hitman of the system, did not hesitate for a second and instantly took the task. With the system being picked up by Zhou Ao, Zhou Ao was in a good mood and instantly intended to get up and go for a walk. Look at the greatness of the 10,000 swords immortal sect. Just as Zhou Ao was wandering around the 10,000 swords immortal sect, in a small town hundreds of miles away from the 10,000 swords immortal sect, a group of mighty Xian armor army appeared on the streets. The Xian armor army was the most elite existence of the Long Qian dynasty. It's just a pity that the number is small, only a mere 10,000 people. But every single one of these 10,000 people had a minimum cultivation level of the enlightened realm. Only, nowadays, the Xuanjia army gathered in this town was estimated to be only in the thousands. However, thousands of people were also relatively terrifying, and the murderous aura and battle intent they emitted went straight to the clouds, making the people within the town shudder. The doors have been closed, the windows lowered, and they have retreated into their homes. Why hasn't the king returned? A Xuanjia army general at the head of the group opened his mouth and asked a deputy general beside him. The cultivation level of this leading Xian armor army general was the 7th level of the true element realm. Back to general. No news has come from the king yet. However, a scout has reported that the thief who defiled Princess Chu Yin seems to have entered the 10,000 swords immortal sect. The adjutant general, who rode on a high horse, folded his hands, arched his back, and returned word for word to the general. This vice general's cultivation wasn't weak either. His cultivation was at the third level of the true element realm. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. That sect that might have transcendent realm martial artists sitting around? The general opened his mouth and asked the vice general, frowning with a puzzled tone. Back to the general. It's exactly that clan. Are we going to take our army to the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect to ask for people now? The vice general opened his mouth and asked the general. No need. Let's wait here for the king's news first. If it's dark and news of the king hasn't come through, we'll send a message back to our home camp. Before leading the troops forward to the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect to demand someone, the general thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and addressed the adjutant general. Nevertheless, just as this group of Xian armor army was waiting in the town, a powerful force suddenly fell from mid-air. Next moment, a silhouette appeared, an old man with white hair and a white beard, only to see that the old man's entire aura was incomparably powerful and majestic in essence. Beard and white hair, windless, swaying, vibrating in the void. Xian armor army, His Majesty has ordered. Follow me to the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect to kill the thieves who defiled Princess Chu Yun and avenge Prince Lu's death. The white-haired old man's voice was thick and old, resounding through this side of the world. As the white-haired old man's words fell, the white-haired old man transformed into a white rainbow and flew towards the location where the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect was located. Following, boom, 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 horses' hooves sounded, and the vast thousands of Xuanjia army, following the white-haired old man, ran together towards the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Chapter 9, Who Gave You the Courage? 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Zhou Ao held his teacup and took a light sip. As if he had discovered something, his eyes looked deep into the sky not far away. The next second, only a white-haired, white-bearded old man appeared in the sky above the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, standing with his arms folded, his aura incomparably powerful. The old man arrives. Following, boom, 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 a burst of hoofbeats shattered the clouds, and the earth within a 10-mile radius of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect began to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. The Xuanjia army arrives. Thousands of Xuanjia troops formed a military formation and stood at the ready, their battle intent raging. His eyes gleamed at the white-haired, white-bearded old man halfway up the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. This white-haired, white-bearded old man was one of the three great old ancestors of their dragon-submerged empire, and his strength was at the first level of the transcendent realm. Who has come to my 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect to wreak havoc? Just as the white-haired old man was about to speak, the drunkard's voice quietly and clearly reached his ears. The next second, the stench and the smell of alcohol assaulted the drunkard, and he arrived in front of the white-haired old man with a long sword that emitted a cold and chilling light in his hand. Sword chi wrapped around the drunkard's circumference, and his chi was like a rainbow. You're the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's junior master? The white-haired old man looked at the drunkard in front of him, looked at his cultivation, and after realizing that he couldn't see through it, he instantly assumed that the drunkard was Zhou Ao, so he opened his mouth to inquire. No, it's just a tiny servant disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. When the drunkard heard the white-haired old man's words, he subconsciously blanched and glanced at Zhou Ao, realizing that Zhou Ao's expression had changed to a flat one before he opened his mouth to reply. Is your excellency teasing this seat? A martial artist of the first layer of the transcendent mortal realm can be called the existence of an ancestor in any imperial dynasty, any clan. Your excellency is now telling me that you're just a Wanjian sect's tiny odd-job disciple. Could it be that you don't put this seat in your eyes? Or does it mean that this seat's strength at the first level of the transcendent realm is only worthy of being a miscellaneous disciple in the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect? The white-haired old man's voice was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, resounding through the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. This is our 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Just as the drunkard was planning to speak back to the white-haired old man, Mei Zirua led the four true element realm elders to fly into midair and opened her mouth. You are? The white-haired old man asked with a frown as he looked at Mei Zirua, who had suddenly appeared. My name is Mei Zirua. I am the current sect master of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. I don't know senior, but are you a member of the Longqian Imperial Dynasty? After Mei Zirua introduced her identity, she opened her mouth and asked the white-haired old man rhetorically. A huge clan, but a woman is the head of the clan. I guess the rumored young master uncle of your 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect is a waste. The white-haired old man didn't answer Mei Zirua's words, but instead directly mocked, satirizing the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Satirizing Mei Zirua. Mei Zirua subconsciously clenched her fists when she heard the white-haired old man's sarcasm. For a moment, the smell of gunpowder filled the air and swords were drawn. White-haired old man, do you want to die? The drunkard held his long sword in his hand and walked over to Mei Zirua's side, asking indifferently, his entire body exuding a stern sword intent. This overwhelming sword intent caused the white-haired old man to frown. Sword cultivators were powerful in their own right, not to mention transcendent realm sword cultivators. Only, this time, the white-haired old man was not here to cause trouble, but to ask the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect for Wang Ming. Oh, this old ancestor doesn't want to die. I came to your sect today just to ask for someone. The white-haired old man waved his hand and spoke back to the drunkard, then stated the purpose of his trip. As the white-haired old man's words fell, Mei Zhihua vaguely guessed in her heart who the white-haired old man was asking for, and it was most likely Wang Ming without a doubt. As a result, Mei Zhihua thought of the conversation she had just had with Zhou Ao, and said righteously to the white-haired old man without being overbearing, "I'm sorry, we, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, don't have the person you want." "You who? It looks like you, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, seem to know who this old ancestor is claiming?" The white-haired old man looked at Mei Zhihua's appearance and instantly understood that they knew who they were asking for, only by listening to the tone and attitude. It seemed that they didn't want to give it. "No," Mei Zhihua said calmly. "Knowing that, why don't you still hand it over?" The white-haired old man asked. "No delivery," returned Mei Zhihu. "Doesn't your clan know what he has done?" The white-haired old man asked suspiciously. "I know, but he's a disciple of our 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Even if we want to punish him, it's our 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's own people who will do the punishing." Mei Zhihua met the white-haired old man's deep eyes and righteously returned. "Oh," with these words, "Patriarch Mei is determined not to hand over the person to our Longqin dynasty?" The white-haired old man opened his mouth and asked at Mei Zhihua, his face gloomy. He didn't expect that this Mei Zhihua would be so stubborn that she wouldn't be willing to hand over even a mere martial artist of the enlightened realm. "Do not deliver." "Elder, no matter how many times this question is asked, Zhihua will only say 2 words: no delivery," Mei Zhihua said to the white-haired old man with a firm, unshakable face. She had yet to interrogate the disciple named Wang Ming and wondered why he had defiled Princess Chu Yun. If it was determined that it was Wang Ming's fault after the matter was cleared up, she would definitely deal with Wang Ming personally and then lead him to the Longqin dynasty to make amends. But now, nothing had been asked, and Wang Ming was still in a coma, so the person couldn't be taken away by the Longqin dynasty. Good. Yes. Could it be that your clan is trying to get all the strongest members of my Longqin imperial dynasty to exterminate your clan? With all due respect to this old ancestor, with the current strength of your 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, it's not enough to fight against our Longqin imperial dynasty. The white-haired old man first opened his mouth and said 3 good words in a row, then opened his mouth and directly threatened Mei Zhihua. "I'm here." Just as Mei Zhihua was about to put her thoughts into words, Wang Ming's voice came into the ears of several people. "Wang Ming?" Mei Zhihua looked at Wang Ming standing on the roof, frowned, and murmured softly, "Patriarch, one person does everything for one person. I, Wang Ming, am not willing to drag the clan down, so please let the disciple be taken away by the people in the Longqin imperial dynasty." Wang Ming stood on the roof, life and death at stake, his eyes fearless, and he shouted at Mei Zhihua with extreme seriousness. In Wang Ming's heart, the fact that the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect was able to take him in instead of handing him over to the Longqin dynasty in the first place was enough for him to be grateful. Nowadays, the fact that the patriarch was still so protective of him moved him even more. Without doubt, this reinforced Wang Ming's idea of not dragging down the entire clan because of himself alone and subsequently, speak the truth. When Mei Zhihua heard Wang Ming's words, her heart was a bit unfavorable for some reason. She hadn't thought that this little odd-job disciple would have such vigor. It left her with some admiration in her heart. The next second, only to see Mei Zhihua's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, and she shouted at Wang Ming with a resolute attitude, "No one can take you away from the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect before the matter is investigated." Patriarch. When Wang Ming heard Mei Zhihua's words, his eyes became moist and his voice became choked. These words were too damn touching to Wang Ming. Nevertheless, the white-haired old man instantly understood everything after listening to Mei Zhihua's words and knew that there was no way to talk about it. After that, the white-haired old man's face was instantly gloomy to the extreme. Then he directly mobilized his entire body's true chi and shouted at Mei Zhihua, "Patriarch Mei, since your clan is so adamant about this, then I'm sorry. This old ancestor can only force his hand on your clan." Next moment, a brilliant heavenly might spread out from the old man's body, just like a divine Buddha meddling in heaven and earth. Seeing this, Mei Zhihua and the others also mobilized their entire body's true chi, intending to spar with the white-haired old man. Just as they were about to make their move, Zhou Ao's voice rang in everyone's ears from the Never-Zhou mountain, just like a ghost. "I'm curious, who gave you the courage?" The words fell, a momentum that can be called invincible, lifted up from the mountains of Buzhou, covering the sky, like the sky falling down. Invincible. Chapter 10. Keyed. Over the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, the white-haired old man felt like he was on the verge of death the moment he heard Zhou Ao's words fall. Following, one could only see a sword chi coming towards the white-haired old man, like a sword aura that opened up the sky, sweeping across the four directions, sweeping vastly. What? The white-haired old man just exclaimed in shock when he saw this. The next second, the white-haired old man was instantly covered by the sword chi, and the whole person was unable to move, as if he was a fish on a plate, to be slaughtered. Following, only to see Zhou never Zhou Shan, stepping into the air towards the white-haired old man. Looking at the white-haired old man who was covered by sword chi, Zhou waved his right hand. Boom! In an instant, the white-haired old man became minced meat, and his soul perished and the Tao faded. Regardless of how strong the visitor was, Zhou did his best to kill the enemy with a single sword without the slightest pause. Junior Master, so strong, Mei Zhirua muttered again in her heart. Although Mei Zhirua had experienced this kind of scene 3 or 4 times, she still couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart whenever she saw Zhou great display of power, and had the urge to give Zhou a child. WC, awesome. In the hearts of the 4 remaining True Origin Realm Elders, the true reflection of this moment, alcoholic, I got used to it a long time ago. Many disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, Junior Uncle, truly NM mighty. However, right about this time, Elder Ancestor, the Xuanjia army outside the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's mountain gate saw this and roared in unison. And the Xuanjia army general at the head of the army was even more filled with rage in his gaze. Kill all those who trespass into my 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's territory. Zhou glanced at the thousands of Shin armor army outside the mountain gate and lightly said to the drunkard and Mei Zhirua several people. After all is said and done, Zhou just stepped back to the Buzhou mountain as if it was nothing and took a nap on his own. Followed by, the Wine Ghost sword chi began to wreak havoc, cutting down all the incoming Xuanjia army. No matter how hard the Xuanjia army's armor was, all of them were broken by one sword and killed by 2 swords. That's it. A full quarter of an hour passed. Thousands of Xuanjia troops, including their generals and lieutenants, were all killed by the drunkard alone. As for Mei Zhirua's few people, they were completely cleaning up the battlefield and throwing the corpses into a deep pit. After finishing off all the Xuanjia troops, Zhou ears resounded with a system beep. Task reward 9 sword box, issued to complete. As the system beeps and small golden letters fall, the 2 of them, the drunkard and Mei Zhirua, led Wang Ming to Buzhou Mountain. I've just entered Buzhou Mountain. Zhou then felt a breath. A faint breath. This faint aura was not emanating from the drunkard and the other 3. After a brief observation, Zhou violently saw the ring on Wang Ming's index finger, some of which came to light and understood everything. Followed by, Zhou waved his hand and spoke to the drunkard and Mei Zhirua. You 2 go out first, he stays here. Yes, Mei Zhirua and the drunkard had doubts in their minds, but they still descended the mountain. Wait for the 2 to come down the mountain. Wang Ming looked left and right, and after observing Zhou, he immediately knelt down on both knees and addressed Zhou very respectfully. Miscellaneous disciple Wang Ming, meet Junior Uncle. It was the first time he had seen their 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's legendary junior master, so he was a bit curious about Zhou. Hoo. A gust of wind blew, and Zhou did not speak, but scrutinized Wang Ming in front of him. Speak the truth. Wang Ming gave Zhou a different feeling. Of course, it wasn't because of the ring, but because Wang Ming actually dared to stand up alone and protect the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Courage by 1 is better than strength by 1. For this kind of person, Zhou still preferred it. Still, it's time to knock it off or knock it off. Thus, Zhou, after passing a sip of tea, pretended to be angry and yelled lowly at Wang Ming, a small servant disciple, to defile a princess of the Long Qin dynasty. Does he really think that he is invincible? When Wang Ming heard Zhou's words, he was a little startled and his face went white, but he quickly recovered and opened his mouth to explain to Zhou. Back to Junior Uncle. Disciple wouldn't dare. It's just that on that day, someone framed Princess Chu Yun and gave her an aphrodisiac, and the disciple happened to be passing by, so he dry-fired, and that was it. Junior Master, disciple is by no means that kind of lecher. Please also ask the young Master Uncle to be clear about this. Zhou listened to Wang Ming's explanation and nodded non-committally, then took a deep look at the ring on his index finger, and then spoke faintly. I know about this matter. Young Master Uncle Me will protect you, but this ring of yours, can you let young Master Uncle Me take a look at it? Little Master. This, when Wang Ming heard Zhou's words, he looked up at Zhou with a difficult face, and a hint of complexity flashed under his eyes. It's fine, just chatting. Zhou looked at Wang Ming's appearance, naturally knew why he was embarrassed. So, without hiding it, he directly opened his mouth and said, Little Master you. When Wang Ming heard Zhou say the word chat, the shock in his eyes was beyond words, and his entire body was in shock. Becoming a wooden man, maybe you can hide it from everyone in the world, but you definitely can't hide it from Little Master Me. Zhou Ao said to Wang Ming in a pushy manner, his entire person exuding a supreme aura of the great Tao. Elder. Just when Wang Ming was still planning to open his mouth and say something, a mature female voice came out from the ring. The next second, a young woman with black hair, in soul form, appeared before Zhou Ao's eyes. Female? Zhou Ao couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the young woman in soul form in front of him. He had thought it was an old grandpa or something. It turned out to be young women. Good lord, the luck, it's a bit too much. Junior Master, she is my teacher named. Wang Ming watched as his teacher showed his true form and immediately opened his mouth to introduce Zhou Ao. As a result, without waiting for Wang Ming to say the teacher's name, the young woman grabbed the opportunity to speak. Senior, just call me Kid. A little feminine gesture. This gesture made Wang Ming, who had spent a lot of time with the young woman, the teacher, a little startled. Wang Ming, this teacher even has a little woman's posture? However, Zhou Ao ignored the young woman's, or teacher's, gesture and instead chanted the name to himself. Kid? When Zhou Ao heard this name, he suddenly thought of a novel he had read in his previous life, a novel that could be called the originator level. One of the heroines, it seems, is named Kid, though not her full name, but it has been 50 years. Zhou Ao's memory has long been misplaced, and I do not know if it is called this name. The state of your soul is so weak now. I'm afraid it won't take 3 years for your soul to fall apart, right? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked to Kid. 3 years? Spiritually disintegrated? Teacher. Wang Ming instantly panicked when he heard Zhou Ao's words and looked at Kid in shock. Since Senior has said it out loud, I won't hide it from you. Master still has about 2 years to go, but during these 2 years, Master will teach you all of his art of refining weapons. As for how much you can comprehend, it's all up to you. With a helpless look, Kid said to Wang Ming, breathless, you know how to refine weapons? Zhou Ao asked with a frown when he heard Kid's words. Back to Senior. Kid will. When Kid heard Zhou Ao's words, the corner of her mouth unconsciously revealed a trace of a treacherous smile, but it quickly disappeared, and then she replied back in a very serious manner. In that case, you're useful. How about this? We make a deal between you and I. You refine weapons for our 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, and I'll renew your life. Zhou Ao thought for a moment and opened his mouth to propose to Kid. Nowadays, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is still in need of talents in refining weapons. Of course, Zhou Ao still had his own little plan in his heart. In that case, very well, only, I'm afraid that Kaoror is unable to refine weapons for Senior's sect right now. How about my disciple Wang Ming take over? Although he doesn't have a high level of refining right now, as long as he has enough refining materials, he's still able to refine quite a few good swords. Enough for the outer disciples to use, Kid said to Zhou Ao with a complicated look on her face, stretching out her own delicate jade finger as she spoke, pointing at Wang Ming. I know what you mean. From today onwards, he will no longer be an odd-job disciple. He will enter the Hall of Artifact Refining and serve as the Hall Master, refining artifacts for the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, and as for the pay, it's generous. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Kid, a hint of cunning flashing under his eyes. This hint of cunning made Kid feel something was wrong, as if she had entered Zhou Ao's trap. Chapter 11, time to start playing hard to get. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. After Kid and Zhou Ao talked about everything, Wang Ming left the place. After leaving, Zhou Ao picked up his teacup and smiled as he looked in the direction of Wang Ming's descent and mused, I hope you won't let me down, Kid. Having said that, Zhou Ao flipped his palm, and instantly, a sword box appeared at his side. Bang! Next moment, the sword box was opened by Zhou Ao, and 9 long swords stood in the box, emitting cold and intense sword chi. This is the 9 swords box. Zhou Ao looked at the 9 long swords in the sword box and nodded with satisfaction. Following, fly, Zhou Ao let out a low roar. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 9 long swords in the sword box instantly soared up from the box, cutting through the sky and going straight up into the clouds. The pressure emanating from the 9 long swords enveloped the entire Buzhou mountain in an instant. For a moment, strong and incomparable sword intent fell from the dome of the sky, as if a wild beast had come out of its cage, tearing everything apart. Not bad. Zhou Ao looked up at the 9 long swords on the sky dome and marveled. The 9 long swords in the 9 sword box corresponded exactly to the 9 swords of Dekuro. With these 9 long swords in place, Zhou Ao's battle power rose geometrically, and it could be said that hardening the 3rd level of the transcendent mortal realm was not a problem. Return, Zhou Ao murmured softly. The next second, the 9 long swords were like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, and with a whoosh, they instantly re-entered the 9 sword box. Junior Master. Right after the 9 long swords were brought back by Zhou Ao, the drunkard flew up from the bottom of the mountain and looked around with a cautious expression. What's wrong? Zhou Ao looked at the drunkard who appeared in front of him and asked in confusion. Just now, the drunkard looked at Joe Ao's flat appearance, gulped, and pointed his finger at the dome of the sky. It's fine, just practicing martial arts. And, if someone can hurt me, do you think you can block it? Joe Ao looked at the stunned drunkard and asked with a light smile. Ah, this. The drunkard was speechless for a moment when he heard Joe Ao's words, followed by, under Joe Ao's waving hand, the drunkard bowed and retired. Nevertheless, just at the moment of descending the mountain, the drunkard saw the 9-sword box by Joe Ao's feet, and a flash of shock surfaced in his eyes, but soon regained his composure, braced himself, and descended the mountain. When we get down the mountain, the drunkard panted heavily and murmured, 9-sword box, ancient divine weapon, 9-sword box, long lost, how could it appear here in the little master uncle? What the hell is he? Is it really this tiny 10,000 swords immortal sect junior master? The alcoholic fell into deep suspicion. As time passes, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Joe Ao had completely fused the 9-sword box and the 9 swords of Dokoroku together. Battle power is unrivaled within the transcendent. Nowadays, I reckon I could beat 100 drunken puts. On Bujo Mountain, Joe Ao looked at the 9-sword box by his feet and thought in his heart, carefully feel the breath on Joe Ao's body. Although it had only been 3 days, Joe Ao's aura at the moment was like a heaven and a earth compared to 3 days ago. The eyes were even deeper, and the sharpness of the sword Dao on his body was even more chilling. Ding! It has been detected that all the major clans in Qingzhou will come to the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect tomorrow, so the Invincible Suppression mission is open. Mission requirement, to suppress all the major clans of Qingzhou that come to the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect tomorrow with invincibility. Quest reward, body technique, divine demon ghost steps. Mission penalty, none. Mission time, 12 hours, counting from the time the mission appeared. Ding, if the host accepts this quest, it is highly likely that it will cause the clans in Qingzhou to be dissatisfied with the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect and rise up to attack them. May I ask if the host will take the quest? System, do you think I'm that kind of wimp? Take over. Joe Ao first flirted with the system, then nodded seriously. The small golden letters disappeared. Represents Joe Ao's successful mission takeover. After picking up the success, Joe Ao was very happy, for no other reason than that. The last words of this takeover mission were just what Joe Ao wanted. He wasn't afraid of trouble. He was afraid that it wouldn't come to him of its own accord. Otherwise, how could he inspire the Invincible Suppression quest? How could he gain rewards? And how could he be invincible? How do you suppress the ages and how do you recruit 108 Transcendent Realm martial artists? Of course, nowadays, with the drunkard, there was only a need to recruit 107 Transcendent Realm martial artists. That's it. Joe Ao continued to start cultivating. While practicing, he was also thinking about what he should do tomorrow to complete the task. Is it hard to hit them all? That's obviously not reliable. Just in case you show too much strength when the time comes. At that time, I am afraid that those large and small clans in Qingzhou will not come to trouble him. Who dares to fight the invincible? Unless he's sick in the head. Not only, but also, Joe Ao also planned to brush up on this copy of the Dragon Qin dynasty. In his opinion, the Long Qin dynasty would definitely not let up and would definitely find someone to come after him. When the Invincible Suppression quest opened, he would be able to make a good profit again, if the display of strength was too strong. In Joe Ao's opinion, it was estimated that this Long Qin dynasty would definitely put things to rest and would most likely take the initiative to send Princess Chuyun to Wang Ming as a concubine. At that time, how do you inspire a system mission? How do I get a reward? How do you achieve your life goals? You have to put in a long line to catch a big fish. So Joe Ao found himself in a bit of a difficult situation now. Being too strong is also a kind of trouble. Joe Ao slowly spoke with a look of starting to die. Nevertheless, just when Joe Ao was troubled because he was too strong, at present, the imperial capital of the Longqian dynasty, having already learned that one of their own transcendent realm ancestors had been killed by Joe Ao in an unbeatable manner, the imperial family was enraged. What exactly happened is not known, but it is said that, after the messenger reported the news out of the palace, the entire palace rose 5 powerful transcendent realm breaths that shot up into the sky, causing the palace to shake the ground and the mountains, just like the sealed ancient beasts lifting their seals and breaking out of the earth, followed by, some people saw that in a moat near the imperial capital, these 5 powerful transcendent realm auras appeared and seemed to have released something, only to see the river flow backwards, like a dome falling. In an instant a black shadow rushed out of the river, cut through the sky and disappeared. Looking at the direction it disappeared in, it was clearly the location where the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect was located. Black Shadow was released. At this moment, the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect did not know that danger was quietly approaching. Without doubt, even if he knew, Joe Ao was not impressed. A mere black shadow, how could it possibly battle the now incredibly powerful Joe Ao? How can a tiger fight a dog? That's it. as time passes. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Can't help saying that. The system still predicts the time accurately. The next day, just as the sky was getting light, Meijiruwa came to inform that people sent by the major clans in Qingzhou had arrived. I know, Joao said as he walked out of the wooden house and waved his hand at Meijiruwa. Seeing this, Meijiruwa nodded her head, and then bid farewell to Joao with an arch of her hand and left the Buzhou mountain. After Meijiruwa leaves, Joao straightened his appearance and said to himself, time to start pretending. After saying that, Joao disappeared from Buzhou mountain. Chapter 12, Fiancé. Lu Rui, 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Square. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect gathered here, looking up with curious faces to where the sect's main hall was located. At present, in the clan hall, all the clans in Qingzhou that could be ranked were gathered here. Patriarch Mei, when will your clan's young master uncle come? A sect representative opened his mouth and asked Meijiruwa above the main hall. As the words of this clan representative fell, the rest of the sect representatives, one by one, looked askance at Meijiruwa. Seeing his meaning, it seems that he does not look down on Meijiruwa. There is nothing be done. After all, Meijiruwa's cultivation level was too low. True Essence realm is too weak. At the moment, apart from the elders of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, basically all of them were Divine Tour realm martial artists in the main hall. Not enough to see. Please also wait a moment. The young master will be here soon. Meijiruwa did not show displeasure. Instead she said with a smiling face, she can't afford to offend these people. In case the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect was given small shoes in the future, it would be a bad thing at that time. In that case, then this clan representative looked at Meijiruwa's appearance and just wanted to say something. Next moment, bang! The clan hall was directly split open by Joao's sword, and he walked in domineeringly from the outside, his sword aura lingering like a supreme sword emperor. Next moment, boom! A supreme sword Dao pressure suppressed all the sect representatives present. So strong. The moment all the sect representatives in the Great Hall felt the pressure of the sword Dao, they felt a sense of being on the verge of death. This feeling of death was something they hadn't felt in a long time. They felt as if there were tens of thousands of huge mountains on their shoulders, and they couldn't catch their breath. The horror in his eyes was unmistakable. So much so that a few clan representatives, who could no longer carry Joao's sword Dao pressure, knelt down on both knees and their necks turned red. That's it. When the representatives of all the clans were about to resist, Joao's voice, which clearly entered everyone's ears, long time no see, gentlemen, thump thump thump, a sound of footsteps rang out, and Meijiruwa left her seat in a sensible manner, giving the patriarch's seat to Joao. Sit your ass down. Joao waved his big hand and the supreme sword Dao pressure disappeared. With the moment the supreme sword Dao pressure disappeared, the representatives of the clans in the main hall greedily breathed in the heaven and earth aura in the air. The scene was somewhat comical, just like a thirsty dog, frantically drinking water. Joao looked at the scene in front of him and didn't say anything. Instead he smiled contemptuously. I thought that there would be powerful characters in these clan representatives, but it didn't occur to me that each and every one of them was a strawman. Junior Master. Meijiruwa looked at these clan representatives in the main hall just like dogs, desperately panting, felt a little bad, so she frowned, intending to let speak. It turned out to be a pity. Joao directly waved his hand at Meijiruwa, signaling her to keep quiet. When Meijiruwa saw this, she had to shut up. That's it. Only after all the clan representatives in the hall had returned to normal did Joao slowly open his mouth. All of you have come to my 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect to give this seat congratulatory gifts. Is it a favor to ask, or a kindness, or a test? When he said the last four words, Joao was like a dragon coming out of the sea, his breath surging, and the supreme sword Dao emerged behind him, emitting a great pressure. When the representatives of the sects in the hall saw this scene, where they dared to touch Joao's mold, so they hurriedly shook their heads. It's just good karma. It's just good karma. Just as the representatives of the sects in the main hall began to brag about Joao's strength, the moment, at the foot of the uncharted mountain, an old man and a young man appeared. This old man and young man were not disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, judging by their attire. Miss, up ahead is Buzhou Mountain. I'm afraid the person we're looking for is on this Buzhou Mountain. The old man looked at the Buzhou Mountain in front of him and turned his head to the young girl beside him and respectfully said, the young girl has a haloed face, almond eyes, and light lips. Aha! The young girl nodded her head when she heard the old man's words, and a complex color surfaced under her eyes. Next moment, just as the young girl and the old man were planning to go up Buzhou Mountain, whoosh, a sword on appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Wait for the sword awnings to dissipate. The drunkard appeared, looking indifferently at the old and young man in front of him. This is the forbidden land of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Idle people are not allowed to enter. The drunkard opened his mouth and said to the two, his voice cold. The young girl looked at the drunkard in front of her, clenched her fists and willed herself to say something that made the drunkard's jaw drop. Qing Cheng, daughter of the Lu family, Lu Rui, has come to find her fiancé, Zhou Ao. As the young girl, also known as Lu Rui's words fell, the drunkard froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning, looking at the young girl in front of him with an incredulous expression. Your little master uncle's fiancé? The drunkard's mouth widened in shock. Yes, Lu Rui nodded, her cheeks flushed and a little shy. She knew that the young master uncle that the drunkard was talking about was Zhou Ao. On this journey, she had heard the name of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's junior master more than once, and more than once she had heard that the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's junior master's original name was Zhou Ao. Holy! The drunkard exploded. Followed by, the drunkard slowed down his breath and turned to Lu Ru, bowed his hand and said respectfully, Junior Master is currently not in Buzhou Mountain, heading to the sect's Grand Hall, so can I wait here for him? When Lu Rui heard the drunkard's words, a trace of loss flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Then she asked the drunkard. Indeed, Lu Rui knew that Zhou Ao was not at Buzhou Mountain at the moment. If Zhou Ao was around, perhaps she would not have had the courage to come to Buzhou Mountain and see Zhou Ao. The alcoholic was in a bit of a quandary. I can wait at the foot of the mountain without going up Buzhou Mountain. Lu Rui looked at the drunkard's troubled expression and knew that he was worried about something, so he immediately spoke up. Okay, then you will wait here. Just call me by my first name, alcoholic, if you need me. The drunkard looked at Lu Rui being so reasonable and nodded with satisfaction, and after barking a few words, he left the place. Uncle Wang, this journey has been troublesome for you. You go back to the clan first. I'll just wait for Zhou Ao here alone. Lu Rui opened his mouth and said to the old man, Good. When Uncle Wang heard Lu Rui's words, he didn't refuse and directly turned into a white rainbow and left. After Uncle Wang left, the drunkard walked out from a corner of the Buzhou Mountain, looked at the direction that Uncle Wang left, and frowned and whispered, A servant at the peak of the divine journey realm. Junior Master's fiancé isn't simple. Only, this servant seems to be a bit disrespectful to Junior Master's fiancé. That's it. Lu Rui was quietly waiting for Zhou Ao at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, just as Lu Rui was waiting for Zhou Ao. In the hall of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, Zhou Ao was alone, quietly listening to these clan representatives in the main hall patting themselves on the back. Elder's strength is truly like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. If it's possible, I hope that our Shangshan sect can reach a state of alliance with your sect and win together. The representative of the Shangshan sect first flattered Zhou Ao before opening his mouth to invite Zhou Ao to work together. For this kind of, Zhou Ao is basically 4 words, we'll talk about it later. Next, just as Zhou Ao waved his hand and said next, moments, Zhou Ao then sensed a powerful aura coming towards the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, a murderous aura that seemed to be demonic. Next moment, bang, a loud collision sound like a meteorite hitting the earth appeared, and everyone present, their faces instantly turned white. Someone has been detected invading the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, so the invincible suppression quest is open. Chapter 13, The Hood. Someone has been detected invading the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, so the invincible suppression quest is open. Mission requirement, suppress and kill the invaders with invincibility. Quest reward, immortal battle armor. Duration of mission, none. Mission penalty, none. Ding. It has been detected that the host is working on a quest at the moment. Taking on that quest will most likely lead to something bad happening. May I ask if the host will take the quest? Take it, Zhou Ao said. The mission. He wasn't going to let it go. And it didn't matter what bad things happened. Soldiers come with water and water goes with the earth. As Zhou Ao's words fell, a true element realm 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect elder flew in from outside and exclaimed to Zhou Ao with a terrified look on his face. Junior Master, someone is invading the clan. As this elder's words fell, all the clan representatives in the hall looked at Zhou Ao in unison, intending to see how he would resolve the situation. I know. Stand down. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to this elder, his voice flat. The words fall. Zhou Ao got up, emanating a roiling sword intent, and walked towards the outside of the great hall. With each step, terrifying heaven and earth visions surfaced one after another. Everyone in the sect hall saw this and followed, intending to see how strong Zhou Ao was up close. On the square of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, whoosh, whoosh, a sword chi, coming from afar, aimed precisely at the man in the square, wearing a black hood. This sword chi is a bit interesting, the hooded man whispered in a hoarse voice as he looked at the sword chi washing towards his face. Millionth of a second passes, only 2 thick chains were seen, thrown out by the hooded man, and 2 streams of devastating true chi instantly appeared to counteract this sword chi. Boom, 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 bang, bang. The sword chi constantly collided with the 2 chains, and the battle aura set off a wave that made no one dare to get close to it for hundreds of meters in a radius. Who is it that dares to trespass my 10,000 swords immortal sect? The drunkard released his sword chi while holding his long sword in his hand as he questioned the hooded man out loud. Extinguish. The man in the hood didn't say anything more than hoarsely spit out a clearer word. Extinguish. Next moment, one could only see a vast power of thunder and lightning spreading out from the hooded man's body, so vast that it covered the sky and the sun, just like a thunder god descending. Rumble. Heavenly thunder fell around the hooded man. Only this heavenly thunder wasn't attacking the hooded man. It was there to protect the hooded man. Seeing this, the drunkard subconsciously frowned, holding his long sword in his hand and taking a step back. Feeling a little bad about the situation, he planned to run away, but just as he wanted to escape, he suddenly felt a powerful sword intent coming from afar and instantly knew that it was Joe Ao who had arrived. Therefore, the alcoholic stiffened and pretended to fight to the death as he continued his attack on the hooded man. Bang! However, it was a pity that no matter how many sword chi the drunkard inspired, they were all crushed by the heavenly thunder that thus descended from the sky. The scene. Watching the alcoholic is pissed off and hateful. With you can't kill me yet. The hooded man was covered in heavenly lightning and held 2 chains in his hands as he walked towards the drunkard step by step, emitting a hoarse speaking voice as he walked. The powerful feeling of oppression made the drunkard really a bit overwhelmed. Just as the alcoholic was planning to retreat first, the hooded man seemed to have sensed Joe Ao's presence and let out a hint of a nasal sound suspiciously before looking in the direction where Joe Ao was. The next second, one could only see a young man in a green shirt, holding a long sword in his hand, as if he was walking from the heavens, his green shirt and black hair, windless, emitting a huge pressure. This pressure, it gave the hooded man a whiff of death. You, yes, who? It was at this time that Joe Ao's voice clearly entered the hooded man's ears. Bang! The moment the hooded man heard Joe Ao's voice, he instantly felt his heart stop and his entire body directly flew backwards. The chains on his hands collapsed nearby buildings in quick succession. The hooded man was set directly into a stone wall, his whole body like a bereaved dog, his head hanging and his hair draped. The heavenly thunder that enveloped his body also disappeared for some reason. At present, the only thing left on the hooded man's body was a long sword that emitted a chilling aura. The long sword pierced straight through the hooded man's chest. This sword, it was Joe Ao who struck. However, the speed of this sword was too fast, so fast that the hooded man didn't even react before he flew straight out backwards. This sword fully proved how strong Joe Ao was at the moment. On the stone wall, the long sword seemed like the wail of death, as if it was the sea-covering hand of the heavens, emitting infinite sword intent. It left the hooded man unable to move, unable to even lift a finger of his own, because when he started to use his true chi, he then felt as if tens of thousands of ants were tearing at his heart. Unbearable. Itchy. Life is worse than death. Just one sword. Not far away. The drunkard looked at the hooded man pinned to the stone wall and exclaimed in dismay. As this alarming tone fell, the entire room was silent, staring in dismay at the hooded man nailed to the stone wall. Just now also rampant incomparable hooded man, now directly by Joe Ao a sword nailed to the stone wall. This sense of difference directly let everyone present, the heart of the marveled. Tick-tock, tick, tick-tock. Blood flowed out from the lower side of the long sword, dripping onto the ground like an ancient dripping line, sending shivers down one's spine. Just as everyone was marveling in their hearts, a system beep sounded in Joe Ao's ears as he walked from the main hall. Congratulations to the host for completing the suppression of all the major clans of Qingzhou that will come to the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect tomorrow with invincibility. The quest reward, God's Demon Ghost Steps, is being distributed. As the system tone falls, the corners of Joe Ao's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the hooded man he had nailed to the stone wall, and in his heart, he knew that he had succeeded in making all the clans that had come to pay homage with this move. That sword just now, it was Joe Ao who had used one of the best swords in the 9-sword box to do so. If it was replaced with an ordinary long sword, it would never be able to nail the hooded man to the stone wall. The reason why, for a sword cultivator, a good sword often added a lot to a sword cultivator's battle power. Whoosh! Joe Ao transformed into a sword mane and appeared in front of the hooded man's eyes. Stab! Pulling out the long sword stuck in the hooded man's chest. In an instant, blood sprayed out like a spring. Joe Ao looked at the sprayed blood without any change in his expression. Instead, he asked the hooded man with a deep gaze, "Who are you?" "Oh, guess," the hooded man teased, forcing his way through the pain. "Your Elder Thunder?" Just at this time, a sect representative's voice entered Joe Ao's ears. "You recognize?" Joe Ao twisted his head to look at this sect representative, pointing at the hooded man and asking at him, returning to Senior's words. If Senior is not mistaken, this person should be Old Monster Lei, who was subdued by the Longqian Imperial Dynasty more than 100 years ago. This clan representative said to Joe Ao with a serious face, "Longqian Dynasty? Are you sent by the Longqian Dynasty to kill me?" Zhou Ao licked his lips and asked at Old Monster Lei. Bang! Just as Zhou Ao's words had just fallen, he only saw that Old Monster Lei was like a balloon that had been pumped up. His body collided rapidly and then directly exploded. The blood directly poured Zhou Ao's entire body into a bloody man. Nevertheless, Zhou Ao didn't get angry, on account of, just at this time, a system beep sounded in his ears, detected what the Long Qian Imperial Dynasty did to the host, so the invincible suppression quest is open. Chapter 14, Destroying the Longqian Dynasty in half a month. Mission requirement, decapitate with invincibility and suppress the entire Longqian Dynasty. Duration of the mission, half a month. Quest reward, map of mountains and rivers. Mission failure, none. May I ask if the host will take the quest? Take it, Zhou Ao said. Since Old Monster Lei was already dead, that earlier quest had already been completed, and the reward was issued to Zhou Ao's system space. Only Zhou Ao didn't check it out at the moment. As the small golden letters dispersed, Zhou Ao nodded in satisfaction, and in an instant, a sword light enveloped himself. Next moment, Zhou Ao stepped out of the sword light wearing a clean white-green robe. Count this seat as owing you a favor. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the sect representative. This sect representative was terrified when he heard Zhou Ao's words. The favor of the transcendent mortal realm set off huge waves in the heart of this sect representative. Many of the clan representatives beside him looked at this clan representative with envy in their eyes. Sour, sour, sour. Zhou Ao ignored the looks of these clan representatives. Opening his mouth to himself, he called out to the drunkard not far away. Drunkard, coming, junior master. The drunkard immediately walked over with a respectful face when he heard Zhou Ao's words. Do you know where the Long Qian dynasty is located? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked the drunkard. When the drunkard heard Zhou Ao's words, he thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I went there once a few years ago, and I can barely remember the road. After the answer, the drunkard looked at Zhou Ao with a puzzled expression, not understanding what Zhou Ao was asking himself this for. The next second, Zhou Ao then gave the alcoholic the answer. Set off with me immediately to exterminate the Long Qian dynasty. Zhou Ao, domineering incomparable, said to the drunkard. The whole person exudes a brilliant heavenly might. The void vibrates, covering the sky. What? The drunkard and quite a few sect representatives were instantly confused when they heard Zhou Ao's words, and each of them looked at Zhou Ao with a dumbfounded look in their eyes filled with disbelief. Nice guy, straight up good guy. Deciding to exterminate an imperial dynasty on the spot was truly somewhat impressive. Words are short. Junior master. Can we wait a few days for this extermination of the Dragon Chen dynasty? The drunkard came up to the front and said quietly to Zhou Ao. Ha! Zhou Ao was a bit displeased when he heard the drunkard's words, but look at the expression on the alcoholic's face. Zhou Ao knew that the drunkard most likely had something to tell himself, so he almost opened his mouth and asked, Give me a reason for my little uncle? Back to Junior Master. Your fiancé is here. The drunkard thought for a moment and decided to tell Zhou Ao. What? Fiancé? The former was issued by Mei Jiruo, who had just come to Zhou Ao's side, while the latter was issued by the representative of the clan beside him. Both sounded full of surprise. In their investigation, Zhou Ao should not have such a thing as a fiancé at his age. 50 years as a single dog. I don't have a fiancé. Drunkard, you've got it wrong. Zhou Ao frowned at the drunkard. Although Zhou Ao was traveling through, but the memory of the predecessor he had. So, the matter of whether there is a fiancé or not is still relatively certain. As Zhou Ao's words fell, a flash of embarrassment surfaced on the drunkard's face. Then he spoke. Junior Master, I don't know if she is or not. She claims to be the Qingcheng Lu family. Lu Rui. Lu Rui? Lu Rui. The two sect representatives instantly exclaimed in shock when they heard this familiar name. You two know about this Lu Rui? Zhou Ao asked the two clan representatives. However, then again, Zhou Ao still had some impression of this Lu family. As a young child, it seemed that the father of the predecessor had taken himself to the Ryu family. As for whether or not the engagement was made at that time, Zhou Ao didn't know, because it was just too small at that time. Back to senior. This Lu family is the number one family in Qingcheng, and this Qing city is the largest city in Qingzhou. This city is not governed by any imperial dynasty. Moreover, this Lu Rui's identity is not simple, because her last name is Lu, not Ru. One of the clan representatives frowned and said to Zhou Ao, his voice a little low. It seemed that he didn't dare to discuss the three words Lu Rui too much. Surname Lu, but from the Lu family? Zhou Ao murmured, some more memories vaguely appearing in his mind. Presently, Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the drunkard, Where are the people now? At the foot of the uncharted mountain, said the drunkard. Whoosh! As the drunkard's words fell, Zhou Ao directly transformed into a sword on and cut through the sky towards Buzhou Mountain. Just after Zhou Ao left, those two sect representatives who knew Lu Rui's identity sighed silently and whispered, This Lu Rui is actually his fiancé. Now, I'm afraid that the Lu family is going to have bad luck, when they treated Lu Rui's father so well. Now, karma is coming back to haunt them. Mei Zhiruo subconsciously frowned as she listened to the voices of these two sect representatives whispering, then looked up to where the Buzhou mountain was, followed by Zhou Ao's voice clearly entered Mei Zhiruo's ears. Entertain all those clan representatives to leave. In this way, as Zhou Ao flew to the Buzhou mountain, Mei Zhiruo began to give eviction orders to all the sect representatives. Although these sect representatives were dissatisfied with Mei Zhiruo's approach, there was nothing they could do about it, so they had no choice but to obediently leave. After all, there's no reason for people to let you stay the night. At the foot of Buzhou mountain, Lu Rui was currently sitting on the steps with her hands resting on her cheeks, looking bored. Whoosh! A sword appeared and Zhou Ao came directly in front of Lu Rui. Senior, Lu Rui saw Zhou Ao, and her face immediately shyly changed into a pink cloudy haze. Seeing this, Zhou Ao looked at Lu Rui in front of him, frowned, and opened his mouth to ask, "You know me?" Back to Senior. I'm afraid that the only person who can fly so recklessly within the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's junior uncle Zhou Ao, Lu Rui said to Zhou Ao without being humble. Zhou Ao nodded with satisfaction as he listened to Lu Rui's words. However, this Lu Rui was already rare when it came to facing himself and being able to speak so lightly and without being overbearing. "You called me senior?" Zhou Ao asked somewhat teasingly. Lu Rui subconsciously pursed her lips when she heard Zhou Ao's words, with a complicated face, not knowing what to say. "Follow me up the mountain." Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Lu Rui. "Good." Lu Rui nodded obediently, took a breath of relief, and patted her chest in a somewhat adorable manner. To the top of Buzhou mountain, Zhou Ao sat on the ground and turned to Lu Rui, extending his right hand and signaling her to sit down. Lu Rui read Zhou Ao's meaning and sat on the ground. "Why did you say that you are my fiancé?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Lu Rui. Back to Senior. "You are indeed my fiancé and I am indeed your fiancé." Lu Rui pursed her lips, clenched her fists, and said to Zhou Ao with a serious face. There was determination in his eyes. From what? Zhou Ao looked at Lu Rui's serious look and knew that she didn't lie to herself. Perhaps she was really her fiancé, only that she was too young at that time and forgot about it. Back to Senior. 50 years ago. With that, Li Rui began to tell Zhou Ao why she was his fiancé, and what deal did his father make with the Ryu family. Chapter 15, A Sword. That's it. With every bit of time that passes, Lu Ruian finally informed Zhou Ao of all the causes and consequences of everything. Zhou Ao realized this. It turned out to be his own cheap old man and Lu Rui's father, who was a close friend at first and had once verbalized a marriage contract. Only, then, because of something, neither family took it seriously. From what you say, my father and your father should be joking. Since this is a joke, this marriage contract also exists in name only. You please go back, Zhou Ao said to Lu Rui in a light-hearted manner. I want to beg you to do something for me. Lu Rui opened her mouth and said to Zhou Ao. There was promise in his eyes. It seemed that he hadn't heard what Zhou Ao had just said. Zhou Ao frowned when he heard Lu Rui's words and asked in confusion. You came here to beg me to do something for you? As Zhou Ao's words fell, visible to the naked eye, Zhou Ao's face was a bit gloomy. I would like to ask you to exterminate the Lu family. Lu Rui opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao. Exterminate the Lu family? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Ao asked with an incredulous look on his face when he heard that Lu Rui wanted to destroy the Lu family by himself. As long as you destroy the Lu family, I'll be your fiancé. Lu Rui opened her mouth and said to Zhou Ao. Oh, no need. Please return. Zhou Ao first let out a cold laugh, then waved his hand to drive Lu Rui away. Make fun of. With Zhou Ao's status and position nowadays, what kind of fiancé can't he find? Why does he have to look for you? I know a big secret about the Willow family. As long as you help me destroy the Lu family, I'll tell you this secret. Lu Rui opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao. Secret? No. Just as Zhou Ao heard Lu Rui's words, he intended to refuse. All of a sudden, the system's beep sounded in Zhou Ao's ears, detected a change in the host's fiancé's mood, and it's related to the Lu family, so the invincible suppression task is open. Mission requirement, return to the Lu family with Lu Rui in an invincible position. Suppress, and decimate the Lu family. Quest reward, martial arts skill chopping immortals. Duration of the mission, half a month. Mission penalty, none. Ding, it is detected that the host is on a mission. If the host takes this mission, it will most likely lead to something bad happening. May I ask if the host will take the quest? As the system tone falls, Zhou Ao, who had planned to directly drive Lu Rui away, swallowed his words into his stomach. Presently, Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the system, take it. The last time he'd taken on a mission, nothing bad had even happened, and instead a fiancé had popped up. The reason why, this systematic warning was of no use to Zhou Ao. As Zhou Ao's words fell, the small golden letters disappeared, counting on the fact that you and I are destined to be together. I'll help you put. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Lu Rui. Lu Rui, who had already thought that there was no chance, instantly flashed a bright light under her eyes after hearing Zhou Ao's words. A treacherous smile flickered. Zhou Ao keenly saw the smile and didn't say anything, but instead looked at Lu Rui in front of him with amusement. It looked as if he was involved in some conspiracy. Only, any plotting and scheming was unbearable in the face of absolute strength. Many thanks, senior, Lu Rui said to Zhou Ao, pretending to be grateful on the surface. Is Qingsheng close to Longqian dynasty? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Lu Rui, if possible. He wanted to do both quests together. Back to senior's words. Qingsheng is less than 1,000 miles away from the emperor of the Longqian dynasty, Lu Rui respectfully replied. In that case, first thing tomorrow morning, get moving. Zhou Ao waved his hand and said. After all one's words, Zhou Ao went straight back inside and cultivated. Lu Rui, who stayed outside, saw this and stayed quiet and waited. That's it. As time passes, early the next morning, Zhou Ao sat on Buzhou Mountain, quietly waiting for the drunkard and also Lu Rui to arrive. Quickly, footsteps sounded. The two of them, the drunkard and Lu Rui, appeared on Buzhou Mountain in front of Zhou Ao's eyes. Drunkard, in this line of work, you'd better not go. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and proposed to the drunkard. If the two strongest combatants, Zhou Ao and Wine Ghost, left the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, and the Longqian Imperial dynasty directly stole their home, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect wouldn't be able to stop them at all. Not only, but also, now that Lu Rui was leading the way, there was no need for a drunkard. It's fine if Junior Master decides, the drunkard said honestly to Zhou Ao. He couldn't wait to stay in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and stay well. When all is said and done, no one knew how many cards the Longqian dynasty had. Just stay here. Zhou Ao waved his hand. As Zhou Ao's words fell, a breeze came, and Zhou Ao led Lu Rui, directly transforming into a sword on, flying towards the Longqian Imperial dynasty according to the direction Lu Rui discerned. Right after Zhou Ao led Lu Rui away, inside the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, Mei Zirua held the cold plum sword in her hand and looked at the back of Zhou Ao and Lu Rui as they left, a hint of complexity flashing under her eyes. Young master, I wish you a safe return. Longqian dynasty for Qingzhou, the strength of the Wheel dynasty can be ranked in the top 3. No worries inside and no worries outside. At the moment, the Longqian dynasty was already in chaos. News from the border. A young man holding a long sword had captured 7 or 8 cities of the Longqian Imperial dynasty in just 3 days. All but the common people in the city died horribly. This piece of news, just like a ride on an airplane. Less than a week, the entire Longqian dynasty up to the emperor, down to the ordinary people, all know. Only, the Longqian dynasty didn't have any way out. The strong men they had sent to attack the youth, one of them counted, and all of them were killed with a single stroke of the sword. From the beginning to the end, this youth had never made more than a single sword strike. No matter how strong you are, I'll kill you with one sword. This terrifying strength allowed the Longqian dynasty to easily obtain the youth's details. Chao pride. Rest assured, this youth who held a long sword and swept through the border cities of the Longqian dynasty in 3 days was no other than Zhou Ao. Only, Zhou Ao is not one person, but two. Lu Rui had been following Zhou Ao around, but perhaps his presence was too low or his strength was too low. No one cared about Lu Rui. At present, in the last city on the border of the Longqian dynasty, Zhou Ao held his longsword in his hand and beheaded the last person from the Longqian Imperial dynasty in this city. Everyone didn't know how many people Zhou Ao had killed, but everyone knew that Zhou Ao had killed quite a few people. How can this person be so strong? Lu Rui, who was standing not far away from Zhou Ao, was horrified as he watched Zhou Ao walk towards him with his sword. Let's go. Head to the next city. You lead the way. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and waved his hand at Lu Rui. Good. Lu Rui didn't dare to refuse and quickly nodded his head and said, the next second. Lu Rui led Zhou Ao towards the next city of the Longqian Imperial dynasty. Just as Zhou Ao and Lu Rui were heading to the next city, Qingzhou's major dynasties, the winds are rising. After learning that the border cities of the Longqian dynasty had all been attacked by Zhou Ao, all the major imperial dynasties felt that this was a good opportunity. One after another, they sent out their capable generals and wielded their troops to attack the borders of the Longqian Imperial dynasty. However, this major imperial dynasty did not know Zhou Ao would not only be a nightmare for the Longqian dynasty, but also for them. Chapter 16, the City of Northern Darkness, North Hades, one of the most prosperous cities in the Longqian dynasty besides the imperial capital. At present, the streets of the northern underworld city were empty, not a hint of fireworks. Outside of North Underworld City, the 100,000 troops of the Longqian Imperial dynasty were fully loaded and ready to go, forming battle formations with a warlike intent. This 100,000 strong army of the Long Qian dynasty was considered elite. Only, this 100 strong army was not meant to deal with the rest of the imperial dynasty, but rather a sword-wielding youth. This sword-wielding youth is Zhou Ao. Thump thump thump. There was a clatter of horses' hooves. A messenger soldier came galloping in from the distance on horseback. General, Zhou Ao is less than 30 miles away from Beimua City. The messenger soldier said, "Stand down." Summoned the entire army. "Stand by and prepare to destroy the enemy." The general at the head spoke. As the general's words fell, the 100 soldiers within the military formation erupted with powerful killing intent. A quarter of an hour later, catch sight of, a man and a woman appeared before the eyes of the 100 strong army. Coming! The general at the head of the group saw this and held his breath, his face full of concentration. This man and woman were no one else. It was clearly the two of them, Zhou Ao and Lu Rui. Zhou Ao looked at the 100 strong army in front of him and said in a contemptuous voice, "This army, is it for me? This, tens of thousands of troops. Long Qian dynasty is crazy." Lu Yu exclaimed as he looked at the 100 strong army in front of him. She had thought that the Long Qian dynasty would send strong men to stop Zhou Ao. However, it had not occurred to him that the Long Qian dynasty had sent 100 troops to suppress Zhou Ao. It's just like what Lu Rui said. Isn't the Long Qian dynasty crazy? Rather, it has gone mad. Lu Rui also does not know. In fact, this 100 army is still just an appetizer. If not because there are other dynasties to intervene in the invasion of the Long Qian dynasty. The Long Qian dynasty is estimated to directly pull millions of troops to come to suppress Zhou Ao. A mere tens of thousands of troops. It's not enough. Zhou Ao heard Lu Rui's words and forced himself to say. As Zhou Ao's words fell, the system's beep then resounded in Zhou Ao's ears. Detected that the Long Qian dynasty does not speak of martial virtues and dispatched an army of 100 to suppress the host. So the invincible suppression task is open. Mission requirement, decapitate 100 troops with invincibility. Quest reward, 1 9-turn phoenix pill. Duration of the mission, 12 hours. Quest punishment, host extinction. Ding, it has been detected that the host is currently performing 2 missions. If the mission is taken on, it is highly likely that bad things will happen. Please consider it carefully. May I ask if the host will take the quest? Not scared at all. Pick up. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the system. As Zhou Ao's words fell, the small golden letters of the system disappeared and disappeared. The quest was successfully taken. Zhou Ao looked at the disappearing small golden characters, completely disregarding them and their consequences. Nevertheless, Zhou Ao didn't know that just the moment he took the quest, the Buzhou mountain within the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect began to shake violently, as if some demon was about to come out. Charge! The moment Zhou Ao opened the 9 sword box, a roar resounded through the clouds. Next moment, thump thump thump, the 100 strong army of the Longqian Imperial dynasty came towards the two Zhou Ao and Lu Rui with great vigor. The earth began to shake and dust and smoke filled the air. Seeing this, Zhou Ao not only did not have the slightest fear in his eyes, but even a hint of a playful smile rose. Whoosh! Zhou Ao directly took Lu Rui and flew into the sky above. The next second, the 9 swords in the 9 sword box are like dragons coming out of the sea, exuding vast sword power, covering the sky and the sun. Dokoroku 9 swords. Zhou Ao let out a low roar. In an instant, the 9 long swords cut through the sky like wild beasts coming out of their cages, tearing everything apart and coming straight towards the 100 strong army. Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! Sword flicker. The 100 strong army didn't even have the power to fight against the 9 long swords. The long swords slashed through, leaving deep gullies in the ground for 7 or 8 feet. The bodies of many soldiers fell into the gully. For a while, the smell of blood poured out of his nose and filled dozens of miles around. How is it possible? A soldier looked at the outside of the northern underworld city that looked like a cultivation ground. The shock in his eyes was beyond belief. The next second, only the sword chi swept over his head and directly sliced off his head. In mid-air, Zhou Ao looked at the 100 troops who had no power to fight back. His expression was indifferent, just like killing a pig, without any psychological burden. How terrifying! Lu Ruyan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart as he watched the 100 strong army being slaughtered by Zhou Ao alone. The next second, Zhou Ao took one step and one of the long swords from the 9 sword box returned to his hand. Following, whoosh, a sword chi that swept across the land and heaven and earth came towards the 100 strong army with devastating force. The sword energy was like a silver-white lion spanning thousands of miles, decimated thousands of soldiers. That's it. Zhou Ao held his longsword in his hand and joined the battlefield, directing his sword chi to cut down 100 100,000 troops. The task given by the system was to decimate an army of 100,000 people. It's not about suppressing an army of 100,000 men. The reason why, Zhou Ao, in order to seize the moment, in order to not let a single person leave, directly took matters into his own hands, turning into a shura, obliterating 100,000 troops. As time passes, half an hour has passed. Only 30,000 of the 100,000 troops of the Longqian dynasty remained. Outside of North Underworld, the 8 longswords and the 9 sword box formed a sword formation, blocking off the remaining 70,000 troops. It's to stop anyone from getting out. Buzz off. The sword chi continuously swept through the 8 lands, coming towards the remaining soldiers. Since he had to stop people from escaping, the task of decapitating all the remaining soldiers was on Zhou Ao. As for Lu Rui, it can't be relied on at all. Although these were just soldiers, Lu Rui's cultivation level was really low and could not be put to any use. In order to prevent Lu Rui from making trouble, Zhou Ao directly brought her to a mountain peak and told her to stay here honestly. Just as Zhou Ao was slaughtering the soldiers, the Longqian dynasty had sent some scouts here, intending to see what the situation was like. They were shocked after seeing bodies and devastation all over the place. How is this possible? 100,000 troops. How come these are all that's left? This Zhou Ao, how is it like killing a pig? 100,000 troops are powerless to resist. Hurry back and report to His Majesty. With the last word falling successfully, this group of scouts directly exerted their strongest stances and flew towards the imperial capital, reporting everything that had happened outside of Northern Underworld City. Nevertheless, the scouts don't know. The Dragonqian Imperial Dynasty was not the only one that came to North Underworld City to check out the battle. For a moment, Zhou Ao's massacre of 100,000 troops by himself was like riding the wind, spreading throughout the entire Longqian Dynasty. At present, the imperial capital of the Longqian Dynasty, inside the Golden Palace, a middle-aged man sat on top of the Great Hall, his entire body emitting a heaven-shaking pressure. In the lower part of the hall stood 2 rows of people. It was all the civil and military officials of the current dynasty of the Longqian Dynasty. Throne room. These civil and military officials were visible to the naked eye, their foreheads covered with beads of sweat. I ask you, could it be that our Longqian Dynasty is really going to be crushed by a little doll that can't raise its head? Chapter 17, Old Man Chutian. I ask you, could it be that our Longqian Dynasty is really going to be crushed by a little doll that can't raise its head? As His Majesty of the current Longqian Imperial Dynasty, a dull voice fell. The court is full of civil and military officials, and the atmosphere does not dare to breathe. There's nothing they can do about it. Facing Zhou Ao, they had deployed as many strong men as they could, but it was still to no avail. Weakness takes a beating. You have to stand upright when you're beaten. The current Longqian Dynasty was this situation. As for how to break it, it was to apologize to Zhou Ao. But now, if they were to make His Majesty of the Longqian Dynasty apologize to Zhou Ao, they might as well just kill him. Your Majesty, this Zhou Ao, his strength is incomparably powerful. It's not something that our Longqian dynasty can deal with. The chancellor of the current dynasty of the Longqian Imperial Dynasty walked in front of the people and said to the emperor with a trembling voice. As the chancellor's words fell, instantly a vast dragon might suppressed him. Let him carry 1,000 pounds on both shoulders. Look up. Hera saw the emperor's eyes glaring at him, a trace of icy killing intent flashing in the bottom of his eyes. The entire person exuded a terrifying pressure. The emperor of the Longqian dynasty was a powerful person at the peak of the Divine Journey realm. This chancellor was only at the early stage of the Divine Journey realm, and was unable to resist its pressure. What does the chancellor mean? Could it be that our Longqian dynasty will be destroyed by him alone? The emperor questioned the chancellor in a low voice. Recuse yourself from this. The chancellor didn't know how to reply. Speak the truth. In his heart, the Longqian dynasty was finished. If it wasn't for the fact that the emperor had not been letting them go back, he would have guaranteed that he would have been the first to flee the Longqian dynasty. Report. Just when the chancellor did not know how to reply, outside the Golden Palace, a scout's voice clearly entered the Great Hall. Enter. The emperor yelled lowly. Your Majesty. 100,000 troops outside of Baimhwa City were killed by Zhou Ao for 30,000, leaving 70,000 remaining. Now there's a war on. The scout had just entered the Great Hall and knelt down on one knee, reporting the military situation with an anxious face. Wow! As the scout's words fell, everyone present, in an uproar. Inside the Golden Palace, there was one counting, shock written all over his face. They're all smart people. Naturally, he was able to hear from the scout's last sentence that Zhou Ao was slaughtering 100,000 troops. This kind of terrifying battle power had indeed exceeded the limit of the Longqian dynasty's burden. Throne room. The emperor, hearing the news from the scouts, was already a bit nonplussed, and directly stood up from his seat, the color of anger surfacing under his eyes. Shu Ming. Just when the emperor didn't know what to say to stabilize the group of ministers, suddenly an old voice resounded in the emperor's ears. Shu Ming is the name of the emperor. When Shu Ming heard this aged voice, his face immediately changed to a respectful expression and looked outside the great hall. Thump thump thump. Footsteps sounded. A crane-haired old man walked in from outside, and with every step he took, he exuded a brilliant heavenly might that made people feel unrivaled. Ancestor Chu Tian. When Shu Ming saw the visitor, he lowered his head and bowed his hand respectfully. As Chu Ming's words fell, full of civil and military officials also all arched their hands to the old man arched his hand and saluted. Very respectful. This Chu Tian ancestor, he was the most powerful old ancestor in the entire Long Qin dynasty. The martial cultivation level was the second level of the transcendent realm. The cultivation level of the second layer of the transcendent realm could be said to be a near invincible existence in the entire Qingzhou. Only, this Chu Tian ancestor, generally doesn't come out of the world. However, once it came out, then it was to the point of survival of the Long Qin dynasty. For a moment, inside the Golden Palace, everyone's eyes were on old man Chu Tian. After a while, the Chu heavenly ancestor slowly opened his mouth and said to Chu Ming, "Hand over Chu Yun to put." What? When Chu Ming heard his own old ancestor's words, he first froze, then exclaimed in shock, a look of disbelief. It was not understood why old man Chu Tian wanted to hand over Chu Yun. Because of the matter between Chu Yun and Wang Ming, Chu Yun could be said to be seeking death within the palace. He had wasted a lot of effort to stabilize her. Now, his own ancestor wanted him to hand over Chu Yun with his own hands. How could this be acceptable to Chu Ming? What? No, this is the only way to save the Long Qin dynasty. The Chu heavenly ancestor opened his mouth and said to Chu Ming, a hint of complexity flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Who would be willing to betray royalty for a chance to survive until the last moment? It's 1,000,001 way to go. Indeed. At first, old ancestor Chu Tian thought that with the Long Qin dynasty's accumulated reserves over the years, it would be enough to suppress Zhou Ao. But when the news of Zhou Ao slaughtering 100,000 troops reached his ears, he knew that Zhou Ao was not something they could fight against in the Long Qin dynasty. What's more, even old monster Lei was no match for Zhou Ao with a single sword. Might as well give in before it's too late and leave a life behind. Let the Long Qin dynasty not perish in his hands. Unfortunately, Chu Ming's thoughts were different from old man Chu Tian's thoughts. Old ancestor, I refuse. Chu Ming opened his mouth and directly refused. Bang! As soon as Chu Ming's words left his mouth, he directly flew backwards and smashed heavily on the dragon chair, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth, his breath disorganized. Your Majesty! The court full of civil and military officials watched as Chu Ming was knocked out and ran over in panic to check for injuries. Just as they were checking for injuries, Chu Tian old ancestor spoke. The cause of this matter lies in Chu Yun. Handing over Chu Yun, I think Zhou Ao won't dare to continue in making a move against our Long Qin dynasty. If he does, at that time, we don't need to destroy him. There will be someone else who will destroy him by themselves. Speak the truth. Old man Chu Tian is gambling. He was betting that by handing Chu Yun over Zhou Ao would stop. Only, old ancestor Chu Tian didn't know that the destruction of the Long Qin imperial dynasty was already a nail in the coffin. On account of, in Zhou Ao's heart, he had already decided to exterminate the entire Long Qin dynasty. Old ancestor, this matter was originally the fault of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Why did you let Chu Yun sacrifice in the end? If we, the Long Qin dynasty, hand over Chu Yun like this, how will we face the nationals? And at that time, even if the Long Qin dynasty does not perish, we, the Long Qin dynasty, will have exhausted our qi. Chu Ming disliked the Chu heavenly ancestor back unwillingly, but unfortunately, the Chu heavenly ancestor didn't want to waste words with Chu Ming at all. When he came to the Golden Palace and told Chu Ming to hand over Chu Yun, it was just a notification, not a discussion. Turn around and walk out of the throne room. The Chu heavenly ancestor traveled to where Chu Yun was, intending to personally press Chu Yun to head to North Nether City. Throne room. Chu Ming was helped up by the chancellor and looked viciously out of the hall, yelling lowly, Zhou Ao. At present, Chu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his qi and blood were churning, and his organs were burning. After a long time, a white rainbow left from the imperial capital. It was old man Chu Tian, leading Chu Yun, who left the imperial capital. Chu Ming's face instantly turned white when he realized that elder ancestor Chu Tian had led Chu Yun out of the imperial capital, and he whispered in a disoriented manner, Concubine Jin, I am ashamed of you. At the same time, a young man with a powerful aura walked into the imperial capital of the Long Qin dynasty. The moment the youth entered the royal capital, the youth looked toward where the palace was located and murmured, I wonder if that girl, Chu Yun, has missed me. Chapter 18, Coming to Die. Outside of North Underworld, the remaining 70,000 10,000 troops of the Longqin dynasty were killed by Zhou Ao alone, leaving only 10,000 men. It's just a few short hours. Whoosh! As the 8 long swords and the 9 sword box swept across the 8 wastelands, the remaining 10,000 soldiers were all dead. Detected the host completing the mission. Rewards begin to be distributed to complete. The small golden letters of the system appeared and then disappeared. When the little golden letters have disappeared, Zhou Ao came to Lu Rui's side with his hands in the air and spoke to Lu Rui without the slightest emotion. Go to the next city. Nevertheless, as Zhou Ao's words fell, all of a sudden, the sound of a horse's hooves resounded through the sky, coming towards his position with great vigor. Zhou Ao subconsciously frowned as he listened to the earth-shattering hoofbeats and let out a hint of a puzzled nasal sound. The next second, 10,000 soldiers in white armor appeared. At the head of the group was a woman in white armor. This woman in white armor had just arrived with 10,000 iron horsemen when she saw corpses all over the place. Only, this white armored woman's demeanor acted normal, without the slightest appearance of discomfort. Instead, a hint of satisfaction flashed under her eyes. It seemed to indicate that Zhou Ao had done the right thing by beheading the 100,000 strong army of the Longqin imperial dynasty. It's obvious. This white armored woman was by no means a simple figure. Zhou Ao stepped in midair, looked at the woman in white armor, frowned, did not intend to pay attention to it, and straightaway led Lu Rui to fly towards the next city. Just as Zhou Ao led Lu Rui away, the woman at the head, dressed in white armor, slowly opened her mouth and said to Zhou Ao, "Dare I ask if your excellency is the 10,000 swords immortal sex junior master Zhou Ao?" As the white armored woman's words fell, Zhou Ao stopped his steps and looked at this white armored woman with deep eyes. "Who are you?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked at this white armored woman. This woman in white armor was not at a low cultivation level, being at the peak of the divine tour realm. This kind of strength, when placed in Qingzhou, is properly a party of clan ancestors. Only, Zhou Ao didn't think that she was from the Longqin dynasty. If it was someone from the Longqin imperial dynasty, they wouldn't have asked about his identity at this moment, but would have directly led these 10,000 iron cavalry and suppressed themselves. "My name is Su Ru. I am the marshal of the White Horse dynasty's army." Su Ru opened his mouth and introduced himself to Zhou Ao. "What is it that you are looking for me for?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked. "His Majesty wishes to form an alliance with Senior and work together to exterminate the Longqin imperial dynasty." Su Ru said to Zhou Ao very seriously. "No need. Also, I advise you not to hit the Dragon Qin dynasty. Otherwise, I will destroy the so-called White Horse imperial dynasty." Together, when Zhou Ao in midair heard Su Ru's words, his face instantly turned gloomy and he said back to Su Ru with a displeased face, "An alliance? Just kidding. This group of people were not yet worthy of an alliance with themselves." Su Ru did not get angry when she heard Zhou Ao's words. After all, she had expected Zhou Ao to reject her. "Senpai, we have prepared for you." Whoosh! Just as Su Ru was about to say that she had prepared quite a few heavenly materials for Zhou Ao and was planning to make an alliance, a sword chi attack ran to Su Ru and came, cutting through the sky, like the dome of the sky falling, loud and powerful, making people shudder. Seeing this, Su Ru subconsciously drew out the lance on his horse, and directly a true chi shot out from the tip of the lance towards the sword chi. Bang! Sword chi and true chi collided together. The next second, dust and smoke rose in all directions, and behind Su Ru, 10,000 iron horsemen had their lances in their hands and stood at attention. When the smoke clears, Su Ru was intact on her horse, but the whole man's face was ugly, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. "So strong," Su Ru muttered in her heart. Just as Su Ru was muttering in her heart about Zhou Ao's powerful strength, Zhou Ao's voice sounded like a ghost from behind Su Ru. "Girl, you're good. Inside the divine journey realm, it's probably hard to have an enemy, but alas, you should never have sought death in front of me. But today I don't want to kill you. I just want you to bring a message to those forces that have entered the Longqin dynasty. Anyone who spoils my business, I guarantee that you'll end up like the Longqin dynasty." As Zhou Ao's words fell, Su Ru twisted her head and saw Zhou Ao standing behind her with a long sword in his hand. Behind Zhou Ao there were 1,000 iron horsemen falling to the ground, their bodies separated. "What?" Su Ru looked at the 1,000 iron horsemen whose corpses were separated on the ground and instantly lost her voice and exclaimed out. She didn't feel a thing when the 1,000 died. This further made Su Ru feel the terrifying strength of Zhou Ao. Just now, when he and Zhou Ao briefly exchanged blows and were able to remain unharmed, it was obvious that Zhou Ao had let go of the water. Fruity. Next, Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Su Ru, "This 1,000 people, take it as your punishment for not being long-sighted. Next time, if you don't watch out, I'll just kill you. You're all trash in my eyes anyway." After all is said and done, Zhou Ao directly led Lu Rui into a sword main and flew towards the next city. After Zhou Ao left, Su Ru rode on his horse, holding his lance in his hand, and did not say a word. Quietly, he looked over the bodies of 1,000 soldiers. After a long time, AI, Su-ru let out a long sigh and spoke to the deputy general beside her. Give them a proper burial. As time passes, the news that the 100,000 strong army of North Underworld City had been destroyed by Zhou Ao alone had spread throughout the entire Qingzhou. For a moment, all the major forces in Qingzhou, all of them passed orders to their disciples not to mess with Zhou Ao when they run into him in the future. Once provoked, directly expelled from the door. It could be imagined how scornful the major powers of Qingzhou were towards Zhou Ao. The strength that Zhou Ao had shown nowadays was enough to make the major powers in Qingzhou put Zhou Ao in the first place. It's the first place to pull in, not the first place to invoke. At present, quite a few forces in Qingzhou gathered at the next city Zhou Ao was heading to, wanted to observe Zhou Ao's strength up close. The Chu Heavenly Ancestor also brought Chu Yun and arrived on the walls of this city, quietly waiting for Zhou Ao to arrive. The city was called Yucheng. Yu City was considered the closest city to the imperial capital of the Long Qin dynasty, incomparably more prosperous, but at this moment, Yucheng was no longer prosperous. The streets were also empty, and most of those who were able to stay within Yu City at the moment were scouts from the major powers. But unlike Northmoor, there isn't an army of 100,000 fully loaded outside of Yucheng. Yucheng Prefecture level city in Shaanxi. On the city wall, old ancestor Chu Tian looked at Chu Yun, whose eyes were red at his side, and a trace of complexity flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Old ancestor, Zhou Ao will be here soon. A late divine journey realm imperial ancestor flew in from a short distance away and reported to old man Chu Tian. As the words of this royal ancestor fell, visible to the naked eye, the corners of the eyes of Chu Yun, who originally had red eyes, began to shed crystal clear teardrops. Aha! Old man Chu Tian nodded. Quickly, from the sky, Zhou Ao held his long sword in his hand and arrived in front of Yucheng, with Lu Rui following at his hip. Zhou Ao subconsciously frowned when he felt the powerful transcendent realm aura of old man Chu Tian on the city wall. Followed by, Zhou Ao said something that shocked Lu Ru. This Long Qin imperial dynasty really impresses me. Even sending an old ancestor of the second level of the transcendent mortal realm to die. Lu Rui, transcendent mortal realm second level, come to die? Chapter 19, Killing Chu Tian. Yucheng Prefecture level city in Shaanxi. On the walls of Yucheng, old ancestor Chu Tian looked at Zhou Ao outside the city gates and inquired, "Dare I ask if your excellency is Zhou Ao?" Old man Chu Tian's voice was like thunder from a clear sky, resounding in Zhou Ao's ears. Hoo. The gusty wind whistled by. Zhou Ao's clothes were rustled by the wind. He was like standing in the center of a mountain peak, with a magnificent atmosphere. Transcendent mortal realm second layer. You're probably the most powerful ancestor of the Long Qin dynasty. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked to old man Chu Tian, "I am Chu Tian." Chu Tian introduced himself to Zhou Ao. "Are you here to die?" Zhou Ao asked. Chu Tian, "Just here to make peace with my little friend." Zhou Ao, "Reconciliation?" "Trudy, that's right." As Chu Tian's words fell, Chu Yun was mentioned in Chu Tian's hands and exhibited to Zhou Ao. Zhou Ao looked at Chu Yun, who was carried in Chu Tian's hand, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Who is she?" When Chu Tian heard Zhou Ao's words, he was first stunned, then he let out a light laugh and explained, "The biggest conflict between our Long Qin dynasty and the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect lies with this Chu Yun and your sect's disciple Wang Ming. Now, if we, the Long Qin imperial dynasty, hand over Chu Ming, can your sect spare my Long Qin imperial dynasty and give us a way out?" As Chu Tian's words fell, in the eyes of many power scouts within Yu City, they were all in disbelief. It hadn't occurred to him that Chu Tian would be able to send out members of the royal family for the sake of the Long Qin dynasty. Yu Cheng Y.C. 21st century BC, mythical leader of the Great Wall. When Zhou Ao heard Chu Tian's words, he returned with a disdainful face. Ha, does your Long Qin dynasty really think that this seat's extermination of you is for this sesame-sized matter? I'm just looking at your Long Qin dynasty in a bad light. Just kidding, the system mission was here. How could it not be done because of a laborious Princess Chu Yun? Directly killing, Zhou Ao did not intend to talk nonsense with Chu Tian. Extinguish, Zhou Ao let out a low roar. Then, only to be seen, Zhou Ao opened the 9-sword box and directly transformed into a sword aura, coming into mid-air, holding the long sword in his hand, and stepping out with a single step. Buzz. The void shook. The next second, sword chi surfaced on Zhou Ao's side, and the sword chi was like gears, large and small, interlocking, forming like gears, large and small, interlocking, forming an incomparably splendid pattern, filling up the surrounding space. Following, a vast sword intent spread out from Zhou Ao's body, covering the sky and destroying the world. Seeing this, old man Chu Tian on the city wall made a gesture with his hands, preparing to meet the enemy. He hadn't expected Zhou Ao to make a move. I thought I was able to win the bet, but now I see that I still lost the bet. Yu Changni. Quite a few scouts watched Zhou Ao strike and immediately watched carefully. Dokoroku 9 swords. Zhou Ao let out a low roar. Millionth of a second passes. The 8 long swords in the 9 sword box were like wild beasts coming out of their cages, tearing everything apart and attacking towards Chu Tian. After the 8 long swords were unsheathed, a sword chi flowed out in all directions, like a giant python wreaking havoc in the sky, shocking the hearts of the people. Boom, boom, bang, bang. A sense of powerlessness abruptly arose in the heart of the Chu heavenly ancestor as he looked at the attack that was like a dome falling. He knew there was nothing he could do to resist. As a result, before he died, the Chu heavenly ancestor pushed Chu Yun away and gave her a let her run motto. That's it. The Chu heavenly ancestor was directly pierced through his chest by 8 long swords, one after the other. The next second, the Chu Tian ancestor drank his hatred and passed away, his breath completely gone. Rest assured, the most powerful ancestor of the Long Qian dynasty could not resist a sword in front of Zhou Ao. Nevertheless, Zhou Ao did not leave after killing Chu Tian. Instead, he rode his sword and arrived at the city wall, his eyes gazing at Chu Yun, who was about to be taken away by the divine Tour realm martial artist. Whoosh! A sword chi that swept across the land came towards the two men as if they were in no man's land. Seeing this, the divine journey realm martial artist directly threw down Chu Yun and desperately fled away. Bang! As a figure exploded, Chu Yun was directly cut off by Zhou Ao's sword chi. Not an important character. Zhou Ao directly killed with a sword, followed by Zhou Ao once again inspired a devastating sword chi that, the next second, one could only see this sword chi, like a silver white lion spanning the continent, directly decapitating the fleeing divine journey realm martial artist with a single stroke of the sword. So far, the entire royal family of the Long Qian dynasty in Yucheng, all dead. Yu Changni. Those scouts looked at Zhou Ao's terrifying battle power, and the horror in each of their eyes was unmatched. It was hard to believe that Zhou Ao was so powerful. It's unbelievable. Only, quickly, they wouldn't be able to feel Zhou Ao's aura. It was because Zhou Ao had already left Yu City and was heading to the next city. But this next city was the imperial capital of the Long Qian dynasty. The imperial capital of the Long Qian dynasty. The imperial capital at this moment. It's hilarious, to say the least. Many of the people had closed their doors and windows and looked horrified. The matter of Zhou Ao killing the Chu heavenly ancestor had already spread throughout the imperial capital. It was also known that Zhou Ao would soon come to the imperial capital. At present, in a family's house in the royal capital, the family is sitting around, discussing the situation at hand. Boss, do you think this Zhou Ao is really that powerful? Surprisingly, our entire Long Qian dynasty is unable to suppress it even with all of the nation's strength. What do you know? This Zhou Ao is the youngest uncle of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. The 10,000 Swords Immortal sect was a big sect 1,000 years ago. Although it has fallen out of favor, the strength is still there. I heard that Zhou Ao has killed countless people. He's a big devil. Every time he comes to a place, he'll slaughter a city. Why don't we escape from the imperial capital? We don't have a lot of belongings anyway. Escape from the royal capital? Just kidding. What's it like outside the imperial capital? You don't know. The 3 major imperial dynasties 100,000 troops circled around and then arrived here, just outside the imperial capital. If you go out, what if you're killed as an imperial soldier? Rest assured, at this moment, outside the imperial capital of the Long Qian dynasty, 100,000 troops from each of the 3 major imperial dynasties were waiting quietly. It directly surrounded the royal capital. As long as Zhou Ao enters the imperial capital, the 300,000 strong army of the 3 great imperial dynasties attacked the Yellow Dragon, entered the palace, and began to divide up the Long Qian imperial dynasty. Can't help saying that. These 3 great dynasties were asking Zhou Ao to work for them. At present, outside the imperial capital, the White Horse dynasty's 100,000 strong army is in position. Lu Ru led the remaining 9,000 cavalry back here. Just got back here. The marshals of the other 2 major imperial dynasties arrived. They were the Black Dragon dynasty and the Xuanwu dynasty. The Black Dragon dynasty is the second in the strength ranking of the Qingzhou dynasty. As for the Xuanwu imperial dynasty and the White Horse imperial dynasty, they ranked 4th and 5th. Of course, this is just the ranking within the Green State. Inside the tent, the marshal of the Black Dragon imperial dynasty opened his mouth and asked Lu Ru, "Marshal Lu, you have seen Zhou Ao with your own eyes and have fought with her. Dare I ask what the strength is?" Lu Ru opened her mouth and returned, "Very strong." When the marshal of the Xuanwu imperial dynasty heard this, he frowned, then opened his mouth and asked, "How strong is it?" When Lu Ru heard the words of the marshal of the Xuanwu imperial dynasty, she thought for a moment, then seriously said to the 2, "So powerful that Qingzhou might be suppressed by him alone." Chapter 20. Youth. When the Marshal of the Black Dragon Imperial Dynasty heard Lu Ru's words, he laughed dumbly and said with a face full of disbelief, "How is that possible? Do you know how strong it takes for one person to suppress a state? I have investigated this Zhou Ao. He entered the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect more than 50 years ago, but there was no cultivation on him at that time. 50 years to reach today's point is indeed terrifying, but to say that he can suppress a state, I don't believe it." Not only did the Marshal of the Black Dragon Dynasty not believe it, the Marshal of the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty didn't believe it either. When all is said and done, Zhou Ao looks really young. Although the overall strength of Qingzhou was not strong, it was not an existence that Zhou Ao alone could suppress. At present, they wondered if Lu Ru had lost her mind. However, Lu Ru was not in the mood to talk to them about this, but instead, she said the words that Zhou Ao had asked her to bring. "I don't care if you guys believe it or not, but Zhou Ao and I said that if we dare to take the liberty to make an unauthorized move to spoil his good deed, he'll exterminate us." As Lu Ru's words fell, the marshals of the two great imperial dynasties were silent. Although they thought that Zhou Ao was not enough to suppress Qingzhou, it was still enough to suppress their imperial dynasty. It was evident from here in the Longqian dynasty, the downfall is likely to be similar, so they had to be careful. Fortunately, this time, the invasion of the Longqian imperial dynasty was not only their three imperial dynasties, but also one or two weaker imperial dynasties, and even a kingdom. In case something happens, we'll carry it together. We are aware of this matter. The Marshal of the Black Dragon Imperial Dynasty spoke. As the Black Dragon Dynasty's words fell, the three people were silent, quietly looking toward the location where the imperial capital of the Longqian dynasty was located. At this moment, inside the palace of the Longqian dynasty, Chu Ming was already busy and began to look for ways on how to get through this deadlock. I had thought that handing over Princess Chu Yun would be fine. It turned out to be a lost cause without thinking about it. Not only did Chu Yun die, the most powerful old ancestor of the royal family, Chu Tian, also died. Nowadays, the Longqian dynasty could be said to have fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Then, even if the present Longqian dynasty revealed all of its cards, it was estimated that it would not be able to suppress Zhou Ao. As for the army, make fun of. It's only a matter of time before Zhou Ao destroys 1,000,000 troops. After all, Zhou Ao had the previous record of destroying 100,000 troops intact. Inside the imperial study, Your Majesty, as things stand, why don't we run? The chancellor opened his mouth and said to Chu Ming. The chancellor aged dozens of years at once after saying this. Speak the truth. He had been an official in the Longqian dynasty for more than 50 years, so it could be said that he was emotionally attached to the Longqian dynasty. Now that the Longqian dynasty was about to be destroyed, he didn't feel good in his heart either. But nowadays, there was nothing he could do. Have the 9,000 Xuanjia troops in the city get ready. Once they see Zhou Ao appearing outside the imperial capital, directly open the city gates and let them lead their families out. Chu Ming sat paralyzed in his chair and spoke to the chancellor at his hand. After all is said and done, Chu Ming's originally black hair was instantly pale. The scene, the chancellor's heart is bleak, followed by, there was no sound coming from the imperial study. It was quiet as hell. Only, it's quiet here. It's not quiet in the harem. At this moment in the palace's harem, many concubines packed their things, intending to flee. There were some concubines, though, who acted calmly. Most of them were scouts from various parties, or women who had seen the world. For them, life and death don't matter. On a mountain peak not far from the imperial capital, the two of them, Zhou Ao and Lu Rui, were sitting here, quietly looking out at where the imperial capital was located. After a long time, Lu Rui opened his mouth and asked Zhou Ao, Senior, do we really want to destroy the Longqian dynasty? If it goes out, it goes out. You think I was joking with you that day on Buzhou Mountain? Zhou Ao heard Lu Rui's words and lightly replied back. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Lu Rui didn't know what to say and just looked at the Longqian dynasty with a regretful face. During Lu Rui's teenage years, often come to play on this side of the Dragon Qian dynasty, it could be said that there was also a trace of affection for the Longqian dynasty, now extinguished. It's hard not to feel a little empty inside. Zhou Ao suddenly sensed an aura coming towards this place and subconsciously frowned. After giving Lu Rui a look, Zhou Ao got up and faced the aura coming towards this place head-on. Seeing this, Lu Rui immediately got up and hid behind Zhou Ao. The next second, only a youth appeared. Just appeared. Zhou Ao then felt the powerful aura of the youth. Transcendent Realm 2nd level? Zhou Ao whispered. The aura emanating from this youth was that of the 2nd level of the Transcendent Mortal Realm. However, this youth at the 2nd level of the Transcendent Mortal Realm was much more powerful in terms of strength than old man Chu Tian. One is built up over time. One is stacked with talent. Obviously there is a world of difference between the two. But for Zhou Ao, it was all just a matter of a sword. You killed Chu Yun? The youth had his hands in the air. stepping on a long sword under his feet as he questioned Zhou Ao. After saying that, a vast sword intent spread out from the youth's body, covering the sky and enveloping this side of the mountain peak. It's kind of fun. Zhou Ao looked at the vast sword intent emanating from the youth and said in a provocative manner, "Whoosh!" Just as Zhou Ao's words fell, a sword chi came directly towards him, vast and majestic, like carrying out the dome of heaven and earth. Bang! It's a pity, though, the moment the sword chi came towards Zhou Ao, the immortal battle armor directly appeared. Clang! The sword chi slashed at the immortal battle armor. Zhou Ao didn't even fall back, directly standing in place unharmed. How? The youth exclaimed as he looked at Zhou Ao, who was standing in place, unharmed and with a playful look in his eyes. That sword chi just now, although it didn't use all its strength, but it could definitely shock Zhou Ao back a few steps. Then, even if Zhou Ao had the battle armor that appeared on his body, it was impossible for him to stand intact. Nevertheless, nowadays, bang! Just as the youth was in disbelief, Zhou Ao disappeared from his sight. Millionth of a second passes. Zhou Ao appeared behind the youth and directly attacked towards him with a punch. This punch was like a god or devil from the heavens intervening on earth. The youth just turned around and raised his sword to block his chest. The next second, only to see the youth fall towards the bottom like a kite with broken strings. Bang! A deep pit 7 or 8 meters in diameter appeared. The youth then lay on all fours in a deep pit with blood bubbling out of his body. So strong, the youth said as he forced himself to endure the pain. As the youth's words fell, Zhou Ao walked into the deep pit and came to the youth's side, teasingly saying, "I'm strong, I know." The next second, bang! Zhou Ao directly stepped on the youth's chest. Oofed! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the youth, and the long sword held tightly in his right hand loosened. Seeing this, Zhou Ao bent down, picked up his long sword, and juggled a sword flower, then inserted it at the youth's side. "You're from the Long Qian dynasty?" "No." Chapter 21, The Imperial Capital, Today's Shift. I'm stuck on the text. "You're not from the Long Qian dynasty?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked the youth. "No." The youth returned earnestly. "Then why did you kill me?" Zhou Ao asked suspiciously. "You killed Chu Yun." The youth opened his mouth and spoke back, burning with rage, his organs burning. "Chu Yun?" Zhou Ao frowned. After a while, Zhou Ao finally remembered who Chu Yun was. "You're her man?" Zhou Ao asked with a playful face. "No." The youth shook his head. "Then what are you killing me for?" Zhou Ao asked. "You killed Chu Yun." The youth returned. "ITMD, you go to hell." A nameless rage rose in Zhou Ao as he heard the youth's reply. Bang! With a dull voice, the head of this youth was directly pierced through by the long sword in Zhou Ao's hand. Just when the youth's breath was all gone, under a large canyon in Xingzhou, a clan is situated here. All of a sudden, a furious roar came out from this clan. "Who is it? Killed my disciple." By the sound of the roar, it should be a woman. As this roar fell, only dozens of figures could be seen flying out of the sect, flying out of the canyon and towards the location where the Long Qian imperial dynasty was located. At this moment, Zhou Ao does not know the background of this youth, but even if he knew the youth's back, Zhou Ao did not put it in his heart. The strength is there. As time passes, in the blink of an eye, the next day came. It's just getting light. Zhou Ao and Lu Rui both walked towards the imperial capital in company. On the way to the royal capital, the scouts from the 3 great imperial dynasties spotted the 2 of them and immediately went back to report. After that, the moment the 3 imperial dynasties received the news, they directly mobilized 100,000 troops under their command and prepared to attack the imperial capital. When the 100,000 troops under the 3 great imperial dynasties rose up, news was also received here in the imperial capital. Knowing that Zhou Ao was approaching towards the imperial capital here, Xu Ming made an instant decision, allowing the remaining 9,000 Xuanjia troops, leading their families, to rush out of the imperial capital. Only, not waiting for the 9,000 Xuanjia army to rush out of the imperial capital, the 2 of them, Zhou Ao and Lu Rui, had already trooped to the city. Although there were only 2 people, it was enough to suppress the imperial capital in front of them. Dang, 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 dang. The soldiers on the city wall saw Zhou Ao for a split second and beat their drums to send a message inside the imperial capital. To be precise, it was sending a message to the palace throne room. The moment Xu Ming heard the sound of the great drums, he immediately spoke to a divine journey realm general beside him. "Charge!" As Xu Ming's words fell, this general nodded very seriously, waved his sleeves, arched his hand in salute, and then left the great hall, followed by, outside the throne room, a gust of hooves rang out, and a sense of wariness rushed to the sky. "Look out! 9,000 Xuanjia troops, ready to go!" The next second, the general who appeared in the Golden Palace just now walked to the forefront of the 9,000 Xuanjia army and shouted at the 9,000 Xuanjia army. "Today, We are the hope of the Long Qian dynasty. All of you, charge out of the imperial capital with me. With this general's command, the 9,000 Qian armor army had their lances in their hands and waved them, their killing intent going straight to the sky. Behind each of the Xuanjia soldiers, there was a family member. The next second, 9,000 Xuanjia troops left the palace in great numbers and ran wildly towards the north gate. The north gate is weakly defended and has a better chance of storming out. Right after the 9,000 Xuanjia troops left, throne room, 5 Transcendent Realm first-level old ancestors walked out from inside, looking up with complicated faces to where the south gate was. Hey, I didn't realize this huge Long Qian dynasty would be destroyed by one person, an old man with white hair sighed. As the old man's sigh fell, the 4 remaining Transcendent Realm first-level ancestors had mixed feelings in their hearts. They were the ones who released Old Monster Lei in the first place with the intention of destroying the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. It turned out to be a case of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. These 5 Transcendent Mortal Realm first-level ancestors could be said to be the last cards of the Long Qian Imperial Dynasty. The fact that they appeared at this moment really meant that it was down to the wire. Whoosh! The 5 Transcendent Realm First Layer ancestors instantly transformed into 5 white rainbows and flew towards the south gate. They were the protectors of the entire Long Qian dynasty. Even if they knew they were going to die, they still had to go up and fight Zhou Ao, Nanmen neighborhood of Beijing. Zhou Ao sensed the 5 Transcendent Mortal Realm first-level ancestors coming towards him, and instead of directly opening the 9 sword box, he sat on the ground and quietly waited. The scene. The scouts from the 3 great imperial dynasties watching were a bit puzzled, not understanding why Zhou Ao didn't make a move to destroy the imperial capital. The next second, they then saw 5 Transcendent Realm first-level ancestors appear on the city wall of the southern gate. I just got to the wall. A vast pressure covered the sky and shook the heavens and the earth, like a monstrous wave that carried out the heavens and the earth, pressed hard against the 5. Puff! Without the slightest pause, all 5 of them knelt down on one knee, their faces agonized as their breath began to be disorganized. This was Zhou Ao releasing his sword pressure to make the 5 men submit. The 5 sensed Zhou Ao's meaning and instantly became enraged, their eyes filled with rage. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. Zhou Ao was nakedly insulting the 5 of them. Even if the 5 of them exerted all their strength, they were simply unable to resist this vast sword pressure, and could only kneel down on one knee with a face of agony. At present, in a bamboo forest not far from the imperial capital, Lu Ru picked up her teacup and quietly watched the scene. She couldn't help but be a little stunned. Then she opened her mouth and said to the 2 people beside her, with the sword pressure alone, he was able to suppress 5 Transcendent Mortal Realm first-level martial artists. His strength is truly terrifying as it is. If we, the White Horse Imperial Dynasty, face Ao last week in the future, remember, we cannot fight, we can only flee. When Lu Ruo's words fall, the 2 people around him hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Marshal, that's right, this Zhou Ao's strength is indeed a bit terrifying. In my subordinate's opinion, I'm afraid that this Zhou Ao's strength is really enough to suppress the entire Qingzhou, with no hidden families or clans out. I guess Zhou Ao is number 1. Hidden families? Hidden clans? Oh, it's just a bunch of rats. All day long, you just know how to hide. There's no appearance of a top power at all. When Lu Ru heard the words hidden family, clan, the bottom of her eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, as if she was annoyed by these ground rats. Though Marshall seems to be making a move. Just as Lu Ru was sipping her tea, one of them opened his mouth and pointed to where the south gate was. When Lu Ru heard this, she immediately put down the teacup in her hand and turned her head to look at the south gate. Catch sight of Zhou Ao, who was outside the south gate, had already gotten up, and the 9 sword box had appeared at his side at some point. Bang! Just as Zhou Ao was about to open the 9 sword box, suddenly at the north gate, the fluctuations of the battle came. It was the 9,000 Qian armor army in the Qianwu Imperial Dynasty that had engaged. There were a total of 4 gates in the imperial capital of the Long Qian Dynasty, of which the southern gate was the responsibility of the White Horse Dynasty. The Black Dragon Dynasty was responsible for the western and eastern gates, and as for the northern gate, the Xuanwu Dynasty was responsible. Zhou Ao sensed the battle taking place at the north gate, and a hint of disdain flowed from the corner of his mouth. Want to run? No way! Zhou Ao let out a low roar. The next second, only to see the 9 sword box directly open. The 9 long swords were like wild beasts coming out of their cages, tearing everything apart, cutting through the sky, and attacking straight towards the north gate. Chapter 22, The Old Path. North Gate of the Imperial Capital. The marshal of the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty, quietly riding on the back of his horse, his entire person exuded a powerful pressure. This pressure was like the dome of heaven falling down, making people gasp for air. Kill! Not far away, there were sounds of killing. Look closely, The 9,000 Xuanjia troops of the Longqian Imperial Dynasty were holding their lances in their hands as they vastly broke through the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty's military formation in a surprise attack. Can't help saying that the strength of these 9,000 Xuanjia troops was still extraordinary. The nearly 10,000 soldiers in the front line of the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty were powerless against the Xian armor army. Seeing this, the marshal of the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty violently stretched out his right arm and shouted. All troops, regrettably, didn't wait for the marshal to finish shouting. Only 9 long swords were seen like a meteorite hitting the earth, coming towards the 9,000 Xian armor army. The 9,000 Xuanjia troops couldn't resist at all. It was only a second later. Only 4,000 of the 9,000 Xuanjia army remain. The marshal of the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty looked at the Xuanjia army that had only 4,000 left, and the horror in his eyes was beyond words. Watching the 9 long swords massively abuse the remaining 4,000 Xian armor army, he knowing how Zhou Ao had exterminated the 100,000 strong army of the Longqian Imperial Dynasty outside of North Underworld City. This kind of terrifying battle power made him daunted. That's it. As time passes, it's only been about 3 minutes in the past. The remaining 4,000 Xuanjia troops were all decimated, and of course the palace families in its wake. All were killed by a sword through the heart. Zhou Ao did not give them the slightest bit of pain. There's no way around it. We're just so professional. We'll make sure you don't feel too much pain. Kill someone. Find Zhou Ao. Professionals, do professional things. After all, 9,000 Xuanjia troops were dead. The 9 long swords cut through the sky and flew towards the south gate, apparently to return to Zhou Ao. When the marshal of the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty saw this, a hint of complexity flashed under his eyes. This kind of terrifying battle power directly left an indelible seed in his heart. When it's called invincible in Qingzhou, the marshal of the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty whispered. The Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty was not the only one who felt this way. At the moment, all the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty soldiers at the North Gate felt that Zhou Ao was invincible in Qingzhou and could suppress a state. Scary as hell. Followed by, the marshal of the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty ordered his soldiers to clean up the battlefield. The Xian armor on the Xian armor army was a good thing. He couldn't let it go. Nanmen district of Central Chongqing Municipality, formerly in Sichuan. Zhou Ao stood pensively in place, a playful smile on his face as he felt the 9 long swords return. Looking at the 5 prostrate transcendent realm first layer heavenly ancestors on the city wall, Zhou Ao stepped into the air and came directly in front of the 5 people. Buzz off. Just as Zhou Ao arrived in front of the 9 long swords, 4 returned to the 9 sword box, and the remaining 5 long swords towered over the 5 old ancestors. Inadvertent, 5 long swords fell, and the souls of 5 old ancestors perished. Inside the imperial capital, many people saw this scene and their faces turned ashen. In the words of the 3rd aunt of the family next door to me, this man has been dead for days, and he's not even this white. Street. Some old man who's not afraid to die shows up. After seeing this scene, all the people have prostrate themselves on their knees. Old tears and said, Longqian dynasty is finished. The Longqian dynasty is finished. Watching themselves become the subjects of a dead country is probably the last thing these old people want to see. And, still, the country was destroyed by one man, but there are those who suffer, and there are those who are happy. The 3 great imperial dynasties outside the imperial capital couldn't be happier at the moment, especially the marshal of the Black Dragon dynasty. His mouth was cracked behind his ears. On the city wall, Zhou Ao looked at the 5 imperial ancestors in front of him, a hint of disdain flowing from the corner of his mouth. The next second, Zhou Ao then intended to kill these 5 people directly. However, just as Zhou Ao was planning to make his move, whoosh, dozens of white rainbows flew from not far away, and the air exploded in layers. Zhou Ao sensed the dozens of white rainbows and stopped, turning to look at the location where the white rainbows were resting. It's on a mountain peak. That peak was the peak where Zhou Ao had killed the youth. Who killed my disciple? Just at this time, a roaring sound was clearly transmitted into Zhou Ao's ears from the mountain peak. The next second, only a crane-haired old Taoist appeared in the sky not far from Zhou Ao. The whole person exudes a brilliant heavenly might, covering the sky and the sun, as if the heaven and earth were converging on his body. Seeing this, Zhou Ao frowned lightly. This change of events caught Zhou Ao a bit off guard. Not only Zhou Ao, the same goes for the 3 major imperial dynasties and the people within the imperial capital. At present, at the White Horse Imperial Army garrison, Lu Ru saw the old Taoist in midair for a split second. A trace of anger surfaced in the bottom of his eyes, and then he lowly roared. Xianzong, the Xian sect, a hidden sect in Qingzhou, was very strong in terms of strength. The old Taoist who was now standing in midair had his cultivation right at the 3rd level of the transcendent realm. 3rd tier, what a concept. In Qingzhou it is nearly invincible. Only, I don't know if this 3rd level of the transcendent realm could block Zhou Ao's sword. The old Taoist in midair seemed to sense Zhou Ao's gaze and turned his head, his eyes looking deeply into Zhou Ao's. The moment he felt Zhou Ao's aura on his body, the old Taoist felt as if some kind of flood beast had appeared. A hint of doubt ensued. The next second, only to see that the old Taoist seemed to have discovered something in Zhou Ao, and immediately, his entire face turned gloomy. Following, a mahogany sword appeared in the old Taoist's hand, and at once, a heavenly sword intent spread out from his body, rushing straight into the clouds, like a dragon coming out of the sea, setting off monstrous waves. Following, only to hear the old Taoist yell lowly at Zhou Ao, who was standing on the wall of the southern gate, "It was you who killed my disciple, apprentice?" When Zhou Ao heard the words of this old Taoist, he first frowned, then thought of the young man yesterday, then nodded and said, "He wanted to die, so I killed him. But, are you looking for death too?" When Zhou Ao said his last sentence, in an instant, a huge aura was like a desolate giant elephant that tore everything apart, causing one's heart to stop. Bang! The old Taoist felt this aura for an instant and unconsciously took a few steps backward, then opened his true chi shield and blocked himself. The next second, the old Taoist then sensed a divine sense attack that was coming towards him. Moments. The old Taoist then felt the sky darken before his eyes, as if he was in space. The owner of this divine sense attack was no one else but Zhou Ao. Zhou Ao was not very fond of attacking with his divine sense. He felt that this kind of attack was just like a villain. He didn't want to be a villain, so he rarely attacked with his divine sense. But he didn't mind being a villain for once if he faced more powerful people at once. Buzz, as the void shook up, light returned to the old Taoist's eyes, and the whole person returned to normal. The next second, only dozens of figures flew over from a short distance away and stood behind the old Taoist. Seeing this, Zhou Ao subconsciously murmured to himself, 5 Transcendent Realm 2nd Layer Martial Artists, 1 Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer Martial Artist, and 7 Transcendent Realm 1st Layer Martial Artists. This Qingzhou, it seems, I have underestimated. As Zhou Ao's words fell, everyone did not see fear on Zhou Ao's face, but only an evil excitement. Next moment, Zhou Ao's low roaring voice resounded for dozens of miles around. All die. Chapter 23, Peach Blossom Fury. Seek death. All dead. With Zhou Ao's low roar, it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the Cian sect. Moments. They then felt an aura of imminent death enveloping them. It was a feeling that left them a little breathless. The next second, only to see Zhou Ao directly offer the 9 sword box, for long swords were like guards, floating in the air on Zhou Ao's side. Buzz, 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 the void trembled like mad. A vast sword intent continued to spread out from Zhou Ao's body until it covered the sky and obscured the sun. Following, the 5 long swords that had been hanging above the 5 royal ancestors also returned to Zhou Ao's side, and the sword pressure emanating from the 9 long swords was like the sky falling down, making people shudder. Ancient divine weapon, the 9 sword box? The old Taoist exclaimed the moment he saw the 9 sword box. What? 9 sword box? As the old Taoist's words fell, dozens of people behind him also exclaimed out in shock, their eyes filled with shock. You know your stuff. The corners of Zhou Ao's mouth rose slightly when he heard the old Taoist's words. The next second, 9 long swords were vast, sweeping across the 8 wastelands, carrying out heaven and earth, cutting through the sky, the air exploding layer by layer, just like flying fairies outside the sky, all attacking towards the Cian sect's crowd in front of them. Seeing this, the people of the Cian sect sacrificed their own weapons to fend off the attacks of the 9 sword box. Unfortunately, only 8 flops were heard. The 8 martial artists of the Cian sect who were at the first level of the transcendent realm fell from mid-air, like kites with broken strings. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Catch sight of. The old Taoist held a peachwood sword in his hand and blocked one of the long swords from one of Zhou Ao's 9 sword boxes. Only, even though this old Taoist blocked this long sword of Zhou Ao, he could not resist taking a few steps back. The entire man's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. At this very moment, the moment he caught this sword from Zhou Ao, the old Taoist felt like he was facing a flood of beasts. That terrifying sense of power and intimidation. Directly, the thought of being unbeatable rose in the old Taoist's heart. Speak the truth. Zhou Ao's strength was like that of a god or a Buddha. It made the old Taoist feel that Zhou Ao simply couldn't be someone from the local forces of Qingzhou. Who the hell are you? The old Taoist questioned at Zhou Ao with a low growl after spreading out his long sword. My name is Zhou Ao, junior master of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Zhou Ao looked at the old Taoist who spread out his long sword. A trace of praise flashed under his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and introduced himself. It's better to give face to the strong. Only, this was a face that the old path didn't seem very eager to buy. This was because she sensed that all of the Qian sect disciples behind her had been decapitated by Zhou Ao's remaining 8 longswords just a moment ago when she had spoken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 long swords instantly surrounded the old Taoist after killing the remaining Cian sect disciples, their blades incomparably sharp and directed towards the old Taoist. The old Taoist gulped at the sight. Facing a single longsword within the 9 sword box, the old Taoist was somewhat overwhelmed, let alone having to face 8 at the moment, and still facing it at the same time. But old boy seems to be thinking a little too nicely. Next moment, the 9th long sword that had been spread out by the old Taoist appeared in front of the old Taoist's eyes, the blade pointing at her forehead. The 9th long sword was as if it had a spirit. The cold and intense sword aura emanating from it was even more intense than the remaining 8. Let the old road have a feeling like falling into the ice. Thump thump thump. Joe Ao stepped into the air with his hands in the air, and with each step, the whole person exuded sword intent, just like a sword god descending, piercing the dome of the sky in general sword intent, covering the sky and the sun, just like the roar of a god, just like the roar of the sea. 3rd level of the transcendent realm. Good strength. It's just a pity that you shouldn't have followed your disciple's example and come to me to die, Joe Ao said to the old Taoist with an exasperated look. When the old Taoist heard Joe Ao's words, he thought of his own disciple who had died tragically, and immediately became enraged. This disciple, it was her scales. Therefore, the next second, Joe Ao then sensed a powerful true chi, spreading out from the old Taoist's body, vast, carrying out heaven and earth, sweeping across the 8 wastelands, like a giant descending. Presently, a piece of peach blossom unexpectedly blew in the air from nowhere. Each piece of peach blossom is as sharp as a sword, cutting through the void. Following, peach blossom wrapped the old path. Seeing this, Joe Ao wondered in his heart. It's a bit interesting. In his heart, he was curious, but under his eyes, there was a flash of gravity, because at this moment, he sensed that the old Taoist who was wrapped in peach blossoms was gradually strengthening his aura. Quickly, Joe Ao then felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Sasha, the hem of Joe Ao's coat, fluttered and rustled in the wind. Location of Lu Ru. Lu Ru looked at the old Taoist who was wrapped in peach blossoms at the moment, with a complex face with heaviness written between her brows. Peach Blossom Fury. Cian Sex Mastery. Using this move is equivalent to dying together. However, with this move, is it able to injure senior Joe Ao? Lu Ru murmured to herself with a low voice. Speak the truth. If before meeting Joe Ao, she was 100% certain that whenever she encountered someone from the Cian sect using the Peach Blossom Fury, the person it crossed paths with would surely die. But after meeting Joe Ao, Lu Ru felt that if the Peach Blossom Fury was able to hurt Joe Ao, it would already be amazing. At present, Lu Ru is not the only one who thinks so. The marshals of the Black Dragon and Xuanwu dynasties also thought that the Peach Blossom Fury couldn't hurt Joe Ao. Nevertheless, just when the crowd thought that the Peach Blossom Fury couldn't hurt Joe Ao, over the south gate, the old Taoist let out a roar that resounded through the sky. Even though she was in a daughter's body, she was quite manly at the moment. Peach Fury. The old Taoist's voice was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, causing many people's legs and feet to go limp and paralyze them on the ground. The next second, only to see the peach blossom wrapped around the old Taoist, instantly joining with the old Taoist, transforming into a peachwood sword and attacking towards Joe Ao. Go! Seeing this, Joe Ao let out a low roar, fingers shaking in the air a few times, 9 long swords like white tigers descending from the mountain, rushing toward the mahogany sword attack. The momentum is like a dragon's roar. Bang! 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 Accompanied by dozens of explosions. The 9 long swords didn't block the peachwood sword, but instead made the peachwood sword's aura enhance by a few points. The scene. Looking at it, Joe Ao directly put the immortal battle armor on. Boom! First, a loud explosion rang out. The next second, bang! Joe Ao directly flew backwards, and his entire body heavily smashed into the south gate wall. Boom! South gate wall instantly collapsed by Joe Ao. Holy! The moment they saw Joe Ao being sent flying, the 3 major Imperial Dynasty marshals instantly burst out in foul language, the shock in their eyes unmatched. It was like being struck by lightning, frozen in place. Knocked out? Lu Ru incredulously got up to look at Joe Ao, who flew backwards and smashed into the city wall, and her entire breath became more and more unstable. If Joe Ao is defeated by the old Taoist here, those 5 old ancestors of the Long Qin Imperial Dynasty were enough to strangle the 100,000 troops of their 3 great Imperial Dynasties. Realize, although their 3 major Imperial Dynasties were besieging the Long Qin Dynasty at the moment, they had not sent Transcendent Realm ancestors to sit in on the situation, for no other reason than that. There are 2 considerations. The first one, in case Joe Ao killed all the Transcendent Realm ancestors of the Long Qin Imperial Dynasty, they would naturally be like nobody's business, so they wouldn't need the Transcendent Realm ancestors to follow them. The second, one Joe Ao struck out at them, and the Transcendent Realm ancestors could minimize their losses by not following. Nevertheless, Just when Lu Ru was worried, a shocking roar came out from the south gate wall and shot up into the sky, looking for death. Chapter 24, The Lu Family, Retribution. Seek death. With a roar like a lion awakening, it resounded through the sky. Next moment, a sword aura that came towards the mahogany sword. The pressure emanating from his body made people shiver, and his sword intent was so powerful that it gathered into a storm of sword chi. Buzz off. Shenkuan changes color. The void shakes. Dokoroku 9 swords. Joao's low roar resounded for hundreds of miles around. Peach Blossom Fury. A roar came out from the Peachwood sword. The next second, the Peachwood sword gathered the peach blossoms around it and attacked towards the sword manis that Joao had transformed into. The two vast strands of sword intent instantly collided together. Boom, 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 bang, bang. Explosion after explosion rang out and white smoke filled the air. For a moment, everyone looked up in unison into mid-air, wanted to see who won and who lost, especially the 5 imperial ancestors who were kneeling on one knee on the south gate wall. If Joao died, their Long Qin dynasty would be considered alive, and if Joao didn't die, then the Long Qin dynasty would be gone. The same was true for the 3 marshals of the 3 imperial dynasties. Whether we live or die depends on who ends up staying put when the white smoke clears. That's it. With every bit of time that passes, the white smoke gradually dissipated. The eyes of the crowd changed. Next moment, catch sight of. Joao stood in mid-air with his hands in the air, exuding an air of disdain. The old road is dead. Joao won. The 3 marshals of the 3 imperial dynasties looked at Joao, who was standing in place, and cheered as they raised their troops with the intention of attacking the imperial capital. As for the Long Qin dynasty, everyone's face was as pale as could be. In mid-air, Joao looked at the old Taoist who was holding a mahogany sword in his hand and was as breathless as a swimmer, and marveled. "You're strong." Regrettably, the old Taoist couldn't answer. At this moment, the old Taoist's face was ashen, his entire body dripping with blood, his clothes ragged, and a large area of snow-white skin exposed. Although the old Taoist was a profound cultivator, he might have taken the resident pill when he was young, so his appearance remained around 30 years old. "Die!" Joao let out a low roar. Next moment, as Joao's words fell, without the slightest hesitation, Joao inspired a sword chi that came towards the old Taoist. Put! The sword chi chopped through the old Taoist's body, and the old Taoist's body instantly fell apart, and his soul perished. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the transcendent realm had died just like that. On the wall of the south gate, the 5 imperial ancestors' faces were pale, and they didn't have any strength in their bodies. They had completely lost their fighting spirit and could be said to be like a walking corpse. You can't fight and you can't run. As things stand, one can only stay here and wait for death in peace. It's your turn. Joao's voice was like the wail of an evil ghost that snatches souls and demands their lives. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 imperial ancestors, their heads were just like watermelons that fell on the ground. Their brains exploded, their breath was all gone, and they couldn't be dead anymore. Killed these 5 imperial ancestors. Joao flew with his sword towards the palace. Imperial Palace. Shuming collapsed limply onto the dragon chair. At his side, the imperial guards protect him as a sort of fallen emperor. Bang! Just at this time, the door of the golden palace was opened, and Joao walked in with a long sword in his hand. Protect his majesty. Seeing this, the imperial guards rushed towards Joao with long swords in their hands. Seeing this, Joao gently shook his shoulders, and instantly a vast pressure gushed out. All the imperial guards that were coming towards them fell to the ground. Subsequently, these imperial guards could not carry Joao's pressure and directly exploded, just like a balloon exploding. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the smell of blood. A few short seconds passed. All of the imperial guards inside the hall were killed by Joao. Blood flowed into a river. Thump, thump, thump. Dull footsteps resounded in the great hall. Joao slowly walked towards Chu Ming, and with each step, the entire hall shook a few points. When Joao walked in front of Chu Ming, the several dragon pillars supporting the great hall instantly collapsed down. I didn't expect that the Long Qin dynasty would be buried in my hands. Chu Ming, who was paralyzed in the dragon chair, looked at Joao in front of him and said in a bleak voice. The next second, Chu Ming's eyes were lax and his breath was all gone. Chu Ming, the emperor of the Dragon Qian dynasty, cut himself. Seeing this, Joao's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, but he didn't say anything, instead stretching out a finger and making a stroke towards his chest. Puff! The ceiling fell and hit Chu Ming heavily. With that, the entire hall collapsed and fell. Joao directly disappeared in place and appeared on the south gate wall. Just as Chu Ming died, Joao's ears resounded with a system beep, detected the host completing the task of suppressing Long Qin dynasty, so the rewards are starting to be issued. The distribution of the reward mountain and river map is complete. Please ask the host to check it by himself. As the system line of small golden letters fell, Joe Ao, who was standing on the wall of the south gate, looked at the small golden letters that had just disappeared and stretched his arms with a cozy face. Followed by, Joe Ao flew directly to Lu Rui's side. Lu Ru came to where Lu Ru was while Joe Ao and Cian Zone were fighting. Elder. When Lu Ru just saw Joe Ao, he immediately got up and saluted with a very respectful arch. You guys can go in now. Joe Ao glanced at Lu Ru when he heard her words and then spoke. As Joe Ao's words fell, Lu Ru nodded gratefully towards Joe Ao. The next second, Lu Ru directly led the army and dashed towards the imperial capital. The 100,000 strong army is vast. The Xuanwu and Black Dragon dynasties watched Lu Ru enter the imperial capital and followed. That's it. Wait until the three great imperial dynasties have moved into the imperial capital. Joe Ao opened his mouth and said to Lu Rui, the matter of the Long Qian dynasty has been resolved. And now, it's all about you. Good, good. Lu Rui first froze when she heard Joe Ao's words, then nodded and answered. Lu Rui walked in front, leading the way for Joe Ao. During the process of leading the way, Lu Rui frowned and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, hey, this Joe Ao is so strong. Will my plan work? Lu Rui has other things in mind for Joe Ao. Only, after seeing that Joe Ao could kill Transcendent Mortal Realm 3rd level realm martial artists, he felt that that plan of his might not work. But now Lu Rui can only take one step. Just as Lu Rui was leading Joe Ao to Qingcheng and Ei, the Lu family had already learned about Joe Ao and Lu Rui. Knowing that Lu Ruian was leading Joe Ao to the Lu family, at present, the Lu family had blown up. Many people requested that those who had hurt and bullied Lu Rui in the first place be expelled from the Lu family. But unfortunately, all of them were countered by the Lu family head. The Lu family head knew Joe Ao's character. Didn't the Long Qian dynasty also hand over Princess Chu Yun? What's the point of the results? As usual, he was killed by Joe Ao. The reason why, the thing that could make the Lu family do at this moment was to hurry up and leave Qingcheng, leave Qingzhou, and run for their lives. Only, just when the entire Lu family was busy, a crippled middle-aged man in the backyard of the Lu family, leaking a mouthful of large yellow teeth and holding a yellow dog in his arms, whispered, it looks like the time has come for me to repay the favor of the Lu family. Chapter 25, Joe Ao, the Buffalo Puller. As time passes, the two of them, Joe Ao and Lu Rui, arrived at the Qingzhou mountain where Qingcheng was located. Joe Ao's eyes flashed with a bright light as he looked at the ice stretching across the Qingzhou mountains. Speak the truth. This Qingzhou mountain was just like the 100,000 mountains inhabited by demonic beasts, which could not be seen at all. Nti Qingzhou, Hainan, as the name suggests, the mountains of Qingzhou. But there are so many mountains in Qingzhou, and to be able to call it that, it's obviously the longest, widest, and largest of the entire Qingzhou mountain range. Nevertheless, just inside the Qingzhou mountain, there was a lofty city. The city is Castle Green. Although the Qingzhou mountain was huge, the road to Qingcheng had long been built and completed as an official road. Only, this road to Qingcheng had all sorts of mixed forces. After all, Qingcheng did not belong to any power, so the forces are more mixed. There were also some outlaws who traveled to Qingcheng for refuge, because Qingcheng has a huge coliseum, and in the coliseum, as long as you win 10 rounds, no matter who you have offended, Qingcheng will shelter you. It is rumored that this is a rule set by the Lord of Qingcheng City. Only, few people today are who the Lord of Castle City really is. A mention here, although the Lu family was the number one family in Green City, they were only moving into Green City and were not the masters of Green City. At present, on the official road to Qingcheng, catch sight of, Joe Ao appeared holding a cow with Lu Rui behind him. The place where you live is quite lively. Joe Ao looked at the crowd bustling on the official road and turned his head to Lu Rui. Speak the truth. Although Joe Ao seemed to like peace and quiet, he still liked a lively place. If you can, Joe Ao really wanted to stay in this Qingcheng, being a lord of some city. Only, Joe Ao only thought about it in his heart. After all, he still had to go back to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and lead the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect to suppress the 10,000 realms. Back to senior. This Qingcheng is only lively nowadays, Lu Rui said to Joe Ao with a complicated face. Oh, Joe Ao revealed a trace of an imperceptible smile when he heard Lu Rui's words. Get out of the way. Just at this time, a scolding voice came from behind Joe Ao. Turn around and look. He saw a young man wearing a white coat, who was riding a fast horse, speeding along the official road. Many people on the official road saw this scene and stepped aside, lowering their heads as if they didn't dare to look at the white-clothed teenager. This scene made Joe Ao a bit puzzled. Without waiting for Joe Ao to ask Lu Rui about this person's identity, the sound of horses' hooves grew louder. Catch sight of, this white-clothed boy was riding a horse and was attacking towards Joe Ao. Get out of the way. The white-clothed boy opened his mouth and yelled lowly at Joe Ao. Joe Ao frowned when he heard the white-clothed teenager's words. Just at the moment when Joe Ao frowned, the system beep resounded in Joe Ao's ears. Someone has been detected to heckle the host, so the invincible suppression task is open. Mission requirement: decapitate or suppress the young man in white with invincibility. Quest reward: 10 marrow cleansing pills. Mission time: 3 minutes, from when the mission appeared. Mission failure: none. Ding, it has been detected that the host has a mission in progress at this moment. If this mission is taken, it will most likely lead to something bad happening. May I ask if the host will take it? Take it, Joe Ao said without the slightest hesitation. Although the reward was only 10 marrow cleansing pills, something was better than nothing. Nevertheless, the moment Joe Ao took on this task, the imperishable mountain within the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect once again shook violently, and a strong aura of demonic beasts spread out. It's a pity, though, at this moment, Joe Ao didn't know what was happening. Catch sight of. Bang! Joe Ao throws a straight punch to the horse's head. In an instant, the white boy fell straight off his horse. Just a moment before the white boy fell off his horse, put! The horse that the white-clothed boy was riding directly exploded into a bloody mess. What? The white-clothed boy looked at his horse being blown up by a punch, first in disbelief, and then looked at Joe Ao with an angry face. Do you know who I am? How dare you blow up my horse? The white-clothed teenager looked at Joe Ao in front of him and angrily questioned. I don't need to know who you are. Joe Ao shook his head contemptuously when he heard the white-clothed boy's words. Next moment, bang! A direct shadow of a fist struck the white boy's chest. The next second, instead of flying out backwards, the white-clothed boy directly exploded. It's the same as a balloon popping, and it's the same as his horse's ass ending up in the same place. Young Lord Nangong. The moment Joe Ao killed the white-clothed young man, an old man flew towards this place from not far away shouting out a person's name. Transcendent Realm 2nd level? Joe Ao frowned as he felt the cultivation level of the arrival old man. Although this old man's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm, Joe Ao did not place it in his eyes. But don't forget, listening to the name the old man shouted, it seemed that he was just an underling. If an underling's strength was at the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm, then it must be assumed that the person's strength was definitely not small. Only, Joe Ao ignored. Anyway, soldiers come and go, followed by, only to see Joe Ao swallowing the 10 marrow cleansing pills he had just obtained into his stomach and refining them as if no one else was around. Young Lord. Just as Joe Ao had finished refining and was planning to move on, the old man walked up to the puddle of flesh and blood and knelt down on both knees, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. The next second, only to see that the old man was as if he had gone mad, directly attacking towards Joe Ao, and a wave of destructive power immediately came towards Joe Ao. Seeing this, Joe Ao smiled contemptuously. Then, he directly offered the 9-sword box, opened it, and selected a long sword, which was directly placed across his chest. Next moment, there was a clanging sound. This wave of devastating true chi was directly blocked by Joe Ao. Following, whoosh, Joe Ao then slashed out a sword chi towards this old man. Bang! Without waiting for the old man to cast a skill to block it, the true chi went straight through the old man's body, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. The next second, puff, the old man collapsed to the ground, his entire breath gone, his soul extinguished. So strong. This is the Nangong family's resident old man. It is rumored that the resident old man has the strength of the Transcendent Realm. I didn't expect that he would be killed by this marionette with a sword chi. Daring to kill the young master of the Nangong family, this person's identity and strength should definitely not be underestimated. Grab some people and send them to find out who this person is. This bull-drawn man wouldn't be the contemporary junior uncle of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, Joe Ao? As the voice of a melon eater rang out, everyone looked at Joe Ao with a shocked expression. Don't say, this one could still be a big one. After all, Joe Ao was very strong, and it was possible to kill the Nangong family's resident elder with a single sword. Not only, but also, Joe Ao himself was heading towards Qingcheng, and according to the time, he should have arrived by now. Not to mention, Joe Ao was accompanied by a woman. Although the woman was veiled, she could still be seen to be similar in stature to that sinful daughter of the Lu family. Along with all the signs that mark this bull-pulling person, it is very likely that it is the contemporary junior uncle of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect Joe Ao. Nowadays the only thing that can make them not dare to determine the identity of Joe Ao was how Joe Ao was holding a cow. And it's a big buffalo. Uninteresting. Joe Ao held the big buffalo and glanced at the melon eaters, then continued walking towards Qingcheng as if nothing had happened. Chapter 26, The Nangong Family. Qingcheng. The walls of Qingcheng city were as tall as a 17-story building. In the whole of Qingcheng, there is only one gate to enter and exit Qingcheng. Qingcheng was huge, more than 3 times bigger than the imperial capital of the Longqin dynasty. It is because castle is so big that large entertainment facilities like the Colosseum exist. At present, Qingcheng Outer, Joe Ao and Lu Rui led the buffalo to the city gate. is this Nangong family really as strong as you say? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Lu Rui as he waited in line to enter Qingcheng. Along the way, Lu Rui told Zhou Ao about the white-clothed boy, the Nangong family. Lu Rui nodded when he heard Zhou Ao's words, then spoke. Rumor has it that the old ancestor of this Nangong family is a powerhouse at the half-step sainthood realm, and his strength is heaven-defying. A half-step into the sacred realm powerhouse. Compared to your Lu family, it should only be stronger but not weaker. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Lu Rui, back to senior. It is indeed true, but there are pitifully few transcendent realm third-level martial artists in the Nangong family. It's only a third compared to our Ryu family. However, the Nangong family has more martial artists at the first and second levels of the transcendent realm than our Lu family. But if our Lu family casually sends out a transcendent realm third-level martial artist, we'll be even. When Lu Ru heard this question from Zhou Ao, she thought for a moment and then opened her mouth to say back to Zhou Ao, half-step sainthood realm martial artists were truly terrifying, but for an explicitly dominant player in Qingcheng like the Lu family, it still wasn't enough to look at. I know. Zhou Ao nodded when he heard Lu Rui's words. That's it. Zhou Ao and Lu Rui both entered Qingcheng. I've just entered Qingcheng. Zhou Ao then sensed dozens of eyes looking at him from the second floor of the two nearby tea houses. It's the Lu family's men? Zhou Ao mused. Senior, do you want to return to the Lu family with me now? Lu Rui opened her mouth and asked Zhou Ao. Let's find a place to slaughter and eat this buffalo first. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Lu Rui. As soon as Zhou Ao's words left his mouth, Zhou Ao seemed to have thought of something. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and after a pause, he then continued to open his mouth and said to Lu Rui, I think the Nangong family is good. Go ask them if it's convenient to slaughter buffalo for us. What? To the Nangong family? Lu Rui was instantly confused when she heard Zhou Ao's words and exclaimed in shock. Lead the way. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Lu Rui, his tone very firm. Lu Rui looked at Zhou Ao and didn't know what to say, shaking his head to himself before walking ahead and leading the way for Zhou Ao. Qingcheng. There were a total of 4 major families in the entire Qingcheng, namely the Nangong family, the Lu family, the Wang family, and the Yi family. Among them, the Lu family sat in the upper right, and was the explicit master of Qingcheng. The Nangong family was situated in the upper left side of Qingcheng. The Wang family is situated in the lower left of Qingcheng. The Yi family was situated in the lower right of Qingcheng. At present, outside the Nangong family, Lu Rui led the big buffalo and knocked on the door of the Nangong family. Knock, knock. Knock. With the door of the Nangong family being knocked on, a white-haired old man walked out from inside, his chi and blood so powerful that the void vaguely vibrated. This was a true element realm martial artist. A true element realm old man being the gatekeeper's master, even more highlighting the Nangong family's heritage and strength. You're that sinful daughter of the Lu family? The old man recognized Lu Ruiro's identity the instant he saw her. Late generation is, Lu Rui said back without being humble. The 4 words Lu family's sinful daughter. She had already gotten used to hearing them, and her heart rippled and would not be moved to anger. What are you doing here? I heard that you are walking with Zhou Ao, the young master uncle of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect who is now making a big fuss. It is hard to believe that you are not able to do so. The old man looked at Lu Rui nodding his head and acknowledged, and immediately thought of something and opened his mouth to ask at it. Didn't wait for the old man to finish his question. Lu Rui pointed to the buffalo beside him and said, Elder said he wanted the Nangong family to slaughter this buffalo and give it to us to eat. As Lu Rui's words fell, the old man instantly frowned when he heard the word senior before looking at the buffalo beside Lu Rui. Senior, could it be Zhou Ao? The old man muttered in his heart. After thinking that the senior Lu Ruiro was talking about was most likely Zhou Ao, he immediately opened his mouth and said to Lu Ruiro, wait, I'll go in and announce it. As soon as the old man's words fell, only to see it directly turn around and leave, heading to the hall. Looking for the family head and complaining about this matter, Lu Yu watched the old man leave and subconsciously looked at Zhou Ao, who was standing in the corner not far behind him, with some doubts in his eyes. Could it be that the Nangong family didn't get the matter that their young master was killed by Zhou Ao? Lu Rui wondered in his heart. In fact, the Nangong family hadn't really gotten the message. As for why, on the other hand, no one was willing to offend Zhou Ao. In case Zhou Ao knew about it and came to his door, then there was only one way for him to end up dead. Zhou Ao, who was standing in the corner, was also puzzled. Originally, he had thought that by doing this, he would be able to make the Nangong family angry, thus stimulating the system quest. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Only a quarter of an hour had passed. The old man then rejoined and graciously took over the buffalo beside Lu Rui. Send it to the back room and butcher it. I wonder if Senior Zhou Ao is there? The old man opened his mouth and asked Lu Rui. Lu Rui nodded when he heard the old man's words, and then stretched out his finger, pointing to where Zhou Ao was. The old man followed the direction of his finger, and just as he raised his head, he saw Joe Ao appear in front of his eyes. "Senior." The old man was first startled. Then he bowed respectfully to Joe Ao. He did not question the identity of the youth in front of him. It's simple. This was because he felt a vast sword pressure at the moment, pressing down on his shoulders, making him somewhat unable to carry it. "Your family head should have something to say to me." Joe Ao opened his mouth and asked with a smile at the old man. "Senior anticipates things like God. The family head does have something to discuss with Senior. I wonder if Senior has the time." The old man trembled as he asked Joe Ao, "Lead the way in front." Joe Ao said to the old man. As Joe Ao's words fell, the sword pressure on the old man's body disappeared, and as if he was greatly pardoned, he once again bowed to Joe Ao, followed by, the old man led the two of them, Joe Ao and Lu Rui, to the parlor. Just entered the parlor. Joe Ao then felt a powerful aura that came over him. The owner of this breath is no one else. It is the family head of the Nangong family, Nangong Chitian. Nangong Wendian was a powerhouse at the third level of the transcendent realm. Only, this strong person at the third level of the transcendent realm was still not enough to look at in front of Joe Ao. Who hasn't killed at the third level of the transcendent realm? Catch sight of. Joe Ao just walked into the parlor. Nangong Wendian immediately got up and greeted Joe Ao with a smiling arch of his hand. "Fellow Daoist Joe Ao, this is our first time meeting. Please bear with us if there are places where our manners are not good enough." "You're welcome," Joe Ao said as he waved his hand at Nangong Wendian. Presently, Nangong Wendian then invited Joe Ao to the upper seat. Joe Ao had just sat down and immediately opened his mouth and said to Nangong Wendian, "Nangong family head, just say what's going on directly. I don't like to beat around the bush." When Nangong Wendian heard Joe Ao's words, he nodded his head and said with a smile, "I wonder what is the relationship between fellow Daoist and the Lu family. Uncooked. Then can Senior help my Nangong family and exterminate the Lu family?" Chapter 27, The Joker is himself. "You want to cooperate with me to exterminate the Lu family?" Joe Ao opened his mouth and asked Nangong Chitian. A hint of cunning flashed under his eyes. The next second, Nangong Wendian nodded seriously at Joe Ao and said, "Senior's strength, our Nangong family is aware of it. With Senior's assistance, and with our Nangong family ancestor stepping in, I think the Lu family will be destroyed." "Indeed, but what benefits does this seat have?" Joe Ao asked smilingly at Nangong Chitian. "What does Senior want?" Nangong Wendian asked Joe Ao with a complicated face. After Nangong Wendian had said these words, he had already decided in his heart that no matter what Joe Ao requested, as long as he cooperated to exterminate the Lu family, only, if Nangong Wendian knew that his son had died at the hands of Joe Ao, he didn't know how he would feel. The Nangong family is the second largest family in Qingcheng, so there must be quite a few pills for cultivation. This seat doesn't ask for much, just make up 500,000 pills for cultivation. Joe Ao opened his mouth and said to Nangong Wendian, $500,000? Nangong Wendian subconsciously frowned when he heard Joe Ao's words. Do a mental battle in your mind. Although Joe Ao didn't say what grade of elixir he wanted, he certainly couldn't give an elixir of too small a grade. Just in case Joe Ao flipped out at that time and felt that the Nangong family was insulting Joe Ao, it would be hard to turn around and unite with the Lu family to exterminate the Nangong family at that time. Of course, it's important not to give too high a grade. If he gave the grade too high, the amount of 500,000 pills was too big, not something he could make a decision on. Without doubt, it would be fine if the Lu family was exterminated in advance, but looking at Joe Ao, it seemed like he wanted to pay himself in advance. The reason why, Nangong Wendian was thinking in his heart about what grade of pills to give, to gather enough 500,000 of them to give to Joe Ao. Joe Ao sat in his seat and quietly looked at the guilty Nangong Wendian. After a long time, Nangong Wendian opened his mouth and said to Joe Ao, "Fellow Daoist Joe Ao, 500,000 pills, will they be delivered to you tomorrow?" "May." Joe Ao nodded with a smile. Indeed, Joe Ao didn't care about the number of Dan medicinal grades, anyway, as long as it is a cultivation enhancement elixir. After all, those disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, their cultivation level is not high. Giving them overly high-grade elixirs is not useful. Rest assured, Joe Ao wanted 500,000 pills, not for himself, but for the sect disciples. With Joe Ao agreeing to it, a light smile appeared on Nangong Wendian's face. Nevertheless, just at this time, a voice came from outside. A subordinate walked in from outside, and the moment he saw Nangong Wendian, he immediately knelt down on both knees and cried, "Family master, something has happened to the young master." What happened to Fanner? Nangong Wendian immediately got up when he heard the subordinate's words and asked with an anxious voice and shortness of breath. When Joe Ao heard this subordinate's words, the originally light smile on his face disappeared and became like a smile, looking at Nangong Wendian with amusement. At present, Lu Rui, who was standing behind Joe Ao, was nervous. fearing that Nangong Wendian would directly flip out and start a big battle here. Although Lu Ru knew that Zhou Ao was strong, don't forget that the Nangong family had the existence of a half-step sainthood realm martial artist. In case Zhou Ao was undefeated at that time and his plan failed, in the end, the basket is empty, which is unacceptable to her. Someone saw that Zhou Ao killed the young lord. The subordinate opened his mouth and spoke back to Nangong Wendian. As soon as this subordinate's words, Nangong Wendian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Then he exclaimed, "What did you say?" As Nangong Chantian's voice fell, only to see it slowly turn around and look at Zhou Ao incredulously. At this moment, Zhou Ao was still sitting honestly on the chair, not moving his but a bit. "On my way, I did kill 2 people, but those 2 men intended to assassinate this seat, and this seat was just defending itself, as Lu Rui can attest." Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Nangong Wendian, his entire person looking fearless, "Anyway, the big deal is to start a fight, just in time to see if I can activate the system quest." When Nangong Wendian heard Zhou Ao's words, he instantly understood everything in his heart. Master of the house. Right at this moment, the Nangong family's family head level figure walked in from outside. Each of these family head level figures had a high level of cultivation, and all of them were strong at the second level of the transcendent mortal realm. But at the moment they were all, one by one, sad. It was because they had gotten the news that the young family head had been killed by Zhou Ao. Fearing that Zhou Ao would unite with the Lu family to exterminate their Nangong family because of the matter of the young family head, the reason why, they converged here to search for Nangong Chantian and find a solution. And yet they don't. At this moment, the person who had killed the young lord, namely Zhou Ao, was sitting on a chair with a disinterested look on his face. Family master. The young family master was already uneducated and desultory all day long, and now that he has provoked and been killed by Zhou Ao, what will our Nangong family do in case Zhou Ao comes to our doorsteps at that time? A middle-aged man at the head of the group opened his mouth and asked Nangong Chitian. As soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the purpose of the trip. This middle-aged man was the second oldest member of the Nangong family, named Nangong Cheong. Will strength. He was only below Nangong Chitian. The reason why. Only then would he be the first to open his mouth and ask Nangong Chitian how exactly this matter should be resolved. Aha! Nangong Chantian frowned when he heard Nangong Cheong's words and nodded towards him with a complicated face. Speak the truth. At this moment, Nangong Wendian really wanted to kill Zhou Ao. Although this son of his was uneducated and desolate, he was still his son. Avenging the killing of a son. How can the average person hold back? Still, Nangong Chantian was not an ordinary person. Fellow Daoist Zhou, my son intended to assassinate you. It's only right that you kill him in self-defense. Here, Nangong Wendian makes amends to you. Nangong Wendian turned around, groveling in the midst of the dumbfounded crowd, and bowed his hand to Zhou Ao. Rest assured, Nangong asked the sky to endure. Only, at this moment, if one looked closely at the whites of Nangong Chitian's eyes, it was not difficult to realize that the whites of Nangong Chitian's eyes were bloodshot. The entire person's breath was disorganized, and his body was slightly trembling. While Nangong Wendian was making amends to Zhou Ao on behalf of his son, he figured it out all at once. Zhou Ao had asked Lu Rui to bring the buffalo for the Nangong family to slaughter, which was actually provoking the Nangong family. But, result, surprisingly, he was still stupidly unaware of anything, and was still happy in his heart, seeking an alliance with Zhou Ao to kill the Lu family. Unexpectedly, did not wait for the Lu family to be destroyed by Zhou Ao. His own son was then killed by Zhou Ao first, sacrificed to heaven. The original clown turned out to be himself. If the selection of the top 10 miserable men in Qingzhou, it is estimated that Nangong Chitian on the list. Speak the truth. The other party killed his own son, and he had to apologize to his son's killer. This temperament, not ordinary people can have. The reason why. A trace of disbelief flashed under Zhou Ao's eyes when he heard Nangong Wendian apologize to himself on behalf of his son. It didn't occur to him that Nangong Chantian had endured. Only, didn't wait for Zhou Ao to wave his hand and say forget it. Just then, he heard several people. Nangong asked Xiong, bowing respectfully to himself. Greetings, fellow Daoist Zhou. After saluting, the Nangong asked Xiong. Several people glanced at each other, all seeing the incredulity in the bottom of each other's eyes. I didn't expect Zhou Ao to be here. Nevertheless, just as several people from Nangong asked Xiong placed their puzzled gazes on Nangong asked Tian, a shocking roar resounded throughout the entire Nangong family. Zhou Ao, you killed my brother. You're looking for death. Nangong asked Xiong. Several people heard this shocking roar, instantly face white, face to face to look at Nangong asked Tian. Chapter 28, The Calling of the Lu Family's Collateral Disciples. Bang! It was at this time that an extremely well-built woman kicked the door open and walked in from outside. Just came in. Then he looked at Nangong Wendian angrily. Father, my younger brother was killed by Zhou Ao. Give me some men and I'll go kill Zhou Ao. Killing my brother? Does this Zhou Ao think that our Nangong family has no one? This woman is the daughter of Nangong Chitian, named Nangong Bird. Although Nangong Bird had excellent looks and figure, she was a difficult and unreasonable person, and in the Nangong city family, it could be said that she had a notoriously bad reputation. Indeed, compared to the young family head, Nangong Wendian favored this daughter of his the most. As for Nangong Sparrow, she favors her brother the most. It was evident from the fact that she came in to ask Nangong Wendian for someone to kill Zhou Ao and avenge her brother's death. Stop it! When Nangong Wendian heard his daughter Nangong Bird's words, he instantly had two heads and one and chided in a low voice. After heckling, Nangong Wendian twisted his head to look at Zhou Ao, who was sitting on a chair. Zhou Ao's expression was indifferent. He did not speak and quietly looked at Nangong Bird. Nangong Wendian looked at Zhou Ao's expression and sighed in relief. Nevertheless, just when Nangong Qiantian thought it was fine, Nangong Sparrow's voice was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, resounding in his ears. Who are you? Also an elder of the Nangong family? As Nangong Sparrow's words fell, Nangong Wendian panicked. Nangong asked Xiong and the others also panicked. You're asking me? Just at this time, Zhou Ao's voice drifted into the ears of the crowd. The next second, Nangong Qiantian, who intended to stop Nangong Bird from speaking, had just reached out his hand when it was too late, only to hear Nangong Sparrow's voice sneer at Zhou Ao. What are you? Naturally, I'm asking you, is there someone else here? As Nangong Sparrow's words fell, Nangong Wendian didn't wait to explain with Zhou Ao. Catch sight of. Zhou Ao got up and waved his hand to interrupt what Nangong Wendian was about to say. Then he opened his mouth and said to Nangong Bird, you don't know who I am and you dare to speak to the seat in such a tone? Aren't you afraid that if this seat doesn't pay attention, it will stand against your Nangong family? When Zhou Ao's words fell, Nangong Sparrow turned to Zhou Ao with a sneer on his face and said, what are you, still worthy of threatening our Nangong family? Nangong family master, this daughter of yours? Her mouth is a bit smelly. Zhou Ao unhappily whispered to Nangong Wendian. The entire man's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The breath also became tyrannical. Nangong Wendian just wanted to open his mouth to explain to Nangong Bird. Nevertheless, without waiting for Nangong Qiantian to finish, Zhou Ao directly disappeared in place and appeared in front of Nangong Sparrow. You! Nangong Sparrow looked at Zhou Ao, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Next moment, bang! Nangong Sparrow's entire body flew directly backwards, smashing heavily against the wall. Breathless, Bird! Seeing this, Nangong Wendian immediately flew out and came to Nangong Sparrow's side, and began to check his injuries. It was a relief to find that there was no serious harm. Well, Nangong family head, you really have a good pair of children. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Nangong Wendian, his voice filled with sarcasm. Nangong Wendian heard Zhou Ao's words. Naturally what Zhou Ao's words meant. His heart was very angry, but there was nothing he could do, only to see Nangong Qiantian skimming his face and clenching his right fist. Speak the truth. Nangong Wendian was forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart at the moment. Realize, Nangong Wendian doted on this daughter of his, but it was more than anything else. But nowadays, he still had to hold back. Therefore, after Nangong asked Xiong and Zhou Ao and the others walked out, only to see Nangong Wendian bowing his head, arching his hand and apologizing, fellow Daoist Zhou, my daughter has been spoiled by me, so I've worked hard to temper her. As Nangong Wendian's words fell, Nangong Sparrow's breath eased much better, gradually opening her eyes and looking at Nangong Wendian in panic. It was the first time she had ever been subjected to such treatment. There was no reaction for a while. Only, when she saw the way her father, Nangong Wendian, bowed to Zhou Ao to make amends, she instantly understood what was going on. Sparrow, get up and apologize to Daoist Zhou Ao. Nangong Wendian forcefully pulled Nangong Sparrow up and roared in a low voice. The low growl wasn't to Namco Sparrow. Rather, they are suppressing the anger in their hearts. Zhou Ao, it was him who killed my brother. Nangong Sparrow was first stunned when she heard Nangong Wendian's words, then seeing the state of Nangong Wenqing and the others, she instantly realized that she had guessed correctly. Forget it, I've learned my lesson. Zhou Ao waved his hand and said to Nangong Wendian. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Nangong Wendian nodded gratefully at Zhou Ao. He then opened his mouth and said to Nangong Ask Xiong, take Birdie away. Yes, family master. Nangong Xiong nodded when he heard Nangong Qiantian's words, then walked over to Nangong Sparrow's side, assisted, and left the place. Wait for Nangong Sparrow to leave. The two of them, Zhou Ao and Nangong Qiantian, re-entered the hall and began discussing the matter against the Lu family. Nangong Qiantian planned to stay like this for now. When Zhou Ao and the Lu family were both defeated, he himself would take the Nangong family disciples and go up and kill Zhou Ao to destroy the Lu family. Nevertheless, at this moment, The Lu family had long known that Zhou Ao had entered the Nangong family residence. It was also based on the news from the scouts that the Nangong family had put aside the death of their own young master and had cooperated with Zhou Ao. At present, inside the compound of the Lu family ancestral hall, the head of the Lu family, Lu Mubai, looking at the news that the scouts in his hands had sent back from the Nangong family, his face was gloomy and terrible. The next second, only the paper weathered straight away and floated in the air. Presently, Lu Mubai got up and quietly looked toward the Nangong family in the northwest. After a while, snap, 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 Ryu Mubai clapped his hands. Master of the house. 3 dead guards dressed in black with cultivation levels at the second level of the transcendent realm appeared in the Lu family. These 3 black-clothed deadly servants with cultivation levels at the second level of the transcendent realm were deadly servants that Lu Mubai had personally cultivated. These 3 won't move easily until it's absolutely necessary. You 3, secretly cooperate with the Lu family scouts and tie up Nangong bird for me. Lu Mubai opened his mouth and said to one of the dead guards at the head of the 3, his voice icy cold to the extreme. Yes, the head dead guard nodded his head moments later when he heard Lu Mubai's words. With that, the 3 of them disappeared into thin air and set off for the Nangong family. Lu Mubai intended to directly kidnap Nangong bird and threaten the Nangong family so that they would not act rashly. It wasn't a secret in the entire Qingcheng that Nangong Wendian favored his daughter over the entire Nangong family. Only, whether or not they could kidnap Nangong Tweed was the unknown. Followed by, Lu Mubai left the place and headed to the attic where the Lu clan's oldest ancestor was located. That's it. After a short briefing, Lu Mubai entered the attic where the Lu clan's oldest ancestor was located. After a long time, as Lu Mubai walked out of the attic, a hint of complexity flashed under his eyes, and after a while, a hint of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. It seemed to have made up its mind about something. As a result, an order spread throughout the entire Lu family. All Lu family side disciples, convene. Chapter 29, 2 days, as time passes, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, a total of 3 major events happened in Qingcheng. The first major event was when the Nangong family began to suppress the Lu family's stores. The second major event is that all the side disciples of the Lu family have disappeared without a trace. The third major event was Zhou Ao's appearance in Qingcheng. For the first 2 major events, the third major event is the entire Qingcheng everyone, the talk of the tea and dinner. At present, Nangong family backyard. Zhou Ao was sitting in the courtyard and Lu Rui stood beside Zhou Ao, handing Zhou Ao the freshest spirit fruits. Did Nangong Wendian say when he would launch the attack? I've been sitting here for 3 days and my ass doesn't feel like it's my own. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and ate the spirit fruit, then opened his mouth and asked Lu Rui with some laxity in his eyes. Speak the truth. Zhou Ao belonged to the type of people who felt bad if they didn't fight for 3 days. Elder, the Nangong family head said that he is waiting for 2 days. After 2 days, the Nangong family's old ancestor reserve will come out of the gate, and then he will join us to head to the Lu family. Lu Rui opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao, yes, then just give the Lu family 2 more days to stay alive. Zhou Ao nodded and said back to Lu Rui. It was during the conversation between Lu Rui and Zhou Ao. Nangong family parlor. Nangong Wendian looked at Nangong Wendian shown beside him, frowned, and murmured, are things all done? Big brother, things are all done. When Zhou Ao and the Lu family are both defeated, we'll go. Nangong Qiong opened his mouth and spoke back to Nangong Qiantian. As Nangong Qiong's words fell, Nangong Wendian nodded to Nangong Wenqing with satisfaction, then spoke, this matter, if it comes to pass, the entire Qingcheng will be under our Nangong family. Big brother, but, this Zhou Ao is very strong, killing people all with one sword. No one knows his true strength. What if he can exterminate the Lu family unharmed? Nangong asked Xiong opened his mouth and asked to Nangong asked Tian, speak the truth. This was the only concern in Nangong asked Xiong's heart at the moment. After all, everyone had never seen how strong Zhou Ao was. I just know. Zhou Ao had only slightly suffered light injuries from beheading a martial artist at the 3rd level of the transcendent realm. Better be safe than sorry, proverb. When Nangong Wendian heard Nangong Qiong's words, he similarly frowned, and after a while, he only heard him speak, don't think about it, if Zhou Ao shows too much strength by that time, we'll still follow the original plan, and if Thanner dies, she dies, I, Nangong Wendian, will eat this dumb loss. As Nangong Wendian's words fell, the whole person's breath changed radically. A stream of ice that made people fall into the ice cave, staring viciously outside the parlor, as if they could penetrate the void. In the meantime, the Lu family, household, Lu Mubai stood under a sky-high willow tree. This willow tree was the incarnation of the ancient god Willow God. Don't underestimate this willow tree. This willow tree, if it stimulates true qi and is used by someone, it is definitely no less than a half step into the Saint Realm martial artist. At present, under the willow tree, ahead of a side disciple of the Lu clan, placed here, blood staining everyone's eyes red. You can't see the look, but it's chilling. family master. Nowadays, the entire Qingcheng is talking about the disappearance of the Lu family's side disciples. In case this matter is discovered, how will our Lu family handle ourselves then? Lu Qingyun asked to Lu Mubai. Lu Qingyun was the second family head. In terms of status and strength, it was only below Lu Mubai. Lu Qingyun was handsome, wearing a white robe, with a high nose and a head of dark hair that hung down to his waist, and at a closer look, he was truly an extraordinary person. Second brother. It can't be helped. If the Willow God doesn't absorb the blood of these side disciples, the old ancestor won't be able to manipulate them. And at that time, when the Nangong family and Zhou Ao strike against the Willow family, do you think our Willow family will be able to stop them? Lu Mubai opened his mouth and asked Lu Qingyun, a hint of complexity flashing under his eyes. If possible, who would want to trade the lives of their family members for peace and quiet? As Lu Mubai's words fell, Lu Qingyun didn't say anything more, but instead looked at the head placed under the willow tree with a complicated face. Looking at the heads, Lu Qingyun bowed slightly, followed by, Lu Qingyun opened her mouth and said to Lu Mubai, "Is this Zhou Ao really so terrifying?" Terror? The Xian sect patriarch is a strong person at the third level of the transcendent mortal realm, and when he fought against Zhou Ao, to put it nicely, it was a light injury that decapitated the Xian sect patriarch, but to put it poorly, it was Zhou Ao who killed her unharmed. When Lu Mubai heard Lu Qingyun's words, he first snorted and then opened his mouth. Very serious. In that case, with the Willow God, could old ancestor have defeated Zhou Ao? Lu Qingyun asked. I don't know, but having hope is better than having no hope at all, Lu Mubai murmured. As Lu Mubai's words fell, Lu Qingyun nodded, then turned to leave. After Lu Qingyun left, Lu Mubai squatted on the ground thoughtfully, looking at the centermost head placed in front of him and pursed his lips. This head is the head of the family head of the side disciple Lu Qingtian. Rest assured, in order to fight against Zhou Ao, the Willow family had killed all of the side disciples, and had even sacrificed a strong person like Lu Qingtian, who was at the second level of the transcendent realm, to the willow tree. It is obvious that, what a great deal the Ryu family has laid down. However, if their Lu family survived, then it would be nothing short of a rebirth of fire for their Lu family. Qingtian, I hope you can understand me, Lu Mubai said to himself. After all is said and done, Lu Mubai directly transformed into a white rainbow and left the place. Wait for Lu Mubai to leave. A crippled old man walked to the willow tree. Silently, this crippled old man is the one who was in the backyard of the Lu family, muttering to himself that he wanted to repay the favor. At present, this crippled old man looked at the head placed under the willow tree, his eyes filled with complexity. If it wasn't for me hiding my strength, maybe you guys wouldn't have to die, the crippled old man whispered. The crippled old man took the death of the Lu family's side disciple upon himself, followed by, the crippled old man left the place and directly disappeared into thin air. When the old man reappeared, and it was already back in his small, ramshackle yard. In the courtyard, a teenager was holding a dogwood in his mouth and was leisurely eating the spirit fruits on his plate. The teenager watched the crippled old man come back and impatiently asked, "Crippled old man, why are you so slow to go to the bathroom? I'm almost done with the spirit fruit I brought you." Although the tone was impatient, anyone could hear the worry in the voice. The crippled old man forced a smile on his wrinkled face as he listened to the teenager's words. "Gee, I'm getting old. I can't shoot far on the toilet. It's all over the tops of the shoes. TSK, what do you think you're doing in my Ryu family when you're that old? If I were you, I would have gone back to my old age long ago." The teenager heard the crippled old man's words and impatiently blankly glanced at the old man before asking in a puzzled voice, "Ha ha ha, old man, I came to the Lu family to repay the favor." "The favor is not repaid. Do not leave," the crippled old man said with a smile. Chapter 30, War. As time passes, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over the course of these 2 days, the Nangong family and the Lu family had prepared for a showdown. At present, the second night, Zhou Ao stood in the attic, quietly looking towards where the Lu family was, pursed his lips and whispered, "It's almost time to finish the mission and get back to the clan. I really don't know how the clan is doing now. Speak the truth." Although Zhou Ao was not a fan of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, but anyways, he was also the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's junior master. It's a lie to say you don't miss the clan at all. At the moment, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect also missed their senior uncle Zhou Ao. It was because they realized that the Buzhou mountain had been shaking more and more recently, and that demonic qi was overflowing. That demonic aura made the drunkard feel his heart tremble and was unrivaled. The reason why, they have long ago sent disciples to Qingcheng to look for Zhou Ao. Projecting by time, it was estimated that it wouldn't take 2 days for the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciples to arrive at Qingcheng. Fellow Daoist Zhou, Nangong Wendian walked up and greeted Zhou Ao with an arch of his hand. "Nangong family master, what's wrong? Could it be that we're going to launch an attack tonight?" Zhou Ao asked as he frowned at Nangong Qitian. "Yes, Old ancestor said that since we're going to fight, we should do it earlier. Nangong Wendian opened his mouth and said to Joao. Joao nodded his head when he heard Nangong Wendian's words, then his eyes looked towards one of the largest pavilions of the Nangong family. In that attic building, Joao felt an aura that exceeded the third level of the transcendent realm. It must be that old ancestor of the Nangong family who was half-step into the saint realm. At present, this half-step entry sage realm old man similarly looked over to where Joao was, carefully sizing him up. It's just a shame. No matter how much the old man checked Joao's aura, the feedback from his divine sense was forever stone silent. Since that's the case, let's begin. Joao opened his mouth and said to Nangong Wendian. Good. When Nangong Wendian heard Joao's words, he nodded and answered, then left. After Nangong Qiantian left, Joao surrounded by the breath became very cold, so that people do not dare to approach 3 inches. At present, Nangong Sparrow had also learned of the news that he was going to make a move on the Lu family tonight. He also knew about his father's intention to take action against Joao. Joao, you'll be buried with my brother. After Nangong Sparrow viciously finished these words, turned his head to look at the Nangong family's guest minister, Elder Nyo, who was following behind him, and then spoke. Elder Nyo, please take a trip to the Lu family for me. Yes, Elder Nyo nodded when he heard Nangong Sparrow's words, but the next moment, Nangong Bird then felt her eyes go black and she instantly collapsed in a paralyzed manner. In the meantime, 3 black-clothed men appeared and directly picked up Nangong Bird, disappearing without a trace along with the Nyo Lao from earlier. Half an hour passed. At present, Willow's backyard. Lumubai looked at the Nangong Sparrow lying in front of his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Beside Lumubai, there were 4 other people. It was those 3 dead guards, plus Old Man Ox, respectively. Elder Nyo is an undercover agent sent into the Nangong family by the Lu family. Can't help saying that. The main contributor to being able to tie up Nangong Bird was Elder Nyo. Tie her up, tear her clothes, and when Nangong Chitian leads the disciples of the Nangong family to our Lu family, we'll put her in the most conspicuous place and let everyone see Nangong Bird's snow-white skin. Lumubai opened his mouth and ordered the 4 people in front of him. As Lumubai's words fell, the 4 people in front of him nodded, and then left the place with Nangong Bird in his arms. After a few people left the area, a hint of shade flashed under Lumubai's eyes, and his entire aura became gloomy. Bang! It was at this time that an explosion occurred at the front door of the Ryu family. The next second, the Lu family disciples shouted, "The Nangong family is attacking! The Nangong family is attacking!" As the words of this Lu family disciple fell, immediately, the entire Lu family was in chaos and lights were on. The next second, boom, 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 bang, bang. Explosions continuously resounded throughout the Lu family. Is it coming? Lumubai inside the parlor subconsciously whispered as he heard the explosions and then felt a shocking sword intent. Whoosh! A sword chi cut through the sky. It immediately illuminated the entire sky over Qingcheng. For a moment, everyone in the entire Qing city knew that Zhou Ao had made a move against the Lu family. When the 2 great clans, the Wang clan and the Yi clan, saw the sword chi, each one of them was just like a melon eater, sending their family disciples to watch. Indeed, originally, these 2 big families also wanted to intervene. Unfortunately, the 2 great families finally conspired and gave up. Bang! With this sword chi of Zhou Ao, a sword frost cold 14 states. Immediately, a deep gully appeared in the Lu family, 7 or 8 feet deep. For a time, the entire Lu family corpses everywhere. When many of the Lu family's top management saw the power of Zhou Ao's sword, they were unable to resist in their hearts. It's not just the Lu family. Nangong Qingshan and the others did the same. Followed by, catch sight of, Zhou Ao stepped on the 9 sword box and appeared in the sky above the Lu family, an air of disdain slowly spreading out from his body. The next second, only Zhou Ao's eyes were cold as he looked towards the Lu family. Today, Zhou Ao, destroy the Lu family. If anyone in Qingcheng disobeys, they will be destroyed together. Zhou Ao opened his mouth, and his voice was like thunder in a clear sky, and thunder rolled in the sky, resonating throughout Qingcheng. As Zhou Ao's voice fell, many people throughout Qingcheng who intended to watch the fun, or take advantage of the opportunity, silently withdrew their true chi and left. To offend Zhou Ao, there were still not many in the entire Qingzhou at the moment. At present, Willow's backyard. The crippled old man listened to what Zhou Ao had just said, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose as he smiled. This doll, her strength is good, but she's just too crazy. Old man, he's Zhou Ao. In terms of strength, he's an existence that can overwhelm a state. We'd better pack up and run away now. The teenager beside the crippled old man who was packing his luggage heard the old man's words and said with a displeased face, "Little friend Lu Chuan, as I said, I won't leave the Lu family without repaying the favor." The crippled old man said to the teenager, and after he finished speaking, a trace of complexity flashed under his eyes. The teenager's name is Yanagawa. It was the crippled old man's only friend in the entire Lu family. Without doubt, the crippled old man was also the teenager's only friend. For no other reason than that, Lu Chuan is unable to cultivate since childhood, is a waste. The entire Lu family, everyone does not treat him, only the crippled old man to play with him. Although Lu Chuan nothing always said the lame old man, but inside the words, can be all worried. So how are you going to repay the favor by staying here? Can you beat Zhou Ao? Lu Chuan asked impatiently when he heard the crippled old man's words. Nevertheless, just as Yanagawa's words fell, he only saw and felt a blackness in front of his eyes, closed his eyes, and by the time he opened them again, he had already appeared on a mountain peak in the Qingzhou mountain range. At his side, the crippled old man exuded vast holy might, covering the sky and the sun, his robes and hair, windless, like a supreme master. Old man, you. Seeing this, Lu Chuan incredulously stretched out his hand and pointed at the crippled old man. The crippled old man looked at Lu Chuan's incredulous look. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then revealed a light smile as he barked at Lu Chuan. Little friend Yanagawa, in this battle, if I win, I'll take you to practice martial arts. In this battle, if I lose, you should stop practicing martial arts and find a small place to stay peacefully for the rest of your life. Don't come back to Qingcheng. Change your name and go live in peace. Chapter 31, Lu Qingtian, Old Man. You. Lu Chuan instantly had a bad feeling when he heard the crippled old man's words. Nevertheless, didn't wait for Yanagawa to finish. The crippled old man directly disappeared into thin air, leaving Lu Chuan with only a wisp of wind. Bang! The moment the crippled old man disappeared, Lu Chuan saw dozens of strong people at the top of the Lu family at the second level of the transcendent realm or above, attacking towards Zhou Ao. It broke through the void, like a dome falling down, with a strong sense of consolidation. Nevertheless, at this moment, Zhou Ao, who was stepping on the 9-sword box, did not have the slightest fear in his eyes, and the sword intent around him surged up into the sky. Zhou Ao looked at the many senior members of the Lu family who were attacking towards him. A trace of coldness flashed under his eyes, and then he roared in a low voice. Dokoroku 9 swords. The next second, only Zhou Ao stepped out with one step. A long sword from the 9-sword box shot out directly, inspiring a sword chi that struck towards the Lu clan executives in front of them. The destructive power made everyone shudder. Samsonite Willow. As Lu Mubai looked at the sword chi coming towards him, his hands instantly closed together, and a strong willow strip appeared from the void, directly blocking in front of the crowd, emitting a green light. Bang! The sword chi chopped on the willow strip for a split second, and the willow strip was instantly chopped off. But fortunately, Lu Mubai and others are unharmed. Buzz buzz buzz. Seeing this, Zhou Ao stepped out his second step as far as he could, and his thick sword intent was like the peak of the 10,000 swords of the cities, making it difficult for people to fight against it. Whoosh! The second long sword of the 9-sword box springs forth, inspiring a second sword chi, like an invincible iron horseman that horses the world. White feather fan. Seeing the second sword chi, Lu Qingyun struck out, holding a fan in his hand. He violently unfolded it, and the second layer of cultivation of the transcendent realm spewed out in an instant. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the sword chi was like a sword that cut iron like mud, directly piercing through the white feather fan and coming straight towards Lu Qingyun. Bang! As a dull voice fell, Lu Qingyun directly flew backwards. A bloody hole stabbed out of his chest. It fell straight to the ground, smashing a deep pit 7 or 8 meters in diameter. When Lu Mubai and the others saw this, their expressions instantly became grave and they went all out to perform their own stunts to resist Zhou Ao's sword chi. Seeing this, the corner of Zhou Ao's mouth rose slightly, and then he spoke. A bunch of scum in the district, also deluded to think that mayflies can shake trees. After all is said and done, the remaining 7 or 8 long swords of the 9-sword box instantly came out from the 9-sword box and floated behind Zhou Ao. Along with Zhou Ao taking the next step, the third longsword continued to attack towards the group of people from the Lu clan. The sword intent getting stronger and stronger, following, Zhou Ao took another step. As Zhou Ao took this step, the fourth longsword came out in an instant, like the descent of a sword god that swept across the land, exuding a brilliant heavenly might. It made all people unable to resist, just by raising the fourth longsword. It has such a great pressure. If the 9 swords it's out, how powerful will it be? After Nangong Wentian killed the Lu clan disciple in front of him with a palm strike, he then turned around and looked up at Zhou Ao, the shock in his eyes unmistakable. Indeed, the current Zhou Ao was even more powerful than the Zhou Ao outside the imperial capital of the Long Qian dynasty. After all, Zhou Ao's cultivation was rising in a straight line. The cultivation level had also risen to the second level of the transcendent realm. Truly an invincible existence in the transcendent realm. So strong, Lu Mubai, a junior of the Lu family, respectfully invites old ancestor Lu Qingtian to come out. Lu Mubai looked at Zhou Ao's fourth long sword and instantly knew that the power of this sword was not something that a few of them could resist, instantly yelling towards the pavilion in the backyard where the old ancestor was in seclusion. As Lu Mubai's words fell, "Buzz off," everyone instantly felt the void freeze. It was as if heaven and earth had gone quiet for a moment. Subsequently, a terrifying true chi spread out from the attic, covering the sky and making people shudder. "Those who come to violate my Lu family today, all die." A furious roar came out from the attic, like thunder rolling from the sky, surging into one's ears. Zhou Ao subconsciously frowned when he heard the voice. The next second, boom, 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 bang, bang. The sword chi inspired by Zhou Ao's third and fourth longsword were all blocked by a fist shadow. When Zhou Ao saw this, his pupils shrunk. Millionth of a second later, whoosh, a silhouette appeared in front of Zhou Ao's eyes, with a speed that was strangely fast, and then only a devastating fist shadow was seen, coming towards Zhou Ao. Seeing this, Zhou Ao had a disdainful look on his face, and the sixth sword behind him directly blocked this fist shadow. Clang! With a sound, the fist shadow disappeared. The old ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Qingtian? Zhou Ao subconsciously asked as he looked at the immortal old man in front of him. "Are you the Zhou Ao that sinful woman invited to destroy our Lu family? With all due respect, although this Lu Rui has that slight relationship with you, Your Excellency doesn't have to unite with the Nangong family and exterminate our Lu family just because of a single Lu Rui, right?" Lu Qingtian opened his mouth and asked Zhou Ao, his voice filled with doubt. "It's not just because of Lu Rui, but this seed also looks at your Lu family in a bad light, so I've stepped in to exterminate your Lu family. Dare I ask the old ancestor if this reason is justifiable?" Zhou Ao smirked back at Lu Qingtian with disdain in his eyes. "Speak the truth." At first, Zhou Ao thought in his heart that the Lu family's old ancestor had some strength, but after the collision just now, he keenly perceived that the strength of this Lu family's old ancestor was only the peak of the third layer of the transcendent mortal realm at the end of the day, and that even the old ancestor of the Nangong family could not compare to him. Speaking of this old ancestor of the Nangong family, at this moment, he was in the Lu family's territory, massively abusing those Lu family's guest ministers who were around the first layer of the transcendent mortal realm. It could be said that it was like chopping and cutting, and no one could resist it at all. The doll doesn't look big, but its mouth isn't small. When Lu Qingtian heard Zhou Ao's words, a nameless fire instantly rose in his heart. The next second, only Lu Qingtian was seen as if he was a furious beast, and his entire aura became terrifying. Following, whoosh, a cracking sound rang out. A willow tree strip, like a sharp and incomparable sword blade, forming a heavenly maiden, cloth behind Lu Qingtian, vast, emitting a huge pressure. The next second, only the aura on Lu Qingtian's body gradually became stronger. Buzz buzz buzz, the void trembled. After a while, the aura on Lu Qingtian's body gradually stabilized. A half step into sainthood? Zhou Ao could not help but be stunned in his heart as he sensed the aura on Lu Qingtian's body at this moment. Only, Zhou Ao didn't have the slightest bit of fear to speak of in his eyes. "Old man, you don't think you can defeat this seat with your cultivation of half-step into the saint realm, do you?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and scoffed at Lu Qingtian, intending to disturb his mind. There is nothing be done. Zhou Ao hadn't faced a half-step sainthood realm martial artist at the moment, so he didn't know how terrifying a half-step sainthood realm martial artist was. For insurance purposes, he could only fight in writing first, to disrupt Lu Qingtian's mind. Unfortunately, Lu Qingtian was an old fox who had lived for hundreds of years. How could he be affected by Zhou Ao's mind? Therefore, just listen. Lu Qingtian shouted at Zhou Ao with a cocky and incomparable look. "Ha ha 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 ha, you're scared. A half-step into the saint realm is not something a transcendent realm brat like you can deal with." Chapter 32, The Great War. A mere half-step into sainthood. Not as good as the sainthood realm. I'm an invincible existence, Zhou Ao said contemptuously as he listened to Lu Qingtian's arrogant and cocky voice. The next second, only to see Zhou Ao directly step out with the sixth step. As Zhou Ao's sixth step fell, it was like the wail of the earth, like the roar of the sky, like the roar of the sea. The sixth sword behind him exuded invincible sword intent and directly attacked towards Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian saw the situation. The bottom of his eyes are disdain. His hands quickly form a seal. The next second, the willow tree strips behind him were like countless dragons coming out of the sea, violently attacking towards Zhou Ao. The two massive forces caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate. Boom, 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 bang, bang. The explosions came one after another, deafening. At once, white smoke filled the entire sky above. For a moment, the heaven and earth are full of visions. Whoosh! When the white smoke dispersed, Zhou Ao stood in place with his arms folded, and in front of him, the seventh longsword was blocking his chest, emitting a strong sword intent and blocking all the incoming willow tree strips. A half step into the saint realm is nothing more than that. Zhou Ao looked at the blocked willow strips in front of him and said to Lu Qingtian with disdain, "Yes? You think I used my full strength?" Hearing Zhou Ao's words, Lu Qingtian returned unwillingly. As a matter of fact, Lu Qingtian really didn't use his full strength, but he still had 60% of his power. Of course, Zhou Ao didn't use his full strength, and the swords in the 9 sword box were only out to the 7th. Bang! Just as Lu Qingtian's words fell, Zhou Ao directly manipulated the 7th longsword in front of him and directly attacked towards Lu Qingtian in a close combat. Ding! 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 The sound of rain hitting a banana leaf rang out and tinkled. All of Zhou Ao's sword chi was resisted by the willow tree strips. Bang! 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 Just like that, the two of them, Zhou Ao and Lu Qingtian, went through hundreds of rounds. Between the two, it could be said that there had been no division between them. Only, Zhou Ao had already been forced to use his 8th sword. Of course, Zhou Ao also pushed Lu Qingtian enough. Both men began to prepare for the final showdown. Only, the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the chances of Zhou Ao's side winning. The reason is simple. Those higher-ups of the transcendent realm of the Nangong family, plus the Nangong family's old ancestors, had nearly slaughtered the Lu family in the periphery cleanly. Only, with Lu Mubai and the others joining the battlefield, the Lu family's current defeat was not yet obvious. Not to mention, Ryu Mubai hasn't brought out the killer yet. Lu Mubai and the others headed to this side of the battlefield to kill the invading disciples of the Nangong family when Lu Qingtian had just exchanged blows with Zhou Ao gang. However, everyone doesn't know. Lu Rui, who had followed Zhou Ao to the Lu family, was currently following the Nangong family's ass, dragging away the corpses of some of the Lu family members. Outer courtyard of the Willow family, idiom, refers to the outer courtyard of the Willow family, old. Lu Rui kept carrying the corpses of these Lu family members. Look closely. Lu Rui took the bodies of the Lu family, moved them all to a courtyard, and then threw them inside a well. I don't know why. Every time Lu Rui stilled a corpse of one of the Lu family members into this well, the well bloomed with a green light. It seemed to be devouring the corpses of these people from the Lu family. During the process of carrying, Lu Rui also kept looking up at the battle between Zhou Ao and Lu Qingtian. Looking at the fluctuations of the battle and the heaven and earth visions that kept arising, Lu Rui couldn't help but laugh evilly in his heart. That's how to fight. That's how to fight. I'll only have a chance when you guys fight to the death. That's it. Lu Rui kept carrying the corpses of the people of the Lu family. Even if there were disciples of the Nangong family who saw the scene, they wouldn't think anything of it. When all is said and done, the corpses of everyone in the Lu family had been searched by these Nangong family disciples, and the storage rings had all been taken captive. Even some of the better attire had been stripped away by the disciples of the Nangong family. The bodies, it wouldn't matter. They'd have to be centralized after the fight anyway. It's good that Lu Rui handles it in advance. Whoosh! Over the Willow family, idiom, fig. Over the situation, Zhou Ao continuously broke out into battle with Lu Qingtian. For a moment, the battle between the two had come to 10,000 meters in the air. The clouds are close at hand. Extinguish! Zhou Ao let out a low roar, and the last sword of the Dokoroku 9 swords came towards Lu Qingtian in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Qingtian's eyes chilled. A green true chi spread out from his body, converging into a long green dragon, covering the sky and emitting brilliant heavenly might. Whoosh! The long sword cut through the sky and the air exploded in layers. Go! Lu Qingtian let out a low roar. The green dragon behind him, emitting brilliant heavenly might, accompanied by this low roar, instantly attacked towards Zhou Ao's 9th long sword. Boom! It was accompanied by the sound of a loud explosion. The green long dragon was instantly pierced through by Zhou Ao's 9th longsword, and the whole thing weathered in the air, disappearing without a trace in the next second. Presently, one could only see the 9th longsword coming towards Lu Qingtian with unabated power. When Lu Qingtian saw this, his pupils shrank and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The next second, only to see Lu Qingtian desperately skimming towards the bottom. Seeing this, Zhou Ao immediately chased after him with the 9th longsword in his hand. Behind him, the remaining 8 longswords were like guards, following closely behind. Willow's house. Willow's place. From the sky, Lu Qingtian flew here and immediately opened his storage ring and took the pill to repair his true chi. Followed by, Lu Qingtian directly isolated his right wrist and let the blood flow into the willow tree. The next second, only the willow tree instantly bloomed green. Following, only to see Lu Qingtian directly absorbed into this green light. Followed by, Zhou Ao chased after him with his 9th longsword in hand. Willow, heads. Zhou Ao looked at the willow tree in front of him, as well as the head underneath it, and subconsciously frowned, murmuring, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Zhou Ao was planning to take a look at the head under the willow tree, he ended up just taking a step, and instantly the branches above the willow tree, like a long sharp sword, came towards him. directly traveling through space. Seeing this, Joao subconsciously crossed his sword up and blocked it in front of his chest. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The next second, only to see Joao fly directly backwards, smashing heavily into the wall and leaving a long drag mark on the ground. Kind of funny. Joao directly jumped up from the ground, holding the 9th longsword in his hand, taking a step into the sky and standing in mid-air, with the 8 longswords behind him emanating brilliant sword intent. Presently, Joao's breath became grim. 9 swords to 1. Joao let out a low roar. The next second, the 9th longsword in Joao's hand, plus the 8 longswords behind him, continuously rotated, forming a sword formation, then transformed into a heavenly sword exuding a destructive force, violently attacking towards this willow tree. Seeing this, the willow tree instantly reproduced countless willow branches, just like a torrential downpour, attacking towards this celestial sword mane. The wind was howling like the end of the world had come. Hoo 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 hoo. Chapter 33, Su Joan. Boom, 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 boom. As a series of explosions rang out, Joao's sword was like the presence of the god of swords himself, and its destructive power was so palpable that it was hard to match. The next second, the sword blade chopped into the willow tree. Moments. Willow tree begins to move diagonally, followed by, willow root directly erupted into a fountain of blood. Willow tree not absorbed the end of the willow family side disciple bloodline, all gushed out, followed by, Lu Qingtian manifested his true body and appeared in the roots of the willow tree. The whole thing was submerged in a fountain of blood, and his eyes were as lost as if he were jerking off. But soon, Lu Qingtian then regained his senses and looked at Joao incredulously, exclaiming, "How could you be so strong? You're definitely not from the transcendent realm. Thank you for your compliments, old ancestor. But alas, I am indeed in the transcendent realm, and you think I'm not in the transcendent realm mainly because you're too weak," Joao said to Lu Qingtian with a teasing face. When the words fall, Joao held his long sword in his hand and walked over Lu Qingtian by himself. The next second, Joao then planned to kill Lu Qingtian directly. Nevertheless, just as Joao inspired his sword chi, precipitously, a crippled old man crossed space and appeared here at Lu Qingtian. Just appeared. Joao will feel the surrounding aura is still violent, and then a vast holy might towards him oppression. As if the dome falls generally, let people cannot afford to resist. Seeing this, Joao frowned lightly. "You are?" Lu Qingtian looked up at the crippled old man who suddenly appeared in and subconsciously asked. It goes without saying, Lu Qingtian was already planning to die. I didn't realize that someone else would show up to help. Catch sight of. A trace of gratitude flashed in the bottom of Lu Qingtian's eyes, and without waiting for the crippled old man to reveal his identity, he immediately continued to speak. "Senior, please save my Lu family." When the words fall, Lu Qingtian felt the holy might emanating from the crippled old man's surroundings and couldn't help but whisper excitedly in his heart. Sacred might. This person should be a sacred realm entry martial artist. If this sacred realm entry martial artist assists my Lu clan, our Lu clan might not be destroyed today. The representation of an entry Saint realm martial artist was the possession of Saint might, plus the fact that true chi could be transformed into Saint Yuan. The crippled old man, Lu Mubai and the others recognized him, but Lu Qingtian, as the Lu family's oldest ancestor, lived in deep seclusion, so he didn't recognize the crippled old man, elder ancestor. Just as the crippled old man was about to open his mouth to speak, Lu Mubai and the others flew in from a short distance away. Just flew here. Lu Mubai then saw the crippled old man who was confronting Joao. "It's you!" Lu Mubai looked at the crippled old man and exclaimed in disbelief. This crippled old man would be too familiar to Lu Mubai. When all is said and done, the crippled old man has been serving in the backyard for decades. It is impossible for Lu Mubai to have no impression. "You recognize?" Lu Qingtian asked with a puzzled expression when he heard Lu Mubai's words. An entry saint level powerhouse. It was reasonably impossible for Lu Mubai to recognize. "Old ancestor, he is a servant of our Lu family." Lu Mubai thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and said to Lu Qingtian, "What did you say? A senior of the sage entry realm is a servant of our Lu family?" When Lu Qingtian heard these words from Lu Mubai, he was almost so angry that a mouthful of old blood was directly sprayed out. A powerful person of the sacred initiation realm, and their Lu family was treating someone like a servant, a senior of the sage entry realm. Lu Mubai was instantly confused when he heard the words of his own ancestor, Lu Qingtian. If he didn't know that this was his own old ancestor, Lu Mubai would definitely go up and give Lu Qingtian a big mouthful of nonsense. A crippled old man who had served the Lu family for decades and had a good temper could be a legendary sacred realm entry powerhouse? That's something a dog wouldn't believe. Only, when Lu Mubai detected the aura on the crippled old man's body, he instantly felt as if dozens of mountains were pressing down on him, leaving him breathless. At this time, It was only then that Lu Mubai realized that the crippled old man who had served the Lu family for decades was really a reclusive powerhouse. But, well, Lu Mubai looked at the way the crippled old man and Zhou Ao were confronting each other, and it seemed that he was on the side of their Lu family. "You're the Ryu family's maid? A servant of the first heavenly layer of the entry sacred realm?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked to the crippled old man in front of him with some doubts in his eyes. Zhou Ao didn't make a move just now because he wanted to know the crippled old man's true identity. A martial artist of the sage entry realm, he wanted to draw in if he could, without doubt. If the crippled old man was of the status of the Lu family's old ancestor like this, then Zhou Ao would definitely not have pulled any strings and would have killed him directly. "My name is Su Zhuan." The crippled old man, also known as Su Zhuan, revealed his own row of large yellow teeth to Zhou Ao and introduced himself. "My name is Zhou Ao. I have met Senior." Zhou Ao arched his hand and saluted Su Zhuan. Anyhow, this Su Zhuan's strength was in the sainthood realm, and Zhou Ao didn't want to offend if he could pull it together. "Dare I ask you, little friend, if you can give me face and spare the Lu family this time?" Su Zhuan opened his mouth and asked Zhou Ao. "Why?" Zhou Ao asked. "The Lu family's ancestors have been kind to me," Su Zhuan said to Zhou Ao in a complicated manner. It seemed reluctant to mention the favor. As Su Zhuan's words fell, Zhou Ao's expression changed and a hint of suspicion flashed under his eyes. When Lu Mubai and Lu Qingtian's few people heard Su Zhuan's words, they revealed excited expressions. With a senior of the sacred realm here, the Lu family would most likely be fine today. Nevertheless, Lu Mubai and the few of them were thinking a little too much. Zhou Ao was not willing to give up the mission. "Senior, do you really want to protect the Lu family?" Zhou Ao asked in a low voice to Su Zhuan. When Su Zhuan heard Zhou Ao's words, he subconsciously frowned, and a trace of melancholy was added to his kind face. Presently, Su Zhuan opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao, "Little friend, I still hope to give me a face. Today this Lu family, I will protect it." As Su Zhuan's words fell, Zhou Ao nodded, then directly mobilized his entire body's true chi and surged it into the hand-held long sword. At that moment, a sword intent that seemed to come from the floodplains broke through the ground and shot straight up into the clouds, covering the sky and making people shudder and unrivaled. Sure enough, when Su Zhuan saw this scene, he instantly realized that he couldn't do it without a fight. Speak the truth. Su Zhuan had been watching the battle just now, and after seeing the strength that Zhou Ao had displayed, he really didn't have the certainty to leave Zhou Ao behind. Of course, in Su Zhuan's mind, Zhou Ao couldn't kill him either. However, let's not forget that at this moment, the disciples of the Nangong family were massacring the disciples of the Lu family. If the fight is long, it was estimated that by the time the two fought to determine the winner, all of the Lu family would be dead. The reason why, Su Zhuan hoped that after showing his cultivation, Zhou Ao would know better and let the Lu family go. At the moment, Su Zhuan looked at Zhou Ao, who was condensing his sword intent and constantly mobilizing the heaven and earth visions, and knew that he could only fight with his back to the wall. Presently, I only heard Su Zhuan shout at Lu Mubai's few people, "You guys stand down. Today, as long as I'm here, the Lu family won't die." As Su Zhuan's words fell, Lu Mubai and the others nodded and prepared to leave. As a result, without waiting for Lu Mubai and the others to leave, they heard Nangong Wentian's voice coming from not far away. "Fellow Daoist Zhou Ao, we have come to assist you." Chapter 34, The Map of the Mountains and Rivers. Several people from Nangong Qiantian had just arrived here when Lu Mubai directly shouted to the back, "Frame Nangong Bird here." "What?" When Nangong Wentian heard Lu Mubai's words, he instantly looked confused and exclaimed out in shock. Followed by, Nangong Wentian then saw his daughter, Nangong Bird, tied to a bamboo by 4 men, in rags. "Niu Lao, you betrayed my Nangong family?" Nangong Wentian recognized Niu Lao amongst the 4 and immediately let loose a furious rebuke. This ox elder was an elder that Nangong Wentian himself had personally selected to specifically protect Nangong Sparrow. It just didn't occur to me. This ox elder had actually betrayed the Nangong family. Family master. This is a difference. I, Niu Dingtai, have never betrayed the Nangong family. I was, from the very beginning, a pawn inserted into the Nangong family by the Lu family. Niu Dingtai, also known as Elder Niu, looked like he had succeeded in his treacherous plan as he spoke back to Nangong Wentian. Good, good, good. Nangong Wentian said 3 good words in a row, and anyone could hear that at this moment. Nangong Wentian had already reached the edge of violent anger. Nangong Wentian, I advise you not to act rashly. If you move, then Niu Dingtai will be able to let your daughter's spring light leak out in a moment, so that everyone in the entire tilting city can see your daughter's torso. Lu Mubai looked at Nangong Qiantian's angry appearance. The corners of his mouth rose in a rare manner tonight, then opened his mouth to threaten Nangong Qiantian. Several people from the Nangong family heard this, and their gazes all gazed at Nangong Wentian. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the old ancestor of the Nangong family also rushed here, and the aura of a half-step into the Saint Realm sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Qingtian's half-step into the Saint Realm cultivation was due to the power of the willow tree. Compared to this old ancestor of the Nangong family, Lu Qingtian's half-step into sainthood was simply a newborn baby doll. Old ancestor. Nangong Wendian watched as his own old ancestor arrived and immediately turned around, bowed his head, and saluted with an arch. Why don't you make a move? The Nangong family's oldest ancestor asked in a low voice to Nangong Wendian. As the Nangong family's old ancestor spoke to Nangong Wendian, his eyes occasionally glanced over to where the two of them, Su Zhuan and Zhou Ao, were. Looking at those two shocking forces made him feel a little small in his heart. A half-step into the Saint Realm powerhouse felt small in front of both Zhou Ao and Su Zhuan at this moment, so one could imagine how terrifying the strength of the two was. Old ancestor, bird's child she. When Nangong Wendian heard his own old ancestor's words, he stretched out his finger with an angry face, pointing at Nangong bird who was tied to the bamboo pole. Asked Tian, do you want to miss our Nangong family's fortune of becoming the #1 family in Qingqing because of your daughter? The old ancestor of the Nangong family looked at Nangong bird, who was tied to a bamboo pole. There was not the slightest bit of pity in the bottom of his eyes, there was only endless anger, and he questioned Nangong Qitian with a face of anger. But, old ancestor, Nangong Wentian's face showed a difficult expression when he heard his own old ancestor's words. Since you can't be ruthless, then this old ancestor will help you. Seeing this, the Nangong family's old ancestor instantly planned to take matters into his own hands and kill Nangong Sparrow first. Nevertheless, just as the Nangong family's old ancestor was about to make a move, in mid-air, the two of them, Zhou Ao and Su Zhuan, had already moved. Boom! Explosions rang out in mid-air one after another. Zhou Ao maneuvered the 9 long swords and directly fought with the bare-handed Su Zhuan. Dokoroku 9 swords. Zhou Ao let out a low roar. Moments. The 9 long swords behind himself were like swimming dragons as they came towards Su Zhuan, constantly looking for Su Zhuan's breaks. Unfortunately, Su Zhuan, as a powerhouse in the Saint Realm, his martial skills had already reached the realm of transformation. Only Su Zhuan let out a low roar. Flying Phoenix Dragon Fist. The next second, Su Zhuan's 2 fists were like 2 dome peaks. Instantly, a golden dragon plus a fire phoenix rushed out directly from the 2 dome peaks, destroying the world and attacking towards Zhou Ao. Boom! Wherever the golden dragon and the fire phoenix went, space shattered and gusts of wind slapped Zhou Ao. Seeing this, Zhou Ao's gaze chilled and instantly disappeared in an instantaneous body. Next moment, Zhou Ao appeared directly on the Qingzhou mountain range near Qingcheng. Buzz off. Just a moment after Zhou Ao arrived over the mountain range, the void in front of him shook. The golden dragon, the fiery phoenix, just like a wild beast coming out of its cage, tearing everything apart, and attacking towards Zhou Ao with great vigor. The corners of Zhou Ao's mouth rose when he saw this. The next second, the void behind Zhou Ao shook as the 9 long swords shattered the void and resisted. Clang! 9 long swords directly blocked in front of Zhou Ao, forming a sword formation that successfully blocked the golden dragon, the fire phoenix. Presently, Zhou Ao held a long sword in his hand and raised his hand towards the void behind him. This sword chi that raised his hand, the sword intent contained within it, was enough to move the heavens. Bang! As the sword chi chopped into the void. The next second, Su Zhuan directly stepped out of the void and crossed his hands together, blocking the sword chi that Zhou Ao had attacked just now. Boom! 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 Just as Su Zhuan appeared in front of Zhou Ao's eyes, at the location where the Qingchun Lu clan was located, the old ancestor of the Nangong clan blatantly disregarded Nangong Qintian's obstruction and forcibly engaged the Lu clan. But fortunately, the carcass of Nangong Sparrow was not seen by the entire Qingqing people, for no other reason than that, when the old ancestor of the Nangong family made a move, he directly punched the Nangong Sparrow's soul into oblivion. Su Zhuan, this Lu family, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect it. Zhou Ao twisted his head to look in the direction where the Lu family was, then twisted his head back and slowly opened his mouth to say to Su Zhuan, I will avenge the Lu family. Su Zhuan said to Zhou Ao with a complicated face. Indeed, Su Zhuan knew the moment he exchanged blows with Zhou Ao that he would not be able to protect the Lu family today. You can't beat me, and I can't help you. Su Zhuan opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao. The holy might behind him dispersed and converged into a silver-white tiger. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Ao smiled and shook his head after hearing that. The next second, Zhou Ao raised his own right hand, and instantly, a scroll appeared in his hand. The moment Su Zhuan saw the scroll, he sensed that it was not simple as he felt a hint of holy might. For an item to be able to possess saint might on it, then this item was definitely not simple. Wow! In an instant, Zhou Ao opened the scroll on his right hand. In an instant, a painting depicting the scene of heaven and earth appears. Mountain and river map. This scroll was clearly the mountain and river map that Zhou Ao had obtained from suppressing the Long Qin dynasty. This mountain and river diagram. One of its effects was that it allowed Zhou Ao to enchant the power within the mountain and river diagram, allowing the true qi within his body to be transformed into holy yuan. By possessing saint element, one could fight against martial artists of the sainthood entry realm. Today, if you stop this seat grants you death. Zhou Ao held the mountain and river diagram in his hand, and as the mountain and river diagram transformed the true qi in his body, he gave the words of death to Su Zhuan. Chapter 35, Nangong Wantian's attack, grant you death. As Zhou Ao's words fell, the mountain and river diagram was instantly thrown into midair by Zhou Ao. Immediately, a vast holy might enveloped the two of them, shrouding the tens of miles around. The next second, Zhou Ao held his longsword in his hand, and the blade pointed at Su Zhuan. Dokoroku 9 swords. Zhou Ao let out a low roar. Millionth of a second later, the 8 long swords behind Zhou Ao along with Zhou Ao transformed into a sword-on, destroying everything and coming towards Su Zhuan. The transformation of true qi into sacred element directly caused Zhou Ao's battle power to steeply increase by several levels. Heaven and earth visions surfaced in the sky one after another, covering the sky and the sun, as if black clouds were pressing down on the city and destroying it. Buzz 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 buzz. The void trembled continuously. Seeing this, Su Zhuan clenched his fists tightly, and his entire body emitted a heavenly battle spirit that shot up into the sky. As the holy yuan crazily surged into his fists, the entire person's breath, in this instant, was incomparably powerful. Qi and blood kept surging through his body. He intended to exert the last of his strength to have a great battle with Zhou Ao. At their level, they don't really need to battle for many rounds, and may be able to settle the battle with 1 or 2 moves. Next moment, menacing tiger imperial fist, Su Zhuan let out a low roar. In an instant, both fists transformed into 2 fierce tigers and attacked towards the sword. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. Moments. A mushroom cloud rose up in the air. The ground shook, the mountains reversed, the heaven and earth shook. All eyes were drawn to this mushroom cloud. Not far away, Lu Chuan saw the situation. The heart cannot help but in the heart for Su Zhuan pinched the breath. Worried whispered, "Old man, don't die. I'm still waiting for you to teach me martial arts." Quickly, lit, mushroom cloud disappears. On the ground, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. A young man with a long sword in his hand stood in midair. The whole person was like a god of war, looking out of the world. The holy yuan emanating from his body was vast and powerful enough to carry out heaven and earth. Zhou Ao. Lu Chuan instantly cried out in shock as he looked at the youth who stayed in midair with a long sword in his hand. Rest assured, the person standing in place now was Zhou Ao. At present, Zhou Ao, who was standing in midair, although he looked unharmed, but upon closer inspection, he was able to see that Zhou Ao's abdomen was pierced by a punch. Drip drip drip. Blood continuously dripped from midair into the deep pit. Pit as deep as a pit, idiom, deep in the pit. Su Zhuan was breathless and his pupils were lax. Compared to Zhou Ao, Su Zhuan was even more miserable, only to see that Su Zhuan's limbs were chopped off by Zhou Ao, and his chest was stabbed with a big hole by Zhou Ao's sword. I thought I wouldn't die if I didn't. I didn't think that I would end up. Su Zhuan did not finish, hollowly looking up at Zhou Ao in midair. A deathly complexity flashed under his eyes. Whoosh! Zhou Ao took the healing elixir and walked into the deep pit to Su Zhuan's side. After glancing at Su Zhuan, Zhou Ao said in a low voice, "Is it worth it to put your own life on the line just to repay a favor?" When Su Zhuan heard Zhou Ao's words, he complexly returned, "It's worth it." As Su Zhuan's words fell, Zhou Ao saw a tear in the corner of Su Zhuan's eye. Zhou Ao, no. This tears is definitely not because of immediately dying, afraid of outflow, but thought of something, subconsciously outflow of. "I can finally go to you," Su Zhuan whispered softly. After all is said and done, Su Zhuan closed his eyes and looked like he was enjoying himself peacefully. The next second, Zhou Ao held his longsword in his hand and raised his hand with a sword qi. Bang! Su Zhuan was instantly covered by the sword qi, and the whole person's soul was destroyed and the Tao was eliminated. So far, entry Sage Realm powerhouse Su Zhuan died. With Su Zhuan dead, Zhou Ao suddenly felt several auras coming towards his place. "Coming?" Zhou Ao whispered. The next second, only to see Zhou Ao directly kneeling on one knee, holding his long sword in his hand, sticking it on the ground, his expression agonized, covering his wounds, just as if he was about to die. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ao. Just as Zhou Ao was getting everything ready, Nangong Qiantian, Nangong Qion, and a few others arrived. Because the Nangong family's old ancestor was still fighting with Lu Qingtian and the others, he did not come here. Only, Nangong Qiantian and the others did not come here to heal Zhou Ao's injuries, but rather came here to kill Zhou Ao. As Nangong Qiantian's words fell, Zhou Ao's ears resounded with a system beep. It is detected that the Nangong family intends to take advantage of the host's 2 defeats to strike. So the invincible suppression task is open. Mission requirement: suppress with invincibility and decapitate the disciples of the Nangong family. Duration of mission: none. Quest reward: a bottle of water of no quality, which can help those who are unable to cultivate to do so. Note: 1 bottle is enough for 1 person only. Mission failure: must not fail. Stare: detected that the host is still doing a mission at this moment. Please ask if you want to take the mission. Take the mission. Something bad might happen. Take over. Zhou Ao opened his mouth, and nowadays, he had completely ignored the last line. Pick up successful. As Zhou Ao's words fell, a system beep sounded, followed by the disappearance of the small golden letters. You guys are here. Zhou Ao looked as if he was out of breath as he greeted Nangong Qiantian. Fellow Daoist Zhou Ao, how are you now? Nangong Wentian asked cautiously. As he said this, he kept commanding the several people behind him. Nangong asked Xiong to get ready, and when the time was right, he would directly kill Zhou Ao. It's called, and muscle fights fishers of men. This Su Zhouan is an entry Sage Realm powerhouse. His strength is comparable to that of a godman. Although I killed him, I also suffered quite a bit of damage and was able to use less than 30% of my strength. Nangong family master, I may have to trouble you, Zhou Ao said breathlessly to Nangong Wentian, his entire person much more haggard. Of course all of this is staged. If Nangong Qitian and the others looked closely. Well, fellow Daoist Zhou Ao, I have a healing elixir here that you can take. When Nangong Wentian heard Zhou Ao's words, a hint of treachery flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and then he retrieved an elixir from his storage ring and said to Zhou Ao, good, thank you. Nangong family master Zhou Ao saw this and an imperceptible smile flashed across his face. The next second, Nangong Qiantian slowly walked to Zhou Ao's side. Whoosh! Just as Nangong Wentian walked to Zhou Ao's side for a split second, instantly a silver needle came towards the back of Zhou Ao's head at a fast speed. Clang! With a sound of clashing swords, Zhou Ao held his long sword in his hand and blocked it over his head, directly blocking this silver needle. What? This scene instantly gave Nangong Wentian a bad feeling. Told you so. The next second, without waiting for Nangong asked Xiong and the others to make a move against Zhou Ao. The 8 long swords hanging in the air above were like a pop-falling sun, stabbing straight into the heads of these people, followed by several people directly blacked out and fell to the ground. You're not injured? Seeing this, Nangong Wentian instantly took a few steps backward and said to Zhou Ao in shock, yes, but it's just not heavy, and I can use 80% of my strength. Zhou Ao stood up from the ground and said to Nangong Wentian with a deathly smile on his face. Chapter 36, Receiving the Willow God's Legacy. Thump thump thump. As Zhou Ao walked step by step towards Nangong Wentian, a vast pressure directly enveloped Nangong Qiantian. The horror in Nangong Wentian's eyes was unmatched, and his entire being was plunged into a deep state of fear. It was only when he personally faced Zhou Ao that he felt the horror of Zhou Ao's strength. Whoosh! Zhou Ao raised his hand and a sword chi came towards Nangong Wentian. Put! With the sound of a knife cutting vegetables, Nangong Wentian felt his eyes go black, and in an instant his head was chopped off by the sword chi. Zhou Ao looked at the head that rolled to his feet, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth before taking a healing elixir and returning to Qingcheng. In the meantime, Qingcheng, over the Lu family in Qingcheng, the Nangong family's old ancestor was in a fierce battle with Lu Mubai and the others. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions, battles, and houses collapsing are endless. It could be said that the battle had entered a white-hot stage at this moment. I didn't expect that little doll from decades ago to have such a big change in strength. The Nangong family's old ancestor lamented to the Lu Mubai in front of him. You old fellows, it's time to retreat. Lu Mubai panted as he spoke back to the Nangong family's old ancestor. At this time, Lu Mubai's physical strength and true chi consumption had reached its limit. You're the only one left in your Lu family who is still lingering. If I were you, I would have killed myself. The Nangong family's old ancestor said smilingly to Lu Mubai. At present, in the large Lu family, Lu Mubai was the only one left who could still fight. Lu Qingtian and the others had already been seriously injured and dying on the ground, just like the fish on the plate, to be slaughtered. Even if the Lu family, I'm the only one left, I'll still tear off a mouthful of your flesh. Lu Mubai opened his mouth and spoke harshly to the Nangong family's old ancestor. Unfortunately, the Nangong family's oldest ancestor just smiled faintly, followed by the Nangong family's old ancestor seemed to have sensed something, and with an incredulous expression, he looked toward where the Qingzhou mountain range was located. How could it be that Ask the Sky and the others didn't get it? The Nangong family's old ancestor exclaimed in a low voice. The next second, whoosh, a sword appeared from the sky and arrived directly at the Lu family. Wait for the sword to dissipate. Zhou Ao walked out from inside. A sword will be matchless. it's not over yet? Zhou Ao asked as he looked at the two men facing each other. Zhou Ao, you appeared here, could it be? Lu Mubai looked at Zhou Ao appearing here unharmed, stretched out his finger and said in surprise, die. Zhou Ao did not intend to talk nonsense with Lu Mubai and raised his hand to chop Lu Mubai with a sword chi. Lu Mubai was already at the end of his strength and could not block the sword chi of Zhou Ao. After Lu Mubai's death, the old ancestor of the Nangong family tidied up his appearance and walked over to Zhou Ao, bowing his hand in gratitude. I thank you for helping our Nangong family and destroying the Lu family. As the words of the Nangong family's oldest ancestor fell, Zhou Ao's eyes were deep as he twisted his head to look at him. The next second, the Nangong family's oldest ancestor suddenly felt blood dripping from his chest. Looking down, he saw a sword piercing his chest. Your Nangong family is really looking for death. Zhou Ao let out a low roar. In the disbelieving gaze of the Nangong family ancestor, Zhou Ao raised his hand and sent another sword chi, directly killing the Nangong family ancestor. As the Nangong family's old man's soul perished, many of the Nangong family disciples within the Lu clan looked dumbfounded, looking at Zhou Ao in midair with unbelievable faces. Right after Zhou Ao had beheaded the Nangong family's ancestor, he suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong. The task of suppressing the Ryu family seems to be unfinished. Presently, Zhou Ao diffused his divine sense and enveloped the entire Lu family. So it's not dead yet, Zhou Ao whispered as he looked down at the Lu family ancestor Lu Qingtian at his feet. The next second, Zhou Ao flew directly to Lu Qingtian's side. Whoosh! Raising his hand, a sword chi was inspired. Without any resistance, Lu Qingtian was instantly cut down by one of Zhou Ao's sword chi. With the death of Lu Qingtian, Zhou Ao's ears resounded with a system beep. Detected that the host has completed the task of suppressing the Lu family. Rewards will begin to be issued. Reward distribution is complete. Chopping immortals is automatically deposited into the host's mind. The system's small golden letters and beeps fell. Zhou Ao nodded with satisfaction, then looked at those disciples of the Nangong family. The next second, only to see Zhou Ao backhanded sword, directly a sword chi covering the sky. Wherever the sword chi, all the trees, houses, personnel, all disappeared into thin air, ashes and smoke. Why would Senior Zhou Ao make a move against our Nangong family? Who knows? Can't you see that the old ancestors were killed by him? Can it be that this Zhou Ao is planning to exterminate our Nangong family and Lu family together today? Some of the Nangong family disciples were stunned and exclaimed in shock when they saw the scene. As the words of these Nangong family disciples fell, only countless sword chi were seen coming towards them. At this moment, looking at Zhou Ao's appearance, it seemed that he was planning to completely obliterate this area of dozens of miles. Aha! There was an endless stream of screams. Some of the Qingqing family disciples who were watching the scene left the place with a frightened look on their faces, rushing back to the family to report all this. In the meantime, the Lu family household, Lu Rui was sneaking up to the willow tree, and after realizing that the corpses here had all been destroyed by Zhou Ao, his face grimaced. This Zhou Ao, doesn't he even leave a whole body for others? Having said that, Lu Rui walked to the small courtyard where he had thrown the Lu family into the well. Catch sight of this well, it's full of green blood. Seeing this, Lu Ruiyan frowned and jumped right in, followed by, I saw Lu Rui's face in pain, and his body was constantly bubbling with hot air. There were flashes of green light on his body from time to time. It seemed to be receiving some kind of inheritance. In fact, Lu Rui is now receiving the inheritance from the Willow God. Rumor has it that the Willow family is the family left behind by the ancient Willow God's ascension, and the blood of the people of the Willow family can awaken the Willow God and borrow the power of the Willow God. And if the people of the Willow family have enough blood, they will be able to receive the Willow God's inheritance. Most of the entire Lu family, except for Lu Rui, knew the first two items, that the blood of the people of the Lu family could awaken the Willow God and borrow the power of the Willow God. Only Lu Rui knew that this latter one. This was why Lu Rui would collect the corpses of the Lu family members, mainly to drain the Lu family blood from their bodies. Lu Rui was going to tell Zhou Ao the secret of the Lu family before, as well. However, Lu Rui was not there to share the inheritance of the Willow God with Zhou Ao, but to borrow Zhou Ao to accept the inheritance of the Willow God himself after he killed the people of the Willow family, and then kill Zhou Ao. However, Zhou Ao hit too hard. Many of the Lu family's corpses and bones were not left, and they directly flew away in ashes, which made Lu Rui very annoyed. I don't know how strong I will be if I receive the inheritance from the Willow God. The more Willow family members that were sacrificed, the higher the level of the Willow God's inheritance that was received. However, right now these are not things that Lu Rui should consider anymore. The priority is still to seize the time to accept the inheritance of the Willow God, and then see if he can kill Zhou Ao. Rest assured, now Lu Rui still wanted to kill Zhou Ao, for no other reason than that. She always felt that Zhou Ao would kill her, so she had to strike first. It's not true. Zhou Ao did intend to kill Lu Rui directly after utilizing him. Chapter 37, Bond with Me, the Lu family, household. Zhou Ao killed in all directions, and none of the Nangong family disciples who saw it escaped. As time passes, the Nangong family disciples within the Lu family were killed by Zhou Ao. Whoosh! Zhou Ao stepped on the 9 sword box with a disdainful look, overlooking the entire Lu family. Just as Zhou Ao spread his divine sense to see if there were any leaks, suddenly he sensed a powerful aura that descended on the Lu family. The next second, Zhou Ao disappeared and came to the location of the scent. Just after arriving here, he saw Lu Rui standing in a well, his body radiating green light. After the divine sense probe, Zhou Ao was certain that the descending aura came from this well beneath Lu Rui. Looking at Lu Rui, who was radiating green light all over his body, Zhou Ao whispered, "Could it be that he is receiving some kind of inheritance?" Come to think of it, Zhou Ao sat on the 9 sword box and quietly watched Lu Rui, who was receiving the inheritance. As time passes, the green light on Lu Rui's body flickered more and more. Following, only a vast breath and aura was seen pouring into its body from outside. At the moment, Lu Rui was just like a giant suction kit. Hoo. The wind whistled. Zhou Ao released his true chi and fixed himself in place, looking at Lu Rui suspiciously. The next second, bang! A faint halo of light spread out from Lu Rui's body, instantly causing Zhou Ao to take several steps backward. A little bit interesting, Zhou Ao retraced his steps and looked at Lu Rui, who was emitting a powerful aura, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. Next moment, Lu Rui's breath is rising. The 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm, 8th level of the enlightened realm, the 1st level of the pneumatic realm, the 8th level of the clutch realm, the 9th level of the true element realm, the 3rd level of the divine journey realm, the 3rd level of the transcendent realm, the 1st level of the sacred realm. In just a few tens of seconds, the aura on Lu Rui's body changed from the 3rd level of the enlightened realm to the 1st level of the entered sage realm. The vastness of the true chi and pressure caused Zhou Ao to furrow his brows. Whoosh! Zhou Ao held his longsword in his hand, and the blade pointed at Lu Rui. Buzz. The longsword in Zhou Ao's hand constantly buzzed as he tried his best to resist this vastness of true chi and pressure. The next second, Lu Rui slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of green eyes. Zhou Ao saw the pair of green eyes for a split second and exclaimed, "Taking over." Followed by, Zhou Ao exuded his divine sense to feel the aura of Lu Rui's body, and the moment he felt the aura of Lu Rui's body, Zhou Ao concluded even more that Lu Rui had been taken over. Lu Rui, who had been taken over, first looked around with a curious expression, followed by, Lu Rui's gaze was placed on Zhou Ao in front of him as he queried, "A transcendent realm martial artist?" The voice that came out of Lu Rui's mouth was not the original crisp female voice, but a thick male voice. "Who are you?" Zhou Ao asked with a frown as he listened to Lu Rui's voice. Listening to Lu Rui's words, Zhou Ao was even more certain of the fact that Lu Rui had been taken over. As Zhou Ao's words fell, the seized Lu Rui didn't seem to hear Zhou Ao's words at all, but instead lowered her head to herself. The next second, a scene that made Zhou Ao's jaw drop occurred directly, only to see Lu Rui put her hand into the clothes and rubbed it, as if she was testing the size or something. Afterwards, I only saw Lu Rui grinning as he asked Zhou Ao, "Although your cultivation is only in the transcendent realm, your strength is far beyond this realm. You should be the top genius of the world. How about bonding with me and having a family together? You're sick." Zhou Ao almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Lu Rui's words. "I am the Lu God. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes for you to be able to unite with me." The reclaimed Lu Rui opened her mouth and spoke to Zhou Ao. "Willow God? That Lu God that the Lu family has always believed in?" Zhou Ao asked suspiciously to the reclaimed Lu Rui. "Yes," the reclaimed Lu Rui returned. "Then do you know that I was the one who destroyed the Lu family?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Lu Rui who had taken over his body. "I know," the reclaimed Lu Rui said back. "Since you know that, you still want to bond with me?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked. "So what?" The reclaimed Lu Rui returned with a raised eyebrow. "So what if it's a good one? But alas, I don't care if you're the willow god or the tree god. In front of my eyes, you're all trash," Zhou Ao said disdainfully. "Yes? A mere little doll at the 2nd level of the transcendent realm dares to speak out so much?" The willow god opened his mouth and spoke contemptuously at Zhou Ao. "Let me ask you, why did you take over Lu Rui?" Zhou Ao ignored Lucian's words and instead asked him why he had taken over Lu Rui. Lu Ruyan was considered a member of the Lu family, which was rumored to be the family left behind by the Lu god. Since this was the case, then the willow god was considered to be Lu Rui's old ancestor, and by all rights, it shouldn't be able to take over his body. So Zhou Ao wanted to ask for clarification. "Lu Rui, the owner of this body is called that?" Lucian listened to Zhou Ao's words and muttered to himself. The next second, the willow god waved his hand and said contemptuously, "This girl wants to sacrifice her own clan to obtain my inheritance, only she's not sacrificing too much. What happens if you sacrifice too much? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked. He was dying to figure out what the hell was going on here. Hearing Zhou Ao's words, the Willow God spoke eloquently. Sacrificing too many clansmen at once is naturally a problem for the family, and it's very likely to reach extinction, so they won't be able to obtain my inheritance, but I'll go down to the realm myself, take over the body, and then build the Willow family all over again. Looking at it now, it looks like I'm in the right place. The corner of Lucian's mouth rose slightly as he said this latter sentence, revealing an impish smile at Zhou Ao. As the Willow God's words fell, Zhou Ao seemed to understand something. So that's how it is. It looks like Lu Rui wants to obtain your inheritance, but unfortunately, not knowing that too many clansmen have been sacrificed, you'll come down to the realm yourself and take over your body. As Zhou Ao's words fell, the corners of Lucian's mouth rose slightly, then he extended his thumb and nodded in approval at Zhou Ao. Since that's the case, then Lu Rui was using this seat from the beginning, wanting to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and then sacrificing these people from the Lu family so as to obtain your inheritance. From the beginning to the end, she was using this seat, Zhou Ao said in a low voice. When the Lu God heard Zhou Ao's words, the corner of his mouth rose and he looked around for a moment before saying, "Can you grind down the Lu clan that I left behind just by virtue of your cultivation at the second level of the transcendent realm? Either that or the Lu family today is weak and has no experts present. Either that or you're so strong that the Lu family can't stop you. But no matter which one it is, the Willow family must be rebuilt. The family that I, the Willow God, left behind cannot be so weak. So, kid, I'm giving you one more chance." I just looked. This girl is still a fledgling. Her looks are not bad, and she's quite big on top, so you're not losing out. As the Willow God's words fell, the corners of Zhou Ao's mouth twitched slightly, and then his voice sounded like a thunderbolt from a clear sky in Lucian's ears. Asterisk 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 Q. Chapter 38, Beheading an Immortal. Asterisk 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 Q. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Zhou Ao held his long sword in his hand and raised his hand to deliver a devastating sword chi that came towards Lucian with a fierce momentum. Seeing this, the corners of Ryujin's mouth rose, then his right hand propped up. Buzz buzz buzz. A green true chi shield appeared in front of Lucian. Bang! It was accompanied by a dull voice. Zhou Ao's sword chi chopped on the shield. The huge sword intent kept trying to wash away the shield, but unfortunately, the shield was unharmed. This sword chi, it's a bit interesting. Lucian looked at this scene and marveled. The next second, only Ryujin drew a circle with his left hand. In an instant, countless willow tree strips flew out from behind them, like willow flakes flying in the sky. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. Countless willow tree strips came towards Zhou Ao, shattering the void, cutting through the sky, and exploding the air layer by layer. Boom! Seeing this, Zhou Ao raised his hand and dozens of sword chi were inspired from his hands, like wild beasts out of their cages, tearing everything apart. Bang! 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 The sword chi continuously cut down the willow tree strips. The Willow God watched as his willow strips were constantly being chopped down by Zhou Ao. His eyes rippled as if these were nothing. The next second, only to see the Willow God extend a middle finger and point it in Zhou Ao's direction. Moments. The vastness of the Holy Yuan was like a Milky Way flowing down 3,000 feet, emitting a huge pressure and coming towards Zhou Ao. The holy element wrapped around the willow strip, just like equipment enhancement. In an instant, willow strips increase in strength by a few points. There was no longer anything where Zhou Ao could cut down dozens of them with a single sword chi. Dokoroku 9 swords. Zhou Ao let out a low roar. Next moment, the 9 sword box sword awnings flashed, and the remaining 8 long swords flew out from within the box, emanating a stern sword intent to fend off Lucian's attack. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out. White smoke filled the entire yard. Countless strips of willow covered the sky and danced wildly in the white smoke. Lucian looked at Zhou Ao, who was covered in white smoke, and subconsciously frowned, spreading his divine sense to check Zhou Ao's condition. Nevertheless, just a moment after Lucian's divine sense spread into the white smoke, a sword chi that was so powerful that one could not fight against it shot out from the white smoke and came straight towards him, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Seeing this, Ryujin didn't care and folded his arms. Countless willow tree strips transformed into a huge palm that opened up and blocked the sword chi. Clang! The sword chi was like chopping on steel, making the sound of metal clashing, followed by, only to see Zhou Ao flying out from the white smoke. The mountain and river diagram had been summoned by Zhou Ao at some point and attached behind him, constantly transforming the true chi into sacred element. The next second, Zhou Ao floated in the air and took a step. Buzz buzz buzz. The void shook. Extinguish. Zhou Ao let out a low roar and instantly used 80% of his strength. As Zhou Ao's low roar fell, countless sword chi crackled like torrential rain towards the Willow God. Seeing this, Lucian's palms, which were joined together, instantly opened and raised high above his head. Next moment, countless willow tree strips formed a huge thousand-handed goddess of mercy. This thousand-handed goddess of mercy was tens of meters tall. For a moment, everyone in the entire Qingcheng saw this thousand-handed goddess of mercy. Many people in the city couldn't help but see this thousand-handed goddess of mercy with horror in their eyes, because they can feel out. This thousand hands goddess of mercy emanates from the body of the holy might, very strong, very big, so that people simply cannot give birth to the heart of confrontation, can only obediently admit defeat. Just as the people of the city were horrified, this thousand-handed goddess of mercy moved. Catch sight of. The thousand-handed goddess of mercy stretched out her own arms made of thousands of willow tree strips and attacked towards Zhou Ao. Bang! All of the sword chi was blocked by the thousand-handed goddess of mercy. The next second, a wooden dragon made of willow trees appeared steeply behind the thousand-handed goddess of mercy, instantly rising up in the air and coming towards Zhou Ao's position. Although it was a wooden dragon, the moment it opened its mouth, it was like a real dragon with flesh. Seeing this, Zhou Ao crossed his sword and blocked it in front of his chest. Infinite sword intent spread out from Zhou Ao's body, shaking the ancient and modern world, and crossing heaven and earth. Roar! The sound of the wooden dragon hissing resounded through Qingcheng. At this roar, Zhou Ao was directly swallowed by the wooden dragon, but only for a moment. Countless sword-on shot out from the wooden dragon's body. The next second, the wooden dragon was directly covered by the sword awnings, which then exploded and the wooden dragon perished. Followed by, Zhou Ao continued to execute the Dokoroku 9 swords and launched an attack towards the willow god. Luckily, with the mountain and river diagram, Zhou Ao would not fall into a disadvantage in a short period of time. But let's be honest, although Lu Xun and Su Zhuan were both at the first level of the sacred realm, but the strength of the two is vastly different. Although Su Zhuan had spent a long time in the sacred realm, he still wasn't enough to look at in front of the willow god. There's something about this portrait. The willow god did not notice the mountain and river diagram behind Zhou Ao until this moment. While probing the mountain and river diagram with his divine sense, the willow god sensed a powerful force that was so strong that it gave him the feeling of being on the verge of death. The next second, the willow god looked into midair with an incredulous expression. Catch sight of. A huge silhouette of a man holding a long sword in his hand appeared behind Zhou Ao, looking about the same size as the thousand-handed goddess of mercy. That huge silhouette with a long sword in its hand actually caused Lu Xun to detect a chill. Following, Zhou Ao directly transformed into a sword mane, accompanied by the huge hand holding long sword shadow behind him, and attacked towards the thousand-handed goddess together. Everyone in Qingcheng saw the scene and held their breath, not daring to breathe. A battle of this level hadn't been seen within their Qing city for several years. Some of the family ancestors whose cultivation was at the transcendent realm saw this scene and closed their eyes to sense their aura, trying to find a way to break through to the saintly realm. Boom! With everyone watching, Zhou Ao accompanied the huge silhouette with a long sword in its hand and managed to obliterate the thousand-handed goddess of mercy. Presently, the residual power was unabated as it came towards the willow god. Seeing this, Lu Xun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, not bad. Only, the willow god still didn't put Zhou Ao in his eyes. After all, Zhou Ao was only a transcendent realm martial artist, that even if he borrowed that mysterious drawing and was able to possess the sacred element, barely rivaling an entry sacred realm martial artist, he still wasn't enough to look at. Therefore, the willow god rose up into the air like a dragon leaping through the dragon door from the sea. A vast holy might instantly enveloped the entire Qingcheng, covering the sky and making people shudder. The next second, only Lu Xun clenched his right hand into a fist, and a power that could sweep across the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands surged out. Avalanche! Lu Xun let out a low roar, and his right fist instantly blasted out. With this punch, the Qiankuan reversed, the earth and sky changed color, and heaven and earth visions continuously surfaced in the sky above Qingcheng. It made everyone in the city stare in disbelief. The heart praised the man's power. Presently, everyone in Qingcheng only saw a bright light that struck towards Zhou Ao and the huge handheld longsword shadow. The next second, everyone in Qingcheng closed their eyes tightly, as the bright light was too harsh for them to open them. When they opened their eyes, Zhou Ao was seen slowly falling from mid-air. The huge hand-holding longsword silhouette behind him disappeared without a trace. Zhou Ao, who slowly fell from mid-air, looked with a pained expression at Lu Xun, who had his hands in the air and a smirk on his face. This moment, Zhou Ao felt the need to bring out his bottom card. The next second, everyone in the entire Qingcheng heard Zhou Ao's voice roaring in anger. Behead the immortals. Chapter 39, Entering the Nangong Family. Chop the immortal. Zhou Ao's voice resounded through the sky, like the 4 seas were peaceful and the clouds of the 9 heavens were hanging down. The next second, everyone felt an extremely terrifying force sweeping across the land. Moments, the heavens and the earth seemed to reverse and dim down. A power that did not belong to this world was like a dome falling down, covering the sky. Following, A sword chi that could carry out heaven and earth was like a lion taking a step across the sky, and it attacked towards Lucian with a raging momentum. Boom, boom, bang, bang. Just a few short breaths, the entire Lu clan was instantly covered by sword chi, and from the top down, a heavenly battle intent rose proudly into the clouds. Kind of funny. Seeing this, the willow god half squatted and put his hands together. Instantly countless willow branches appeared behind him as the holy might raged in space shattered. Millionth of a second later, only to see that the willow tree, which was chopped off by Joao, healed again and emitted a strong green light, and the newly grown willow branches, which were like sharp swords, attacked towards Joao. In the meantime, the willow god also exploded the most powerful force he could utilize at this moment. The hands that were joined together opened up, and two rushing palm prints came towards Joao's sword chi. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud explosion. Joao's sword chi instantly crushed all the willow branches and attacked towards the two palm imprints with unabated power. Bang! The dull sound of a collision rang out. The two palm imprints did not block the sword chi of Joao at all and instantly collapsed. Followed by, this sword chi was like a meteorite hitting the earth. In Lucian's incredulous gaze, this sword chi pierced through his chest. Tick-tock, tick, tick-tock. Blood flowed out of Willow God's chest and dripped down. For a moment, the silence around them was a little too much, as if a pin could be heard falling on the ground. Whoosh! Joao held his longsword in his hand and fell from mid-air, landing firmly in front of the Willow God. Looking at the Willow God that was pierced through by his sword chi, Joao nodded in satisfaction. This immortal beheader could be considered Joao's most powerful martial art right now. When the immortal chopper comes out, the immortals will also die. This kind of martial skill, how could anyone in the lower realms be able to perform it? The Willow God murmured with an incredulous expression. How did you conclude that I am from the lower realms? Joao said forcefully when he heard the Willow God's words. As Joao's words fell, Willow God's pupils shrunk slightly, with a look of realization. The next second, the aura on the Willow God's body began to dissipate. Finally, Lucian's body, which was also Lu Ru's body, began to weather and gradually dissipated into the air. With the Yanagami gone, Joao eyes flashed a trace of complexity, looking around, looking at the devastated Lu family, the hand holding the sword, back to the 9-sword box, Nangong or Nangong family, 618 to 907, Tang Dynasty of Legends. At this moment in the Nangong family, many disciples packed their bags and left the place. They already knew about Joao's strike against the old ancestor. Then it is assumed that Joao was going to make a move against the Nangong family. These disciples of theirs, all of them with low cultivation levels, stayed here and waited for Joao to beat on their door and then become cannon fodder? Only, just as these Nangong family disciples were planning to leave the Nangong family, all of a sudden, 8 long swords cut through the sky, forming a sword formation. It emitted a strong sword intent that enveloped the entire Nangong family. Joao is here. Brothers run. Joao is coming. Heaven is going to kill my Nangong family. Damn the top brass. Why did you work with Joao? This is great. I haven't even broken my virginity yet and I'm going to die. Bang! Along with the last Nangong family disciples' words fell, there was a loud bang in the sky. Joao shines. Just after stepping into the Nangong family, Joao saw several Nangong family elders of the Divine Tour realm half-kneeling not far away. Senior Joao, we didn't do anything. Let us go. We're just guest ministers of the Nangong family. These few elders of the Nangong family immediately opened their mouths to beg for mercy the moment they heard Joao's footsteps. Nevertheless, what awaited them was not the voice of Joao's consent. Instead, it was dozens of sword chi. Bang! A dull sound rang out. These few Nangong family elders were instantly killed, unable to block the sword chi at all. Followed by, Joao held a long sword in his hand, exuding a chilling sword intent, and anyone who saw the Nangong family, raised his hand and it was a sword chi. That's it. As time passes, half an hour passed. In this half hour's time, the Nangong family disciples were almost decimated by Joao, but there was still a portion of the still young Nangong family disciples that were hidden away. Like this, Joao directly exuded divine sense and searched. After all, if the mission wasn't completed, none of the Nangong family disciples would survive. There, as his divine sense spread to a mansion, Joao detected the aura of a martial artist, disappearing in an instant, appeared in the mansion. Just got here. Joao then sensed dozens of martial artists' auras. The next second, bang! Dozens of true chi came towards Joao. Clang! Seeing this, Joao instantly put his sword across his chest and blocked these attacks. With that, Joao raised his hand and sent out dozens of sword chi. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. Accompanied by a miserable scream. All of the Nangong family disciples who had sneaked up on Joao were split in half by Joao's sword chi. As these Nangong family disciples who had sneak attacked Joao died, Zhou Ao heard a footstep. Turning his head, he saw several women of the Nangong family, walking out from the house with a look of fear and trepidation, their eyes filled with awe. The moment they saw Zhou Ao, these women's legs went a little weak. It was scared by Zhou Ao's aura. "I'd like to ask you to spare the children inside," a woman from the Nangong family at the head of the group said to Zhou Ao. As the words of this Nangong family woman fell, Zhou Ao saw a group of 15 or 16-year-old Nangong family disciples inside the room through the gap. Looking at these disciples, Zhou Ao smiled contemptuously in his heart. "You have the courage to talk to me?" Zhou Ao smiled slightly and said to the woman. The woman had a simple look, but her gaze was divine, and she did not seem to have any fear of Zhou Ao. This made Zhou Ao feel somewhat interesting. "Just interesting though. What is your name?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked the woman. "My name is Nangong Feiyue. I am the wife of Nangong Cheong." The woman opened her mouth and introduced herself to Zhou Ao. "Young woman?" Zhou Ao murmured. Looking at the woman's makeup, figure, and appearance, Zhou Ao thought that she was an unmarried woman, but he did not think that she had already become a human woman, and also the wife of Nangong asked Xiong. Nangong asked Xiong. Zhou Ao was familiar with it, and Zhou Ao had recognized it on the first day he came to the Nangong family. Only, this Nangong asked the bear to die a miserable death. In the face of his own feigned serious injury, he was stabbed to death by a sword he had arranged to have come down from the heavens. The next second, only to hear Zhou Ao playfully ask, "Do you know in whose hands Nangong Cheong died?" Chapter 40, Lord of Castle City. "I guessed it." Nangong Feiyue opened her mouth and said to Zhou Ao, her voice not condescending. When Nangong Feiyue's words fell, Zhou Ao then felt Nangong Feiyue's gaze, resting on himself. "Now that you've guessed, I won't say anything more. Give me a reason not to kill the kid inside?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth to ask Nangong Feiyue, his eyes full of teasing and playfulness. As Zhou Ao's words fell, many of the surrounding women had their eyes on Nangong Feiyue, because Nangong Wentian's wife had died some years earlier. Most of these women of the Nangong family were headed by Nangong Wenqing's wife, Nangong Feiyue. "These children are innocent, and besides, your cultivation is so profound. Why bother with these children?" Nangong Feiyue opened her mouth and said to Zhou Ao. Nevertheless, as Nangong Feiyue's words fell, Zhou Ao directly shook his head at her and said, "That's not a good enough reason to cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Although my cultivation is strong now, but in case these children surpass me in the future, then if I let them go at this moment, I am laying hidden dangers for myself. Do you think this seat would be like that?" As he said the last sentence, the corner of Zhou Ao's mouth rose as he asked rhetorically, "Speak the truth." There was no way Zhou Ao was going to let that group of kids go. After all, the system mission wasn't completed. As Zhou Ao's words fell, a complex look flashed under Nangong Feiyue's eyes, then her face flushed red as she turned to Zhou Ao. "We can all serve you. The only price is to spare these children, even just one." "I'm sorry, I don't like human wives." "It's not good." Zhou Ao didn't have a hint of surprise when he heard Nangong Feiyue's words and refused on the spot, as if he already knew that she would say such things. "Then what do you want?" Nangong Feiyue asked to Zhou Ao. "Simple. How about all of you stand together, and if you can block one of my sword chi without dying, I'll promise you to pass these children?" Zhou Ao lifted the long sword in his hand and proposed to a few people. "Okay." Nangong Feiyue agreed without the slightest hesitation when she heard Zhou Ao's words. Although Nangong Feiyue was only a woman, her cultivation was not low. She was a martial artist at the 8th level of the Divine Tour realm. Those widows of the Nangong family around them were not at a low cultivation level either. Most of them were true element realm martial artists. Only, Nangong Feiyue obviously didn't know just how terrifying Zhou Ao's strength was. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to it. However, Nangong Feiyue didn't seem to be able to do anything about it. "If you don't promise Zhou Ao, the child behind you, there is no hope at all." Swish swish swish, the widows of the Nangong family came together and stood in a straight line. In a straight line? Maybe in the end the sword doesn't do enough damage to kill the last one. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ao didn't say anything more. Looking at Nangong Feiyue, who stood at the very back of the line, a hint of contempt flowed from the corner of Zhou Ao's mouth. The next second, Zhou Ao raised his hand and dozens of sword chi came towards them. Rest assured, not one sword chi, but dozens. Zhou Ao is not the kind of person who speaks sort of. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, all the widows of the Nangong family that stood in front of Nangong Feiyue, one counted as one, were all cut down by the sword chi. Only, Nangong Feiyue wasn't doing too well at the moment, only to see both of Nangong Feiyue's arms being chopped off by the sword chi, and blood continuously dripping onto the ground. Zhou Ao looked incredulously at Nangong Feiyue who was standing in place. A flicker of complexity flashed under his eyes. The next second, Zhou Ao walked in front of Nangong Feiyue and spoke. "You do have some strength, but unfortunately, from the moment I inspired dozens of sword chi, I had no intention of keeping my promise. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Nangong Feiyue's face was ashen, her eyes dull. You're not bad, Zhou Ao murmured into Nangong Feiyue's ear. The next second, Zhou Ao stabbed at Nangong Feiyue with his sword. However, just as Zhou Ao was planning to kill Nangong Feiyue, clang! A middle-aged man wearing a bucket hat appeared in the middle of the two, easily blocking Zhou Ao's sword with one finger. Seeing this, Zhou Ao subconsciously let out a cry of doubt, followed by, a powerful aura came over him, directly causing Zhou Ao to take a few steps backward. Seeing this, Zhou Ao instantly looked at the middle-aged man as if he were an enemy. Only the middle-aged man's eyebrows and starry sword eyes were seen, and his eyes were deep and unruffled. The pressure emanating from the entire person made Zhou Ao feel a little breathless. This feeling was the first time Zhou Ao had ever felt this. This person's strength is far above the entry saint realm, Zhou Ao whispered. Just as Zhou Ao whispered, this middle-aged man had his hands in the air and looked at Zhou Ao with a complicated face, as if he was torn about something, followed by, only to hear the middle-aged man with a thick voice ask to Zhou Ao, were you the one who destroyed the Nangong family and the Lu family? Who are you? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man. I am the city lord. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and spoke back to Zhou Ao. The middle-aged man's voice was like a voice that penetrated through the void and carried out heaven and earth, resonating throughout the entire Qingcheng in a single moment. Qingcheng city lord? Zhou Ao was a little messed up when he heard the middle-aged man's reply, and then asked in confusion. As Zhou Ao's words fell, the middle-aged man, also known as the city lord of Qingcheng, nodded and then spoke. Do you know what the Lu family and the Nangong family mean to Qingcheng? Related to me? Zhou Ao asked rhetorically. This condescending tone of the Qingcheng city lord made him feel offended. Of course, Zhou Ao's usual speech was actually similar to this Qingcheng city lord. It's just not self-awareness. If you don't know, forget it. But these children of this Nangong family, I still hope that you will let them go. Qingcheng city lord opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao. There was a slight tone of command in it as he said the last sentence. Why? These children are of no use at all to your Qingcheng, right? Asked Zhou Ao as he opened his mouth to the Qingcheng city lord. Yes, but there is a line between being a human being and these are all karmic consequences. The city lord of Qingcheng opened his mouth and returned. When Lord Qingcheng's words fell, Zhou Ao understood what was going on and didn't speak in more words, but silently shook his head and said, chopping the grass to get rid of the roots. If I destroy their family, if they have a super day of fish leaping through the dragon gate in the future, I will be the one to die at that time. What if I have to stop you today? Qingcheng city lord asked. With your strength, if you forcefully leave me behind, it's possible, but if that happens, you'll never be able to protect the child behind you. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the Qingcheng city lord as he raised his sword. When the words fall, a vast sword intent spread out from his body, and the mountain and river diagram instantly surfaced behind Zhou Ao. The 9 sword box opened and 9 long swords wrapped around his body. When the Qingcheng city lord saw this scene, his face grimaced and his right hand, which was behind his back, vaguely clawed. It has to be? Qingcheng city lord asked to Zhou Ao. Want to try it? Zhou Ao smiled back. Just a moment after the two ended their conversation, the two heaven-shaking auras were as breathtaking as mountains rising from the flat ground. Followed by, Zhou Ao was seen holding a long sword from the 9 sword box in his hand, and the sword intent emanating from his body made the Qingcheng city lord couldn't help but look grave. The big battle is imminent. Chapter 41, Dancing Softly. Embroiderer. The two of them, Zhou Ao and the city lord of Qingcheng, had a strong smell of gunpowder. It seemed like it was going to do it the next second. Only, the two seemed to have reached some kind of agreement, and neither of them took the lead. A huge pressure spread out from the two of them, sending shivers down one's spine. Your Excellency, are you sure you want to make a move? Qingcheng city lord opened his mouth and asked Zhou Ao. If you don't protect them, I might just kill them and be done with it. If you do, then I'm sorry. Before dying, Qingcheng will disappear from the map. Zhou Ao pursed his lips and spoke back to the city lord of Qingcheng. At this moment, Zhou Ao resisted the immense pressure, and the sword intent emanating from his body was elevated by several levels. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Qingcheng city lord's brow furrowed down furiously as he counted the gains and losses in his mind. Speak the truth. He was unwilling to go to war with Zhou Ao, because the strength that Zhou Ao displayed at this moment made him feel palpitations. If he didn't take Zhou Ao down in the first place, what awaits him then is the destruction of Qingcheng. Qingcheng city lord thought that Zhou Ao had the ability and strength. The reason why, he had to choose carefully, whether to fight Zhou Ao for his own karma, or to let Zhou Ao go for the sake of the remaining Qingcheng people. After a while, Qingcheng city lord's right hand, which was carried on his back, slowly fell down as he looked at Zhou Ao with a complicated expression. He chose the second path, followed by, The intimidating pressure emanating from the Qingqing city lord retracted. The moment Zhou Ao felt the pressure withdraw, he also withdrew the long sword in the 9-sword box and looked at him with interest. Not fighting? Zhou Ao asked with a raised eyebrow. Letting you off this time is not because I, Qingqing, am afraid, but it's not worth it. The city lord of Qingqing opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao, after all is said and done. Qingqing city lord directly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in place. With the Qingqing city lord leaving, Nangong Feiyue's gaze, which had originally lit up with hope, instantly dissipated. Followed by, Nangong Feiyue then saw Zhou Ao walk into the house, and then there was a burst of screams that went on and on. The next second, when Nangong Feiyue saw Zhou Ao again, she saw Zhou Ao walking out from inside covered in blood. Apparently, Zhou Ao had killed all of the remaining Nangong family disciples one by one. Present, the entire Nangong family was left with one person. This person was Nangong Feiyue. Zhou Ao walked in front of Nangong Feiyue, his eyes cold as if they were frozen, and raised the long sword in his hand. As Nangong Feiyue's eyes went black, the system beep sounded. Zhou Ao had completed the task of suppressing and decapitating the Nangong family, and the rewards were issued and completed. Is that the end of it? Zhou Ao looked up at the sky thoughtfully. The next second, Zhou Ao walked towards the Qingcheng gate on his own. According to the recollections of descendants at castle, that day Zhou Ao walked out of the Nangong family with his hands on his back. He was so domineering that, in the words of the descendants, it was simply a force that lifted mountains and rivers, and a breath that covered the world. Everyone in the entire Qingcheng came to watch, only none of them dared to stand in front of Zhou Ao. When Zhou Ao walks out of Qingcheng, for some reason, all of the people in the city all gasped for air, as if they had driven away the plague. So much so that, when Zhou Ao walked out of Qingcheng for hundreds of miles, no one dared to mention the word Zhou Ao. Only, there were also bold ones who headed to the Nangong family and the Lu family to plunder resources after Zhou Ao had walked out for thousands of miles. But unfortunately, the city lord of Qingqing appeared and directly took all the cultivation resources of the two great clans and took them away. Although it made many people in Qingqing dissatisfied, none of them dared to complain, because they know, Qingqing city lord was not weaker than Zhou Ao. Otherwise, Zhou Ao wouldn't have let him go, but would have just killed him. The reason why, many people didn't know the true strength of the city lord, but they had already set the label of not to be offended in their hearts. Right after the city lord of Qingcheng had taken away the resources of both the Nangong and Lu families and had sent people to occupy the two families' residences, a young man walked in from outside Castle Green, his clothes ragged and his skin dark. When many people in Qingcheng saw this one teenager, their first reaction was, he looks smelly, followed by, many people saw this youth walking towards the Lu family. If there is a good relationship with the Ryu family, must be able to find out that this youth is not someone else. It is clearly Su Zhuan, also known as the crippled old man, took Lu Chuan. Nowadays, Lu Chuan is estimated to be the only direct disciple of the Lu family. The rest are dead. Yanagawa walked to the location where the Ryu family's residence was located with a complicated face. He didn't dare to walk in because the Qingqing city lord's men were guarding the place. He didn't know if the Qingqing city lord had made any agreements with Zhou Ao, just in case it's a barbecue for someone to capture the surviving Ryu family. The reason why, Yanagawa could only look at where the Ryu family was from a distance. A hint of anger flashed under his eyes as he watched a number of people digging into the ground and excavating the Lu family. Zhou Ao, I will have my revenge. Lu Chuan roared at Zhou Ao in his heart, just as Lu Chuan was roaring at Zhou Ao in his heart. Not far from the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, on the plains, a carriage was slowly traveling here. Carriage, a young girl was looking at her father, who was sitting beside her, with a helpless look on his face. Father, is this 10,000 Swords Immortal sect really that good? The young girl asked her father with a puzzled face. The young girl's name is Dancing Lightly. She was the first daughter of an ordinary family in Qingzhou, the dance family. This trip, she was precisely going to follow her father to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and pay homage to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. I don't know if the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is good or not, but the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect has Zhou Ao. Rumor has it that this Zhou Ao is extremely protective. As long as he's not actively causing trouble, then Zhou Ao will protect this disciple. Lightning, for the current dancing family, if you can rely on the big tree of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect, our dancing family will surely level the playing field and solve our current troubles. Dancing Lightning's father, Dancing Yu, returned to her with a complicated face. Now the dancers have a big problem. Dance Yu had no choice but to send his own daughter, that is, Dance Lightning, into the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. I hope that my own daughter can rely on the big tree of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. If you can, leaning on last week's pride is as good as it gets. Father, I know, but is the energy of this 10,000 Swords Immortal sect really that great? And the daughter's qualification, indeed, is a bit too rotten. Even if she is lucky enough to worship the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, it is estimated that she can only be an outer disciple for the rest of her life. Dancing Lightning said to Dancing You with bleak eyes, "There's no harm, even if it's just an outer disciple. It can still solve the trouble the family is experiencing nowadays." Dansu opened his mouth and said to Dance Lightning, his voice filled with tenderness. Just as Mayu's words were falling, the voice of the cart driver yelling came into Mayu's ears from outside. "What man? Whom?" Mayu heard the driver's voice and got up, frowning, intending to go out and see what was going on. Just as Mayu got up, intending to lift the curtain and walk out, a dull voice came in. "Are you guys going to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect?" "Yes," came the carter's reply. The next second, "Then you go to hell." That one dull voice came in degrees, but this time, it wasn't just the voice, there was also a devastating true chi attack. Chapter 42, 3 Idioms, Whoosh, with the air exploding in layers, a true chi came towards the carriage. Bang! Not waiting for this true chi to hit the carriage, a sword chi came from far away, directly blocking the attack. White smoke filled the air. "What man?" Mayu, sitting in the car, heard the dismayed voice. The next second, bang! A dull sound rang out. The smell of blood then hit his nose and into the carriage. Following, Mayu stepped right out of the carriage. After stepping out of the carriage, he saw a hand-carrying young man with an ice-cold expression turning his head toward the carriage. Terror! Mayu felt a feeling that made him shiver the moment he felt the breath emanating from the youth. Feeling. It made Dancing You think of those transcendent realm ancestors. In guessing that the youth in front of him may be a transcendent realm level ancestor, instantly bowed with both hands and said respectfully, "I, Mayu, would like to thank you for your help." As Mayu's words fell, Mayu turned his head and saw 3 headless corpses. The 3 headless bodies were in a horrible state of death, unbearable to look at. "Are you going to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect?" The young man opened his mouth with his hands in the air and asked Dancing You, his eyes filled with curiosity. This young man is no other than Zhou Ao. At present, Zhou Ao has returned from Qingcheng. Back to the words of Senior. "I am to send my daughter to participate in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's outer disciple examination." Dancing hearing Zhou Ao did not refute the title of Senior. Instantly to Zhou Ao attitude in the degree of respect for a few points. As Mayu's words fell, Zhou Ao nodded, and then said, "Now that the clan is because of me, there will probably be quite a few people coming, but it's good that the clan is bustling, so there will be more people causing trouble, and by then, I guess the quests will be opened. I happen to be going to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect as well. Why don't we travel together?" Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked to Mayu. As Zhou Ao's words fell, without the slightest hesitation, Mayu nodded in agreement. He's no dummy. At this point in time, if they refused Zhou Ao, it was possible that they would be just like the corpses on the ground. That's it. Zhou Ao followed Mayu and a few others towards the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. On the road, several times, Dancing Lightning intended to dismount from Mashan to see Zhou Ao, but alas, all of them were rejected by Dancing You, fearing that Zhou Ao would look at Dancing Lightning's beauty. The reason why, Dancing Lightning was still curious about Zhou Ao's appearance. Regrettably, Dancing Lightning's cultivation was not high, and if she had the strength of the Divine Journey realm, she would definitely use her divine sense to probe Zhou Ao's appearance. 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Because of Zhou Ao's fame in Qingzhou, many people came to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect with the intention of worshipping the sect. At present, in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect hall, Mei Jirua sat on the main hall, looking at the true Yuan realm elder beside her with a sad face. She opened her mouth and inquired, "Nowadays, the number of people who have come to my 10,000 Swords Immortal sect to sign up for the outer disciple examination has already exceeded 10,000 people. I ask you, what should we do with these 10,000 disciples?" The disciples who came to our 10,000 Swords Immortal sect to enroll in the past years were at most thousands, and by eliminating some of them, they were able to enter the sect for 100 people. But these 10,000 people, many of them meet the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's criteria for accepting disciples. We need to think of a way if we select 1,000 people from these 10,000 people. As for how to select them, please ask all the elders to think of a way together with me. As Mei Jirua's words fell, the several true element realm elders standing in the great hall had revealed their little girl postures, too shy to speak. It directly messed with Mei Jirua's head. Speak the truth. This was the first time that Mei Jirua had a hard time because of someone. Only, and that's when it happened. The drunkard came in from outside, carrying a jug of wine and looking like he had nothing better to do. "Senior Wine Ghost, is Buzhou Mountain all right now?" Mei Jirua said expectantly as she looked at the drunkard who walked into the main hall. "It's all right," returned the drunkard, taking a sip of his drink. "I'm glad it's okay," Mei Jirua said with a thankful look on her face. "It's just that it's fine now. I still don't know how it will be tomorrow. But the demonic beast that's being suppressed under this Bujo mountain is not weak, just by virtue of the demonic aura it's emitting right now. It's making me, a transcendent realm first layer heavenly martial artist, not able to afford to fight against it. The drunkard thought for a moment and helplessly waved his hand at Mei Jiruo. As the drunkard's words fell, a trace of complexity flashed under Mei Jiruo's eyes, then he sighed. The sect disciple who went to Qingqing to deliver the letter. I wonder if he encountered the young master uncle. Indeed, Mui Chi doesn't know. Zhou Ao left the place a day before this sect disciple arrived at Qingqing and walked towards the sect. Outside the gate of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, Zhou Ao and Mai Yu, in a group, arrived here. Just got here. Zhou Ao then saw a sea of people outside the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's mountain gate, and at a glance, there were at least 7,000 to 8,000 people. Moreover, these 7,000 to 8,000 people, all of them had not low cultivation levels. According to the current reputation of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, some martial artists with lower cultivation levels would probably not dare to enroll. After all, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect had already crushed the existence of a state in terms of high-end battle power. It could be said that as long as Zhou Ao was around, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect would sooner or later become the largest sect in Qingzhou. But while some people are happy, others are sad. Some of the sect forces that had transcendent realm ancestors sitting on their side were unwilling to see this scene, so they also sent quite a few sect minutiae to come and participate in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's outer disciple selection plug. There are quite a few of them, Zhou Ao said to the taxi driver beside him. Along the way, Zhou Ao and the driver of the car got acquainted. My lord, this 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is famous in all directions because of its youngest uncle, Zhou Ao, who suppressed a state with his own power. That's why it's all too normal for so many people to come and register for the outer sect disciple selection tournament. The driver opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao. At the mention of the word Zhou Ao, there was a flash of light in his eyes. If possible, how could he be willing to be a small carter? He must be like Zhou Ao, suppressing a state. How do you feel about this man, Zhou Ao? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and joked to the driver. Powerful, terrifying, the coachman murmured, then spoke. So, is there nothing else? Zhou Ao continued to pursue, a hint of curiosity flashing under his eyes. Ferocious, tyrannical, temperamental. The coachman thought for a moment, nodded, and continued to speak. As the coachman's words fell, the corner of Zhou Ao's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, Zhou Ao knew that what he had done would surely lead to someone placing a tyrant type of curse on him. No more then. When the day really came, there was suddenly something in my heart that I couldn't accept. Indeed, the reason why Zhou Ao was so ferocious wasn't because of the system mission. If there was no system mission, Zhou Ao would still need to go on a killing spree. My lord, what kind of person do you think this Zhou Ao is? The coachman looked at Zhou Ao's uncertain expression and had some doubts in his heart, but he still opened his mouth to ask Zhou Ao what he thought of Zhou Ao. Handsome, suave, and unusual. Zhou Ao used the 3-4 letter idioms he was most familiar with in his life to describe himself. Chapter 43, Demonic Beasts Under the Bujo Mountain. You are right about that. This lord. Rumor has it that this Zhou Ao looks like a woman with red lips and white teeth. In speaking of this temperament, naturally, it's an extraordinary vessel. After all, it's so strong. After thinking for a moment, the driver nodded his head at Zhou Ao in agreement, and then also gave his reasons. Zhou Ao was satisfied when he heard the car driver's words, not a deliberate pat on the back. It was his favorite. Followed by, Zhou Ao's bad taste grew as he opened his mouth and asked the driver, who do you think is stronger or weaker than Zhou Ao and me? As Zhou Ao's words fell, the driver looked around with a horrified look on his face, as if to see if anyone had heard what he had just said. He was afraid that he would be overheard and tell the people of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, which would lead to a killing spree. My lord, be careful what you say here. This is the territory of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. There are many eyes and ears. In case someone with a heart adds fuel to the sentence, and then attracts Zhou Ao, it will not be good. The driver opened his mouth and said to Zhou Ao, Lord Zhou Ao? I'd like to see that. Zhou Ao cracked his mouth and said to the driver, wow. As Zhou Ao's words fell, the driver once again looked around with a horrified face, then folded his hands and desperately shook his head, telling Zhou Ao not to say the word Zhou Ao anymore. Seeing this, Zhou Ao nodded, followed by, Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the coachman, alright, after arriving here, I'm home. I'll leave first. See you later if you have the chance. When Zhou Ao's words fall, only to see Zhou Ao directly turn into a cloud of smoke and dissipate in place. Wait for Zhou Ao to disappear. The curtain of the carriage lifted, and Mayu walked out from inside, looking towards the location where Zhou Ao had disappeared with a complicated face, and whispered, this man is so arrogant that he dares to compare himself with Zhou Ao here, and he even said that he is here and at home. it is hard to believe that he is. Dance you didn't dare finish. However, when he said that, the carter also understood what Mayu meant. Master of the house. You can't put. If he's really Joe Ao, he doesn't even need to go forward with us. The driver pursed his lips and said to Mayu. In the carter's mind, how could the adult be Joe Ao? If it's an adult is Joe Ao, how can he talk to himself all the way? Like a chatterbox. Adults are Joe Ao. This idea directly in the car driver's mind ashes. As the coachman's words fell, Mayu nodded, feeling that the carter had a bit of a point. Therefore, Dancing Yu turned his head and spoke to Dancing Lightning inside the car. Lightning, the place is here. Come down. As soon as Mayu's words were out of his mouth, Dancing Lightning then walked out from inside. Just walked out. Just like a rabbit that has spread its joy, Dancing Lightly softly jumped out of the carriage and looked around herself, hopping around. It's just like coming back to earth. But to be honest, after days of holding it in the car, in getting out, it really was like coming back to earth. Dancing Lightning greedily absorbed the aura of heaven and earth. As Dance Yu looked at Dance Lightning, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of happiness. The next second, Mayu then nodded toward the coachman. The driver saw this and immediately drove back. When the coachman has gone away, Dancing Yu walked behind Dancing Lightning, put his hands on his shoulders, and said in a serious tone, Lightning, my father believes that you can worship in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and revitalize our dancing family. As Mayu's words fell, in her heart, Dancing Lightning could really be speechless to Dancing Yu. Sometimes the family expects too much from the child, and that can be stressful. I know, father. I will definitely worship in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, even if it's just a small servant disciple. Dancing Lightning clenched her own small fists and said firmly to Dancing Yu. As Dancing Softly's words fell, Mayu revealed a satisfied expression. Then a hint of helplessness flashed under his eyes. That's it. Dance Yu led Dance Lightning to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect to enroll. Can't help saying that. Dancing Lightning's face value was still okay, and on the way Dancing Yu led her to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Many young male disciples saw her and stood up on the spot, just like a log. Even some disciples within the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect couldn't walk when they saw Dancing Lightning, but it's a good thing. Finally succeeded in completing the enrollment under some group of young disciples who thought that their destiny was extraordinary. After all, there are always people who like to play Big Brother. That's it. Dancing Lightly was swarmed to the town of rest. As for Mayu, he took the storage ring on his finger and began to run around to see if he could make things easier during the outer sect disciple examination. It's a pity, though, Danster ran for days and it didn't help at all. These 10,000 Swords Immortal sect elders, each one of them was like a Qing official. No one dared to open this mouth and slow down the difficulty. When all is said and done, above them is Joe Ao. Who was Joe Ao? An existence that could suppress a state with his own power? They don't want to get killed? That's it. Dancing Yu could only return to the town with a helpless face and wait for the outer disciple examination to begin. Over the course of a few days, Joe Ao did not return to the sect. Instead, he rested up in the mountains near the clan. Now back to the clan. To be honest, there were definitely a bunch of things waiting for him to solve, so he might as well wait here until the outer disciple examination was over, before returning to the sect. At this moment, on the mountain, Joe Ao took out a roasted chicken from somewhere and ate it. Although Joe Ao could refrain from eating by virtue of his current cultivation level, he still had a mouthful of food. The demonic beasts under the Buzhou mountain, it looks like, are going to revive. Joe Ao took a bite of the chicken and muttered to himself. When he had just entered within the realm of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, he had sensed that the seal of the demonic beast under the Buzhou mountain had loosened. Moreover, a sage realm demon beast aura was also felt. However, Joe Ao knew that the cultivation level of this demonic beast was definitely not at the sacred entry realm. Above it, the reason why Joe Ao was here to observe as well, wanted to see when this demonic beast would come out. However, looking at the density of this demonic aura emanating, it should be fast, and it is estimated that it won't take 3 days. I hope this demonic beast can make me feel good about fighting it, Joe Ao whispered. As Joe Ao's voice fell, the system prompt resounded in Joe Ao's ears. It was detected that the demonic beasts under the Buzhou mountain where the host resides will soon break out of the earth and kill in all directions, destroying the host's residence. So the invincible suppression task is open. Quest requirement, kill the demonic beasts under Buzhou mountain. Mission time, within 3 days, after the demonic beast is unearthed. Mission reward, heavenly cloud umbrella, umbrella engraved with clouds in the sky, with great power, specific host to experience on their own. Note, not to be given away. Mission failure, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is extinguished. The host needs to rebuild the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and take up the position of junior master. May I ask if the host is intercepting the mission? As the small golden letters and words of the system appeared, Joe Ao said without thinking, intercept, because Joe Ao had already finished all the quests. All there were no quests that were being picked up and nothing bad would happen. Only, Joe Ao seemed to understand what the system meant when it said something bad happened earlier. It may be referring to the loosening of the seal of the demonic beast on Bujo Mountain, or else, according to the time projected from the first time he did the quest, it would take several more years for the demonic beasts under this Bujo Mountain to come into contact with the seals and break out of the earth. Gee, it would be nice to have a few more missions. I'm numb from resting these past few days. Joe Ao, who had received the quest, whispered with a happy face. Chapter 44, The Third Highness, Broken Wave Mountains, mountain range in North England. It was at the same time that Joe Ao picked up the quest. A blonde-haired youth appeared on top of the mountain, overlooking the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Beside the blonde-haired youth, there was also a demonic woman with snow-white, huge breasts. The aura on these two was different from that of a human. Watch carefully. Her was able to discover that these two were not humans, but demonic beasts. The cultivation strength of these two demonic beasts were not weak, and according to the human martial realm, their cultivation was at the transcendent realm third sky. This kind of terrifying cultivation was already considered an invincible existence in a poor and remote place like the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Of course, this is aside from Joe Ao. If Joe Ao was here, these two transformed demonic beasts would naturally not be enough to look at. It was still unknown whether or not he could resist Joe Ao's sword. Shu etching, the demonic beast suppressed under this Bujo Mountain. I'm afraid it's the one father has been searching for. The blonde youth opened his mouth and said to the sultry woman beside him. The demonic woman nodded when she heard the blonde youth's words, and then spoke. Third Highness, according to the demonic aura that is now emanating, it's highly likely that it's the demonic beast that Lord Demon Emperor is looking for. What do we need to do now? This blonde-haired youth's status was not low, being the third son of a demon emperor's knee. Those who were able to hold the title of demon emperor in the demon race had at the very least reached the terrifying sacred realm, and it's not the first and second layers. It had definitely reached the terrifying third level, and might even have a cultivation level above the sacred entry realm, above the entry saint realm. After Joe Ao's multiple probes, he knew that it was a martial realm called Saint King. However, in the entire Qingzhou, Saint King realm powerhouses were as good as gone. It wasn't just Saint King realm powerhouses. In today's Qingzhou, even the number of powerful people at the Saint realm was pitifully low. Shu etching, that young master of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect on Bujo Mountain, has he returned? His Third Highness opened his mouth and asked to Shu etching. Xueqiang returned. Back to Third Highness. I think it hasn't returned yet, but according to the disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect who was captured a few days ago, he may return in a few days. As Yukari's words fell, his Third Highness nodded, a hint of complexity flashing under his eyes before he murmured to himself. This young master of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect named Joe Ao has heavenly strength and has already killed quite a few human martial artists at the third level of the transcendent realm. Although you and I are demonic beasts, much more powerful than the average human martial artist at the third level of the transcendent realm, we are not expected to be able to fight against him. Moreover, it is highly likely that he is a sacred realm entry martial artist, and that would be impossible to confront. When his Third Highness's words fell, Xueqiang by his side expressed her approval and concurred. This Joe Ao's strength is indeed heaven-defying. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to have such a human powerhouse in Qingzhou, but Third Highness, the demonic beasts under this Bujo Mountain, in case it really is what Lord Demon Emperor is looking for. Even if my concubine goes to send a letter to Lord Demon Emperor now, I guess that by the time Lord Demon Emperor sends someone, Joe Ao will be back. At that time, Joe Ao will most likely be able to decapitate this demonic beast. The Third Highness said, I know, but now that the formations in Qingzhou have not been opened, it's near impossible for Father to send over demonic beasts of the entry saint realm. There's no need to send a message. Let's just watch carefully from here and see if this Joe Ao is capable of decapitating this demonic beast. As his Third Highness's words fell, Xueqiang nodded towards his Third Highness, then obediently stood in place, quietly looking towards the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect, the direction where the Bujo Mountain was located. Because both of them were demonic beasts, they were sensitive to the scent of demonic beasts. Therefore, they knew that a demonic beast was suppressed under the Bujo Mountain. Only, they don't. Joe Ao is also sensitive to the scent of demonic beasts, and also felt the two of them. As time passes, the day passed in the blink of an eye. Early dawn, nearly all of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's high-level battle forces were assembled underneath Mount Bujo. The drunkard held his longsword in his hand and looked with a grave expression towards the uncharted mountain that was constantly emitting demonic chi. By the looks of it, today, this demonic beast is going to come out. The drunkard opened his mouth and said to Meijirua beside him, his eyes deep. At this moment, the alcoholic was more serious than ever. Indeed, the drunkard wanted to run, but he was still gambling that Joe Ao would show up in time to rescue them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This outer disciple examination hasn't even been resolved yet. How come this Bujo mountain can't carry on anymore? Meijiruo listened to the drunkard's words and gave a rare visible broken curse. Followed by, he only saw Meijiruo turn his head to look at the present-day alchemy hallmaster by his side, Wang Ming. Wang Ming was the person Zhou Ao had sent the drunkard to save earlier. At present, Wang Ming had already been honored as the master of the weapon refining hall, and his weapon refining techniques had already reached a divine state. It made many disciples within the alchemy hall respect Wang Ming. As a senior member of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, Wang Ming would naturally appear here at this time. Don't say. The Bujo mountain was able to stabilize for so many days mainly by relying on Wang Ming, or to be precise, Qid behind Wang Ming. It was Qid who came up with the solution and told Wang Ming, who told the drunkard, because Wang Ming was the person Zhou Ao personally ordered. The drunkard still trusted Wang Ming. In this way, the uncharted mountain persisted for several days, but it will only last a few days. Indeed, it's lasted long enough. At present, Qid had also run out of ways to tell Wang Ming, and could only transmit her voice to tell him that there wasn't any way out. Wang Ming heard Qid's voice transmission and turned his head to Meijiruo and shook his head. Meijiruo sighed inwardly at the sight, followed by, the drunkard's face suddenly turned gloomy, only to see the sky instantly darken with clouds that covered the sky and enveloped the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. For a moment, all the forces entrenched in the vicinity of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect were puzzled after seeing this scene, not understanding what was happening. The next second, the Bujo mountain exuded black demonic aura, like a black dragon carved out of black rock, and flew towards the sky swinging the dragon's tail in a furious manner. Following, a demonic beast roared, resounding for thousands of miles around. Roar! This demonic beast roar, in the words of the later generations, was simply shocking the heavens and earth, sobbing the ghosts and gods. It feels like the clouds are churning and the black fog is chilling. Bujo mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Wang Ming and the others instantly felt a heat wave, as if an atomic bomb had exploded, nearly toppling them over. Followed by, buzz buzz buzz, Bujo mountain began to shake. Wow! Instantly, a colorful formation appeared, and then in the center of the formation, a black hole followed. The next second, everyone felt a 10,000 strong demonic beast aura from this black hole. This demonic beast aura made the drunkard unable to move. The alcoholic couldn't move, let alone anyone else. For a moment, all of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciples who had gathered near the Bujo mountain, not a single one of them was able to move a single step. Silently, he waited for the demonic beast in the black hole to come out. Thud, 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 with the dull sound of hooves. The demonic gas is getting more and more dense. It seems that the demonic beasts in the black hole will soon come out. Just as the demonic beast in the black hole was about to step out, Zhou Ao also got up and stood up from the stone, opened the 9-sword box and condensed the sword intent. Efforts to update have begun in Chapter 45. Bujo Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Roar! A shocking roar came out from the black hole. The next second, only to see a demonic beast that seemed to come from the floodplains walk out from inside. The demonic beast had 4 feet like sheep's hooves, a head like a cow, a dog-like body, and 2 huge bushy wings on its body. At first glance the demonic beast's eyes, which resembled cat's eyes, were vertical pupils. The demonic aura that emanated from it came out. This demonic aura caused the faces of everyone present to turn white, and the shock in their eyes was unmatched. Just by feeling the demonic aura at this close range, the drunkard and the others had the feeling that they couldn't carry it, let alone fight. It's not easy to block around. The moment Qid in Wang Ming's ring saw this demonic beast, she felt the demonic beast's aura and instantly thought of something, and immediately roared at Wang Ming in the ring. This is a demonic beast of the sainthood realm. Hurry up and run. A demonic beast of the sainthood realm? When Wang Ming heard Qid's words, he was first stunned, and then he was looking at the ring on his finger with an incredulous expression. The sacred realm is above the transcendent realm. This kind of demonic beast, nowadays your 10,000 Swords Immortal sect can't withstand it at all, unless Senior Zhou is here, or else you'll all have to die. Don't even think about resisting. Qid was in the ring, desperately roaring at Wang Ming. Wang Ming listened to the tone of Qid's speech, and instantly his pupils shrunk, shouting at the drunkard next to him, Meijiruo and the others. Everyone, run! As Wang Ming's words fell, the two of them, the drunkard and Meijiruo, first froze for a moment, then hurriedly nodded their heads and went crazy, leading the surrounding disciples towards the safety of the place behind them. But it's late. Didn't wait for the alcoholic and others to reach safety. Catch sight of. This demonic beast instantly raised its head, opened its mouth, exposed its fangs, and let out a long roar to the sky. Roar! The roar of the demonic beast seemed to be a long sword that ran through heaven and earth, plunged straight into the hearts of all who heard the roar. Bang! For a moment, everyone within a radius of tens of miles of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, all of them collapsed to the ground, one by one unable to move. The same goes for people including alcoholics and others. The first layer of the transcendent realm, in the eyes of the demonic beasts of the entry sacred realm, were just as much trash as those martial artists who had just entered the body-tempering realm. A town near the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, the two of them, Dance Lightning and Dance You, like everyone else, all collapsed to the ground, their faces in agony as if they had been hit by a bullet. Father, what is going on here? Dancing Lightly, lying on the ground, struggling to keep herself from leaking light, her expression pained as she asked to Dancing You. When Dancing You heard Dancing Lightning's words, he frowned and looked towards where the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect was located, and returned, most likely something has happened to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, and the sound of this beast's roar is coming from the direction of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. As Mayu's words fell, without waiting for Dancing Lightning to open her mouth to ask how strong this demonic beast was, then he heard a group of martial artists around him who had come to participate in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's outer disciple examination say, "What happened to this 10,000 Swords Immortal sect? Looking at it, it seems like some demonic beasts have come out of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. It's terrifying, just the sound of a beast's roar, and we can't even move. Don't you move around? Can't you see that the elders of the Divine Journey realm are all prostrate on the ground like us, unable to move? This 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is so scary. I don't want to participate in the outer disciple examination. I want to go home. I want to find my mom." "Me too. This clan is too scary. In the future who knows what kind of things will appear." Originally, there was no hope of joining the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, but now it's even better, as it directly interrupts my thoughts. Now it's a great demon. What about down the road? Can Joe Ao resist? As Dancing Lightning listened to the talk of these martial artists, a complex look flashed under her eyes. Speak the truth. She mentally winced as well. The main reason was that the roar of this unknown demonic beast was too terrifying. There was just a roar and everyone collapsed to the ground. If faced head-on, then is there any chance of surviving? 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, Bujo Mountain outside. The drunkard and the others collapsed on the ground, watching the demonic beast roar and before lowering its head and looking this way with unnerving vertical pupils. Just for a moment the vertical pupil looked at himself and the others. The alcoholic instantly felt his heart take some kind of indescribable pounding. The alcoholic felt a wave of feelings that brought him to the brink of death. This feeling, he only felt this way when he was facing Joe Ao. "Teacher, don't we have a way to fight this demonic beast?" Wang Ming lay on the ground and asked Keat in the ring with difficulty. When Keat heard Wang Ming's words, she first frowned, and then her ethereal voice entered Wang Ming's brain from the ring. "There is a way, but it's a way that I don't want to use." "What method?" Wang Ming asked eagerly. As soon as Keat's words fell, Wang Ming opened his mouth immediately afterward and asked, his voice filled with urgency. "AI." Keat sighed when she heard Wang Ming's words. Wait for Keat's sigh to fall. Keat opened her mouth and said to Wang Ming, "You may have to pay for your life." The price of life? When Wang Ming heard Keat's words, a hint of complexity flashed under his eyes, and his gaze kept flickering as if he was thinking about something. After a few seconds, Wang Ming's tone was firm and his attitude was sincere as he said to Keat, "Using my life alone for the life of the entire clan." "Teacher, disciple feels it's worth it. Are you sure?" Keat subconsciously asked when she heard Wang Ming's words. "Okay, teacher, without the clan, perhaps the disciple would have died months ago. Before, if I had died, my disciple might have been a handful of yellow earth, but now that I've died, my disciple feels that death has meaning. A man's death is either heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather." Wang Ming opened his mouth and said to Keat in the ring, and as he said the last sentence, Keat felt as if her soul had been shocked in some way. A moment of contemplation, followed by, only to hear Keat open her mouth and say to Wang Ming, "Since you're already looking forward to death, I'll help you one last time." As Keat's words fell, moments, a vast true chi spread out from within the ring in Wang Ming's hand, covering the sky and resembling a vast star. "What?" When the drunkard and Mei Zhirua and the others saw the scene and felt this vastness of true chi, they looked at Wang Ming with shocked faces. Wang Ming also looked at the ring in his hand with a shocked expression. In a flash, Wang Ming seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted, "Teacher, don't!" Whoosh! As Wang Ming's words fell, only a rainbow light that looked like a star breaking through the sky appeared, and from the ring in Wang Ming's hand, it leapt to mid-air. "It's Keat!" Vast starlight covered Keat. The void vibrates vaguely with buzz 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 buzz. Seeing this, the drunkard and the others raised their heads to look at Keat, who was covered in vast starlight, though its outline cannot be seen. But everyone felt that the woman covered by the vast starlight should be the best in the world. On a mountain peak not far from the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, Joe Ao looked at Keat, who was covered in vast starlight, and whispered with a complicated face, "This feeling, Is it planning to sacrifice itself to fend off this demonic beast? Chapter 46, Brothers, don't raise them. Buzhou Mountain outside. Keed, who was covered in vast starlight, emitted destructive power from her eyes. Follow through the darkness with a vast starlight. Roar! The demonic beast was attracted to Keed, who was covered in vast starlight, and immediately let out a roar. Following, the demonic beast took its own goat hooves in huge steps, one step at a time, towards Keed, who was covered in starlight. With each step, the surrounding void exploded. The air is backed up. A terrifying aura lingered under the uncharted mountain. In a short time, the drunkard and others dare not breathe a word, waiting quietly. This feeling of waiting to die is honestly something that the alcoholic truly dislikes, but there's no way around it. If you can't have the strength, you have to practice. Just when the demonic beast was about to walk in front of Keed, who was covered in vast starlight, had a voice as cold as 10,000 years of frost. A mere sacred entry realm demonic beast is also worthy of flaunting its power in front of the sacred lord? As Keed's words fell, next moment, only the vast starlight covering Keed instantly blossomed with dazzling light, constantly coming towards the demonic beast. The starlight was like venom, constantly covering the demonic beast's body, starting at the sheep's hoof and slowly roaming upwards. Roar! Seeing this, the demonic beast let out a low roar, but this roar could clearly be heard to be filled with anger. Whoosh! As this roar of the demonic beast fell, it seemed to penetrate through the illusion. Catch sight of. The starlight that was spreading over the demonic beast like a liquid was blown away in an instant and flew backwards towards Keed. Keed, who was covered by a small amount of starlight, only saw her hands rubbing together in a single motion, and instantly 3 burly giants appeared behind her. The moment these 3 giants appeared, the martial artists in a radius of dozens of miles all saw these 3 giants with extraordinary and powerful auras. Although these 3 giants' breath was not as good as that demonic beast, but with the 3 giants' breaths combined, they were barely able to touch base with this demonic beast. What's with these 3 giants? Why are they covered in starlight? That's right, could it be that Zhou Ao made a move? Fart! Zhou Ao is the one who uses the sword. Even if he strikes, it's still the aura of a sword. How could he release a giant to attack a demonic beast? Yes, it shouldn't be Zhou Ao who strikes, but some other strong person from the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. What's more, according to the time deduction, Zhou Ao probably hasn't returned to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect yet. Wait, I think I can move. What? Right, I can move too. Brothers, hurry up and run. Don't wait for death here, lest you be injured by mistake. Don't die here at a young age. With the fall of a single word, many people immediately flew away from here after realizing they could move. Seeing this, Mayu ignored the martial artists around him who were desperately trying to escape, and instead raised his head to look at the roiling starry river. Catch sight of. In the sky, a river of stars appeared. A river of stars that covered the sky and was like the stars of the night, flashing with a dazzling light. It is this river of stars that allows all the prostrate martial artists to move up and escape from here. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Keed's hands held up the sky, holding up this roiling river of stars. Rest assured, the roiling river of stars in the sky at the moment was created by Keed herself alone. Although it took a lot of Keed's true chi, the drunkard and the others had already left the area. The goal was sort of accomplished. Now quite a few 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciples were preparing to evacuate this place. As for Wang Ming, he didn't intend to leave, intending to die with Keed, but he was directly knocked out and taken away by the drunkard. Nowadays, it is estimated that they have long gone out of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Bang! The 3 giants behind Keed also arrived in front of her, blocking the demonic beast. The demonic beast didn't seem to be able to attack, only roaring and not using its claws or anything. Therefore, these 3 giants were barely still blocking the demonic beasts from advancing. However, during the battle between the 3 giants and the demonic beast, Keed felt something was wrong. This demonic beast, it seems to be a bit dull. Actually, this beast is not a bit dull. Rather, it was because this demonic beast had just stepped out from inside the seal within the Unchained Mountain and had not adapted well. Its battle power had not been restored. Nowadays, the strength of this demonic beast was estimated to be only at the first level of the Saint Entry realm. Waiting in the past few minutes, the strength of this demonic beast must be at least at the second level of the Sacred Realm. The first and second levels of the Entry Sacred Realm were not one heaven and one earth. At that time, Keed probably wouldn't be able to resist. Boom! An explosion rang out. Only one of the giants was directly bitten through the head by the demonic beast. The next second, the demonic beast headed directly towards the other giant and directly slapped it with a claw. This giant, just like an ordinary person being hit by a truck, flew directly backwards. Not good. Keed saw this and said in her heart. At this point, this demonic beast had already begun to get used to today's heaven and earth. Battle power also began to take a qualitative leap. the next second, only to see the demonic beast waving its wings like a pterodactyl, violently opening its bloody mouth and attacking towards the only remaining giant. Although the demonic beasts are big, but it was fast, like the speed of sound. Boom! The air exploded in layers. In a lightning-fast manner, this last giant was instantly bitten off by the demonic beast, its head swallowed into its stomach. Presently, the demonic beast rose into the air once again, and its sheep's hooves directly stepped onto the giant that flew out backwards. Bang! In an instant, the giant was starry-eyed the moment he was stepped on by the goat's hooves, and immediately afterward, he directly exploded in place. So far, the 3 giants summoned by Keed were all destroyed. This demonic beast, something's not right. Although its breath is currently only at the first layer of the sacred realm, its strength has touched the threshold of the second layer of the sacred realm. Keed murmured with a complicated look on her face. If someone looked closely, it wasn't hard to notice that the aura on Keed's body was continuously weakening. She was utilizing her life in exchange for a brief moment of true chi power. But because she was so weak, now that he was only able to briefly acquire the cultivation level of the first layer of the sacred initiation realm, this was already not easy either. Moreover, she couldn't maintain this cultivation in true chi of the first level of the sacred realm for long. It was estimated that in another quarter of an hour or so, she would not be able to hold on. At that time, as long as this demonic beast came with a beast roar once more, anyone who heard the beast roar would probably not be able to escape and could only stay where they were and wait for death. At present, this demonic beast seemed to know that Keed had run out of gas. Only its unhurried steps were seen, one step at a time, towards her. At this moment, the demonic beast, just like a lecherous man who saw a beautiful woman tied up, makes people shudder. Seeing this, Keed sighed helplessly and then spoke. Forget it, just die. I was looking for a possible miracle, but now it seems that there should be none. However, this seat was once a Saint King realm powerhouse, and you, a tiny Saint Entry realm demonic beast. I will make you lose a layer of skin even if I am bound to die today. Chapter 47, Out on a Limb. Buzhou Mountain. A mountain from Chinese legend. Keed was ready to fight to the death. Only, what Keed didn't seem to know was that at this moment, on a mountain peak not far from the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, Zhou Ao had already condensed his strongest sword. This sword, if not expected by Zhou Ao, was enough to decapitate this demonic beast. The hill. Zhou Ao backhanded the sword. Heaven and earth sword power converged on the side of the body. Thousands of sword chi lingering. You've done enough. However, your life shouldn't end here. Zhou Ao looked at Keed, who was planning to deliver the final blow. The corner of his mouth rose as he whispered, "Into broken wave." Mountain range straddling the border between Taiwan and Hong Kong. When Third Highness and Xuechang saw this scene, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but rise slightly. In their opinion, Keed, who was confronting the demonic beast, was dead. Moreover, up until now, Zhou Ao hadn't appeared and was clearly not in the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Since Zhou Ao was not in the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, the two of them could then use their treasure and take this demonic beast away. Nevertheless, just as the corners of their mouths rose, they suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying aura emanating from a distant mountain peak. As His Third Highness watched a sword intent that shot straight up into the sky emanate from a mountain peak not far away, he instantly turned his head to Xuechang at his side and asked, "This sword intent, sword momentum, could it be that Zhou Ao has returned?" In His Majesty's heart, there weren't many in the entire Qingzhou who could possess such sword intent and sword power. In addition to the fact that he now appeared near the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect and looked like he was still planning to help the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, then it was obvious that there was only one person. This person is Zhou Ao. As His Third Highness's words fell, Xuechang nodded her head at the Third Highness with a grave expression. "Third Highness, looking at the sword intent and momentum, it should be good. Zhou Ao is back." Right after Yukari's words, everyone then saw a devastating sword chi, raging, sweeping across the land towards the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. To be precise, it was not towards the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, but towards the rampaging demonic beast of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Boom! This devastating sword chi was like a god of war in the heavens and earth, like a wild beast out of its cage, tearing everything apart, making all those who saw this sword feel the descent of the god of swords. In the meantime, in a mountain range dozens of miles away from the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, Mei Jiruo, the drunkard and a few elders of the True Origin realm led most of the disciples from the entire clan to take refuge here. There's no way out? The drunkard looked at the direction where the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect was located and murmured in a low voice. I don't know why. The alcoholic had an empty feeling in his heart after those words. For the first time since the drunkard known as the Lone Ranger, it felt as if the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect was his home. Now that I see that my home is going to be gone, I naturally feel bad about it. Elder drunkard, we will return. Mei Ziruo looked at the drunkard's appearance, reached out her hand to dry her eyes. which had already been wet, forcibly, and said to the drunkard with a firm face, "What is it? Was it the young master who made the move? It's sword chi. This kind of sword chi. It's definitely little master returning and striking." Just as Mei Jiruo's words fell, the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples who had taken refuge behind them instantly cried out in shock. The next second, Mei Jiruo then felt a powerful sword chi. Look up. Hearing the strongest sword chi inspired by Zhou Ao, it was seen coming towards the demonic beasts within the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect with a forceful momentum. The drunkard also looked up and saw the scene, and instantly the gloom dissipated from his face. "Junior Master," Mei Jiruo whispered. When Mei Jiruo's words fall, only to see Mei Jiruo's eyes darken and she instantly fainted. Before Zhou Ao came, Mei Jiruo had been holding out, but now she couldn't hold out any longer. For a moment, many of the martial artists who had come with the intention of worshipping the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect all saw the sword chi that made their souls tremble. According to the words of the latter, "I only saw that day, the young master of Buzhou Mountain, a sword through 1,000 miles, the sword chi wherever, hand holding a long sword, all trembling, so that people newborn fear." Later on, many sword cultivators simply stopped practicing sword because they saw the sword chi of Zhou Ao and knew that they could not achieve this kind of accomplishment in their lifetime. Inside the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, seniors, Keed, who had intended to unleash her final blow, instantly felt a vast sword intent coming her way. After sensing that this sword intent was from Zhou Ao, Keed instantly retracted her last strike and looked at the incoming sword chi with spring in her eyes. When the sword chi came to Keed's heel, Keed subconsciously closed her eyes, because she knew that Zhou Ao's sword chi would not harm her. This confidence, Keed didn't know where she got it from. Just as Keed closed her eyes, Keed instantly felt as if someone had taken her by the waist and brought her to the ground. When Keed opened her eyes, she realized that she was on top of a flat area, right in front of her eyes. The sword chi was just like chopping a melon and cutting a vegetable, directly piercing through the middle of the demonic beast. Following, only a figure appeared in front of the demonic beast. In an instant, Keed then recognized that the owner of this figure was Zhou Ao. Zhou Ao held his longsword in his hand and looked at the demonic beast that had been pierced by his sword chi, his face grimacing. Roar! Although it was pierced by one of Zhou Ao's sword chi, the demonic beast didn't die at all, and the wound quickly healed, followed by a furious roar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your mouth stinks. Zhou Ao broke into a curse. Next moment, only the 9 long swords in the 9 sword box were seen cutting through the sky like meteors. Arriving behind Zhou Ao, Dokoroku 9 swords, Zhou Ao let out a low roar. Zhou Ao took the first step with his sword. Buzz. Qiankuan reverses. Yin and Yang transform. The void shakes. Endless heaven and earth visions surfaced in the sky. It was like a brilliant spark. For a martial artist of Zhou Ao's strength, raising one's hands and throwing one's feet to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon was just like eating or drinking water. Only, these heaven and earth anomalies had attracted Keed's sideways glances. Even many of the martial artists who came to worship the clan had excitement in their eyes. When all is said and done, anyone would hope that the sect they worshipped in was the stronger the better. Boom! As Zhou Ao took his first step, the first sword of the Dokoroku 9 swords came out in a smooth manner. In an instant, a sword chi then chopped towards the demonic beast's head. Wow! The sound only saw the demonic beast's head instantly cut off by Zhou Ao. Unfortunately, without waiting for the demonic beast's head to fall to the ground, a new head grew in an instant. This healing ability, it's kind of interesting. Just in time, it will allow me to practice my swordsmanship. Seeing this, the corners of Zhou Ao's mouth rose as he murmured. The eyes were the same as those of a hunter looking at his helpless prey blazing. Wang, the second step is taken. The air instantly falls apart and the aura pours in. The third step is taken. The fourth step is taken. The fifth step is taken. When Zhou Ao stepped out of the fifth step, the 9 swords of the Dokugo had already been performed to the fifth sword. Zhou Ao, who was as terrifying as he was, had taken the demonic beasts as his own whetstone. Still, after Zhou Ao's 5 swords were exhausted, the demonic beast stood intact, only its breath was slightly weaker. This terrifying healing ability caused Zhou Ao to not be able to help but be shocked with his eyes. But that point was good for Zhou Ao. After all, who would like to have their whetstone worn out early? Chapter 48, Seconds. Boom, 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 bang, bang. The battle rages on. The waves of battle spread out like a tidal wave. In the course of the battle, Zhou Ao's sword intent was raised a notch. Rest assured, because of having this top self-healing level demonic beast as a sword sharpening stone, Zhou Ao's sword intent was surprisingly upgraded by a notch. So strong, many people felt the battle between Zhou Ao and the demonic beast and unanimously praised it. Can't help saying that, although they couldn't see the fierce battle between Zhou Ao and the demonic beast, they directly brainstormed it because of the admiration they had for Zhou Ao in their hearts. Can't help saying that, in most of their brain animations, Joao was now fatally beating on the demonic beast. But the truth is true. Joao continuously released his sword chi and attacked towards the demonic beast. The aura of the demonic beast at this moment was much weaker. In Joao's opinion, the demonic beast's self-healing ability was very strong, but it seemed that every time it healed itself, it would consume a lot of energy. When the energy is depleted, no self-healing will be taking place. When Joao's sword chi cut through the demonic beast's body, the self-healing ability failed. Instead of healing in seconds, it paused for a second or two. Don't underestimate the second or two. In this 1 or 2 seconds, Joao could nearly inspire thousands of sword chi. No more than. Joao didn't do so because he was planning to have some more fun. This was because he sensed that the demonic beast in front of him, it seemed that he had not yet used his full strength. Rest assured, at this moment, the demonic beast had not completely stepped into the second level of the sacred realm, still adapting to the current aura of heaven and earth. That's it. As time passes, a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this quarter of an hour, Joao continuously released high-intensity sword chi. Wherever the sword's energy goes, sand flies and blood spills of demonic beasts. Can't help saying that. If he didn't have to decapitate this demonic beast, Joao really planned to raise this demonic beast. Well, Joao whispered. As Joao's words fell, the demonic beast in front of him suddenly erupted with red true chi, which was like red lightning on the dome of the sky, constantly weaving in and out. The aura of the demonic beast had arrived at the terrifying second level of the saint entry realm. The second level of the sage entry realm. Is Senior waiting? Seeing this, Keed, who was not far away, whispered suspiciously. Keed remained in her soul, because she didn't have to briefly gain a very high cultivation level. Keed could maintain her soul form for a long time. Of course, chakra is also consumed, just very little. Roar! With a roar, the 4 goat hooves instantly lifted up and stomped violently towards Joao. The air instantly exploded. True chi that looks like red lightning is just like water vapor, spraying out from the 4 goat hooves and coming towards Joao. Seeing this, the corners of Joao's mouth rose, and he instantly held his long sword in his hand in front of his chest. Clang! Joao's feet stepped on the ground, and in an instant, the 4 sheep's hooves released to Joao's power as if dozens of mountains were pressing on him, and he kept retreating backwards. Quickly, a tens of meters gully appeared. When Joao retreated to a wall, a hint of hostility flashed in Joao's eyes. Holding the long sword in the side of his right hand, he let out a low growl, chopping immortals. As this low roar from Joao fell, Keed, who was watching from a short distance away, instantly felt a chill run down her spine. The next second, bang! A dull sound rang out. Concentrate one's attention on, only to see that the demonic beast did not know when all 4 hooves of the goat were cut off by Joao's sword. The speed is amazing. Following, whoosh! Joao came into midair and a vast sword intent spread out from his body. Another cry, chopper immortal, as Joao's voice fell. A pale beam of light directly enveloped Joao. Following, it was as if a silhouette of a man holding a long sword appeared behind Joao. Millionth of a second passes. It was as if the dome of the sky had been split open, and a sword chi, descending from the sky, destroyed everything. Don't want to play with you, whispered Joao in midair. The next second, only to see this sword chi directly envelop the demonic beast. For a short second or so, the demonic beast was as if it had been pierced by tens of thousands of sword chi, and its soul was directly destroyed. Wait for the sword awnings to dissipate. A deep, bottomless pit appeared where the demonic beast was originally located. It was more than 10 meters in diameter. Dead, Keed, who was not far away, saw this, and the shock in her eyes was unmatched. The mouth was as big as if you could stuff a goose egg in it. Speak the truth. Keed knew that Joao could easily take care of the demonic beast, but she didn't expect that with just one strike, the demonic beast would die. It's just one hit, not counting the earlier sword sharpening attack. Arguably, Joao gave Keed another big surprise. The next second, only Joao came directly to Keed's side. Looking at Keed in her soul form, Joao said with a complicated face, "It's been hard on you to last this long." Having said that, Joao aura took Keed, who was in her soul state, and flew towards where the drunkard and the others were. For Joao, who had been observing from the surrounding peaks, it was easy to find the drunkard and the others. Go back, Joao said to Keed. Many thanks, Senior. Keed nodded and bowed her hand in thanks, followed by, only to see Keed directly turn into a cloud of smoke and enter Wang Ming's storage ring. At this moment, Wang Ming had not yet awakened. After Keed entered the storage ring, Joao descended and walked over to the drunkard. Glancing at Mei Jiruo in the alcoholic's arms, Joao nodded, a hint of complexity flashing under his eyes. Presently, the drunkard walked up to Joao and saluted with both hands in a very respectful manner. "Junior Master, you have finally returned." The drunkard's voice was full of excitement. Looking at the alcoholic's demeanor, if there wasn't someone around, Joao was really afraid that he would cry at himself. You did good. Lead the clan disciples back to the clan. I'm going to take care of something. Joao first complimented the drunkard and then opened his mouth for the drunkard to lead the clan disciples back. What's it like to stay in the wilderness when you have a clan and not return? Yes. The drunkard first froze for a moment when he heard Joao's praise, then immediately nodded his head in agreement when he heard the second half of the sentence, followed by, the drunkard then led the disciples of the clan and returned to the clan. Wait till the drunks leave. Joao's gaze was deep as he looked in one direction. This direction is Broken Wave Mountain. Broken Wave Mountains, mountain range in North England. The two of them, Third Highness and Shui Chang, were looking at the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect with disbelief on their faces. Didn't wait to slow down. An extremely powerful aura was felt coming towards the two of them. Speed is flying. The sound of breaking air resounded in the ears of the two in no time. No good. His Third Highness shouted. The next second, without waiting for the two of them, Third Highness and Shui Chang, to leave the area, they saw a sword on arrive, directly blocking their path. Wait for the sword to dissipate. Joao walked out from inside and looked at the two with a playful expression. Yoo-hoo, there's another woman. Joao looked towards Shui Chang, the corners of his mouth rising as he said flirtatiously, Third Highness, you should go. When Shui Chang heard Joao's words, she ignored them and instead walked over to the Third Highness, telling him to go first. Go? You think you guys can walk away? Joao said with a playful face when he heard Shui Chang's words. The next second, only two dull voices rang out. Bang! Bang! Chapter 49, half a month, 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Joao carried a person in one hand and flew with his sword, returning to the entrance of the sect hall. I just entered the clan hall. Mei Jirua woke up. Seeing Joao arrive here, Mei Jirua forced herself to get up despite the dissuasion of the people around her and bowed her hand to Joao. Thank you, Junior Uncle. No thanks necessary. I am also a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Besides, it's just a show of hands. Joao casually threw the two people in his hand to the corner, walked to Mei Jirua and waved his hand. Junior Master, these two are? Mei Jirua nodded and asked Joao, pointing at the two people who were thrown into the corner. Demon clansmen who trespassed on the clan. Joao said back to Mei Jirua. The two people who were thrown in the corner by Joao were no one else but the Third Highness and Shui Chang. Joao didn't kill the two on Broken Wave Mountain. The reason is simple. In Joao's opinion, this person known as the Third Highness must have come from a great source. His own time to put him under house arrest would surely draw out the person behind it. When the time comes, it's likely to trigger a system mission, and he or she will then complete the system quests, get the rewards, and finally go to the top of life. Everything is for the system mission. Joao roared in his heart. Drunkard, these two people's cultivation has been sealed by me. You bring them into the Buzhou mountain and take good care of them. Joao ordered to the drunkard. Yes, the drunkard nodded when he heard Joao's words. The next second, the drunkard walked straight to the two of them, Third Highness and Shui Chang, and just like lifting a small chicken, one in each hand, he carried and flew towards Buzhou mountain. Wait till the drunks leave. Joao looked around and subconsciously frowned as he looked at the cultivation level of these people within the hall. The current 10,000 Swords Immortal sect was too weak for Joao. To prevent this from happening in the future, Joao felt the need to cultivate a group of strong men. Even if they couldn't be cultivated in a short period of time, they would still have to use some means to captivate some strong people. When you have recuperated, come to the Buzhou mountain to find me. Joao opened his mouth and said to Mei Jirua, who was lying on the chair. Yes, Junior Uncle. Mei Jirua breathlessly nodded back at Joao, followed by, Joao turned around and then intended to leave. When he had just walked to the door, Joao suddenly thought of something and turned to Mei Jirua. On my way back to the clan, I found the remaining members of the Bilo sect preventing people from entering the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. In this matter, you send someone to look into it. If you find the remaining members of the Bijou sect, just kill them on the spot. Joao's voice was filled with an icy murderous aura, like a mountain peak that had just been frozen. As Joao's words fell, the temperature in the Great Hall instantly plummeted a few points. Cough cough cough. Mei Jirua felt the change in temperature within the Great Hall and coughed dryly a few times. Next moment, Mei Jirua opened her mouth and nodded her head back at Joao. Junior Uncle, Jirua will send someone to check now. There's no rush. Get well and we'll talk. Those remaining members of the Bijou sect are just dirt and a bunch of trash. They can't afford to make any big moves. Joao said to Mei Jirua in a slightly distressed tone. The words fall out. Joao directly disappeared into place, transforming into a sword aura and returning to Buzhou mountain. As time passes, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, Joao had nearly always been in seclusion on Buzhou mountain, cultivating. The two of them, Third Highness and Shui Chang, had also awakened during this half-month period and had taken the initiative to ask to see Zhou Ao, requesting that Zhou Ao release the two of them, but alas, it was directly rejected by Zhou Ao. But refusal aside, Zhou Ao still gave them the most basic humanitarianism so that they could send a message back to bring help. Although Third Highness and Shui Chang were a bit puzzled, wondering why Zhou Ao had agreed to them moving for help. However, Third Highness and Shui Chang agreed that it was impossible for Zhou Ao to defeat the Demon Emperor, so they directly used the unique messaging method of the demon race to spread the news that the two of them were being held by Zhou Ao. Only, nearly 10 days had passed since the time when the message was sent, and the Third Highness and Shui Chang still hadn't gotten any news at all. For that matter, Zhou Ao could hardly wait. He couldn't wait to hear the sound of the system quest opening. It's a pity, though, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's examination for recruiting outer disciples also ended during this half-month period. Because of the presence of demonic beasts, many of the martial artists who had signed up had chosen to flee from the battlefield. Therefore, the result was that not many martial artists participated in the recruitment of outer disciples assessment, and it was quickly carried out, and all of them had already done their outer disciple tokens. You can freely enter and exit the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. This time around, the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect estimated that there were nearly 1,000 outer disciples recruited. There are many of them with excellent qualifications. Oh, that's right, when one suddenly remembers one wanted mention. Here to mention a word. Dance Lightsoft did not let down their father Danceyu's expectations, successfully worship into the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, become an outer disciple, and among the outer disciples, enjoys the Outer Door 3 Big Beautiful title. Only, a good thing doesn't last forever. Although this Dancing Lightning had passed the outer disciple examination and was stunningly beautiful, but unfortunately, her qualifications were poor. Logically speaking, Dancing Lightning was going to be demoted to a miscellaneous disciple, but it was in the way of Dancing Lightly's face. The outer sect elders still left Dancing Lightning in the outer sect, and although it was still an outer sect disciple, it was just a title. Cultivation resources were also given according to the standard of a miscellaneous disciple. Only, because of Dancing Lightning's high face value, she had gained a lot of dog lickers in the inner and outer sects, so there was no shortage of cultivation resources, because whenever the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect distributed resources, there would be quite a few lickspittles who would send cultivation resources to Dancing Lightning. Still, this also caused a lot of trouble for Dancing Lightning. Some of the inner sect's prettier female disciples were very displeased with Dancing Lightning, always tripping up Dancing Lightning over nothing. Although Dancing Lightning held the title of outer sect disciple, she was actually a handyman disciple, and was simply unable to resist inner sect disciples tripping over themselves. So, she had to live with it. It was probably because Mayu had told her before not to cause any trouble, and as long as she stayed honestly in the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, the clan would be fine. So it caused Dancing Lightly to be a bit cowardly and not like to talk. But because of the many lickspittles within the clan, it was a pretty good life. At present, Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Zhou Ao pushed open the door and walked out. The retreat is complete. Walking out of the house with his hands in the air, Zhou Ao breathed in the air that had been missing for a long time. Whoosh! Zhou Ao had just stepped out of the house, and the drunkard immediately came to Zhou Ao, kneeling down on one knee in a very respectful manner. Call the patriarch here. Zhou Ao waved his hand and said to the drunkard. Yes, the drunk nodded. The next second, it directly turned into a sword mane and disappeared. After a quarter of an hour, the drunkard took Meizirua back to Buzhou Mountain. Junior uncle. Meizirua greeted Zhou Ao respectfully. During this half-month period, Meizirua's mental state had recovered to its peak. Your cultivation is too weak. I will instruct you in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, come directly to Buzhou Mountain. These pills for cultivation and the techniques, you handle them. Zhou Ao took out dozens of storage rings as he spoke and handed them to Meizirua. Zhou Ao had harvested a lot of wealth during his journey in Long Qian Dynasty in Xinjiang, especially those pills given by the Nangong family. It was almost like Zhou Ao was a regenerative parent. Chapter 50. Do you really think the clan is your home, little master? Meizirua received these storage rings and glanced gratefully at Zhou Ao, her eyes moist. I don't know why. Meizirua always felt that Zhou Ao had given these pills not to the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, but to herself. Seize the time to reach the Divine Journey realm. The current clan is too weak. Zhou Ao looked at the excited Meizirua and spoke faintly. Yes. Meizirua pursed her lips when she heard Zhou Ao's words and then nodded her head in response. By the way, how are things going in the Bai Luo sect? Zhou Ao frowned at Meizirua and asked. Even though they were just some remnants, Zhou Ao still didn't like the idea of messing around in the territory of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. When Meizirua heard Zhou Ao's words, she returned with a complicated face. Back to Junior Master. I don't know why, but when disciples sent people to look into this matter, all the remaining members of the Bai Luo sect seemed to have disappeared in an instant. A number of disciples were sent out, and they all came back with nothing. When Zhou Ao heard this, his face clouded over and his voice was dull. Like this? This matter, continue to follow up. If you really can't find out, I will personally take action. When Mei Zhihua heard Zhou Ao's words, she nodded her head and said, I'm grateful to you, Jun your master. Zhou Ao spoke. You go back first. Followed by, Zhou Ao waved his hand and told Mei Zhihua to leave the place. Mei Zhihua just left here. The drunkard immediately walked over to Zhou Ao and spoke. Jun your master, Wang Ming is here. On the way the drunkard had led Mei Zhihua to Buzhou Mountain. He had seen Wang Ming standing alone at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain, seemingly with something to say. Let him come up. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the drunkard. Yes. The drunkard responded with a nod, then disappeared. Wang Ming arrived at the Buzhou Mountain and walked up to Zhou Ao. Seeing Zhou Ao, the ring on Wang Ming's finger instantly bloomed with color. The next second, Keat appeared directly in front of Zhou Ao. The drunkard watched as Keat appeared in front of Zhou Ao and directly disappeared and left the place. Highly emotional and knowledgeable, Keat watched the drunkard leave, and for some reason, her cheeks flushed a little. Only unfortunately, nowadays, she was still in her soul state, so she couldn't tell if her cheeks were red or not. Has the chi and blood recovered? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked to Keat, his voice as warm as the spring breeze in June. Keat returned. Back to senior already much better. That day's matter, thanks to senior's help, Zhou Ao said. It's not considered a favor. You're fighting for the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. As the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's junior uncle, I naturally want to keep you safe and sound. Speaking later, Zhou Ao paused for a moment before continuing. The things you want, we of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect will try our best to find them all for you. With Zhou Ao's words falling, Keat gratefully said back to Zhou Ao, many thanks senior. Seeing this, Zhou Ao waved his hand and laughed. I'm afraid you didn't come to find me specifically to thank me. When Keat heard Zhou Ao's words, her face showed a complex color and she said with an embarrassed expression, back to senior. I'm afraid that my enemy has already sensed my presence after what I did that day. It may not be long before they find the clan. Keat said the last sentence. Her voice ended abruptly, glanced at Zhou Ao, not talking. I know, just stay well in the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. This seat won't let anything happen to you or the 10,000 Swords Sect, Zhou Ao said confidently to Keat, his eyes full of convincing power. Just kidding. It was a chance to deliver a possible activation of a system task. How could he let Keat go? The current Keat, in Zhou Ao's heart, could be no less than a national-level protected animal. But, Keat was about to say something else. But unfortunately, without waiting for Keat to open her mouth to speak, Zhou Ao directly waved his hand and interrupted. My power is beyond your imagination. Don't worry. Wow. As the words fell, Keat and Wang Ming instantly felt their hearts receive a severe shock. These words, so manly, directly, Zhou Ao brushed his good sense in Keat's heart. Let's put it this way. If Keat recovered her physical body, she would 100% go after Zhou Ao, without doubt. These words of Zhou Ao also made Keat curious about Zhou Ao's true strength in her heart, because every time I see Zhou Ao, Keat was feeling like she was getting the hang of him. Zhou Ao looked at Keat and waved his hand. You guys go back first. If they come, I'll make a move. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Keat and Wang Ming nodded and then left the place. After Keat and Wang Ming left, Zhou Ao sat on Buzhou Mountain, quietly watching the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect go out for a walk. In case you run into that ungrateful one that inspires a system quest, Zhou Ao whispered, then directly hid his breath, changed his appearance, and descended the mountain. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Outer Disciple Residence. The reformed Zhou Ao walked here. Just after walking here, Zhou Ao saw a familiar face. This acquaintance was no one else. It was clearly Dancing Lightning. Catch sight of. Dancing Lightning surrounded a group of outer disciples. These outer disciples, each and every one of them looked at Dancing Lightning with eyes like hungry ghosts in lust. Senior sister Lightning, these marrow cleansing pills are for you. Senior brother, I have good natural talent. I don't need these marrow cleansing pills. Senior brother Broken Mountain, what are you saying at the end? What do you mean you don't need it if you have good qualifications? Could it be that my senior sister Lightly Rose qualifications aren't good enough? Come. Senior sister Lightning, this is a water spirit fruit. After eating it, your skin will be more tender and smooth. This senior brother, you still have the nerve to talk about that senior brother. Look at your last sentence. What did you say? Goo. So nasty. How could senior sister Lightning look at you? I advise you to leave senior sister Lightning earlier. Don't be around him. You're the fly that doesn't bite. Diaphragm. What did you say? I say you're a fly that doesn't bite. Diaphragm. If you have the ability to go to the martial arts field to find a ring for a one-on-one fight, whoever loses will not be allowed to come within 10 paces of Senior Sister Lightning in the future. And every time you see the winner, you will have to call for your father. Come on, who's afraid? Let's see how good you are. Let's go. That's it. Under Joao's watchful eye, the two 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples left the vicinity of Dancing Lightning and headed to the dedicated competition ground for outer disciples. It looks like today is destined to be a father-son game. This girl, on the contrary, is very popular within the outer disciples, Joao said with an envious face. Indeed, Joao didn't know that he was also very popular. This senior brother, don't get in the way here. Can't you see that Senior Sister Lightning is going over? Just as Joao envied Dancing Lightning, a low, slightly threatening voice entered his ears. The next second, only to see a tall and white outer disciple like a big tree appear in front of Joao's eyes. Seeing this, Joao did not intend to pay any attention, for no other reason than that the system mission is not open. If the system quest was opened, then this tall and white outer disciple would not want to live today. Joao then planned to avoid them. Nevertheless, without waiting for Joao to avoid it, a gloating voice could be heard. Goo, isn't this Senior Sister Dancing Lightning? Why are you so brash now? Do you really think the sect is your home? Chapter 51, Happy New Year, one more today. Who? How dare you humiliate Senior Sister Lightning in front of me? The tall and wide-bodied outer disciple immediately roared in a low tone of voice when he heard this conspiratorial voice. And after that, the tall and wide-bodied outer disciple subconsciously glanced at Dancing Lightning. At the sight of no Dance lightly glancing here, he felt the need to show off his super strength to make Dancing Lightning worship him. A tiny outer disciple. Is he worthy to flaunt his power in front of this inner disciple of mine? Just as the tall and wide-bodied outer disciple's words fell, the feminine voice that was so eerie just now came once again. Everyone took a look in the direction the voice came from. He saw a young girl in inner disciple's attire, walking over from not far away. As the young girl slowly walked in, everyone got a good look at her. She only had a rosy pointed chin, a pair of bright almond eyes, smooth black hair, and looked like a really flowery woman. This inner disciple's name is Keilu. Keilu's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the pneumatic realm. Although the 3rd level of the pneumatic realm was not high in Qingzhou as a whole, in the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, within the inner disciples, the cultivation level was considered good. Senior Sister Keilu, the tall and wide-bodied outer disciple instantly exclaimed out in shock when he saw that the person coming was Keilu. Although Jilu's cultivation level was not high, he was ranked within the inner disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. It wasn't the cultivation that ranked up, but the power that ranked up. The 7th of the inner disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect is the elder brother of Keilu, Keishu. Jilu often relied on his older brother, Ji Shu, to do wrong, and especially loved to bully outer disciples who were prettier than himself. Dancing Lightning was so pretty, and in the outer sect, it was naturally the object of Keilu's bullying. The reason why, at this moment, Keilu came here, obviously to bully Dancing Lightning. The moment she saw Keilu, Dancing Lightning gave a dark cry of misfortune. Realize, within the many women who bullied Dancing Lightning, Keilu was considered the lead big sister. Although Dancing Lightning was not afraid of Keilu, she followed the words of her own father, Dancing you, and did not dare to resist. Of course, it was mainly because Dancing Lightning's cultivation level wasn't high enough. What did you just say to me? This senior disciple. Keilu walked up to the tall and white outer disciple and opened his mouth to ask. Not only did Keilu walk up to this outer disciple, Keilu's many inner disciple followers followed closely behind, acting as if they were bodyguards, staring angrily at this outer disciple, exuding an aura that made this outer disciple feel trembling. Seeing this, Joao consciously pushed it aside. Nevertheless, just when Joao thought that this outer disciple would concede, catch sight of, after this outer disciple glanced at Dancing Lightning, his heart seemed to be filled with strength as he immediately said to Keilu in front of him, Senior Sister Keilu, please get out of the way. Goo, this disciple has something. Sure enough, love makes one blind. When Joao heard the words of this outer disciple, the corners of his mouth rose as he was shocked in his heart. What if I don't let go? Jilu heard the words of this outer disciple and first froze, then recovered and asked with a playful face. She was certain that the outer disciple in front of her would definitely not take a shot at herself. When all is said and done, there were quite a few inner disciples standing behind her. Any one of these inner disciples could hang this outer disciple. When all is said and done, this outer disciple in front of him only had a cultivation level of the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm. The difference between the 6th level of the enlightened realm and the 3rd level of the pneumatic realm wasn't just half a star. Then I'm sorry, Senior Sister Keilu. When the outer disciple heard Keilu's words, in order not to lose face in front of Dancing Lightning, he only saw his right hand stretch out and his true chi covered his hand. The next second, Something that left Joe Ao dumbfounded happened, because this outer disciple did not go to attack Keilu but attacked him. Whoosh! The outer disciple swung a fist and attacked towards Joe Ao. Seeing this, Joe Ao looked at this outer disciple with a confused face, his eyes filled with doubt, and his mouth slightly open as if to say, "What the are you doing?" This outer disciple didn't dare to provoke Keilu at all, but the words of pretense had already been spoken, so there was only one way to solve the Joe Ao in front of him, rubbing Keilu's sharpness. It's just a shame. This outer disciple didn't know that the harmless youth in front of him was even more difficult to provoke than Keilu. Stop! Just when this punch from the outer disciple was about to swing into Joe Ao's face, Dance's soft voice clearly entered Joe Ao's ears. Dancing Lightning did not expect that this outer disciple would strike out at unrelated people. It's just a shame. Dancing Lightning shouted a little too late. The next second, bang! Joe Ao stretched out his own arm and blocked this outer disciple's attack, following, only to see Joe Ao come directly behind the outer disciple with an instantaneous body. Then Joe Ao directly punched behind this outer disciple. Puff! There was a. This outer disciple instantly fell to the ground in a paralyzed state, constantly rolling up his eyes and foaming at the corners of his mouth, looking for death. Joe Ao looked at the outer sect disciple lying on the ground and cracked a curse, then looked at Keilu with a disdainful expression. Being an inner disciple and privately entering the outer sect, do you know that this is not in line with the sect's rules? Joe Ao asked to Keilu with a staring face. As Joe Ao's words fell, Keilu, Dancing Lightning, and the two's licking dogs, seeing this scene, all of them had their jaws dropped and their mouths opened in disbelief. So strong. What they were incredulous about was not that Joe Ao had solved this outer disciple. Rather, it was the speed with which Joe Ao resolved this outer sect disciple that made them not see it at all. It's just a matter of moments. Of course it was only an instant. Keilu, Dancing Lightning, and those licking dogs knew that Joe Ao's strength was far above theirs. Definitely not something they can mess with. Know this. These people's hearts flooded with sympathy for the outer disciple who was lying on the ground at the moment. Who are you? Keilu opened her mouth to ask Joe Ao, her voice much softer. For a strong person of Joe Ao's strength, she naturally did not dare to be arrogant and domineering. Just because she likes to cause trouble doesn't mean she likes to get killed. You don't need to know. You just need to know that I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Joe Ao waved his hand and said to Keilu. When Joe Ao's words fall, only Joe Ao gave Keilu a backward glance, then turned around and walked towards Dancing Lightning. Thump thump thump. As the sound of Joe Ao's footsteps continued to grow louder, it reached Dancing Lightly's ears. Dancing Lightly felt her heart beating so hard. She seemed to have a bit of curiosity about this youth in front of her, who was also Joe Ao, and that's when it happened. Joe Ao walked to Dancing Lightning's side, followed by, I only saw Joe Ao turn his head and said to them, "This is the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. No one should cause trouble. You guys are not worthy." Yet, as Joe Ao's words fell, Joe Ao disappeared in the gaze of the crowd. Chapter 52, Instructing Dancing Softly. After Joe Ao left, Dancing Lightning froze in place, looking at Joe Ao's back as he left, and whispered, "This senior brother, who is he?" In her heart, she began to wonder about Joe Ao's identity. It wasn't just Dancing Lightning who was curious. Keilu also had a curious look on his face as he sidestepped, turning his head to the licking dog behind him. Go and check out this senior brother's details. It was because the strength Joe Ao had shown was very strong. Jilu's name for Joe Ao is not this person, but senior brother. Can't help saying that. Joe Ao's reveal of this hand really made the two beauties of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect stare at him. Only, Joe Ao didn't like being watched. Because of Joe Ao, Keilu didn't make things too difficult for Dancing Lightning, and with a cold snort, he walked past Dancing Lightning. Dancing Lightning adhered to the idea that it was better to do more than less, and ignored Accountant Willow. That's it. The two staggered off, each going where they were going. As for the outer disciple lying on the ground, he had already been found by Dancing Lightning and sent back to his residence. This kind of thing, for Dancing Lightning, a slight opening of the mouth and there were countless people who would help. Toward evening, Joe Ao was lying under a tree. Within the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, there were still quite a few trees and deserted places. At the moment, Joe Ao was in such a place. Ever since Joe Ao had left from where Dancing Lightning had been, he had found a place to rest in peace. It's time to go back. Joe Ao opened his eyes and watched the sky darken as he got up and whispered. Nevertheless, didn't wait for Joe Ao to leave. Then a footstep was heard. Presently, a familiar voice clearly entered Joe Ao's ears. Today, I must be initiated with the chaotic cloak sword. Dancing Lightning? Joe Ao murmured softly when he heard this familiar voice. The next second, only to see Dancing Lightning walk over from a short distance away, holding a long sword in her arms. Come here. First, she looked around, and after realizing that no one was around, Dancing Lightly slowly drew her long sword and began to practice. Whoosh! The sound of splitting air gradually rang out. Jo Ao watched Dancing Lightning practicing her sword, and for some reason, instead of leaving, he chose to stay here and watch Dancing Lightning practicing her sword. What a dish! Jo Ao, who was hiding behind a tree, let out a disdainful voice. What person? Dancing Lightning asked as she heard the voice and instantly looked towards the location where the voice came from. Girl, you're practicing too chaotically. Jo Ao didn't reveal himself, but instead spoke faintly, pointing out Dancing Lightly. It could be because of fate, or it could be because the sword that Dancing Lightning practiced was truly unbearable, making Jo Ao unable to resist stepping forward to give a few pointers. There's a saying, when you reach the top of an industry, you always want to get up there and point out the crap when you see it. Take a step back. Wrists hard. Swordsmanship doesn't need to be fancy. Yours is too fancy. It's all flowery. By the time you've exerted the maximum power of this sword technique, it's expected that the enemy will have already pierced your throat with a sword. And here, Jo Ao opened his mouth and kept pointing at Dancing Lightning, as Jo Ao, who was always in the sword Dao, wanting to instruct Dancing Lightning was as simple as eating and drinking water. Dancing Lightly heard, did not refute, did not speak, just gently nodded, and then according to Jo Ao, began to practice the sword. I don't know how long I've been practicing. Dancing Lightning gradually felt that she was getting better and better, and seemed to have grasped some of the tricks of the chaotic cloak sword technique, but there is still a sense of being in the middle of a tube. This made Dancing Lightning a bit puzzled. Presently, only to see Dancing Lightning's long sword in her hand, she looked towards the tree with a complicated face. To be precise, she was looking towards Jo Ao behind the tree. The meaning was simple, wanting Jo Ao to show him the way. Jo Ao naturally felt Dancing Lightning's gaze and knew what Dancing Lightning meant. Only, this time Jo Ao, however, shook his head, his voice helpless. You're not at a cultivation level right now, so naturally there are some things that you can't understand. When you reach your cultivation level and have a deep understanding of martial arts, no matter what sword technique, one look is an introduction. Like this? Dancing Lightning frowned when she heard Jo Ao's words. Speaking of cultivation, this was a thorn in Dancing Lightning's heart, for no other reason than that. Dancing Lightning's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Speak the truth. At the 8th level of the body tempering realm, according to reason, it was just barely enough to enter the current 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Arguably, Dancing Lightning's cultivation at the 8th level of the body tempering realm was near the bottom of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. It was fine if it was the previous 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, but nowadays, the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect was already known as the #1 sect in Qingzhou. Of course this Qingzhou's #1 clan was not worthy of its name, mainly because there was Jo Ao sitting on it. Without Jo Ao in charge, the #1 clan in Qingzhou, I wouldn't be able to reach it in 8 lifetimes. Your qualifications are too poor for sword training. Jo Ao opened his mouth and said to Dancing Lightning. Jo Ao spoke to Dancing Lightning while walking out from behind the tree. With a light smile on his face, he looked at Dancing Lightning. It's you, Dancing Lightning said with a surprised look on her face when she saw that the person she had been talking to was Jo Ao. Now, Dancing Lightning, who was already feeling curious about Jo Ao, was now even more curious about Jo Ao's identity. It's me. Where are those followers of yours? Jo Ao smiled and nodded his head before opening his mouth to ask Dancing Lightning. Follower? Is elder brother talking about those elder brothers? Those senior brothers are nice to me, but I don't like to be disturbed when I'm practicing my sword. Dancing Lightning first froze when she heard Jo Ao's words, then she opened her mouth to explain. From the way Dancing Lightning addressed those people, Jo Ao felt that she had a pretty good character and was mostly kind in nature. Since you don't like to be disturbed when you're practicing your sword, I'll leave you to take your time, Jo Ao said to Dancing Lightning with a playful face. Idiom. No sooner had the words left one's mouth than it was spoken. Jo Ao then pretended to look like he was leaving. Seeing this, Dancing Lightning first froze, then took a step in front of Jo Ao, blocking Jo Ao's way, and said with a complicated face, Senior sister Dancing Lightly, requesting for guidance from senior brother. When Jo Ao killed that outer disciple in seconds, Dancing Lightning felt that Jo Ao was very strong. Now, Jo Ao had even slightly instructed himself so that he could feel his strength improve. If he could continue to receive guidance from Jo Ao, he thought that he would be able to re-enter the outer sect. I can't instruct you. Your cultivation is too weak. Your qualifications are too poor. Jo Ao looked at Dancing Lightly, who was blocking in front of him, and lightly shook his head, a look of being unavailable. This appearance caused Dancing Lightning to suffer 10,000 injuries in her heart. For a moment, only Dancing Lightning's face was covered in gloom, and the whole person seemed to be depressed. Seeing this, Jo Ao's heart was somehow as if a bottle of 5 flavors had been knocked over, with some mixed feelings. The next second, only to hear Jo Ao stretch out his hand and speak to Dancing Lightning. Give me the sword. As Jo Ao's words fell, Dancing Lightning instantly raised her head and looked at Jo Ao with an excited expression. handing Zhou Ao the long sword in her hand in passing. Zhou Ao held his long sword in his hand and began to show Dancing Lightning the sword technique he had practiced just now. As Zhou Ao held his long sword in his hand, he waved it like a swimming dragon. Dancing Lightning's gaze slowly became shocked down, gazing intently at Zhou Ao, not daring to fast forward even for a second. Chapter 53, Yanagawa's appearance. As time passes, when Zhou Ao retrieved the sword in his hand, Dancing Lightning's admiration for Zhou Ao was like a torrential flood that went on and on. Can you see it? Zhou Ao walked over to Dancing Lightning and handed the sword back before opening his mouth to ask. Dancing Lightning took the long sword and nodded slightly. The next second, Dancing Lightning resumed practicing her sword under Zhou Ao's gaze. During Dancing Lightly's sword practice, Zhou Ao suddenly frowned slightly, then opened his mouth and said to Dancing Lightning, "I'll leave first." After all one's words, Zhou Ao then planned to leave the place. When Dancing Lightning heard Zhou Ao's words, she hurriedly spoke before he left. "Senior brother, can you continue to instruct me tomorrow?" Somehow, Dancing Lightning had an inexplicable trust in Zhou Ao. "I will wait for senior brother here tomorrow." Dancing Lightning continued to open her mouth and said to Zhou Ao. When Zhou Ao heard Dancing Lightning's words, he didn't agree or refuse and directly disappeared in place. "So fast," Dancing Lightning murmured as she looked at Zhou Ao, who disappeared in place and subconsciously stopped practicing her sword. "This kind of strength, I'm afraid it's not a clan elder brother," Dancing Lightning whispered. Followed by, Dancing Lightning looked towards the location where Zhou Ao had disappeared with an expectant face, hoping that tomorrow Zhou Ao would still be able to come here. Elder Sister Lightning. Just at this time, a teenager walked over from a short distance away and gave Dancing Lightning a greeting. When Dancing Lightning heard the owner of this voice, a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Turning to look at the teenager, if someone from the Qingchun family appeared here at this moment, he would be able to realize that this teenager was no one else. It was Lu Chuan. Rest assured, it is the remaining members of the Lu family that Su Zhuan saved Lu Chuan. The previous Lu Chuan had no cultivation qualifications, but for some reason, he now had cultivation in his body, and surprisingly, he had the cultivation level of the first layer of the enlightened realm, without doubt. What was even more surprising was that Lu Chuan had passed the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's Outer Door examination and became an Outer Door disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. It makes one wonder, senior brother Lu Chuan, it would have been good if you had come earlier. Dancing Lightning looked at Lu Chuan, who walked in front of her, and said with a regretful face, "What happened, senior sister Lightning?" Lu Chuan opened his mouth and asked to Dancing Lightning, his eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Chuan looked at Dancing Lightly as if he had missed out on a great opportunity. "Just now, there was a senior who instructed me to cultivate." Dancing Lightning opened her mouth and said to Lu Chuan. Dancing Lightning was very fond of this Lu Chuan, who had joined the clan with herself, so she didn't keep it a secret and told Lu Chuan directly. "Seniors? Instruction in cultivation?" Lu Chuan nodded with some doubt when he heard Dancing Lightning's words. "Yes, and senior." Dancing Lightning began to explain to Lu Chuan how Zhou Ao looked when he instructed himself. When Dancing Lightly finished speaking, Lu Chuan finally understood why Dancing Lightly would be so regretful because she hadn't come earlier. At this moment, Lu Chuan also had some regrets. Had he known he would have come earlier, received guidance from Zhou Ao. Nevertheless, Yanagawa doesn't know. It was because he came that Zhou Ao left. The two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, talked for a few moments before they began to spar with each other and exchanged blows. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Zhou Ao, who had returned to the house, cultivated on his knees. While Zhou Ao was practicing, Keilu was constantly sending people to look for Zhou Ao. It's a pity, though, no matter how much Keilu searched for Zhou Ao's trail, it was impossible to find it. That's it, to wait for the passage of time. The next day came in the blink of an eye. The location where Zhou Ao and Dancing Lightning were yesterday. Dancing Lightning was waiting here early without Lu Chuan. After a night of thinking, Dancing Lightning didn't know if Zhou Ao would instruct Lu Chuan. That's why he didn't dare to bring Yanagawa here rashly. He could only tell Yanagawa to stay back for now, and wait until he had asked, before beckoning him over. "Will senior come?" Dancing Lightning stood in place, standing on her tiptoes, constantly looking out, her mouth murmuring, her eyes wondering, just like a young daughter-in-law who was looking forward to her husband's return. "You're looking for me?" Right at this moment, Zhou Ao's voice clearly entered Dancing Lightning's ears. When Dancing Lightning heard Zhou Ao's voice, her immediate reflexes jumped up and she hurriedly looked in the direction the voice came from. Catch sight of, Zhou Ao leaned against the tree and looked at Dancing Lightning in a bored manner. When did appeared, Dancing Lightning looked at Zhou Ao with a surprised face and whispered softly. She didn't even feel Zhou Ao's appearance, but on second thought, Dancing Lightning felt sick. If she could sense Zhou Ao's appearance, then how could Zhou Ao still be called a senior? "You also brought someone with you today." Zhou Ao let go of his divine sense and felt Lu Chuan's aura. then opened his mouth and asked to Dancing Lightning. When Dancing Lightning heard Zhou Ao's words, her face was a bit embarrassed and she stammered, not daring to speak. She didn't expect that Zhou Ao had detected Lu Chuan's presence. Senior brother Lu Chuan is a good person. Can you instruct him? Dancing lightly, she gathered enough courage and opened her mouth to ask Zhou Ao. Dancing Lightning knew that Zhou Ao's appearance here at this moment must be a promise to instruct herself. I wonder if I can bring a Yanagawa with me. It doesn't matter, just keep it a secret, Zhou Ao said as he waved his hand. For him, pointing out one or two is not much of a problem. Let him come over. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Dancing Lightning, followed by, only Zhou Ao leaned against the tree and squinted his eyes. Many thanks, Senior, Dancing Lightning said gratefully when she heard Zhou Ao's words. The next second, Dancing Lightning directly toward where Lu Chuan was, beckoning, not far away. Lu Chuan saw Dancing Lightning beckoning and immediately walked over, his expression somewhat grave. Lu Chuan had gone through 1,000 hardships to come to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect from Qingcheng, and had experienced dozens of events, big and small. Because of what he had experienced, it made Yanagawa have to be careful. In case you die yourself, he wouldn't be able to avenge the cripple, that is, Su Jiuan. As for who the object of revenge was, it was naturally Zhou Ao. Only, perhaps Lu Chuan didn't know that the person who was about to instruct him was his enemy Zhou Ao. Good day, Senior, Lu Chuan greeted as he walked up to Zhou Ao. Because Zhou Aoe was disfigured, Lu Chuan couldn't even notice that the youth in front of him was his enemy. The moment Zhou Ao saw Lu Chuan, he felt that the aura on him was somewhat familiar to him. My name is Lu Chuan. I have met Senior, and I am grateful for your guidance. Lu Chuan looked at Zhou Ao's appearance and felt an ethereal pressure, so he couldn't help but arch his hand and salute respectfully. Where are you from? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked, returning to Senior's words. Senior comes from the Long Qin dynasty. Lu Chuan opened his mouth and spoke back to Zhou Ao, a hint of avoidance flashing in the bottom of his eyes. It was this hint of dodging that was discovered by Zhou Ao. Could it really be the Lu family? Zhou Ao wondered in his heart. After just a second, Zhou Ao guessed that Lu Chuan might be a member of the Lu family. His eyes towards Lu Chuan changed instantly. Chapter 54, Conquering Yanagawa. Lu Chuan noticed the change in Zhou Ao's gaze as he looked at himself. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this person knows my identity? It shouldn't be possible. Qingcheng is not far from the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, probably because it cares about my relationship with Senior Sister Lightning. Could it be that this person likes Senior Sister Lightning? Senior Sister Lightning is not only beautiful, but also has a good figure, a soft voice, and a good person. Just as Lu Chuan was rambling, Zhou Ao's voice clearly entered the ears of the two. Let's do it. As Zhou Ao's words fell, with a happy face, Dancing Lightning held her long sword in her hand and waved it around, showing Zhou Ao her results today. Seeing this, Yanagawa waited silently on the sidelines. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air continuously rang out. Zhou Ao looked at Dancing Lightning and nodded from time to time. After yesterday's instruction from Zhou Ao, Dancing Lightning's current sword technique could finally be looked at a little. Only, because Dancing Lightning's cultivation level was not high, the essence of the sword technique still did not appear. The only thing that is inferior to all things is cultivation. These words apply to most practitioners. Not bad. When the dance lightly ended, Zhou Ao opened his mouth and faintly praised. Many thanks, Senior. Dancing Lightning instantly returned with a happy face like a child who had eaten candy when she heard Zhou Ao's praise. Zhou Ao looked at Dancing lightly and nodded, then turned to Lu Chuan by his side and said, your turn. Yes, Senior. Lu Chuan nodded his head back when he heard Zhou Ao's words. The next second, as for Lu Chuan, he walked over to where Dancing Lightning was just now. Up! Lu Chuan held his long sword in his hand and let out a low roar, and in an instant, his entire aura underwent a shocking change. If the silent Yanagawa is a tiger that has been coiled harmlessly, and at this moment, Lu Chuan, who holds a long sword in his hand, is a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, which is powerful and incomparable. Zhou Ao looked at Lu Chuan's appearance and a hint of praise flashed in his eyes. It looks like I'm still leaving a hidden problem by not cutting off the roots, but this is good. When he takes revenge on me later, he will most likely activate the system quest. Zhou Ao subconsciously muttered in his heart as he looked at Lu Chuan, who was constantly demonstrating his own swordsmanship. Senior brother Lu Chuan, what are his qualifications? Just at this time, Dance's soft voice entered Zhou Ao's ears. When Zhou Ao heard Dancing Lightning's words, he was first stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. One heaven and one earth. Even though you call him senior brother, with his qualifications, it's no problem to be your senior brother. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Dancing Lightning's expression was unpredictable, just like the weather in the Forbidden Land, making it difficult to figure out. The next second, only to hear Dancing Lightning sighed softly and said, "Could it be that qualifications really determine the limits of the path of martial arts?" Joao shook his head slightly when he heard this light sigh from Dancing Lightning. "It's just one of them. Moreover, there are quite a few heavenly treasures in the world that can enhance qualifications, so there's no need to worry too much." "Then does Senior have any heavenly treasures that can enhance qualifications?" Dancing Lightning asked. In Dancing Lightning's opinion, it was thought that Joao must have this kind of heavenly material that could enhance his qualifications. Yes, Joao nodded lightly back. The water of no quality that was rewarded for completing the last system quest could improve a person's qualifications. When all is said and done, the water of no quality can make a person who is unable to cultivate again. With this legendary level of efficacy, it was simply not too easy to enhance one's qualifications. After Joao's words fell, Joao glanced at the squirming Dancing Lightning, who looked like she was about to say something. "You want it?" Joao opened his mouth and asked. "Want?" Dancing Lightly spoke back. Joao smiled when he heard Dancing Lightning's words, then spoke. "You're not worthy." As Joao's words fell, Dancing Lightning instantly felt like she was splashed with cold water. But when you think about it, why would people give such heavenly treasures to themselves? Come to think of it, Dancing Lightning instantly felt that she had just been a bit rude to Joao, so she apologized. Senior was rude just now. Please don't be offended, Senior." When Dancing Softly's words fall, Joao shook his head and said, "To say you want it is human nature. If you say you don't want it, I would think you have ulterior motives." Aha! Dancing Lightning didn't know what to say when she heard Joao's words, so she could only nod her head and let out a light hum. The next second, Luchuan retrieved his longsword as the demonstration ended and walked to Joao with an apprehensive face. "You don't have a solid foundation in martial arts," Joao said lightly to Luchuan. It was such a sentence that reached Yanagawa's ears, as if it had set off a huge wave. Only Luchuan's eyes were instantly filled with shock as he looked at Joao with an incredulous expression. He hadn't expected Joao to be able to tell that he didn't have a solid foundation in martial arts. Luchuan had only recently been able to cultivate, and was completely in the dark about some of the basics of martial arts. Therefore, when practicing, one tends to do a lot of things behind closed doors and doesn't understand a lot of things. Wasn't expecting much of a problem. Now that Joao had said so, the problem was obviously huge. "I beg Senior to teach me." Luchuan immediately changed into a respectful face and said very seriously to Joao. Seeing this, Joao waved his hand and said, "Things like the foundation of martial arts. It's good to read more books, and as an outer disciple of the clan, you still have the right to enter the Martial Skills Pavilion and read some handwritten journals left behind by your predecessors. Just read more about things like the foundations of martial arts." As Joao's words fell, Yanagawa nodded. "Show me the martial arts you cultivate." Joao stretched out his hand and said to Luchuan. Seeing this, without the slightest hesitation, Luchuan took out the martial art he was currently practicing and handed it to Joao. Seeing this, Joao flipped it open and read it for a few moments, knowing it well. The next second, only Joao took Luchuan's sword and practiced. So strong, just a few glances and he's already initiated. What exactly is this person's status in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect? Luchuan watched Joao rehearse the martial arts he had practiced and exclaimed in his heart as shock flashed under his eyes. He didn't expect it. It's amazing that there are such counterintuitive things in the world. A simple glance alone is enough to get started. The 10,000 Swords Immortal sect actually has this kind of terrifyingly strong person besides Joao. Luchuan continued in his heart. Keep a good eye on it. Joao instantly yelled lowly when he saw Luchuan wandering off. In a flash, it pulled Yanagawa's mind back. Luchuan, who was pulled back, did not continue to think much, honestly stayed where he was and quietly watched Joao rehearse his martial arts skills. Quickly, Joao then rehearsed the martial arts that Luchuan was practicing today. This time, it managed to conquer Yanagawa, followed by, like 100,000 reasons, Luchuan walked up to Joao and started asking questions about martial arts. Dancing Lightning, on the other hand, followed behind Luchuan, like a curious baby, watching and listening to the conversation between Luchuan and Joao. When it gets darker, Joao then opened his mouth to leave the place. Even though Dancing Lightning and Luchuan had 1,000 reluctance, they could only nod their heads helplessly. After Joao left, the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Luchuan, looked at each other, and after making eye contact, they agreed to continue tomorrow. Joao, who was hiding in the shadows and saw the scene, the corners of his mouth rose as he whispered playfully, "I really don't know what fun these two little guys can bring me." Ha! Chapter 55. Top 100. Buzhou Mountain. A mountain from Chinese legend. A beautiful figure stood here. Look closely. Who else could the owner of this sinister voice be if not Mei Jiruo? Whoosh! As a sword on appeared, Joao returned to Buzhou Mountain and walked over to Mei Jiruo. "Jun, your uncle." Mei Zirua greeted Zhou Ao respectfully when she saw him. Your cultivation is too poor. From today onwards, I will instruct you. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Mei Zirua. When Zhou Ao's words fall, Mei Zirua nodded at Zhou Ao, then opened her mouth and said to Zhou Ao, I'm grateful to you, Junior Master. That's it. As time passes, a week went by in the blink of an eye. Over the course of the week, Zhou Ao cultivated by himself during the day, helped dancing lightly, Lu Chuan and the two of them cultivate in the evening, and helped Mei Zirua cultivate at night. Arguably, Zhou Ao is living a full life right now, with a nearly packed schedule. Only, these three also made rapid progress in their cultivation. After all, with Zhou Ao, a big brother, guiding them, it would be hard for them to not progress fast. In the evening, Zhou Ao instructed the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, who were practicing the sword. These two people, regardless of their cultivation or strength, had risen faster than Mei Zirua. It's normal, actually. Mei Zirua was a true element realm martial artist, and it was impossible for a martial artist of this realm to rely on a single week to reach a qualitative leap in cultivation and strength. Senior brother Lu Chuan, have you signed up for the Outer Sect Grand Competition Martial next month? Just as the two of them were resting, Zhou Ao heard the words that Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan were talking to each other. Outer Sect Grand Competition Martial? Zhou Ao frowned. Every sect would actually organize either an Outer Sect Grand Tournament Martial Arts, or an Inner Sect Grand Tournament Martial Arts. Its purpose was to test the strength of the sect disciples and then set up some prizes to inspire the sect disciples. Speak the truth. Zhou Ao had never seen the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Grand Competition. The reason is simple. Zhou Ao had been sitting in the Buzhou Mountain for 50 years, so it could be said that he didn't go out of the front door and didn't step out of the second door. The previous 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect organized the clan competition. Zhou Ao is also one did not catch up. This Outer Sect competition could be called the first sect competition that Zhou Ao could watch after he left the mountain. For a moment, Zhou Ao came to be interested in his heart. In the past, I've only seen sect grand tournaments in metaphysical novels, but now that I have the chance to see it with my own eyes, I'm a bit excited. Zhou Ao muttered in his heart. Just as Zhou Ao muttered, Lu Chuan's voice entered Zhou Ao's ears. Signed up. Did senior sister sign up? It is said that this Outer Sect clan competition gives very high rewards, and the participation prize also has quite a few spirit stones and elixirs. I signed up too, but with my cultivation at the 8th level of the body tempering realm, I guess I won't be able to pass the C election. Dancing Lightning said with a complicated face when she heard Lu Chuan's words, her voice filled with loss. Too low a cultivation level had always been a thorn in Dancing Lightning's heart. Seeing this, Lu Chuan didn't talk to Dancing Lightning for fear of rubbing salt in Dancing Lightning's wounds. The next second, only Lu Chuan turned his head towards Zhou Ao and inquired, Senior, do you know about the sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition? I know. How come you guys signed up? Zhou Ao pretended that he didn't hear anything and asked Lu Chuan. Elder, Senior Sister Lightning and I have both signed up, but we reckon that we will most likely stop in the middle of the C election this time. Lu Chuan said back, a trace of loss similarly flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Zhou Ao looked at Lu Chuan's appearance and was somewhat helpless. If it was the previous 10,000 Sword Immortal Sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition it was fine. There might be a ranking, but now, indeed with their current cultivation level, they couldn't even pass the audition. Stare, the host is detected to be in a low mood now, so the Invincible Suppression quest is open. Mission requirement, instruct Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, and have them successfully participate in the sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition and take the top 100 names. Quest reward, Soul Chasing Secret Iron, one of the main materials for making the Soul Chasing Sword. Duration of the mission, within 3 months. Mission failure, none. May I ask the host if he will accept the quest? As the system's mechanical voice fell, Zhou Ao's eyes immediately glowed and he hurriedly opened his mouth. Take it. Successful mission pickup. The system's small golden letters fell. Zhou Ao picked up the quest after a long time. Although the reward for this quest was not very good, a fly's leg is still meat even if it's small. How could Zhou Ao dislike it? There is a saying, when you've been single for a long time, you can look at an 80-year-old woman and feel like you're looking at her. Zhou Ao, who had a happy and excited face, his eyes were suddenly filled with bearish anger, and then he only saw Zhou Ao swearing to Lu Chuan and dancing lightly. Don't worry, I won't let you stop at the C election. You'll be at least among the top 100 in the Outer Sect if you're instructed by me. Thank you, Elder. When Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan heard Zhou Ao's words, they instantly became excited and hurriedly nodded their heads in gratitude. The next second, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan then saw Zhou Ao take out a storage ring, following, only to see Zhou Ao pointing at the storage ring in his hand and saying to the two of them, the pills in here are for you. Consider this my gift to you. By the time you guys finish eating these pills, girl, your cultivation will most likely rise to the middle stage of the Kaiyuan realm. which is the 4th or 5th level. You're estimated to ascend to the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. At that time, the two of you will have a greater certainty when you compete for the top 100. When Zhou Ao's words fall, both Dancing Lightning and Luchuan immediately changed their eyes towards Zhou Ao. All of a sudden, Zhou Ao looked at Dancing Lightning in Luchuan's eyes, as if he had all of a sudden become their biological father kind of feeling. Only, Zhou Ao is on top now and doesn't care about that. What Zhou Ao wanted to do now was to finish the system mission. Whatever. System mission first. Even though the system has been quiet for a long time and abused Zhou Ao 1,000 times, Zhou Ao treats the system as if it were his first love. As outer disciples, you should have storage pouches. I'll distribute the pills to you. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and spoke to Dancing Lightning and Luchuan. Yes, the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Luchuan, nodded at Zhou Ao, and then impatiently removed the storage bag from their waist and opened it. A storage bag is much worse than a storage ring, but storage bags are cheap. Give an example. A storage ring could probably buy 10,000 storage bags. The most a storage bag could hold was about a square meter. But a storage ring, the largest of which had thousands of square meters of storage space, there's no way to compare the two. Without doubt, the storage ring in Zhou Ao's system space to compare is simply a heaven and a earth. There is no comparison at all. Zhou Ao finished distributing the pills and with a smile on his face, he looked at the two people's happy faces because they had harvested a lot of pills, and said in a deep voice, "These pills, don't fail to live up to them. Many thanks, Senior. If there is an opportunity in the future, the two of us will not fail Senior's high hopes for the two of us, and repay Senior as oxen and horses." Luchuan was the first to react when he heard Zhou Ao's words and said with an excited face, no thought at all was given to the consequences of saying that. "I don't need you guys to work for me as oxen. I only hope that you can achieve a top 100 ranking in the next sect outer sect grand competition." Zhou Ao smiled and said to Luchuan, a hint of teasing flashing under his eyes. Chapter 56, Tide of Beasts. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air continuously resounded through the sky. Harder. True Chi. Not right. The sound of Zhou Ao's finger pointing resounded through the sky in synchronization along with the sound of breaking air. Zhou Ao is currently instructing Mei Jiruo on Buzhou Mountain. He had already returned from Dancing Lightning and Yanagawa. The two of them, Dancing Lightning and Luchuan, didn't have bad qualifications. It was just that their current cultivation levels weren't high. When the cultivation level is reached, the strength will have another qualitative leap. In addition to their own guidance, by then the outer sect clan competition is estimated to obtain the top 100 is not a problem. Take a rest. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Mei Jiruo, who kept practicing her sword. Yes. Mei Jiruo nodded. After a short break, Mei Jiruo said to Zhou Ao with a complicated face, "Junior uncle, next month the clan is going to hold the outer sect clan competition. Can you come and watch then?" In Mei Jiruo's heart, if Zhou Ao was able to come and watch the outer sect grand competition, it would be 100% an inspiration to the outer sect disciples participating in the competition. The reason why. Only then did Mei Jiruo ask Zhou Ao if she could come and watch. Nevertheless, Mei Jiruo didn't know that even if she didn't say anything, Zhou Ao would still go to see it. When all is said and done, the two people he had instructed had participated in this outer sect grand competition. Not only, but also, Zhou Ao was still counting on the two of them to get close to the top 100. When Zhou Ao heard Mei Jiruo's words, he first froze, then nodded and smiled. Good. It's true that when you're thirsty, someone comes to bring you water, and when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Zhou Ao had no reason not to agree. Good. Mei Jiruo heard Zhou Ao agree. Her heart was very happy and excited. Now, this outer sect clan competition will be lively. Just as Mei Jiruo was getting excited, Zhou Ao turned to Mei Jiruo and asked, "Is there a list and introduction of the disciples who will participate in the outer clan grand competition this time?" If there were lists and introductions, then Zhou Ao would be able to inform both Dancing Lightning and Luchuan in advance so that they could be careful. Know your enemy and know yourself. Of course, if it was Zhou Ao, naturally he didn't need all this. Couldn't beat himself anyway. Yes, Junior Master. Could it be that Junior Master wants to see it? Could it be that there is a favored outer disciple? Mei Jiruo keenly sensed the thoughts in Zhou Ao's words and cautiously tried. Yes, but I won't tell you, Zhou Ao said somewhat playfully to Mei Jiruo. Possibly because of the reason that he had picked up the system quest, Zhou Ao was so happy that he even made wisecracks. But this playful remark made Mei Jiruo blush for a good while. In his heart, he thought that Zhou Ao might be interested in himself. The three greatest illusions in life. The phone vibrates. I can counter kill. And he likes me. Since young master uncle won't say, disciple won't ask. Tomorrow, disciple will bring the list. Mei Jiruo forced the two blushes on her cheeks to fall and pretended to be nothing as she said back to Zhou Ao. While speaking back to Zhou Ao, Mei Ziruo couldn't help but wonder in her heart who the outer disciple who was favored by Zhou Ao would be. If Mei Ziruo knew that one of Zhou Ao's preferred outer disciples was a beautiful female outer disciple, she truly did not know how she would feel. Would it be jealousy in the mind or annoyance? Continue. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Mei Ziruo. Yes, Mei Ziruo returned. That's it. Zhou Ao continued to start instructing Mei Ziruo to cultivate. Can't help saying that. Mei Ziruo's qualifications are still good. Zhou Ao simply nudged Mei Ziruo a few times each time, and she was able to learn by example. Instead of being fancy, the swordsmanship was more practical. The true qi was also getting thicker and thicker. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Mei Ziruo finished her cultivation and had just left the Buzhou Mountain. Zhou Ao's ears then resounded with a system tone. It has been detected that the demonic beasts dispatched by the Razor Demon Emperor will launch a beast tide against the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect tomorrow, so the invincible suppression task is open. Quest requirement, kill the wave of beasts coming tomorrow. Quest reward, Xinghong Sword. Duration of the mission, within 2 days. Mission failure, the clan was destroyed, requiring the host to spend 30 days to rebuild. May I ask if the host will take the quest? Detected that the host has a mission in progress at this time. If the mission is taken, it will most likely lead to something bad happening. Please ask the host whether to take it or not. As the system line of small golden characters appeared in front of Zhou Ao's eyes, Zhou Ao once again ignored the last line and immediately opened his mouth and said to the system, take it. Successful pickup, the system prompted in small golden letters. After a few seconds, the system's small golden letters and beeps disappeared into thin air. Joking aside, how can a district that will lead to something bad possibly resist my determination to take on a mission? Zhou Ao spat in his heart. However, this is a bit of a black cloud pressing down on the city and wanting to destroy it. Zhou Ao looked out at the only nearby demonic beast mountain connecting the 100,000 mountains and whispered. When Zhou Ao's words fall, only Zhou Ao's voice was cold as he spoke. Drunkard! As Zhou Ao's words fell, with a whoosh, the drunkard appeared directly in front of Zhou Ao. Junior Master, what's wrong? The drunkard asked to Zhou Ao very respectfully. I got the news that there will be a beast tide attacking the sect tomorrow. You go tell Mei Ziruo first, then rush to the Demon Beast Mountain to set up defense. Demon Beast Mountain is the only place close to our clan that may start a beast tide. You guys must be careful. Zhou Ao said to the drunkard with a serious face. Yes, when the drunkard heard Zhou Ao's words, although he was puzzled in his heart and did not know where Zhou Ao had gotten the information, he still nodded his head and left the place. After the drunks leave, Zhou Ao looked up at the sky and then disappeared. Wait until Zhou Ao appears again. Then he appeared in the dungeon of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. In front of Zhou Ao's eyes, Xueqing was massaging his Third Highness. You're here. Sensing Zhou Ao's arrival, Third Highness opened his eyes and said with an icy voice, You've had a good life. Zhou Ao said with a cold smile. When his Third Highness heard Zhou Ao's words, he subconsciously looked at Xueqing by his side, then immediately pulled her down behind him and growled lowly at Zhou Ao. I advise you, don't hit Xueqing's idea. If you dare to hit on Xueqing, you won't be able to stop my father when he descends. At that time, your 10,000 Swords Immortal sect will bleed to death. Laugh. Just as Zhou Ao was about to say that, he died laughing. Suddenly the system beep in his ears sounded again. It has been detected that the Third Highness of the Razor Demon Emperor's knee has been rude to the host, so the invincible suppression quest is open. Mission requirement, teach the Third Highness a lesson. Quest reward, a total of 10,000 pills for all types of cultivation. Duration of mission, none. Mission failure, none. May I ask if the host will take the quest? Detected that the host has a mission in progress at this time. If the mission is taken, it will most likely lead to something bad happening. Please ask the host whether to take it or not. As the small golden words of the system appeared completely in front of Zhou Ao, Zhou Ao sighed softly. Take it. The next second, Zhou Ao directly ignored the system beeps and opened the cell door on his own, walking in front of his Third Highness. Do you know where you are now? This is my 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. If it's a tiger, you have to lie down for the seat. As Zhou Ao's low growling voice fell. Next moment, Zhou Ao directly stomped on Third Highness's leg. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The ground under the right leg of the Third Highness cracked instantly. Following, the Third Highness screamed miserably. Ah-ha! Chapter 57, The Tide of Beasts is coming. Ah-ah! As the Third Highness's miserable voice rang out, Xueqing's face instantly turned white, and her eyes instantly filled with anger as she looked at Zhou Ao. You are advised not to move. And I'm not the kind of guy who thinks about other people's women, Zhou Ao said in a low voice to Xueqing and the Third Highness. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Xueqing instantly felt a vast pressure, like dozens of mountains pressing down on her body, making her unable to move. For a moment, Yukari couldn't move herself at all. The next second, bang! Zhou Ao directly kicked the Third Highness, and immediately, His entire body flew out backwards and smashed heavily against the wall. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his third highness. Following, under Xueqing's watchful eye, Zhou Ao directly began a pork-stewed vermicelli-like attack on his third highness. Just a few seconds, his third highness felt his stomach turn over and he directly vomited. Just as his third highness vomited, a system beep sounded in Zhou Ao's ears. Mission accomplished. How nice. Zhou Ao looked at the half-kneeling third highness with satisfaction. Followed by, Zhou Ao stepped back slightly, dispersing the pressure he had released on Xueqing. After feeling the pressure leave her body, Xueqing instantly came to the third highness side, gently patting his back and taking care of him carefully. Seeing this, Zhou Ao said indifferently, "Do you really think I would be afraid of the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor? It's ridiculous. Do you know how the Long Qian dynasty was destroyed by me? And do you know how strong this seed is? Tomorrow your father will launch a beast tide to attack the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. This account, first count on you. When we see the Razor Demon Emperor in the future, this seat will properly recalculate this account." Back to him, as Zhou Ao's words fell. Immediately, Xueqing and his third highness prostrated themselves on the ground, their heads instantly plunging down, on all fours. You, third highness looked up at Zhou Ao with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. I don't understand how Zhou Ao knew about this. This is a matter, but even he doesn't know about it. Not only, but also, the third highness doesn't understand. How did Zhou Ao know that the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor was his father? In the middle of the previous torture, but he had never spilled out that he was the father was the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor. Fine thoughts. Regrettably, Zhou Ao didn't wait for the third highness to ask himself these questions, and with his hands in the air, he left the place straight away, and instructed the disciples of the clan who were guarding the place to be extremely careful, and not to allow anyone to come close to the place. Followed by, Zhou Ao left the place directly. When Zhou Ao returned to Buzhou Mountain, a few white rainbows flew up above the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, heading towards the direction of the Demon Beast Mountain, with extremely fast speeds, cutting through the sky like shooting stars in the night sky. It was the elders of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect who had traveled to the Demon Beast Mountain based on Mei Jiruo's orders, and the one at the head was clearly a drunkard. It's time to raise the drunkard's cultivation, Zhou Ao subconsciously whispered as he looked at the place where several white rainbows had disappeared into thin air. The drunkard hadn't been with Zhou Ao for a short time. The cultivation level had remained at the first level of the transcendent realm since the beginning, and the strength hadn't changed a great deal. There's no credit to be had. Therefore, Zhou Ao felt the need to help the drunkard raise his cultivation level. Sitting on Buzhou Mountain, Zhou Ao calculated in his mind what to do with the matter of the Razor Demon Emperor. Of course, Zhou Ao wasn't trying to kill the Razor Demon Emperor. Instead, he was thinking about how to utilize the Razor Demon Emperor to inspire his own system quest. That's it, Zhou Ao thought until dawn. With the dawn, Zhou Ao then saw thousands of inner disciples departing for the Demon Beast Mountain, looking like they were going on a mission to stop the beast tide. Although the Demon Beast Mountain is called Demon Beast Mountain, but the demonic beasts on the Demon Beast Mountain didn't actually have a high cultivation level. When all is said and done, if the demonic beasts on the Demon Beast Mountain were too high in cultivation, their 10,000 Swords Immortal sect would have been destroyed long ago. Sending an elder of the true origin realm would be close enough to suppress the entire Demon Beast Mountain. However, just in case, Zhou Ao still dispatched the drunkard at the first level of the transcendent realm to go. Hey! At this point, Zhou Ao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If the clan had dozens of divine journey realm elders and 2 or 3 transcendent realm ancestors, I guess I wouldn't need to make a move. Nevertheless, ideals are plump, reality is bony. Monster Mountain. The drunkard led Mei Jiruo and the others here a night early. The outer perimeter was cleared of demonic beasts in advance. Senior drunkard. The strength of the demonic beasts on this demonic beast mountain are not good. Is it necessary for us to go to such great lengths to send our disciples here? One of the true origin realm elders asked the drunkard with a complicated face. When the words of this true origin realm elder fell, quite a few elders behind him, with the exception of Mei Jiruo, all looked at the drunkard with complicated faces. None of them felt it was necessary. This mountain of demonic beasts. Previously, it was the place where the disciples of the Bai Luo sect and the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect practiced, and they naturally knew how many demonic beasts were in it and how powerful they were. It was really impossible to understand why Junior Master would have them. The elders, come here and go to great lengths to stop the beast tide. In their opinion, even if it had caused a beast tide, it would be a beast tide of such a small scale that it could be ignored. Junior Uncle naturally has his reasons for doing things. In case the beast tide exceeds expectations and destroys the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect when the time comes, who among the few of you will have the ability to bear the responsibility? The drunkard, with his hair draped over his head, asked rhetorically at this true origin realm elder with a playful expression. As the drunkard's words fell, This true element realm elder did not say anything more and silently stood in place, waiting for the clan's inner disciples to come. Alright, there are naturally reasons for what Junior Uncle does. You guys dare to disobey Junior Uncle's order? Right at this moment, Meizirua's voice clearly reached the ears of these true element realm elders. Meizirua is a loyal admirer of Joe Ao. Looking at someone who didn't trust Joe Ao's judgment, naturally, his heart became dissatisfied, followed by, only Meizirua held the cold plum sword in her hand and had a lonely face. The entire person was like an iceberg, emitting a chilling aura that made people shiver. When the drunkard saw this, he was a bit surprised, but he didn't say anything more, but instead, he looked at himself above the demonic beast mountain and waited quietly. These few true element realm elders looked at Meizirua's appearance, and were immediately like a rocket that had gone out, losing any temper. As time passes, half an hour later, the inner disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect then arrived at the Demon Beast Mountain in a well-organized manner under the command of several inner deacons, followed by these 1,000 inner disciples were assigned to these true element realm elders. Among the 1,000 inner disciples, Keilu was clearly among them. Catch sight of. At this moment, Keilu was standing under the shade of a tree with a depressed face, his hand resting on his face with a lazy look on his face. Really? What kind of disease is the young master uncle committing? This demon beast mountain, how can there be a beast tide? Really convinced, Kiria leaned against the tree and muttered, venting his frustration. Senior sister Keilu, with senior brother here, I'm sure we won't let senior sister get sunburned. Just at this time, one of Kilia's dog-licking senior brothers came online, and after saying some professional dog-licking words, he walked over to Keilu, took out an umbrella, and hit Keilu. The moment the umbrella is ready, boom boom boom, moments, the entire demon beast mountain shook the ground. The drunkard's eyes panicked for a split second as the ground shook and he yelled, the beast tide is coming. Chapter 58, The Soul-Destroying Silver Wolf. The beast tide is coming. Several true origin realm roars of rage resounded through the sky. Keilu and the other inner disciples prepared their defenses at speed. How is there really a beast tide? Keilu looked like he didn't understand and gritted his teeth. Seeing this, the licking dog at his side didn't know what to say and silently stood behind Keilu. The next second, Keilu then saw hundreds of figures, rising up in the air, coming towards their location. The demonic beasts are attacking. Hundreds of various demonic beasts were like wild beasts out of their cages, tearing everything apart. Just a few breaths, the true elemental realm elder made a move and killed dozens of demonic beasts, followed by, the remaining demonic beasts were like a flood, coming towards them. Seeing this, Kiria released his Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi was below true Qi, and the only way to transform the Yuan Qi in the body into true Qi was to become a true Yuan realm martial artist. Bang! Boom! 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 Explosions continuously resounded through the demon beast mountain. Several true element realm elders and Meiziruwa and the drunkard made a move together, and even though there was a flood of demonic beasts running down the river, they couldn't break the formation. It's only a quarter of an hour short. All the incoming demonic beasts were all decapitated, and for a while, the smell of blood poured out of his nose, and the corpses of the demonic beasts were scattered and blood flowed into rivers. The inner disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect watched as no movement came out, thinking that the beast tide was over. One by one, they celebrated and began to cheer. Although the demonic beasts in the beast tide were not of high cultivation and did not cause much damage to them, but it still gives them some heartburn. Seeing this, Keilu, who was in the team, pretended to be tired, rubbed his wrist, and said unhappily, beast tide, this is it? When Kiria's words fell, the licking dog behind him hurriedly spoke. Senior sister Keilu, it looks like the beast tide should be over. Tired. Senior brother here has foreign fruits. Take a bite, relieve your fatigue and clear your throat. When the licking dog's words are out of his mouth, he saw the licking dog holding the apple-like fruit in his hand and handed it to Keilu. Many thanks, senior brother. Senior brother is so nice. Seeing this, Keilu first gave a thank you, then picked up the fruit and ate it, just as Kiryu was eating the fruit. Seeing this, the drunkard standing at the front of the team subconsciously frowned, and with a puzzled face, he said to Meiziruwa at his side, Patriarch, tell the disciples under your door to be careful. Maybe the beast tide isn't over yet. It's not over yet? Meiziruwa frowned when she heard the drunkard's words, then turned to a pretty female cultivator behind her. Evening Chang, tell the elders that the beast tide may not be over yet, and tell them not to take it lightly. Yes, the pretty female cultivator named Evening Chang hurriedly nodded her head when she heard Meiziruwa's words, and then used her Yuan Qi to perform her body technique and leave this place. Look closely. This beautiful female cultivator named Evening Chang looked like she was only 16 or 17 or 18. But the aura on her body was surprisingly that of the middle stage of the clutch realm. Realize, the next realm in the clutch realm could be the true element realm that Meiziruwa was waiting for. to be able to reach this realm at around 16, 17, 18, the qualifications were truly somewhat terrifying. The drunkard couldn't even help but raise his eyelids and take a high look at the female cultivator named Lei Qing. "She is your disciple?" the drunkard asked, turning to Mei Jiruo. "Yes, senior. Her name is Lin Evening Qing. She's my only disciple. Her qualifications are very good." Mei Jiruo nodded when she heard the drunkard's words, and then with a slightly proud tone, she uttered the last 5 words. The disciple's qualifications were good, and he, as a master, would naturally be able to say so and be proud of it. Aha! The drunkard didn't say anything more when he heard Meijiro's words, followed by, only the drunkard looked quietly at the top of the hill. Seeing this, Meijiruo didn't say anything more and continued to hold the cold plum sword in her hand, her expression indifferent as she gazed into the sky above. Buzz. Just at this moment the drunkard keenly heard a buzzing sound. Following, the drunkard then saw some tiny reptiles scurrying out from under the stone and fleeing in all directions. The next second, the drunkard saw the stone quiver violently. Following, the drunkard then felt an aura of demonic beasts that covered the sky, an aura that made him tremble. "Look up!" The drunkard suddenly saw that on top of the mountain, a beastly shadow appeared. When the drunkard took a closer look and saw the beast's full appearance, he said in a dumbfounded voice, "Soul-destroying silver giant wolf. Soul-destroying silver giant wolf. It is a high-grade demonic beast in the demonic beast lair of the 100,000 mountains. The soul-destroying silver giant wolf has silver-white fur and a large body, with adult soul-destroying silver giant wolves being able to reach a length of 10 meters and a height of about 3 meters. 2 wolf claws that could tear through space and destroy everything. Only, the most powerful thing about the soul-destroying silver giant wolf wasn't his wolf claws, but his natural aptitude, soul catalyst. The avatar is as its name suggests. The soul-destroying silver giant wolf's hypnotic soul could make the deceased souls of dead demonic beasts reappear and continue to fight, but it could only make some low-grade demonic beasts reappear in the form of undead souls. Although it was only a low level, everyone didn't dare to underestimate the soul-destroying silver giant wolf, for no other reason than that, because the soul-destroying silver giant wolf was a good hand at starting a beast tide. In recent years, the beast tide in Qingzhou, but all have encountered the soul-destroying silver giant wolf. Basically heavy casualties, limbs and arms, countless, many villages, blood flow into the river, the sky crows circling, covering the sky, winding the rich smell of death. It could be said that the soul-destroying silver giant wolf was something that many martial artists were unwilling to see. Where there is it can basically be said that there will be a beast tide. Eyes back on the alcoholic. Could it be? The drunkard saw the soul-destroying silver giant wolf for a split second and thought of its natural aptitude, and suddenly a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. The next second, ow, the wolf howl of the soul-destroying silver giant wolf was like thunder in the clear sky, resounding in the ears. No good. Everyone, retreat. Drunkard heard the soul-destroying silver giant wolf. This wolf howl directly confirmed his heart just now bad premonition, then opened his mouth to the many behind the 10,000 swords immortal sect disciples, roared. The next second, only to see the originally dead low-grade demonic beasts on the ground suddenly have blue flames rising from their bodies. Following, these low-grade demonic beasts that had died had actually revived. To be precise, it was revived in the state of a dead soul. Soul-destroying silver giant wolf's natural aptitude used up. As these dead demonic beasts revived in the state of dead souls, there was a burst of beast roars that were deafening. Roar! The drunkard saw the scene and gave a cry of dismay, followed by, the drunkard held his long sword in his hand, releasing dozens of sword chi and exuding his own powerful pressure as he attacked towards the soul-destroying silver giant wolf on top of the mountain. Tackle the thief. The drunkard intended to directly decapitate the soul-destroying silver giant wolf. This soul-destroying silver giant wolf's cultivation was only at the peak of the divine journey realm according to the martial realm, handily for an alcoholic of the transcendent realm's first heavenly layer. Nevertheless, no sooner had the drunkard rushed to the soul-destroying silver giant wolf. Boom! The ground of the demon beast mountain shook up, followed by, only to see from the soul-destroying silver giant wolf behind, surging out tens of thousands of figures like a steel torrent. General, towards the drunkard attack. Not good. When the drunkard saw this scene, he once again said in his heart that it was not good. Chapter 59, Lin Evening Qing, today's third shift. Roar! A beastly roar broke through the illusion and surged into the drunkard's ears. The next second, bang! Didn't wait for the drunkard to get close to the soul-destroying silver giant wolf. The drunkard was directly submerged by the incoming wave of beasts, and his entire being disappeared. When Mei Jiruo saw this, anxiety was written all over her face. What is this? Kei Lu looked up, and at the sight of the wave of beasts leaking down from the top of the mountain, he instantly panicked and exclaimed. The next second, a revived undead demonic beast attacked towards Kei Lu. Clang! Just when this demonic beast's claws were about to touch Kei Lu, Licking Dog appeared and directly drew his sword to block it. Seeing this, the three undead demonic beasts directly attacked towards this Licking Dog. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Licking Dog first blocked one of the demonic beasts with his sword, and then he intended to quickly draw his sword and decapitate the other two demonic beasts. It's a pity, though, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Without waiting for Licking Dog to draw his long sword, the other two demonic beasts attacked towards him. Seeing this, Licking Dog frowned, glanced at Kei-Lu, and shouted, "Senior sister Kei-Lu, come help me." Unfortunately, seeing this scene, Kei-Lu didn't choose to step in to help, but instead fled towards the back. Abandon the lickspittle. A word of caution here, be anything but a lickspittle. It's too bad what happened. That's it. This Licking Dog was torn apart by these revival undead soul demon beasts, and his organs and bowels were scattered all over the place, dripping with blood, so that people could not bear to look at him. Kei-Lu, who turned his head and saw this scene, was already scared out of his wits, fleeing even more desperately toward the rear. Indeed, it wasn't just Kei-Lu who fled towards the back. A careful count showed that there were dozens of people who had broken away from the group and fled towards the back. Nevertheless, just as Kei-Lu and the others fled towards the back, abruptly, at the top of the hill, a sword chi pierced through the abdomens of dozens of demonic beasts and stabbed straight into the sky. The next second, a heavenly sword intent spread out from the drunkard's body, covering the sky. At this moment, the drunkard's body was covered in animal blood. The entire person was like a blood-colored god of war. One could only see the drunkard holding a long sword in his hand, looking proudly at the sky, his cloaked eyes filled with amazing killing intent. Next moment, whoosh, 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 hundreds of sword chi came towards the demonic beasts blocking their way. Ouch! Accompanied by the sound of a demonic beast screaming. Any demonic beasts that stood in front of the drunkard were all cut down. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Beast blood continued to drip downward from the blade of the long sword held in the drunkard's hand. It dripped down on the ground and hammered on the hearts of these demonic beasts. That's it. The drunkard was alone, with a sword, and in just a few moments, he had killed hundreds of demonic beasts. It was also getting closer to the soul-destroying silver giant wolf. With these low-grade demonic beasts, they are worthy of stopping me? Just kidding. The drunkard let out a low roar, a trace of disdain flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ow! Just at this time the soul-destroying silver giant wolf once again howled wolfishly towards the sky. The next second, all the low-grade demonic beasts that the drunkard killed all changed into the state of dead souls and attacked toward him. Vast and sweeping. Damn it! The drunkard saw this and broke into a curse. This soul-destroying silver giant wolf's natural aptitude really made the drunkard feel sick. It's a pity, though, the alcoholic didn't have any recourse. Catch sight of. The drunkard took out an altar of wine from his storage ring, and after taking a sip, he instantly felt full of wariness, and rushed towards the top of the mountain, the whole person as if he was in no man's land. Wine gives the alcoholic invincible power. Kill. Just as the drunkard was heading for the charge, Meijiruo's cry filled with murderous intent resounded steeply from the rear. The next second, one could only see several true element realm elders gathering together to form a formation to block the tide of beasts attacking the sect disciples. Bang! The demonic beasts and the tide of beasts kept hitting the formation with their heads. It's a pity, though, the results are very unremarkable. Junior uncle, when are you coming? Meijiruo in the formation couldn't help but twist her head to look at the location of the clan's Bujo mountain and whispered. Meijiruo doesn't know. In fact, Jo-Ao had already arrived on the demonic beast, watching from above at the moment. This soul-destroying silver giant wolf's natural aptitude is a bit interesting. Jo-Ao in midair sighed in admiration as he took a bite of the spirit fruit. This soul-destroying silver giant wolf's natural aptitude was just as powerful as the necromancers of the West. That's it. Jo-Ao looked at it for a while. People, no, have all the demonic beasts arrived? Jo-Ao looked at the demonic beasts at the back of the demonic beast mountain at the moment, a vast array of demonic beasts participating in the beast tide, and smashed his mouth. Ow! Just as Jo-Ao's words fell, the wolf howl of the soul-destroying silver giant wolf once again reached Jo-Ao's ears. The next second, Jo-Ao then saw the drunkard facing thousands of demonic beasts by himself. The drunkard looked as small as a child facing an adult when facing some tall demonic beasts. Under the mountain of demons and beasts, Lin Evening Ching held his long sword in his hand. His sword technique was powerful as he continuously cut down the incoming demonic beasts. One person, one sword, blood-staining thousands of miles, just like a female Valkyrie. It made many of the inner disciples' eyes rest on her. In this world, there were still quite a few male martial artists who liked valiant female martial artists. This one is still fascinating. What's more, Lin Evening Ching wasn't ugly in the first place. Compared to Kei-Lu, Lin Evening Ching was dozens of blocks ahead of Kei-Lu, no matter if it was her temperament or cultivation or her looks. the two were not comparable at all. Roar! The three demonic beasts saw the right time to attack Lin Eveningching at the same time. Unlike Kiryu's dog licking, the moment Lin Eveningching saw these three demonic beasts, he used his own masterful sword technique. Just like the clear wind sweeping away the leaves, three sword lights appeared, and three demonic beast corpses instantly lay on the ground. Nevertheless, just when Lin Eveningching thought that he could rest for a moment after decapitating these three demonic beasts, precipitously, in front of Lin Eveningching's eyes, hundreds of demonic beasts leaped up like dragons out of the sea and attacked towards her. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, and the sharp claws of the demonic beast were reflected in Lin Eveningching's eyes. The next second, only Lin Eveningching frowned, a hint of complexity flashing under her eyes. Nevertheless, these hundreds of demonic beasts, in Lin Eveningching's opinion, were just his own appetizer. Whoosh! Ouch! The sound of swords cutting the air and demonic beasts wailing rang out. Just a quarter of an hour, Lin Eveningching then killed all the attacking demonic beasts. For a moment, Lin Eveningching had already attracted the gazes of most of the inner disciples who were in the process of slaying demonic beasts. Goddess! Some inner disciples couldn't help but whisper in their hearts. Although Lin Eveningching was Mei Jirua's only disciple, she rarely traveled within the sect, so very few people had seen her, and it could be said that she didn't have a high presence. But when this beast tide passes, it was estimated that the name Lin Eveningching would be able to resound through the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Hoo. Lin Eveningching stood still, panting softly, the fragrant sweat on her body falling from her cheeks and flowing into her chest. This scene caused a group of untouched inner disciples of the sect to gulp. In mid-air, Zhou Ao looked at the scene instead. TSK, no talent. Chapter 60, The Razor Demon Emperor. Ow. The soul-destroying silver giant wolf continued to utilize its own natural aptitude, constantly reviving demonic beasts that had already been torn away in the state of dead souls. Bang! The drunkard who was constantly decimating demonic beasts subconsciously frowned when he saw this. The next second, a vast sword intent spread out from the drunkard's body. Sword chi wrapped around the drunkard's body, constantly cutting down the demonic beasts coming towards him. Seeing this, Zhou Ao in midair thought, is the drunkard serious? Rest assured, the alcoholic got serious. Reason told the drunkard that he couldn't go on like this, and that if he didn't get serious, there was a good chance they would suffer heavy casualties. Nevertheless, just as the drunkard was planning to unleash his strongest sword chi and cut down all the demonic beasts that stood in his way, humans, a low growl came clearly into the drunkard's ears. Look up, the drunkard realized with a start that, in midair, there was an unreadable face. The Thunderbolt Demon Emperor? Zhou Ao looked at the unreadable face and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Zhou Ao hadn't guessed wrong. The voice that spoke, and the unreadable face, was none other than the Razor Demon Emperor. The Lazy Demon Emperor could only project a human face over because he wasn't in Qingzhou. But don't underestimate the human face. The demonic aura released from this human face alone caused the drunkard to feel his body tremble. In Zhou Ao's perception, the strength of this human face was mostly at the first level of the sacred realm. The first level of the entry sacred realm was not something a drunkard could deal with anymore. Speak the truth. The drunkard had followed Zhou Ao for such a long time, and his battle power had also improved, and he could barely fight across the ranks and beat a martial artist at the second level of the transcendent realm, but it's just able to fight. This entry saint realm martial artist was truly more than what the drunkard could handle. Come to think of it, Zhou Ao then opened the 9-sword box and prepared to do it himself, followed by, only the mountain and river diagram appeared behind Zhou Ao, transforming the true chi into sacred element. While waiting, Zhou Ao looked down at the drunkard below. First level of the transcendent realm. You are not Zhou Ao? The Thunder Zephyr Demon Emperor roared lowly, questioning, into the earth. When Mei Jirua and the others heard the Razor Demon Emperor's voice, they looked up at the drunkard. No, said the drunk, shaking his head as if he were on the verge of an attack. When the drunkard's words fall, the drunkard instantly felt a wave of pressure pressing down on him. Bang! The drunkard's feet instantly sank into the ground, cracking all around him. Since it's not, then die. The voice of the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor came from above. Following, a huge palm print descended from the sky, and the destructive power made the drunkard feel like he was on the verge of death. That slap didn't just make the drunk feel so. Everyone on Demon Beast Mountain felt all the same as the drunkard. One after another, they felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow to their chests. The feeling of being on the verge of death lingered. The next second, only to hear Mei Jirua yell, Elder Drunkard, followed by, Mei Jirua then planned to go up for support, but unfortunately, Mei Jirua going up there was simply sending her to her death. Not only, but also, the demonic beasts around her were still blocking her, making it impossible for her to move, and it was already too late for support. Seeing this, Lin Eveningching and some true origin realm elders said in a complicated manner, "Are we going to lose today?" For a moment, many of the inner disciples who had come to participate in the battle, seeing this situation, felt that there was little hope, unless the youngest senior uncle rushed to take action now. Just when the crowd felt there was little hope, Zhou Ao's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. "Razor Demon Emperor, it's not proper to take action against a junior, is it?" "What person?" The Thunderbolt Demon Emperor was first surprised when he heard Zhou Ao's voice and then opened his mouth to ask. He hadn't expected anyone else to be here, and someone who knew his name. "I, Wanjian Immortal Sect Junior Master Zhou Ao, have met the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor." Zhou Ao descended from the sword in midair and greeted the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor with his face facing the unreadable human face. When Zhou Ao's words fall, the Razor Demon Emperor didn't say anything. Although the Razor Demon Emperor did not speak, Zhou Ao clearly felt the unreadable human face with its gaze resting on him. Scrutinizing himself, Zhou Ao saw this scene and did not say anything. "Junior Master is here. Junior Master is mighty. Little Master." When the many disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect on the Demon Beast Mountain saw Zhou Ao appear, they immediately cheered, each with a happy smile on their faces. They knew that when the Demon Beast Mountain came to Zhou Ao and the Little Master, it would be peaceful. "You guys did a good job." Zhou Ao smiled and greeted the sect disciples on Demon Beast Mountain. Encouragement should be encouraged. Zhou Ao doesn't like suppressive education. Lin Eveningching looked up at Zhou Ao in midair. Her eyes were colorful, and she murmured, "Is this side the young master uncle that master said? It's really extraordinary. Just standing there, it's as if he's the center of the great power of heaven and earth." As Kei Lu looked at Zhou Ao in midair, a hint of complexity flashed under his eyes as he similarly murmured, "If I were to be with this kind of person, wouldn't I be invincible?" Meijirua, at this time, the young master's arrival is undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. With the young master in place, this beast tide is bound to swirl away. "Drunkard, Little Master you finally came. If you do not come, I will die." Some true element realm elders. "Bad. Will the young master uncle come all the way in the morning?" Are our words of not trusting the young master uncle overheard by him? "Are you Zhou Ao?" Right at this moment, the voice of the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor clearly entered Zhou Ao's ears. When Zhou Ao heard the voice of the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor, he could nod his head and the corners of his mouth rose as he returned. "I am none other than Zhou Ao. My son is in your hands?" The Thunderbolt Demon Emperor looked at Zhou Ao as he acknowledged down and asked in a low voice. If one was able to see the Lazy Demon Emperor's face, one would definitely find that at this moment, the color of the Lazy Demon Emperor's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. But he didn't have much goodwill towards Zhou Ao. Zhou Ao gazed at the Razor Demon Emperor and returned very seriously. "Let the people go and I can let the beast tide recede." The Razor Demon Emperor spoke slowly, speaking word for word to Zhou Ao. With every word, the void shook and killing accidents leaked. It seemed that as long as Zhou Ao refused, the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor would directly strike and behead Zhou Ao. Only, Zhou Ao wasn't afraid of any of this. With the mountain and river diagram in his hand, he was not afraid of the first layer of the entry sacred realm. "Razor Demon Emperor, you have a big mouth. You think you can make this seat compromise with these beast tides?" Your son privately unsealed the seal within the Buzhou mountain and released the demonic beasts, leaving my 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect with heavy deaths and injuries. How should our 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect deal with itself if we simply give your son to you? How am I going to live with myself? How should we, the disciples of the clan, conduct ourselves? Even if I agree, our 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples won't agree. Zhou Ao, who was standing in mid-air, impassionedly said to the Razor Demon Emperor as well as the sect disciples on Demon Emperor Mountain. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Demon Beast Mountain, rolling ups and downs of sect disciples shouting, shaking the sky and earth. "Right, we don't agree, we don't agree." Chapter 61, Solving the Beast Tide. In mid-air, the corners of Zhou Ao's mouth rose slightly as he listened to the feedback he received from the disciples on Demon Beast Mountain. He managed to throw dirty water on his third highness. Zhou Ao knew that he was the culprit for the lifting of the seal of the demonic beast of Buzhou Mountain, but as a young master of a clan, how could he admit it? At this time, he pushed out his third highness to be the backstabber. However, the Razor Demon Emperor was no fool. According to the news coming from his son, the third highness, the demonic beasts under this Buzhou mountain had nothing to do with him at all. He trusted his son not to deceive him. The reason why? He was sure that Zhou Ao was throwing dirt on his son. Damnable humans. Thinking of this, the Razor Demon Emperor couldn't help but curse brokenly in his heart. The next second, only to hear the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor open his mouth and say to Zhou Ao, "Yellow-mouthed child, you." Nevertheless, without waiting for the Razor Demon Emperor to finish, Zhou Ao made a direct strike. He did not want the Razor Demon Emperor to say the words he wanted to say, so he directly struck. Next moment, the 9-sword box opened and Joao stood with his sword at his side, exuding a huge wave of sword intent. Sword intent rushes to the sky and can open the dome of heaven. The next second, boom! Thunder roared in the sky and black clouds pressed down on the city, as if the thunder god was furious. Ho ho ho! It was as if the trees on the Demon Beast Mountain had suffered a tornado and constantly began to sway. Followed by, heaven and earth visions constantly surfaced in midair, causing people to tremble. Meijirua and the others didn't dare to raise their heads to look at it. A battle of this level wasn't something they could catch sight of. Meijirua and the others quickly retreated towards the back under the guidance of the drunkard. The drunkard knew how powerful Joao's strike was, and it was estimated that it could flatten the entire Demon Beast Mountain easily. Just as the drunkard commanded for the men to fall back, the beast wave has begun. It's a pity, though, this beast tide is no use even if it's ferocious. Catch sight of. Joao held the long sword in his hand and directly swept the sword across the 8 wastelands. His sword aura looked out of the world and everything submitted. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud explosion. All of the demonic beasts that rushed towards the drunkard were all swept away by this sword, and vanished into dust. When the drunkard and the others saw this, each of them sucked in a breath of cool air, not daring to imagine what would happen if this kind of attack hit them. When Lin Evening Ching saw this, her eyes were horrified and she whispered, "So strong." This was the first time she had seen Joao make a move. It was Joao's strike that had left an indelible impression in Lin Evening Ching's heart. Ow. Seeing this, the soul-destroying silver giant wolf on top of the mountain was just about to continue wolf howling, however just opened his mouth without waiting for a sound to come out, only to see a sword chi, breaking through the illusion, like a meteor, directly piercing through the soul-destroying silver giant wolf's wolf head. Puff! The soul-destroying silver giant wolf fell into a pool of blood. With the soul-destroying silver giant wolf fell in a pool of blood. Those who were soul-destroying silver giant wolf talent aptitude resuscitation of the soul of the dead demonic beasts, floating with the wind disappeared. The next second, only Joao manipulated the remaining 8 long swords in the 9 sword box, continuously releasing sword chi to kill the demonic beasts on the Demon Beast Mountain. Bang! Just as Joao was beheading the demonic beasts on Demon Beast Mountain, the Razor Demon Emperor struck out. In not making a move, the demonic beasts on this Demonic Beast Mountain will soon be eaten up, killed up, just like self-help. Bang! 2 dull voices rang out. The Divine Sense attack used by the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor attacked Joao. But unfortunately, the Divine Sense attack was useless to Joao. It's just a moment. Joao then shattered the Divine Sense attack of the Razor Demon Emperor. The next second, I only saw Joao let out a low roar. The 9 swords of Dokuro. So far, Joao held his longsword in his hand and unleashed the Dokoroku 9 swords as he attacked towards the Razor Demon Emperor. The sound of breaking air continued to ring out. Wherever it goes, space crumbles. Hee. District. The Thunder Zephyr Demon Emperor looked at Joao, who was attacking towards him, and was just about to make a mocking remark. But the next moment, the brilliant sword awnings directly covered him. Following, he then felt completely unconscious. Rest assured, it was a single strike, and the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor's projection was decimated by Joao. The Thunderbolt Demon Emperor might not have thought that Joao's strength would be so powerful. It was only a single glance, and his projection dissipated. In the meantime, deep in the 100,000 mountains, darkness in the cave, a middle-aged man sat here on a plate, his eyes tightly closed. This middle-aged man radiated thunder power all over his body. 10 directions of thunder, piercing through the void. At the moment, this middle-aged man was surrounded by killing intent. The next second, only to see this middle-aged man open his eyes and angrily yell, "Joao, you seek death." Rest assured, this middle-aged man was no one else. It was clearly the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor. At this moment, the Razor Demon Emperor's anger towards Joao had reached zero. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't go to Qingzhou at the moment, he would have inevitably beheaded Joao. Following, the demonic aura emanating from the Lazy Demon Emperor swept across the entire 100,000 mountains, drawing several demon emperors. They couldn't help but frown and look towards where the Thunder Zephyr Demon Emperor was, whispering, "This Thunder Zephyr, what's wrong with him again?" At present, on one of the highest peaks of the 100,000 mountains, an old man on crutches looked towards the location of the Razor Demon Emperor and shook his head before disappearing. Monster Mountain. Joao looked at the disappearing heads and nodded with satisfaction. The next second, Joao's eyes were chilling as he looked towards the tens of thousands of demonic beasts at the back of the Demon Beast Mountain and licked his dry lips. Following, Joao held his long sword in his hand and let out a low roar, chopping immortals. Immediately, Joao was like a sword immortal possessed, and the mountain and river diagram behind him bloomed with dazzling white light. A devastating sword chi was inspired from the handheld longsword, so vast that it covered the sky and swept through the 8 wastelands. Just for a moment, tens of thousands of demonic beasts at the back of the Demon Beast Mountain were decimated by Joe AO. Detected the host completing the mission. Reward issuance complete accompanied by a system beep and small golden letters appeared. Joe AO's quest to suppress the beast tide is complete. Looking at the small golden words of the system, Joe AO nodded with satisfaction. Whoosh! An instantaneous body. Joe AO came to the drunkard's side. When the drunkard saw Joe AO who appeared at his side, he immediately bowed his hand and said, Junior Master, take the men back, then send some outer disciples over to bring these demon cores on the ground back to the sect. Joe AO opened his mouth to the drunkard and ordered, on the demonic beast mountain. At this moment, besides the corpses of the demonic beasts, there were demon cores all over the ground. Count, there were at least 10,000 demon cores. Although they were all low-grade demon cores, a fly's leg is still meat even if it's small. Yes, the drunkard nodded when he heard Joe AO's words, followed by, the drunkard then led a portion of the inner disciples back to the sect, leaving Meijiruwa and some of the inner disciples waiting in place, picking up demon cores on the way. Junior Master, what was that just now? Meijiruwa led Lin Evening Ching to Joe AO, pointed her finger in the air and asked implicitly, looking at Meijiruwa's gestures and expression. It was clear that what was being asked was about the Thunderbolt Demon Emperor. It's nothing, you don't have to worry about it. By the way, the matter of the Bijou sect, I always feel that something is not right. You have the disciple who is investigating this matter, be careful. Joe AO first waved his hand at Meijiruwa, then said with a serious face, yes. Meijiruwa nodded back earnestly. That's it. Meijiruwa led Lin Evening Ching away to pick up demon cores. Chapter 62 Joe AO's anger. As time passes, a week went by in the blink of an eye. Joe AO had returned to Buzhou Mountain. Meijiruwa and the other elders had also returned. Those inner and outer disciples who had been picking up demon cores on the Demon Beast Mountain had also long returned to cultivate, especially the outer disciples. The sect's outer disciple competition. There were quite a few people who had signed up this term, especially when many people heard that Joe AO would show up. Each of them were riveted and ready to show Joe AO. In case Joe AO took a liking to him and accepted him as a disciple, it would be like flying up to become a phoenix. When all is said and done, the current Joe AO didn't have a single disciple. At nightfall, Joe AO was instructing the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, at their usual place. The two of them also went to the Demon Beast Mountain to pick up demon cores. When they went there, they saw the corpses of demonic beasts strewn across the ground and directly vomited. Lu Chuan was fine. He had experienced a lot from Qingqing to 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, and quickly recovered. But Dancing Lightly, it took a full 3 days to get better. You're not right here. You're not right there either. The swordsmanship is wrong. You have the wrong idea. You, Joe AO kept pointing out the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, with two minds at once. Just as Joe AO pointed out, the former northern underworld city of the Longqian Imperial Dynasty, several 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples were tied up in a cellar. A few youths looked at the few 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples in front of them, and a hint of sternness flashed in the bottom of their eyes. Oh, your little master is really something. To have a Kaiyuan realm martial artist spy on our strengths and weaknesses, isn't it a bit too much to look down on us? A youth at the head of the group questioned the tied-up 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples with a fierce face. Look closely. The attire on this youth was clearly that of a disciple of the Bijou sect. It can be inferred from this costume. These few youths who were with the youths were more than likely by Luo sect disciples as well. No, to be precise, they were remnants. But, as soon as the words of the remaining member of the leading Bijou sect fell, he only saw a direct hand slash, which was inserted into the abdomen of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's disciple. But, when the hand knife was pulled out, blood gushed out like a fountain, followed by, this 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciple's breath was all dead. Kill all of these 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples and throw them to the nearby mass grave. The remaining member of the Bijou sect who was in the lead wiped his hands, then said to the several fellow disciples behind him. Yes, came the response. The few remaining disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect were all killed by this group of remaining members of the Bai Luo sect. Zhou Ao, you destroyed my clan. I will destroy your disciples. The leader of the remaining members of the Bai Luo sect looked at the bodies of the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect that had been carried out and said sternly, his hand consciously clenched into a fist, his knuckles crunching. It could be seen that the anger that this remaining member of the Bai Luo sect had towards Zhou Ao already belonged to the type of father-killing hatred. Only, he probably didn't know that when in a short while, they wouldn't be angry at Zhou Ao, because dead people don't get angry. A white steed flits past a crack, idiom, how time flies. Another week has passed. At present, Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Wang Ming, the drunkard, Mei Jiruo, and some of the true element realm elders stood here, each trembling with fear. not daring to speak, not daring to breathe through their noses, for no other reason than that. At this moment, Zhou Ao was exuding a dense killing intent that swept across the entire Buzhou mountain. Catch sight of. In front of Zhou Ao's eyes, 8 corpses of 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples were neatly placed. Each body was so mutilated that the word waste was tattooed on its face. Is this provoking this seat? Zhou Ao's face was grim as he asked the drunkard beside him. When the drunkard heard Zhou Ao's question, he didn't know what to say, and in the end, he stiffened his head and nodded. Mostly, Junior Master. Like this? It's been a long time since this seat has been provoked. The last one who provoked this seat so much seems to have been exterminated by this seat. Zhou Ao got up and lightly mumbled to himself to the crowd. The tone of voice is cold to the extreme, so that Mei Zhiruo and others feel in the middle of the icy sky and snow. The air temperature instantly plummeted a few points, so that people tremble. Cold. Where was it found? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Mei Zhiruo. Back to Junior Uncle. In North Underworld City, Mei Zhiruo said back to Zhou Ao. Northmore? It's a good place to bury a man, but the ones who should be buried aren't our 10,000 Sword Immortal Sect disciples, but those remaining members of the Bai Luo sect. The killing intent emanating from Zhou Ao's entire being as he spoke here had made Wang Ming feel breathless and about to die. Luckily, Keat could see Wang Ming's state and made a timely move, using her own true chi to make Wang Ming slightly more comfortable. When the words reached here, Zhou Ao paused for a moment, seemingly thinking about something, and after 3 seconds, continued to speak. From now on, gather back all the disciples. Drunkard, you go in person. Those remnants are no match for you even if they are strong, but still be careful. This seat doesn't know if these rats have entangled with those remaining members of the Long Qin dynasty, so just investigate in secret and follow. When the sect's outer gate competition is over, I'll personally go and take out this group of disgusting rats, and kill them. Speaking later, Zhou Ao's eyes flashed with a creepy ferocious light, startling everyone present. Yes, the drunkard hurriedly nodded his head back when he heard Zhou Ao's words. Afraid if I answer a second late, I'll be a corpse lying on the ground. Go ahead. This matter, don't spread it out. Zhou Ao waved his hand and said to the crowd. Yes, returned the crowd in unison. They are not cuties. Naturally, they don't pass on this kind of stuff. That's it. The crowd bid farewell to Zhou Ao and left the place without daring to delay for a moment. After the crowd leaves, Zhou Ao reclined on the chair, looking at the azure sky with fierce eyes. A hint of complexity flashed under his eyes. At present, Zhou Ao had built up anger in his heart. When the outer sect clan competition was over, I hoped that those rats would be able to hold back Zhou Ao's anger. It was once said that the wrath of the Son of Heaven would result in 1,000,000 corpses and 1,000 miles of bloodshed. Although Zhou Ao was no match for the Son of Heaven, he could still ambush tens of thousands of corpses and bleed for hundreds of miles. Without doubt, if you want to do it, you can do it with 1,000,000 dead bodies and 1,000 miles of bloodshed. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Hall. Mei Zhiruo and the drunkard, along with a few true Origin Realm elders, stood here, discussing matters regarding the remaining members of the Bai Luo sect. This time around, not only was Zhou Ao angry, they were also angry. If this kind of thing had happened before, the clan would have definitely taken it as a dumb loss and not pursued anything, and in the end, they could only put things to rest. But now, the clan has Zhou Ao, naturally, will not continue to eat a dumb loss, to retaliate back fiercely. Elder Wine Ghost, this time, I'm counting on you. Mei Zhiruo arched her hand and bowed to the Wine Ghost in trust. It's all an errand for Junior Master. There's no need to be like that. If you don't mind, just give me a few more bottles of good wine, the drunkard said smilingly to Mei Zhiruo. The alcoholic's last words disintegrated the heavy atmosphere. When Mei Zhiruo heard the drunkard's words, she put on a smile and nodded her head. Good talk, good talk. Chapter 63, the beginning of the knockout round. As time goes by, in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition. Outer Disciples Arena. The two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, stood inseparably in one place, talking and laughing, attracting a lot of side glances from the disciples, especially some of the male disciples. Their eyes were looking at Lu Chuan as if they wanted to kill. It gave Yanagawa a bit of a creep. Senior brother Lu Chuan, you and senior sister Lightning are quite close recently. Just as the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, were talking and laughing, an outer disciple's voice that did not come in a good mood clearly entered the two's ears. This outer disciple's name was Yu Chang, and he was a martial artist at the 8th level of the Enlightened Realm. At the 8th level of the Kaiyuan Realm, his cultivation was not a star higher than Lu Chuan. Although Lu Chuan had Zhou Ao's elixir support, his cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the Kaiyuan Realm. Although there was only a difference of 3 layers, but these 3 layers, it was a gully. Senior brother Yu Chang, it's just a simple chat with senior sister Lightning. Lu Chuan heard Yu Chang's words and returned without being humble. He naturally knew what Yu Chang meant. but Yanagawa wasn't going to back down. As Yanagawa's words fell, Yu Chang looked at Lu Chuan with an unbelievable face, not expecting him to be insensitive. The next second, Yu Chang glanced behind him. A senior disciple of the 6th level of the Enlightened Realm walked directly to Lu Chuan and reached out, intending to pick apart Lu Chuan. When Dancing Lightning saw this scene, she hurriedly spoke. "Senior brother Yu Chang, what are you doing?" When Yu Chang heard Dancing Lightning's words, he said with a puzzled look on his face, "Sister Lightning, senior brother, I'm standing here and I haven't done anything." When Yu Chang's words fell, that senior disciple at the 6th level of the Enlightened Realm was already ready to make his move. Seeing this scene, Yu Chang closed his eyes self-consciously and waited for Yanagawa to let out an unwilling roar. Unfortunately, bang, a dull sound rang out. Yu Chang opened his eyes and saw, to his surprise, that the senior disciple at the 6th level of the Enlightened Realm had been knocked back by Lu Chuan's punch. The scene, Yu Chang who looked at it had an incredulous expression. He did not think that Lu Chuan actually put the 6th layer of the Kaiyuan realm of the senior brother. A punch bombarded back. Your cultivation level. After Yu Chang felt that Lu Chuan's cultivation level was actually at the 5th level of the Enlightened Yuan realm, he stretched out his hand with a stunned face and exclaimed. The next second, Lu Chuan opened his mouth and laughed at Yu Chang. "Senior brother Yu Chang, your kind of tactics, senior sister Lightning doesn't like it." Threat. The moment Yu Chang heard Lu Chuan's words, he knew that he was threatening himself. Come to think of it, Yu Chang was a little fired up. In Yu Chang's heart, what are you, Lu Chuan, to threaten me? The next second, Yu Chang intended to take matters into his own hands and directly blasted a fist towards Yanagawa. When Lu Chuan saw this, the corner of his mouth rose. It just so happened that he was planning to see how strong he was now, and at this moment, he had just the right person. Next moment, Yanagawa postures up for Yu Chang's attack. Unfortunately, didn't wait for the two to fight together. An elder's chiding voice clearly entered both of their ears. Stop. With that stop fell. Yu Chang and Yanagawa both stood at the same time with an honest look. The next second, an outer sect elder walked over and first glanced at Lu Chuan before turning to Yu Chang with a complicated face. This is the clan. No private fights. If you have a conflict, get in the ring. These words appeared to be spoken to both Lu Chuan and Yu Chang, but in reality, they were only spoken to Yu Chang alone. It's obvious. This outer sect elder's attitude towards Yu Chang was obviously much better than towards Lu Chuan. Yanagawa saw this and didn't say anything. Senior brother, I'm sorry. Dancing Lightning walked to Lu Chuan's side and said with an apologetic face. Elder sister, you're overstating it. Why are you apologizing? It's clearly his problem. Lu Chuan heard Dancing Lightning's words and returned with a warm voice. Dancing Lightning still wanted to say something more, but unfortunately, it was directly interrupted by Lu Chuan waving his hand. Senior sister, let's go draw lots. The elimination rounds will start soon. Good. Dancing Lightning looked at Lu Chuan and nodded faintly, followed by. Dancing Lightning then saw the killing intent in Yu Chang's eyes as he looked at Lu Chuan. This caused Dancing Lightning to look at Lu Chuan with worry in her eyes. She genuinely thought of Yanagawa as someone close to her. Who wants someone close to them to get hurt? Senior brother Yu Chang, if you dare to make a move against senior brother Lu Chuan, I won't forgive you. Dancing Lightly walked to Yu Chang and said word by word, her eyes full of determination. It was as if Yu Chang dared to make a move against Lu Chuan, she, Dancing Lightning, would be immortal with him? Yu Chang. Having said that, Dancing Lightning turned around and left straight away. When Lu Chuan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched as he thought, Senior sister Lightning, aren't you pulling hatred for senior brother? You are afraid that your senior brother will die after you. This operation of Dancing Lightning directly gave Lu Chuan a whole speechless. Instead of serving as a warning to Yu Chang, this action of hers put Yanagawa on the must-kill list in Yu Chang's mind. Who can allow the woman they love to protect other men? Senior sister Lightning. Yu Chang's eyes flashed with viciousness as he listened to Dancing Lightning Rose's words, and he looked at Lu Chuan with eyes that were a few degrees more ferocious. Sure enough, Lu Chuan saw the look in Yu Chang's eyes and blanched with a helpless face. But soldiers come and go. He's not afraid. Yu Chang looked at Lu Chuan, frowned, and turned his head to the rising senior disciple at the 6th level of the Enlightened Realm beside him. Later on in the elimination rounds, whoever gets into a group with him, kick him out at all costs. No, keep him, let him pass. I'll do it myself and show him why the flowers are so red. At first UCI tried to get Yanagawa eliminated in the opening round, but on second thought, this is not a relief at all, so it would be better to let Yanagawa pass, and then take matters into his own hands, first tyrannizing them, and then eliminating them to relieve the anger. Yes, the 6th layer of the Enlightened Realm Master Disciple nodded his head and replied. The next second, he then left the area and headed to set up his staff. After this disciple left, Yu Chang clenched his fists and whispered, Lu Chuan, you're playing with fire. Having said that, Yu Chang left the area. Yu Chang did not know that not far away from him, the disguised Zhou Ao heard his words. Kind of. But you kid, this seat would like to thank you. With you here, I guess this kid Lu Chuan will be able to get close to the top 100. Zhou Ao looked at Yu Chang's back with a playful face and whispered. Followed by, Zhou Ao disappears into the corner. When Zhou Ao appeared again, it is on Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Meijiru is here waiting here. Jun, your uncle. The Outer Disciple Clan Grand Competition elimination match is about to begin. Do you want to go and watch? Meijiru opened her mouth and asked Zhou Ao. Although the elimination tournament was irrelevant, Meijiru remembered that Zhou Ao had a favorite disciple who was participating in this outer sect disciple competition, so he came to ask Zhou Ao if he was going to go and watch. There's no need. You'll be looking for me when the qualifying battle starts. Zhou Ao spoke back to Meijiru in a flat tone. In his opinion, the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, surviving the elimination match was already a nail in the coffin. Chapter 64, Guchen, 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's Outer Sect Competition Ground. Yanagawa, who is in the ring for the elimination match at the moment, is dazzling. A few Outer Sect elders looked at Lu Chuan's strength, and all had the idea of taking on a disciple. In the stands of the martial arts arena, Yu Chang looked sullenly at Lu Chuan, who was in the ring, holding a long sword in his hand like a god of war. He had thought it would be hard for Yanagawa to survive the elimination. Couldn't get through it at all without my own help, but I didn't realize it. Yanagawa opened his eyes. Lu Chuan had changed so much that Yu Chang felt a trace of fear in his heart. He was afraid that if he continued to let Lu Chuan grow up, senior sister Dance Lightning would not belong to him. Senior brother Yu Chang, what's wrong with this Lu Chuan? It's only been a few months, but his strength has skyrocketed. Is there some treasure in his body? Or some strange encounter? An outer disciple named Guchen sat beside Yu Chang and frowned at him as he asked. Even if he has a miraculous encounter or a treasure in his body, when he meets me in the qualifying battle, nothing will work well. Yu Chang said to Gu Chen in a low growl. Originally Yu Chang mood is not good. At this moment someone to talk, naturally did not come to good gas. Seeing this, the corners of Gu Chen's mouth rose slightly and he did not say anything, but instead looked at Yu Chang with amusement, a hint of disdain flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Just as Gu Chen looked at Yu Chang with disdain, Yanagawa successfully advanced to the qualifying round. Yu Chang looked at Yanagawa who walked off the stage and gritted his teeth in hatred. On account of, Dancing Lightning was under the ring, and was using her personal handkerchief to help him wipe the sweat from his forehead. When Gu Chen saw the scene, he didn't dare to speak for fear of touching Yu Chang's brow. At the moment, Yu Chang was like a powder keg about to explode. Gu Chen he didn't want Yu Chang to blow up on him. Lu Chuan, you will die. Yu Chang roared lowly. Ha ha, senior brother Yu Chang, you have to hurry. If you're late, maybe senior sister Lightning will really be snatched away. Gu Chen arched his fire at Yu Chang, lest the world be in chaos. I know. I won't bother you to worry about that. And, as far as I know, you have a good relationship with senior sister Willow of the Inner Sect K. Your senior sister K lose person, so I'm sure you don't like senior sister Lightning. What is your purpose in saying these words to me now? Yu Chang opened his mouth and questioned Gu Chen. Yu Chang is not a cutie pie, although his likes and dislikes are easily written on his face. This Gu Chen was the Inner Sect's senior sister K lose person, that much he knew. And it was also a known fact that Inner Sect Count Sister Willow and Senior Sister Lightning were not dealing with each other. At this moment, Gu Chen was arching fire on himself here, so he obviously had an ulterior motive. Gu Chen smiled when he heard Yu Chang's words, then got up, patted his shoulder and said, wouldn't it be a good thing for Senior Sister K Lu to let Senior Sister Lightning Rose subordinate herself to you? These are profound words. There are two meanings, but both of these meanings can be a good thing for Yu Chang. Oh, so that's what you're playing at. If that's the case, you and I might be able to work together. Yu Chang spoke faintly to Gu Chen. After the qualifying battle, I'll give you the stuff and lure Yanagawa away. The rest is up to you. Gu Chen said to Yu Chang with a bad smile on his face. Yu Chang nodded when he heard Gu Chen's words, then revealed a treacherous smile. Nevertheless, Yu Chang don't know. As he smiled his treacherous smile, the corners of Gu Chen's mouth rose, revealing a playful smile. Senior Sister Lightning, Light Sister, I love you, Light Sister, Senior Sister Lightning. You're the best. You're the best. You're the only white moonlight in my heart. Along with Yu Chang and Gu Chen, the two conspired to reach a conclusion. Amidst the shouts from the martial arts arena, Dancing Lightning walked from the stage to the stage. Don't say, Dancing Lightly is still very popular. The sound waves were so loud that Zhou Ao, who was far away on Buzhou Mountain, could hear them clearly. After knowing that it was Dancing Lightning who was on the stage, Zhou Ao closed his eyes and dispersed his divine sense, enveloping the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Used divine sense to watch the game, catch sight of, just as Dancing Lightning had entered the ring. Someone spontaneously organized a team and blocked her side. Many thanks to all of you senior brothers. Dancing Lightning looked at the wall of people blocking in front of her and said gratefully, her voice sweet. The organizer immediately hardened when he heard Dancing Lightly's voice speaking. After a while, the organizer forced himself to calm down and turned his head to Dancing Lightning with a hefty smile. Hey, Lightning sister, with us here, you'll definitely be able to enter the qualifying battle. Disgusting, bitch, green tea. Some of the female disciples in the ring saw this scene and revealed looks of disgust. Sometimes, it's often not the men who are so malicious to women, it's the women. When Dancing Lightning heard these words, she smiled bitterly, then her gaze shifted to the stands. Catch sight of Yanagawa is cheering Dancing Lightning on from the stands. Looking at Lu Chuan, Dancing Lightly nodded gently, her cheeks blossoming. The next second, Lu Chuan then felt dozens of killing intent. These dozens of killing intent Lu Chuan didn't even need to think about it. He knew that it was the licking dog that likes senior sister Lightly slightly that was emitting it at himself. One of the strongest killing intent was emitted by Yu Chang. Only Yu Chang clenched his fist and slammed it on the stone bench. Bang! A dull sound that clearly reached Yanagawa's ears. Yanagawa saw this and smiled without saying anything. Only, when Lu Chuan saw Gu Chen beside Yu Chang, he frowned slightly. When the two men's eyes met, Lu Chuan felt as if Gu Chen was a flooding beast, baring his fangs at him. This person cannot be messed with, Lu Chuan said in a deep voice in his heart. There is a saying that it is better to offend 10 gentlemen than one small man. This Gu Chen gave Lu Chuan the feeling of a villain, and it's one of those smiley face kind of things. This kind of person, Lu Chuan was the last person he wanted to face. He would rather face 10 Yuchings than one Gu Chen, and that's when it happened. Gu Chen flashed a kind smile towards Yanagawa. However, this kind smile was just like the devil's smile in Yanagawa's heart. However, Lu Chuan still managed to squeeze out a hard smile and returned it to Gu Chen. Gu Chen thought to himself, this Lu Chuan, a bit interesting, by the looks of it, doesn't belong to that kind of rashness, just as Gu Chen mentally said. In the ring, dancing lightly like a fairy dancing under the nightlight, holding a long sword in her hand, she continuously repelled the incoming enemies. It's funny to say, those outer disciples who stood in front of Dancing Lightning were broken in less than 3 rounds. Stand. When some outer disciples saw Dancing Lightning's dashing appearance, they opened their mouths and exclaimed, when did Senior Sister Lightning's strength become so strong? I don't know. Senior Sister Lightning has only been in the sect for a few months, but her strength has progressed so much, it really puts us senior brothers to shame. AI. Senior Sister Lightning has progressed so quickly that I feel like I'm not worthy. This senior brother, please remove the word feeling. And also, even if Senior Sister Lightning is progressing slowly, it's not something you can match. This senior brother, are you looking for a fight? Senior brother, you're so vulgar. If Senior Sister Lightning can look at you, I'll take off my head and kick it for you as a ball. Asterisk 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 Q. That's it. In the stands, 2 outer disciples fought because of Dancing Lightly. Chapter 65, the qualifying battle begins. As time passes, Dancing Lightly managed to get into the qualifying rounds. The qualifying battle was held 3 days later and was drawn by lot. The outer disciples who entered the qualifying battle were 200 in total. Just in time for 1v1. The inner disciple Keilu's residence. Keilu's entire face turned purple with anger as he listened to the people around him say that Dancing Lightning had entered the ranked battle. How did she increase her strength so quickly? You bribe a few people around Dancing Lightning and have them poke around for information, Keilu angrily said to his sidekick. Yes. The people around him nodded when they heard Keilu's words, then left the place and headed to the outer gate. Just as the people around him were heading to the outer gate, Keilu suddenly thought of something and frowned at the door and asked, did you find out about the people you were asked to investigate last time? Back to Senior Sister. We asked around the sect. There's no news at all, came the reply from outside the door. No news at all? Could it be that it's not a disciple within the sect? Keilu frowned as he listened to the words outside the door, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and muttered to himself in confusion. Just as Keilu was wondering to himself, a youth walked in from outside. The youth exuded a sense of oppression, and space vaguely vibrated. With starry eyebrows and deep eyes, the 4 words imposing could exactly describe the youth. When Keilu saw the youth who walked in, he walked to its front with an excited face, hugged it tightly, and pouted. Brother, how did you get out of the gate? Rest assured, this youth was no other than Keilu's older brother, Keishu, who was the 7th inner disciple. Keishu had been in seclusion before, preparing to participate in the inner sect grand competition soon. Each year, the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect would stay for about 3 months or so after hosting the Outer Sect Grand Competition to host the Inner Sect Grand Competition. The Outer Sect Grand Competition has now begun. If your brother and I were to remain in seclusion, I'm afraid I would miss the registration for the Inner Sect Grand Competition. Sojourn out early and prepare. Keishu smiled and said back to his sister, Kei-Lu. The next second, Keishu suddenly thought of something he had heard about on his way here. Moments. Keishu's face clouded over as he crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, I heard that you recently got into a fight with an outer sect disciple? When Kei-Lu heard Keishu's words, he immediately put on a bitter and hateful look, and condescendingly said to his brother Keishu, it's like this, brother. That's it. After Kei-Lu added some oil and vinegar, he managed to make dancing lightly in Keishu's heart. The impression was 0. Followed by, after Kiryu had finished, Keishu grimly said to Kei-Lu, this matter, you don't care about it. I will let her in the qualifying battle, eat all the pain. With 3 days to go before the qualifying rounds begin, Joao instructed Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan as usual. Over the course of 3 days, although Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan's strength didn't have a qualitative leap, they had slightly increased. At this rate, there is hope to complete the mission. Joao looked at the two who kept practicing their swords and smiled smugly. Everything is about accomplishing the system's mission. A white steed flits past a crack. Idiom, how time flies. 3 days were up in the blink of an eye. On the outer disciples' martial arts arena, Mei Jiruo, as well as some true Origin Realm elders appeared on the podium, each emitting a powerful aura. They could have stayed away for the elimination game, but qualifying battles, they have to be present. Without doubt, it was mainly because when the qualifying battle started, Joao would also come. It's a bit hard to say that they, the elders, are not coming when the junior master is coming. The patriarch is here too. The elders are here too. I don't know if junior master will come. On the stands, an outer disciple looked at Mei Jiruo and the others on the podium and muttered. As this outer disciple's last words fell, some of the outer disciples looked up at the sky expectantly, praying that Joao would also come. Some of them, the outer disciples, had only worshipped in the sect a while ago and hadn't seen much of Joao yet. So, it was still quite curious about Joao. After all, Joao was an existence that was able to suppress Qingzhou with his own power. People worshipped the strong. Joao was the strong man they worshipped. Arguably, if it wasn't for the fact that Joao was in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, most of them wouldn't have chosen to join the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Although this was a bit blunt, this was something that Mei Jiruo and the others knew. The 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, without Joao, would have long since been destroyed by the Bai Luo sect. At present, the two people under the ring who were preparing for the qualifying battle, Dance Lightning and Lu Chuan, were also looking at the sky with an expectant expression. The two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, were looking forward to Joao's arrival. The former was because Dancing Lightning's father, Dancing Yu, had instructed her to get closer to Joao. The latter was because he wanted to get a good look at Joao, so that when he took his revenge later on, he wouldn't wait to find the wrong person. Only, Joao's appearance wasn't that flashy. Just when everyone, including Mei Jiruo and the others, thought that Joao would make a dazzling appearance from the sky, catch sight of, Joao lazily walked inside the martial arts arena towards the podium. It was probably because Joao had hidden his breath. All the outer sect disciples who passed by Joao did not recognize the person rubbing shoulders as Joao. There are quite a few outer disciples. Joao looked towards the stands, which were densely filled with outer disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. There was a vague sense of pride in his heart. Just when Joao was feeling a bit proud, all of a sudden, a silhouette came towards Joao. To be precise, it was not an attack, but a fall into Joao's arms. Lustful encounter? Joao looked at the figure that crashed into his arms and thought to himself. Just when Joao thought that he had met with a flamboyant encounter, the figure that crashed into his arms spoke up. This senior brother, I'm sorry. By the sound of the voice, it was a woman. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a woman, but a bit worse for wear. Catch sight of. This woman has an ugly black birthmark on her face. The moment the woman saw Joao looking at the birthmark on her face, she got up, stood in place, covered the birthmark with her right hand, lowered her head, and bowed in apology. This senior brother, I'm sorry. The woman said the same thing twice. Unlike the first time, the woman's voice was slightly lower the second time, and her eyes were filled with trepidation as she kept dodging. It seemed to be afraid that Joao would laugh at the birthmark on her face. This woman was called Sun Yu, an outer disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, with a cultivation level of the 4th level of the Enlightened Realm. Sun Yu looked at Joao, did not say anything, but looked straight at her covered black birthmark. His heart guessed that he was more than likely to be ridiculed again, on account of, in Sun Yu's impression, anyone who looked at her black birthmark like that ended up laughing at her without exception. Call her ugly. Nevertheless, the next second, only Joao could be heard saying to Sun Yu in front of him in a slightly envious tone, "You girl, you are somewhat blessed. To be able to let the night linger on your face is enviable." Chapter 66, Dancing Lightly's Battle. Joao walked to Sun Yu's side. gently tapped his shoulder and whispered, "Be careful in the future. After all is said and done, continue toward the podium." Sun Yu pupils dilated, incredibly twisted his head to look at the back of Zhou Ao, eyes subconsciously moist, outflow of crystal tears. It was the first time she hadn't been laughed at, and talk about envious people. Junior Master. Just as Sun Yu wiped his wet eyes, the voices of Mei Jirua and the True Element Realm Elders came from the other side of the podium. Stare at. Sun Yu stood frozen in place. This was because he saw that the person who had tapped his shoulder was actually receiving a salute from his own patriarch at this moment, associated with those 3 words earlier. Moments. Sun Yu was shocked in his heart and murmured, "Could it be that he's the little master?" Just as Sun Yu was shocked, Zhou Ao's gaze came to her and he smiled at her and nodded. "Junior Master is here. Junior Master is mighty and domineering. Junior Master, I love you. I want to give you a son. Junior Master, I love you like a mouse loves rice. I love you to death. I love you so much that I can't sleep every night. Little Master." Some sect disciple's confession voice, clear into the ears of Zhou Ao. The sound wave rises up to the sky, resounding in the sky. Zhou Ao's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. If he hadn't been afraid that talking at the moment would hurt his morale, he would have wanted to say to these people, "Big deal." Just as the corners of Zhou Ao's mouth twitched slightly, the gazes of both Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning came to Zhou Ao. "So young?" Lu Chuan looked at Zhou Ao and exclaimed in his heart. He hadn't expected Zhou Ao to be so young, looking just as old as himself. Dancing Lightning looked at Zhou Ao's appearance and felt somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember. Zhou Ao was seated at the podium. Silently, he looked at the disciples of the sects participating in the qualifying battle. After a while, Zhou Ao saw where the 2 of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, were located, and motionlessly waved his hand to Mei Jirua by his side. "Information on these 2, get it for me." When Mei Jirua heard Zhou Ao's words, she glanced at Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning and nodded faintly. He thought to himself, could it be that these 2 are the ones that Junior Uncle has his eye on? The man looks rather ordinary, but the woman, she has some good looks. I didn't think much of it. Mei Jirua got up, walked over to one Lin Evening Chang, and said something in a deep voice. Then he saw Lin Evening Chang leave the place. Lin Evening Chang, as Mei Jirua's disciple, was basically inseparable. Except, of course, for going to the uncharted mountains. Quickly, Lin Evening Chang then returned with a piece of paper and handed it to Mei Jirua. After receiving the note, Mei Jirua walked over to Zhou Ao and handed the note over. Zhou Ao took the note and looked at it. What was written on it was clearly information about both Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, biography, the forces behind it, and when to join the clan. Zhou Ao focused on Yanagawa's profile, wanted to determine if Lu Chuan was the person from the Qingcheng Lu family. After seeing that the forces behind Yanagawa are unknown and that he is an orphan, Zhou Ao's heart immediately concluded that he had not guessed wrongly. This Lu Chuan is most likely the remaining members of the Lu family. We don't know how Zhou Ao made his decision, and we don't dare to ask. Junior Master, could it be that these 2 people? Mei Jirua asked cautiously to Zhou Ao under the trend of curiosity. Yes, Zhou Ao wasn't hiding anything and nodded. So it is. Mei Jirua nodded with a look of realization. As the True Origin Realm Elders on the podium listened to the conversation between the 2, all of their gazes naturally rested on Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning. Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning felt these gazes, and for some reason, they felt a bit fiery, so uncomfortable, just as the 2 of them were going to look for where the gaze was coming from. Podium. Let them begin. Zhou Ao waved his hand and said to Mei Jirua. Mei Jirua nodded her head when she heard Zhou Ao's words, then waved her hand to signal the elders in the martial arts arena to begin. The drawing of lots begins. On the martial arts arena, a clutch realm elder opened his mouth and shouted. The next second, the many disciples participating in the qualifying battle began to draw lots under the arrangement of the elders. Dancing Lightly's draw went well. Yanagawa didn't have a very good draw. When it was his turn to draw, he reached into the box and was left with a jade stick. Yanagawa had wanted to replace it, but alas, it was harshly rejected by the elders. Followed by, when Lu Chuan saw the number on top of his jade sign, he instantly glimpsed, not far away, Yu Chang revealing a treacherous smile. All of a sudden, Yanagawa instantly realized that he had been set up. Soldiers come to fight. Yu Chang, do you really think that I, Lu Chuan, will be afraid of you? Yanagawa gave Yu Chang a defiant look back. Oh, trash, when we get in the ring, I, Yu Chang, will definitely beat the out of you. Yu Chang looked at Lu Chuan's eyes. A hint of anger flashed under his eyes, and he growled lowly. Quickly, the drawing of lots for the many disciples participating in the qualifying battle was over, and so it was after a quarter of an hour or so. The qualifying battle then begins. There are a total of 100 groups competing. As long as the 2 of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, 1, Then the ranking of the qualifying battle would be directly in the top 100. Joao's system mission was completed directly, but there were only 10 rings in the entire martial arts arena. Comparing them all at once is simply not possible. The reason why. In the order of the draw, the ones whose numbers are in the first 20 are the first to start. Both Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan's numbers were at the back of the line, so they couldn't take their turn in the first round. That's it. As time passes, the first round was over quickly. Less than a quarter of an hour after the first round, the second round begins. The second round of the tournament also ended after half an hour of play. That's it. Third round, fourth round, of match, or election, fifth round, of match, or election, round 6, until the 7th round. Dancing lightly before coming on, Joao was sitting up straight, not moving to observe Dancing Lightly. This was the first step in completing the system's mission. Joao definitely needed to observe it properly, so as not to wait to lose and have his mission incomplete. Nevertheless, Mei Jiruo, who was sitting next to Joao, didn't know about these system tasks. This scene was seen by Mei Jiruo, and in her heart, for some reason, there was some jealousy. In the ring, after the Clutch Realm Elder did the disciple tokens of both sides, he shouted, Dancing Lightly vs. Xuesinyan begins. At the beginning of this battle, already, nearly half of the bleachers had their eyes on them. Who doesn't like to see beautiful women fight? Not to mention watching two great beauties fight. This kind of opportunity is a man cannot miss. Only, some people speculate in their minds, Dancing Lightly will soon fall down, for no other reason than that. Xuesinyan was an outer disciple at the 5th level of the Enlightened Realm, and the aura on Dancing Lightning's body right now was only the 3rd level of the Enlightened Realm. The 3rd tier of the Enlightened Realm fights the 5th tier, a pre-existing one fights a post-existing one, and it's clear that there's no fight to be had, unless Dancing Lightning was the type of genius that could fight over the ranks. But is it possible? That's something to say to a dog that shakes its head when it hears it. Just when the crowd felt that Dancing Lightning had little hope, in the ring, Dancing Lightning, who held a long sword in her hand, took the lead. Chapter 67. Victory. In the ring, Dancing Lightning Ro held her long sword in her hand and charged directly towards Xuesinyan. Her speed was extremely fast and her stance was utilized to the extreme. Nevertheless, Xuesinyan saw the scene and raised her sleeves. Chaotic Cloak Windsword. Dancing Lightning roared lowly, the long sword in her hand, swirling with the wind, pearly storming towards Xuesinyan. Go! Xuesinyan similarly roared lowly. The next second, a red ribbon, shooting out directly from the cuffs, came straight towards Dancing Lightning. Seeing this, Dancing Lightning intended to cut it off with the Chaotic Cloak Sword. Nevertheless, as the sword cleaves to the ribbon, clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The sword slashed down, and on the ribbon, there wasn't a single mark, and the ribbon didn't break. The scene. Looking at Dancing Lightning's pupils shrunk slightly, she turned sideways and landed smoothly on the ground. The next second, Xuesinyan made a direct strike, catch sight of. From both sleeves, red ribbons poured out like a flood towards Dancing Lightly. The speed was extremely fast, and air-breaking sounds rang out continuously. Xuesinyan's expression was indifferent, and when she struck, she directly dealt a death blow. The scene. It caused many outer disciples in the stands to cry out in delight. Unexpectedly, a man's fighting style could be seen in Xuesinyan. So strong. Dancing Lightning looked at the red ribbons coming towards her and complimented. The next second, he only saw Dancing Lightning holding the long sword in her hand as she kept sliding backward. While backing up to the edge of the ring, Dancing Lightly, holding her long sword in her hand, rose up in the air and used the messy cloak sword to roll all the ribbons coming towards her together followed by, only to see Dancing Lightly pull back. Zip zip zip. The red ribbon was continuously stretched backward by Dancing Lightly's tugging. It seems like it will be ripped off soon. When Xuesinyan saw the scene, a trace of surprise surfaced in her indifferent expression. Only, Xuesinyan still looked indifferent, and in a few moments, she arrived in front of Dancing Lightning. The next second, Xuesinyan directly slapped her palm towards Dancing Lightning. Seeing this, Dancing Lightning bent down and dodged. What a terrifying power. Dancing Lightning was surprised as she felt the power of the palm that swept away from above her. Next moment, Xuesinyan's attack wasn't over yet. Flipping her hand, penning another palm towards the bottom. That's a slap. Dancing Lightning couldn't hide. Bang! The sound. Dancing Lightning was directly struck in the chest by Xuesinyan's palm, and her entire body smashed into the ground. The ground behind him was vaguely cracked. You're too weak, Xuesinyan said to Dancing Lightning with an indifferent expression. The voice was also indifferent. This indifferent voice and tone made Dancing Lightly feel very uncomfortable. Only, it was also this indifferent voice and tone that caused Dancing Lightning to calm down all of a sudden. Catch sight of. Dancing Lightning quickly escaped from Xuesinyan's hands. The ribbon that was rolled around the sword fell off and returned to Xuesinyan's sleeve. Xuesinyan glanced down. then raised her head and looked indifferently at Dancing Lightning, who had retreated to the other side of the ring. Just the instant she lowered her head, Dancing Lightning had already reached the farthest position from herself. Dancing Lightning stood, her eyes looking deep into Xuesinyan, running her hand through her hair, followed by, only Dancing Lightning began to hold her breath. The next second, Xuesinyan suddenly felt that Dancing Lightning's aura had changed, just like a different person. This feeling caused a trace of disbelief to flash through Xuesinyan's eyes. Go down! But Xuesinyan didn't want to wait for Dancing Lightning to finish her metamorphosis. Make fun of. Am I going to give you a chance to change? Xuesinyan's speed was very fast, and in just 3 seconds, she arrived directly in front of Dancing Lightning. And at this time, Dancing Lightning didn't show the slightest sign of making a move. This caused Xuesinyan to be a bit puzzled and frowned, but without much thought, her left hand's ribbon came out at its fullest and her right hand transformed into a palm, bringing with it a powerful yuan chi that devastated the area towards Dancing Lightning. Just when Xuesinyan's attack was about to hit Dancing Lightning, ding ding, the sound of rain hitting a banana leaf rang out. Catch sight of. All of Xuesinyan's attacks were blocked by Dancing Lightning raising her sword above her head. Seeing this scene, Xuesinyan let out a hint of a puzzled snort, followed by, Xuesinyan fell back a few steps. The next second, Xuesinyan launched herself in the air at Dancing Lightning. Although Kaiyuan realm martial artists were unable to linger for long periods of time, but with this amount of time, Xuesinyan thought that Dancing Lightning could not block her own harsh attacks. Nevertheless, Xuesinyan thought wrong. Catch sight of. Dancing Lightning held her long sword in her hand and used the chaotic cloak sword, as if she was possessed by the sword god, constantly attacking the incoming ribbons. The dancing lightly at this time gave Xuesinyan a feeling of composure and calmness. Rest assured, at this moment, the most significant change in Dancing Lightly was calmness. This was also the biggest killer weapon that Zhou Ao had handed over to Dancing Lightning. Although Dancing Lightning's qualifications were too poor, her perception wasn't bad. Moreover, she seemed to have an innate fighting instinct. Although Dancing Lightning rarely fought with people, but every time Zhou Ao fought her, Dancing Lightning would surprise Zhou Ao and attack from some unexpected places. If Dancing Lightning and Zhou Ao were of equal strength, Zhou Ao definitely classified Dancing Lightning as a strong enemy in his heart. And the one thing that could allow Dancing Lightning to have this fighting instinct of her own was being calm enough. At this moment, Dancing Lightning was calm enough that her fighting instincts were directly turned on. It's like having a hangover. If the previous Dancing Lightning had a battle power of 3,000, the current Dancing Lightning had a battle power of 8,000, enough to more than double the lift. When Yanagawa under the ring saw this scene, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose in excitement. Senior Sister Lightning, who has inspired her fighting instincts, is likely to defeat that senior sister at the 5th level of the Enlightenment realm. Luchuan clenched his fists as he spoke, cheering Dancing Lightly in his heart, while Yanagawa was cheering and pumping. In the ring, Dancing Lightning started to storm out and pressed Xuesinyan to fight. The two had gone hundreds of rounds. In these hundreds of confluences, Xuesinyan could say that her mind was almost worn out by Dancing Lightning. On account of, Xuesinyan couldn't touch Dancing Lightning no matter how much she used the ribbon. At first, it could still touch Dancing Lightning, but as dozens of rounds passed, Xuesinyan's ribbon never touched Dancing Lightning. In the fullness of time, a hint of annoyance rose in Xuesinyan's heart. It's that hint of annoyance gave Dancing Lightning a chance, taking advantage of Xuesinyan's slower reaction speed due to her annoyance. Catch sight of. After dodging the next ribbon attack, Dancing Lightning moved her body and attacked Xuesinyan from the bottom up. The speed was extremely fast, like a tiger descending a mountain. What? Xuesinyan looked at Dancing Lightning, who came to her feet, holding a long sword in her hand with the blade facing towards her, and exclaimed with a stunned expression. The next second, didn't wait for Xuesinyan to move to protect herself with the ribbon. Dancing Lightning's sword blade was directly against Xuesinyan's throat. So fast, Xuesinyan said in disbelief as she looked at the red ribbon resting on her sleeve, her pupils shocked. She hadn't expected that Dancing Lightning's attack would be so fast that she couldn't even react. Nevertheless, Xuesinyan didn't know how long Dancing Lightning had waited for this strike. As Xuesinyan's words fell, Dancing Lightning's sweet and soft voice clearly entered Xuesinyan's ears. You lost, Senior Sister Xuesinyan. In addition to the sweetness and softness of Dancing Lightly's voice, there was also a hint of excitement. If someone is standing beside Dancing Lightning, it is obvious to be able to see that at this moment Dancing Lightning's cheeks are flushed. She blushed. Dancing Lightly wins. Right at this moment, the voice of the lagging Clutch Realm Elder shouting clearly spread throughout the entire martial arts arena. The next second, wow! On the stands, no! Everyone in the entire arena was stunned when they saw this scene, and with the exception of Zhou Ao, all of them, one by one, looked at Dancing Lightning in the ring with expressions of disbelief. They hadn't expected that Dancing Lightning had won against Xuesinyan. That's it. The entire tournament hall was quiet for a second or two at first, followed by, the entire room suddenly erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Senior Sister Lightning is awesome. Senior Sister Lightning is awesome. Light Sister. Chapter 68 Yuching Yanagawa. Podium. Joe Ao listened to the voices of the entire room, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Quickly, dancing lightly walks down from the ring. Lu Chuan, as well as Yu Chang and the others, were the first to go up to greet them. It's a pity, though, Dancing Lightning had just come down and was heading towards Yanagawa. Only Yu Chang, who was embarrassed, and the rest of the licking dogs were left behind. Congratulations, Senior Sister Lightning. Lu Chuan heartily congratulated Dancing Lightning. Many thanks to Senior Brother Lu Chuan. Dance Lightning's voice was soft as she said back to Lu Chuan. The next second, Dancing lightly whispered, I wonder if Senior will be happy when he knows I won. When Lu Chuan heard Dancing Lightning's words, he thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and laughed. Definitely. Aha. Dancing Lightning nodded and murmured with a small, homely look. Yu Cheng looked at the appearance of Dance Light and Lu Chuan, immediately angry. Fire. 5 organs with burning. Next round, it's you and me. Senior Brother Lu Chuan, I hope you won't let Senior Brother down. Yu Cheng looked at the number on the jade sign in his hand and said in a deep voice, that's it. As time passes, Dancing Lightly's round is over. The next round begins. In this very round, it was Yu Cheng and Yanagawa's turn. As soon as Yu Chang and Lu Chuan came on stage, they drew Zhou Ao's gaze over. Not only Zhou Ao's gaze, Mei Jirua and some of the True Element Realm Elders' gazes also went over with him. They were curious about the level of the outer disciple that Zhou Ao had fallen for. After seeing that Lu Chuan also used a sword, he guessed in his heart that most likely this son had good qualifications in sword Dao. Unfortunately, however, they were thinking a little too much. Lu Chuan, you can't let me down. Zhou Ao looked at Lu Chuan and whispered in his heart. Just as Zhou Ao whispered in his heart, in the ring, the two of them, Yu Cheng and Yanagawa, put a few harsh words in each other's mouths. Senior Brother Lu Chuan, you'd better admit defeat before it's too late. The gap between you and I is not as simple as 1 or 2 levels of realm. If you admit defeat now, Senior Brother, I can let bygones be bygones about what happened in the past. Yu Cheng smiled and said to Yanagawa. When Lu Chuan heard this, he faintly opened his mouth with a disdainful face and returned, is that so? But I feel that you, Senior Brother Yu Cheng, are not worthy to talk to me about this. Since Senior Brother is refusing to drink until he is punished, then Senior Brother will have to see what Senior Brother can do. When Yu Cheng heard Yanagawa's words and looked at his disdainful expression, his eyes were filled with anger and he began to rub his fists, waiting to tyrannize Yanagawa. The next second, the Clutch Realm Elder spoke. Begin. Whoosh. The battle has just begun. Yu Cheng flipped his right hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He's the man with the gun. After pulling off a beautiful shot, Yu Cheng used his afterglow to look at Dancing Lightning, who was watching the battle under the ring. Upon seeing that the only thing in Dancing Lightning's eyes was Yanagawa, Yu Cheng's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. Next moment, only Yu Cheng held his spear in his hand and attacked directly towards Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Lu Chuan held his long sword in his hand and fought against it with a yuan chi that was not weaker than Yu Cheng's in the slightest. Clang! In just a quarter of an hour, Lu Chuan and Yu Cheng's swords and spears clashed and exchanged hundreds of rounds. 400s of rounds. Yanagawa has been on the defensive and Yu Cheng has been on the offensive. Yu Cheng frantically suppressed Yanagawa, making it impossible for Yanagawa to counterattack. Probably because of his anger, Yu Cheng struck with extra venom, so that Yanagawa didn't dare to counterattack at will, afraid that if he didn't pay attention, he would be stabbed with a bloody hole in his body. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing, unceasing. Lu Chuan, who was deadlocked by Yu Cheng, could not help but frown and look around for an opportunity. Stand. Many people cheered Yu Cheng on. Lu Chuan had honestly caused public anger because he was too close to Dancing Lightning. At present, watching Yu Cheng suppress Lu Chuan was indescribably enjoyable in their hearts. It was estimated that in the martial arts arena, the only one who was worried about Lu Chuan right now was Dancing Lightning. Catch sight of. Under the ring, Dancing Lightning looked at Lu Chuan with worry in her eyes. Bang! In the ring, Yu Cheng held a long spear in his hand and directly threw it out. The head of the spear smashed into Lu Chuan's waist. Lu Chuan instantly flew out backwards. But it's a good thing. On the verge of falling out of the ring, the sword plunged into the ground and stopped. This moment, Yanagawa is a bit of a lost cause. Yu Cheng naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to taunt him. Senior Brother Lu Chuan, is that all you have? Yu Cheng mocked at Lu Chuan with a playful face. As Yu Cheng's words fell, the stands burst into gloating laughter. On the podium, Mei Zirua felt a little bad when she saw this and subconsciously intended to let Lin Evening Ching maintain order. When all is said and done, In any case, this Lu Chuan is also the person that the youngest master has fallen in love with. Mei Jiruo was afraid that the gloating laughter of these disciples would affect Zhou Ao. Nevertheless, didn't wait for Mei Jiruo to speak. Zhou Ao directly waved his hand and said, "In this way, it's only interesting." The words were not complete, but Mei Jiruo heard and understood, so she could only stop. Only, Mei Jiruo was curious in her heart. This Lu Chuan's strength was obviously not very strong, and it didn't look like he had high qualifications in sword Dao. So why did the youngest uncle favor him? This was something that Mei Jiruo couldn't figure out even after racking her brain. Zhou Ao glanced at Mei Jiruo, knowing what was going through her mind right now, and instead of telling the truth, he continued to look at the two people in the ring, Lu Chuan and Yu Chang. At present, Gu Chen in the stands watched Yu Chang violently beat Lu Chuan, the corners of his mouth rising with a satisfied expression. However, soon, Gu Chen couldn't laugh anymore. In the ring, Yanagawa rose from the ground and drew his long sword, his eyes looking deeply at Yu Chang. "Senior brother Yu Chang, you're laughing too early," Lu Chuan yelled lowly at Yu Chang. The next second, Yanagawa's breath changed. A steady stream of yuan qi surged into the handheld longsword. Immediately, a sword intent spread out from Lu Chuan's body. It was like a wild beast coming out of its cage, as if it could tear everything apart. When Yu Chang saw this, he still didn't take it to heart. He just felt that Lu Chuan's thunder was loud and the rain was small. Nevertheless, just as Yu Chang lightning intended to continue taunting Lu Chuan, the next second, Yu Chang's eyes went wide, only to see that Yanagawa had appeared in front of him at some point. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even catch it. Yu Chang, who looked at Lu Chuan who suddenly appeared in front of him, couldn't think in time, and holding the lance in his hand, he erupted with the force of 1,000 pounds, and violently slammed down towards the top of Lu Chuan's head. A breaking sound rang out as the air was blasted away by Yu Chang. At that moment, a vast, sweeping, like the descent of the Overlord destroying power towards Lu Chuan. Bang! Lu Chuan held his long sword in his hand and blocked the attack. Only, Yanagawa could not withstand the force of Yu Chang's spear and flew backwards again. This time, though, Yanagawa quickly righted his posture in midair and managed to break to a stop in the ring. Holding a long sword in his hand, his teeth covered in blood, and his breath unsteady, this is the current situation of Yanagawa that can be seen. This battle, if Lu Chuan won, it would be a metamorphosis, and if he lost, then there was a good chance that he would become a waste again. Yu Chang would not keep Lu Chuan, and if he could, he would definitely waste Lu Chuan's dantian. Didn't wait for Yanagawa to adjust his breath. "Senior brother Yanagawa, eat senior brother's shot." The voice of Yu Chang's yelling descended from the sky and reached Yanagawa's ears, and along with it, there was also a sound of breaking air. Chapter 69, Katsu Yanagawa. Boom! Yanagawa stumbled backwards, just backed up more than a step. Yu Chang held his spear in his hand and slammed it in its original position. The ring trembled and white smoke filled the air. Speak the truth. Lu Chuan's opponent and Dancing Lightning's opponent were not even on the same level. Yu Chang was a hopeful to enter the top 10 among the outer disciples. And Yanagawa, to be honest, the top 50 is bad enough. Only, now that we're up against Yu Chang early, it's probably hard enough to make the top 100. The scene. Zhou Ao, who was watching from the stands, grimaced, not because of Yu Chang, but because of Yanagawa. If you don't complete the system mission yourself because of Yanagawa, then I'm sorry, little friend Yanagawa, your life will end tonight. Mei Jiruo by her side looked at Zhou Ao's gloomy face and cried out in her heart for no seconds. Thought Zhou Ao was like that because of Yu Chang. Yuqing Prefecture level city in Shaanxi. Mei Jiruo had heard the name before. It was one of the top geniuses in the outer sect, with great strength and good qualifications, just a bit of a flamboyant personality. Junior uncle. This Yu Chang is one of the most talented disciples in the outer sect. It's normal for this Lu Chuan to lose. Mei Jiruo calmed Zhou Ao on the side. When Zhou Ao heard Mei Jiruo's words, the corners of his mouth twitched as he thought, "Can you say something nice? Labor is doing a system mission here now. If you lose, you make up the reward for me. It is really standing on one's feet. If you are not in charge, you will never know how expensive it is to have firewood, rice, oil and salt." Only, Zhou Ao didn't say it out loud, but waved his hand lightly and said, "It has nothing to do with me." Could it be that it's not Lu Chuan that Junior Master fell for, but Dancing Lightning? Then why did Junior Master's face look as gloomy as if a continent had exploded just now? Mei Jiruo said with a puzzled look in her heart. Right about this time, all of a sudden, in the ring, Yu Chang hit Yanagawa once more, picked Yanagawa straight up and then punched him in the stomach. Put! Lu Chuan instantly spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire breath weakened. Seeing this, Zhou Ao secretly said, "Nothing." In fact, at the beginning of the match, Zhou Ao knew that Lu Chuan would most likely lose. After all, Yanagawa didn't have any cards. Compared to Yu Chang, the difference was simply not as simple as a few realms. In the ring, Yanagawa smashed into the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother Lu Chuan. Senior brother will give you a ride. Without waiting for Lu Chuan to climb up, Yu Cheng's voice clearly entered his ears. The next second, Yu Cheng held a long spear in his hand and performed martial arts skills, attacking towards Lu Chuan with a raging momentum, destroying people with a power that was impossible to match. Nevertheless, just when Yu Cheng was about to hit Yanagawa, catch sight of, the corners of Yanagawa's mouth turned up. First there was a whoosh, and then a poof. The next second, only Yu Cheng pants were chopped off by Yanagawa. The whole thing springs to life. Anyone in the stands who saw the scene was petrified and flabbergasted in place, looking incredulously at the object in Yu Cheng's crotch. Holy, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 all up. That's disgusting. I'm convinced. Senior brother Yu Cheng's is so big why didn't I realize it before? Last time I tried, it was really big, but now it looks like it might not have been hard to the limit that night. The former was from some male disciples, and the latter was from some flushed-faced female disciples. Can't help saying that. Yu Cheng's capital is still strong. When Gu Chen saw the scene, he covered his mouth and laughed lightly. Then, his pupils shrunk slightly, and he suddenly saw that Lu Chuan had unexpectedly appeared behind Yu Cheng. For the reason that the pants are gone, Yu Cheng was a bit petrified and didn't react for the first time. Anyone who encounters this time of year will not be able to react. Who would know? Yanagawa would be so disgusting as to just chop off his pants. The podium. Zhou Ao looked at this scene and the corner of his mouth twitched, feeling that Lu Chuan had gone a little too far. It's not letting people slip the big bird. Mei Zirua and Lin Evening Qing both glanced to the side, unable to bear looking at them. In the ring, Yanagawa, who suddenly appeared behind Yu Cheng, caught Yu Cheng off guard, holding the long sword in her hand, like a storm of pear blossoms. Her sword blade continuously attacked Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng, who had intended to cover it with one hand, had no choice but to grip his spear with both hands and block Yanagawa's attack. While blocking Lu Chuan's attack, Yu Cheng's entire body exuded a strong killing intent. Evidently, this approach of Lu Chuan made him angry to the extreme, to the point where he had the idea of wanting to kill him. 9 revolutions demon break. Yu Cheng let out a low roar. In an instant, a powerful gun intent appeared. The next second, Yu Cheng held his spear in his hand and used his most powerful martial arts skill to attack towards Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's expression was grave as he forcefully operated the Yuan Qi in his body. Following, I only saw Lu Chuan holding his long sword in his hand, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Then he opened his mouth and roared in a low voice. Pear Blossom Buster Slash. As Yanagawa's low roar fell, bang, the strongest martial arts of the two clashed together. Airwaves continued to emanate from underneath the two men's feet. Crunch! Yu Cheng gripped his spear with both hands and suddenly heard a breaking sound. The moment he heard the voice, Yu Cheng felt that something was wrong. Look closely. Yu Cheng suddenly saw that the lance in his hand had actually cracked. That's right, it's cracked. Seeing this scene, Yu Cheng understood something. The Yanagawa at the beginning had been defending himself from the attack though, and I'm afraid that his main purpose was to make the lance break. Nowadays, the long spear could not block Yanagawa's attacks that were like a rainstorm. After a few seconds, ka-chow, the long spear in Yu Cheng's hand broke. The moment the lance broke, Lu Chuan held the long sword in his hand and similarly pressed it against his opponent's throat just like dancing lightly. Lu Chuan wins. Right at this moment, the Clutch Realm Elder saw this scene and opened his mouth to declare the result. As the words of this Clutch Realm martial artist fell, the crowd in the stands, each one of them staring wide-eyed in disbelief, looked at Lu Chuan in the ring. Holy, asterisk 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 asterisk, my own mother, how did this win? Why did senior brother Yu Cheng's lance break? Convinced that this, in the stands, these words were clearly transmitted into Yu Cheng's ears in the ring. Yu Cheng looked at the broken lance in his hand and the long sword against his throat in horror. How can this happen? Yu Cheng said incredulously. He didn't expect to lose to Yanagawa. It's not just Yu Cheng who was incredulous. Stand. Gu Chen also looked at Yu Cheng in the ring with an incredulous face. Waste. Gu Chen looked at the defeated Yu Cheng and cursed brokenly, his voice filled with anger. He hadn't expected that Yu Cheng couldn't take a tiny Yanagawa. Nevertheless, Gu Chen probably didn't know that Lu Chuan was able to win against Yu Cheng, but it was after a precise plan. Of course, the main reason is still because the Yu Cheng lance is bad. If Yu Cheng's lance was a Xian rank weapon, then this sophisticated plan of Lu Chuan's would go down the drain and be of no use at all. Xian rank weapons aren't that easy to break. At present, podium, Wang Ming, the hall master of the Hall of Refinement, had walked to Zhou Ao's side at an unknown time. Looking at Yu Cheng's broken lance in the ring, Wang Ming frowned and then whispered, It's time to refine weapons for the outer disciples. Most of the weapons that Wang Ming had previously refined were given to the inner disciples, prioritizing the inner disciples to assemble them. Right now, by the looks of it, he felt the need to start refining weapons for the outer disciples. Zhou Ao laughed lightly a few times when he heard Wang Ming's words. The current Zhou Ao was happy because the system mission was completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward distribution is complete. Chapter 70, Lu Chuan recognizes Zhou Ao. In the ring, Lu Chuan walked to Dancing Lightning with an excited face. At this moment, Yanagawa seemed to have forgotten the pain from all the wounds on his body. Congratulations, senior brother. Dancing lightly, she congratulated Lu Chuan. Right after Dancing Lightly's congratulations were completed, Yucheng came down from the ring with his broken lance. By this time Yucheng had already changed his clothes and was no longer Tan Eggman. Senior brother Yucheng. Dancing Lightning looked at Yucheng and murmured. When Yucheng heard this murmur from Dancing Lightning, he instantly felt his organs burning, and he was on fire, and he was furious. But Yucheng still suppressed the anger in his heart when he saw this face of Dancing Lightning. The next second, Yucheng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards Lu Chuan and said word for word, Senior brother Lu Chuan, our matter is not over. Count yourself out this time, but next time, not so much. After saying these two harsh words, Yucheng left the place straight away. Yanagawa subconsciously frowned when he heard Yucheng's words. He felt that Yucheng had changed. It seems to be officially treating himself as an opponent. Dancing Lightning looked at Lu Chuan's bitter face and laughed. Senior brother Lu Chuan, let's hurry back first. Yanagawa nodded lightly. Good, that's it. The two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, left the martial arts arena. Podium. Meiziruwa didn't say anything and silently looked at Zhou Ao. Zhou Ao looked at the backs of the two leaving and nodded with satisfaction. Wang Ming, why are you free today? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Wang Ming. Wang Ming was usually very busy because he was the head of the Hall of Refinement, and basically had no free time. Curious. Wang Ming laughed nervously at Zhou Ao. That's also right, you were originally a clan servant disciple, so you shouldn't have seen the outer sect clan disciple grand competition, but you're a bit late. It's almost over. Zhou Ao smiled and opened his mouth to Wang Ming. Because of the completion of the system mission, Zhou Ao was much happier and his mindset had changed for the better. Junior uncle. Disciple just took a little look. Wang Ming bowed to Zhou Ao in a respectful manner. Has your master, her old man, recovered? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and continued to ask it Wang Ming. Back to junior uncle. The recovery is almost complete. When Wang Ming heard Zhou Ao's words, he glanced at the ring he wore on his hand, lowered his head, and pursed his lips. That's good. You have nothing to do but ask around in the outer halls more often to see if there is anything your master needs. Outer hall, considered the intelligence department of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. If there is one, whatever the price, let me know and I will fetch it for your master. Zhou Ao spoke to Wang Ming. It looked like Zhou Ao was speaking to Wang Ming, but in fact, his eyes had been looking at the ring that Wang Ming wore on his hand and was secretly speaking to Keed. Keed in the ring naturally understood the intent of Zhou Ao's words and nodded gratefully, but unfortunately, Zhou Ao couldn't see it. Wang Ming nodded his head and said, Thank you, junior uncle. I will keep an eye on it. That's it. Wang Ming and Zhou Ao chatted for a while before Zhou Ao excused himself and left. Zhou Ao left. Naturally, in order to meet the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan. A familiar place. The two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, sat waiting for Zhou Ao's arrival. Before Zhou Ao came, the two even sparred with each other. Right after the two of them finished cutting, it could be about a quarter of an hour before the disguised Zhou Ao arrived. The two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, had just seen Zhou Ao and told him the happy news. Zhou Ao complimented the two for doing a good job. After complimenting the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, glanced at each other, and then, they looked at Zhou Ao with a complicated look on their faces, looking as if they wanted to say something. This scene made Zhou Ao look a little puzzled. As a result, Zhou Ao grabbed the first opening and asked at the two, What's wrong? Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan both looked at each other once again, made up their minds, gazed, and said with a firm voice to Zhou Ao, We want to worship you. In the hearts of both Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, Zhou Ao was already in the position of their master. Zhou Ao instructed them with all his heart and gave them resources for cultivation. The reason why, the two felt the need to worship Zhou Ao, wanting Zhou Ao to continue to instruct them and make them stronger. Unfortunately, as the two men's words fell, Zhou Ao frowned, followed by, Zhou Ao shook his head amidst the apprehensive gazes of the two of them. I don't take on disciples, and I'm instructing you now just because it's fun. If and when the day comes that I don't feel like having fun anymore, I will leave you. Take an apprentice? Just kidding. If it wasn't for his interest in the beginning, he wouldn't even have pointed out Dancing Lightning. As for pointing out Lu Chuan later, It was still because the system quest had opened up and he had to point it out so that they could enter the top 100 in the qualifying battle. Now that the system's mission is complete, logically speaking, Joe Ao could go his whole life without appearing in front of the two. Indeed, before coming here today, Joe Ao had planned to find an excuse to say that he was leaving the clan and wouldn't be coming back in the future. It was just that Joe Ao hadn't expected that these two little guys would want to worship themselves as teachers. This was a bit of a shock to Joe Ao. As Joe Ao's words fell, the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, came down with disappointment visible to the naked eye. One pursed his lips, not knowing what to say, especially Dancing Lightning. Her eyes instantly reddened, as if she could cry out in the next second. The atmosphere was instantly oppressive. For a moment, Joe Ao's words directly caused the two people, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, who were originally excited, to fall silent. Just at this time, Lu Chuan's voice entered Joe Ao's ears. "Senior, are you leaving?" Joe Ao nodded. "Yes." When Dancing Lightning heard Joe Ao's words, she silently bit her lips tightly with a look of reluctance. She didn't have many friends within the clan, just two in total. Apart from Lu Chuan, it was Joe Ao after the disguise. "Senior, can you tell us your name?" Lu Chuan asked cautiously to Joe Ao. "My name? You will find out later." Joe Ao listened to Lu Chuan ask himself this question. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and he put on an inscrutable look. Lu Chuan looked at Joe Ao's smile and for some reason, it always felt so familiar. Dancing Lightning also felt Joe Ao was so familiar at the moment. The two of them felt a sense of familiarity with Joe Ao. All of a sudden going back to when they first met. All of a sudden, Lu Chuan suddenly thought of something, looked at Joe Ao with a horrified face and shouted, "Could you be?" Yanagawa's words came to an abrupt end in general. "Did you recognize me?" The disfigured Joe Ao asked Lu Chuan with a playful face. In Joe Ao's opinion, this Lu Chuan mostly recognized himself. As these words of Joe Ao fell, Lu Chuan is sure that the senior in front of him, who he wanted to worship just now, is an enemy who has a blood feud with himself. Joe Ao? For a moment, Yanagawa was a bit unresponsive. After a while, Lu Chuan's voice was low as he asked Joe Ao, "You should have already seen through me, so why are you still instructing me?" Chapter 71, The Outer Sex Complaint Against Yanagawa. "You should have already seen through me, so why are you pointing me out?" Lu Chuan's words made Dancing Lightning feel a little cloudy, and curiously looked at Lu Chuan and Joe Ao. "Recognize?" Dancing Lightning pursed her lips mentally. Joe Ao said indifferently, "So what?" Yanagawa continued, "You think I'm a clown?" Joe Ao shook his head. "This seat has never been, and besides, I instructed you because of her." Joe Ao stretched out his hand and pointed at the overwhelmed Dancing Lightning. Dancing Lightning looked at Joe Ao pointing at himself with a puzzled expression, not understanding what was going on. How to span so much at once? "Senior Lu Chuan, you know Senior?" Dancing Lightning asked cautiously to Lu Chuan. When Lu Chuan heard Dancing Lightning's words, he had a complicated look on his face and didn't know what to say. After a few seconds, Lu Chuan said to Dancing Lightning, "Elder is a friend I met before, and is acquainted with my family elders." "Family elders?" "Senior brother Lu Chuan, I remember saying before that you are an orphan." Dancing Lightning asked with a curious face when she heard Lu Chuan's words. "Yes, I'm an orphan, but not innate." "But Ho Tian." Lu Chuan held back the anger in his heart, clenched his fists, and said back to Dancing Lightning. At the end of the last sentence, Lu Chuan looked at Joe Ao with anger in his eyes. The person who caused Yanagawa to become an orphan was Joe Ao standing in front of him. The day after tomorrow? Dancing Lightning frowned when she heard Lu Chuan's words. Didn't wait for Dancing Lightning to think carefully. Lu Chuan opened his mouth and said to Joe Ao, "I should thank you." Joe Ao was puzzled. "Thank me?" Lu Chuan spoke. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate." Joe Ao laughed. "Ha ha ha, if that's the case, you should indeed thank the seat." As Joe Ao's laughter fell, Lu Chuan wasn't speaking, but silently looked at Dancing Lightning beside him. The eyes were full of love. He didn't know where he was going to go next. Although it seemed that Joe Ao would not kill him now, there was no guarantee that after today, Joe Ao would not kill him. When all is said and done, he recognized Joe Ao's identity. Joe Ao also recognized himself. Lu Chuan, who had investigated Joe Ao's character, knew that Joe Ao had always adhered to the principle of eliminating the roots. Most likely, one would die outside the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect tomorrow. Come to think of it, Lu Chuan suddenly laughed out, feeling a little silly. The enemy was in front of him, and he still wanted to worship others. Turns out the clown turned out to be myself. Joe Ao looked at Lu Chuan in front of him with interest and wrapped his arms around him. Now Joe Ao was just like the oldest man watching the theater, just short of holding a melon in his hand. And that's when it happened. Lu Chuan opened his mouth and asked Joe Ao, "Can I live past tomorrow?" Joe Ao smiled when he heard Lu Chuan's words, then spoke, "Yes, and you can live for a long time. You're not afraid that I'll take a shot at you? Yanagawa asked. Not afraid. Undaunted. The you of today is not worthy of letting me look at you squarely. Jo-Ao laughed. I will take revenge, Yanagawa said with a firm face. I'll wait for you. Jo-Ao nodded with a smile. Lu Chuan looked at Jo-Ao's smile, and for some reason, always felt that he had no hope of revenge. For a moment, Yanagawa was silent, not knowing what to say. Yet it was at this time, Jo-Ao sensed that there were people around him approaching towards this place. Thinking it was a passerby, Jo-Ao ignored it. Followed by, Jo-Ao directly bid farewell to both Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan and left the place. After Jo-Ao left, Dancing Lightning immediately came over to Lu Chuan's side and inquired, what's his relationship with Jo-Ao? Why do you want revenge? Dancing Lightning was as a curious baby at the moment about the relationship between Jo-Ao and Lu Chuan. Nevertheless, Lu Chuan just faintly opened his mouth and said back, it's nothing, Senior Sister Lightning, telling you about this matter is not a good thing for you. Having said that, Lu Chuan then also bid farewell to Dancing Lightning and left the place with a heavy back. Seeing this, Dancing Lightning knew that Lu Chuan didn't want to say anything, so she didn't ask any more questions and left the place as well. Before leaving this place, Dancing Lightning glanced at the large tree that Jo-Ao had been leaning against. Dance Light's soft intuition tells her, Jo-Ao will not come in the future. That's it. Dancing lightly left the place after glancing one last time. Yet they don't know, not far away, that outer disciple, but did not leave. His gaze kept looking at Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan. He wasn't a passerby at all, but a spy sent by K. Lu to inquire why Dancing Lightning had progressed so quickly. Wait until the two are completely far away. Catch sight of. The corners of this outer disciple's mouth rose. Nevertheless, the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. Above this outer disciple, Jo-Ao stepped in midair and looked at this outer disciple at his feet with a playful expression. Followed by, Jo-Ao left in a white rainbow. As time passes, a week passed. During this week, Jo-Ao had stayed on Buzhou Mountain, not going out of the front door. The outer sect disciple grand competition was not going to be watched either. Even if there was a match between Yanagawa and Dancing Lightning, I didn't watch it. This makes Meijirua guessed that it was because the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, had not performed well and disappointed Jo-Ao, so they were not watching anymore. After that, in the course of the week, the outer sect grand competition was over. When it came to getting into the top 50, Lu Chuan entered and Dancing Lightly eliminated. After that, when entering the top 25, Lu Chuan ran into Gu Chen and was directly abused by Gu Chen in a bloodbath, almost dying in the ring. Fortunately Meijirua let the referee take action in time. Otherwise Lu Chuan didn't wait to die in the hands of Jo-Ao, but first died in the hands of Gu Chen. Yanagawa fell. After the match, Gu Chen suffered a boycott from the elders and was disqualified. Ultimate. The one who won first place was said to be a female disciple who could be ranked in the top 3 in the outer sect. As for what it's called, can't remember. At present, 2 or 3 days had passed since the end of the outer sect disciple competition. Jo-Ao sat comfortably on Buzhou Mountain. Right about this time, Meijirua came to Buzhou Mountain and climbed the mountain to visit Jo-Ao. Since the drunkard was dispatched by Jo-Ao, no one was informed and Meijirua went straight up the mountain. Junior uncle, something happened recently in the outer sect. Meijirua walked up to Jo-Ao, bowed her hand and said, what is it? Jo-Ao drooped his eyelids and asked Meijirua, there is a complaint from the outer sect that outer sect disciple Lu Chuan intended to rape outer sect disciple Dance Lightning. The evidence is conclusive, and it's now at the penalty peak. Meijirua said to Jo-Ao as she slowly opened her mouth with some complexity. When Jo-Ao heard Meijirua's words, he instantly opened his eyes and got up, looking at Meijirua incredulously, a trace of doubt flashing under his eyes. In Jo-Ao's opinion, it was impossible for Lu Chuan to do such a thing. Junior Master, this is the testimony, and the tools used to commit the crime. Meijirua looked at Jo-Ao's disbelieving eyes, and helplessly took something out from her storage ring. It was placed in front of Jo-Ao, a fine little porcelain vase, and a piece of paper. The paper is a confession. As for the things inside the small porcelain bottle, Jo-Ao opened a smell. No, this is aphrodisiac. Jo-Ao picked up the confession and looked at it. His face grimaced. The next second, Jo-Ao opened his mouth and asked Meijirua, who is this accuser? Back to Junior Master's words, this accuser is Gu Chen. Meijirua said back respectfully, so, this seat understands. Jo-Ao looked as if he had suddenly realized. Not long ago, when Jo-Ao knew about Gu Chen's bloody abuse of Lu Chuan, he sent someone to check on this Gu Chen. After knowing some information about Gu Chen, Jo-Ao knew that this was a conspiracy against Lu Chuan. Junior uncle, this matter has caused an uproar in the outer sect. What do we do? Meijirua carefully asked to Jo-Ao. Anyhow, This Lu Chuan was also the person Zhou Ao had his eye on at first, afraid of not handling it well and making Zhou Ao dissatisfied. As Mei Jiruo's words fell, Zhou Ao's ears rang with a system tone. Host detected. Chapter 72, Entering the Penal Peak. It has been detected that the two host disciples, Dance Lightning and Lu Chuan, are in danger, so the invincible suppression quest is open. Mission requirement: to clear the wrongs of Dancing Lightly and Lu Chuan. Quest reward: 2 bottles of water of no quality. Duration of the mission: within 3 days. Mission penalty: none. May I ask if the host will take the quest? Take over. Zhou Ao immediately spoke. Just as Zhou Ao finished speaking to the system, he immediately opened his mouth and said to Mei Jiruo in front of him, "This matter, I will deal with it personally. First take me to Criminal Peak." Penalty Peak, the peak where the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect punishes its disciples. There was a saying in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect that as long as you entered the Penalty Peak, you would have to shed a layer of skin even if you didn't die. Yanagawa is now being held at the Criminal Peak. Before heading to the Penalty Peak, Zhou Ao looked at the disappearing small golden letters, scratched his head, and asked the system, "System, this Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan are not my disciples. Why is the system showing that the two are my disciples?" Back to the host. Because the host instructed the two and for a short period of time, the system binds a master-disciple relationship for both Dance Lightning and Lu Chuan. As the small golden words of the system fell, the corners of Zhou Ao's mouth twitched slightly, then he nodded without knowing if it was possible. This was a good thing for Zhou Ao. At the very least, he knew that a disciple being threatened could also inspire a system mission. Come to think of it, the corner of Zhou Ao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of an impish smile. "Old brother Yanagawa, I'm sorry, I didn't want to do this, but it feels like pitting you makes it easier to inspire the system quest. Zhou Ao thought of Lu Chuan and laughed badly in his heart. While laughing badly in his heart, Zhou Ao had already thought about how he should pit Lu Chuan and then make Lu Chuan inspire a system quest for himself. Just as Zhou Ao was making plans to pit Yanagawa. Yes, Mei Jiruo nodded and returned when she heard Zhou Ao's words. That's it. Zhou Ao didn't wait to finish making plans. Mei Jiruo leads Zhou Ao to the Criminal Peak, Xingfeng Prison. Inside a cabin filled with penal objects, Yanagawa was suffering from inhuman torture as his cultivation was sealed. Senior brother Lu Chuan, don't be a tough talker. The evidence is overwhelming. Just admit it, draw a pledge, and nothing will happen. The corners of a Criminal Peak disciple's mouth rose as he said playfully to Lu Chuan. Yanagawa was tied to the torture device with a pained expression, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, his hair falling out, and his breath was like a gas. It was as if Yanagawa would die on the torture device the next second. Only, this Criminal Peak disciple would not let Lu Chuan die so easily. Lu Chuan opened his mouth with difficulty and said to this Criminal Peak disciple, "Why should I admit to something I didn't do in the first place?" Although Yanagawa's speech was broken at the moment, his voice was incomparably firm. That day, he remembers it well. It was because others told him that senior sister Dance Lightning was taken away by Yu Chang, who might be plotting against Dance Lightning, and he went to rescue her. As a result, it didn't occur to him that when he went, senior sister Dance Lightning was mesmerized under a tree. He had just gone over to check his injuries when the two of them, Yu Chang and Gu Chen, appeared with the Criminal Peak disciples and directly charged him with the intent to rape Dancing Lightning. When he intended to defend himself, the Criminal Peak disciples seized the bottle containing the aphrodisiac from him. After that, even though Lu Chuan was unable to defend himself, he was still captured by the disciples of the Criminal Peak and tortured. Senior brother Lu Chuan, there are actually some things you understand. Know it all. It was an aphrodisiac in your pocket, but senior sister Dance Lightning was knocked out by ecstasy, and knows that you didn't do it. But since you've come here, there's no way you can go out green and white. This Criminal Peak disciple approached Lu Chuan's ear, and the corner of his mouth rose as he teased. Indeed, this Criminal Peak disciple knew that Lu Chuan was wrongly accused, but there's no way around it. This matter was done by the two of them, Gu Chen and Yu Chang. Yu Chang aside, just this Gu Chen. Behind him was the inner sect's senior sister K Lu, and behind senior sister K Lu was senior brother K Shu, who was the seventh disciple of the inner sect. This kind of strength was in existence that Lu Chuan, a person who had no background in one and no strength in the other, simply could not fight against. I didn't expect that the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is so hiding dirt. If I had known, I, Lu Chuan, would not have needed to join the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. When Lu Chuan heard the words of this Criminal Peak disciple, he said as if he was a wild beast with a low roar. His face was as gloomy as if he could drip water. Ha ha ha, senior brother Lu Chuan, you've just stepped into the path of a martial artist, right? In fact, every clan is the same. It's not just us, 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, who are like this. Let me guess. Senior brother, did you join the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect for the sake of junior uncle? The criminal peak disciple playfully asked at Lu Chuan. The question silenced Yanagawa. Truth be told, Lu Chuan did come here for the sake of Junior Master. That is, Zhou Ao. However, Lu Chuan was not trying to figure out Zhou Ao's reputation, but rather, he was trying to be able to get close enough to Zhou Ao to kill him. The criminal peak disciple looked at the silent Lu Chuan and laughed. Sure enough, ha ha ha. Does your little uncle know that you are like this? Just at this time, Lu Chuan's low voice entered the ears of the criminal peak disciples. The criminal peak disciple bristled. Naturally, I don't know. Yanagawa's voice was low as he continued to ask. In case he finds out, aren't you guys afraid to die? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. This matter, how could Junior Master know about it? You're just an ordinary outer disciple. Do you really think that Junior Master would specially come here to investigate this matter for you? A transparent person? I have to say, Senior Brother Yanagawa, you're so naive. When the criminal peak disciple heard Lu Chuan's words, it was as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and he sneered rhetorically. Nevertheless, just as this criminal peak disciple's words fell, all of a sudden, this criminal peak disciple's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked towards Zhou Ao, who was sitting on a chair in the room. Just when the criminal peak disciple was being arrogant just now, Zhou Ao and Mei Jirua had already walked in silently and sat down, quietly looking at this arrogant and domineering criminal peak disciple. Oh, Yanagawa saw this and cracked a curse. He did it on purpose, deliberately asking this kind of question to let Zhou Ao listen well. Junior Master. Sovereign, the criminal peak disciple said timidly as he looked at Zhou Ao sitting in front of him and Mei Jirua standing behind him. The expression was horrified and his face was white, as if he had been dead for days. AI. This kind of thing, it's true that every clan has it, but this seat doesn't like that kind of thing. Zhou Ao rested his cheeks and looked helplessly at Mei Jirua behind him, speaking faintly, the whole person looking somewhat exhausted. Nevertheless, didn't wait for Mei Jirua to speak. The next second, this criminal peak disciple suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and when he looked down, he saw that a bloody hole had appeared in his chest at some point. Zip zip zip. Dark red blood flowed out of the bloody hole. At death's door, this criminal peak disciple looked up at Zhou Ao, and suddenly saw Zhou Ao's index finger sticking out. The direction of the finger was exactly the direction of his own blood hole. At this moment, the criminal peak disciple knew that it was Zhou Ao who made a move and killed him. Followed by, this criminal peak disciple fell to the ground in disbelief, his breath gone. He hadn't thought that his own junior master's hands were so ruthless. Not only did this criminal peak disciple not think of it, Mei Jirua and Lu Chuan also did not think of it. They braced themselves for the thought that Zhou Ao would send someone to press him into the penalty peak and then follow the rules of the sect. The two of them did not expect Zhou Ao to kill him directly. Thunderbolt. Yanagawa couldn't help but say in his heart. Chapter 73, Walking Out of the Penal Peak. Brothel. Mei Jirua looked at the criminal peak disciple who fell in a pool of blood, and a hint of complexity flashed under her eyes. Patriarch Mei. How? Think that this seed has gone too far? Zhou Ao saw the complex color that flashed under Mei Jirua's eyes and opened his mouth to ask. Mei Jiru shook her head and said, not really, Junior Master. It's just that I feel that for this kind of person, wouldn't it be fine to use the clan rules? Zhou Ao similarly shook his head and said, for this kind of person, clan rules and whatnot are useless. Just kill him directly, make an example of him, and hang his body on the penal peak. Tell all criminal peak disciples that if anyone dares to gang up and bully in the future, then they will end up like this criminal peak disciple dead. When Zhou Ao's last word fell, moments, a vast killing intent enveloped Mei Jirua and Lu Chuan. The two men shivered involuntarily. When Zhou Ao finished, Mei Jirua nodded respectfully at Zhou Ao, followed by, Zhou Ao got up, walked over to Yanagawa, and unlocked the chains that were cuffing him. Open the chain. Lu Chuan moved his elbows, then looked at Zhou Ao with a complicated face. His heart was like a bottle of 5 flavors overturned, a mixture of flavors, not knowing what to say to Zhou Ao. Words of thanks? I'm sorry, Yanagawa couldn't say it to Zhou Ao. Can you say thank you to the man who killed your family? Kid, tell me the ins and outs. Zhou Ao asked at Lu Chuan with an indifferent expression. Lu Chuan nodded his head when he heard Zhou Ao's words, then opened his mouth to tell Zhou Ao about what happened that day. Speak up about this, not only for the sake of Lu Chuan himself, but also for the sake of Dancing Lightning. To tell the disciples of the clan that senior sister Dancing Lightning is innocent. Mei Jirua listened silently, intending to hear what really happened that day. After Yanagawa finished, Mei Jirua knew what happened that day. After realizing that there were inner disciples involved in it, he looked at Zhou Ao with some embarrassment. As the head of a clan, she could not absolve herself of the blame for such an occurrence. Zhou Ao felt Mei Jirua's gaze and waved his hand. This matter, in itself, is an insignificant and trivial matter that you have no time to worry about. As Mei Jirua, who was the head of a clan, Zhou Ao knew how busy she was on weekdays. Moreover, this kind of small matter in the outer gate, there was no need for her to deal with it at all. It was directly handed over to the elders below, and it was enough to report the results in the end. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter involves Lu Chuan and dancing lightly, it is estimated that Mei Zhirua would not report it at all, or solve it according to the past experience. Patriarch Mei, this matter, you settle it. Moreover, just now, looking at that criminal peak disciple's attitude towards Lu Chuan, it already explains everything. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Mei Zhirua. Mei Zhirua nodded when she heard Zhou Ao's words, then walked out of the house and went forward to look for Elder Xingfeng. After Mei Zhirua left, Zhou Ao looked playfully at Lu Chuan who was standing beside him. Lu Chuan was also looking at Zhou Ao at this moment. This was the first time Lu Chuan had looked at Zhou Ao without his disguise up close. For a moment, the atmosphere came down awkwardly. Senior sister Lightning misses you. Just at this time, Lu Chuan spoke. After saying this, Lu Chuan's face glanced to the side and did not look at Zhou Ao. In that case, you don't say. I also miss that girl a bit. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said back to Lu Chuan. The voice was soft, especially when the word maiden was spoken. Dancing Lightning gave Zhou Ao a very special feeling. The kind of special feeling that he couldn't tell. She has always wanted to worship you as her master. Lu Chuan heard Zhou Ao return to himself, so he continued to speak. When Zhou Ao heard Lu Chuan's words, he first froze for a moment, then dumbly said, in that case, I can think about it. Wow! Zhou Ao's words directly triggered an uproar in Lu Chuan's heart. Catch sight of. Lu Chuan looked at Zhou Ao incredulously. In Lu Chuan's opinion, if Zhou Ao could say that he would consider it, then basically he would definitely take Dancing Lightning. However, if Zhou Ao took Dancing Lightning as his disciple, how will Yanagawa take revenge then? When the time came to take revenge, could it be that senior sister Dancing Lightning would take the same revenge on herself as she did on herself? Come to think of it, Yanagawa felt a little sorry for saying those words. If you want to worship me as a teacher, I will also consider it, Zhou Ao said teasingly. As he said this, Zhou Ao considered the system mission. He had to find a proper excuse. How else can we screw Yanagawa? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, you know, it's impossible for me to worship you. Zhou Ao laughed. Why is it impossible? Zhou Ao continued. As far as I know, you're in the Lu family. You're not doing well, and it's only Su Joan who treats you well. You said that you came to me for revenge for the sake of the Lu family, but in my opinion, you came to take revenge for the sake of Su Joan, didn't you? Yanagawa was silent and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhou Ao's face smiled even more. Go back to the outer gate. Later on, the criminal peak elders will announce that you're innocent, and then they'll bring in Gu Chen and the others. Do you want to personally interrogate and torture them? Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Lu Chuan. Yanagawa shook his head. I don't have your kind of fetish. Zhou Ao laughed. Neither did I. Only, the wicked have their own wickedness to grind. Lu Chuan asked. Then the Lu family, Su Joan, is also evil? Zhou Ao froze, then said seriously. No, but I am. When an evil person tortures someone, they don't care if that person is evil or not. Yanagawa didn't speak, silent and gloomy. Seeing this, Zhou Ao didn't say anything, but left the place straight away. Before leaving, Zhou Ao's voice clearly entered Lu Chuan's ears. I can make you stronger, make your qualifications stronger, and even give you the chance to take revenge on me, but I need you to be obedient. When Zhou Ao's voice disappeared, Zhou Ao had already left Penalty Peak. Yanagawa looked down, to his devastated palms, with mixed feelings in his heart. Followed by, Yanagawa walked out of the Criminal Peak as if no one else was there. Not a single person up and down the entire Criminal Peak dared to stop Lu Chuan. They knew that their own Patriarch and Junior Master had come to Penalty Peak today for the purpose of this person. Quickly, the news of Lu Chuan walking out of Criminal Peak swept through the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect like a windswept cloud. Outer Sect Gu Chen's residence. As an Outer Sect powerhouse, Gu Chen naturally had his own courtyard. At present, the two of them, Gu Chen and Yu Cheng, were sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea. Yu Cheng spoke. Senior brother Gu Chen, you've done a good job this time, but why all of a sudden have you changed your plans? Gu Chen returned. Senior brother Yu Cheng, if you really let you Dancing Lightning, what do you think Lu Chuan will do? Yu Cheng thought for a moment and returned. Naturally, he will fight me to the death. Gu Chen nodded. According to this character of Lu Chuan, when the time comes, it's bound to alarm his old man, Junior Master. If you alerted little uncle, his old man, do you think, elder brother, that you have a life to live? When Yu Cheng heard Gu Chen's words, he nodded in realization. So that's how it is. Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life. But this lightning sister, how do I get it? Gu Chen laughed. Senior brother Yu Cheng, The plan changed before because he was afraid that Lu Chuan would fight for his life. But is it possible for Lu Chuan to fight for his life now? Is criminal peak something he can get out of? Yu Qing nodded his head and said, words to the wise, so this matter? Gu Qin said, take shelter. 3 days later, Yu Qing laughed, good. Nevertheless, just as Yu Qing's words fell, an outer disciple panted and walked to the door, shouting at Gu Qin, senior brother Gu Qin, it's not good. Lu Chuan has come out of the penalty peak. Chapter 74, Reporting of the Dance of Softness. Senior brother Gu Qin, Lu Chuan has walked out from the penalty peak. As this one outer disciple's words fell, in an instant, the two of them, Gu Chen and Yu Chang, rose in unison and looked at this outer disciple in disbelief. The next second, Gu Chen asked, what's going on? The outer disciple returned. It is said that the two of them, the patriarch and junior uncle, went to penalty peak and brought out Lu Chuan. Gu Chen was surprised. What did you say? The two of you, junior uncle and patriarch, went to criminal peak and brought out Lu Chuan? The outer disciple nodded. Yes, senior brother Gu Chen, and I heard that elder criminal peak is now publishing notices to clarify the matter of Lu Chuan. Yu Chang was stunned. How is this possible? Why would junior uncle and patriarch bother with a tiny outer disciple? This moment, the two of them, Yu Chang and Gu Chen, panicked and couldn't believe that this incident was this real. Nevertheless, just as the two of them, Yu Chang and Gu Chen, were planning to continue their inquiries, several criminal peak disciples fell from midair. The first criminal peak disciple opened his mouth and said to Gu Chen, senior brother Gu Chen, senior brother Yu Cheng, criminal peak has an invitation. The two of them, Gu Chen and Yu Chang, glanced at each other, and both of them frowned and nodded with complicated faces. They won't resist. If they resisted, it was no less than sentencing them out of the clan. At that time, what awaits them may be death. The head criminal peak disciple looked at the two of them, Gu Chen and Yu Chang, and nodded his head, beckoning for the criminal peak disciple behind him to take the two of them to the criminal peak. That outer disciple was going to say something, but after seeing the eyes of the head criminal peak disciple that looked like eagle eyes, he instantly swallowed. Followed by, the criminal peak disciples left the place. After the criminal peak disciple left, this outer sect disciple, with speed, ran towards the inner sect, intending to tell inner sect K Lu's senior sister about this. At present, the inner disciple, K Lu, was in the outer sect, at Dancing Lightning's residence. Outer door. K Lu flaunted his arms and led a few inner disciples to Dancing Lightning. Dancing Lightning looked at K Lu who was blocking her way and said in a deep voice, what are you doing here? K Lu laughed. What am I here for? Naturally, it's for you, senior sister Lightning. Senior sister knows all about you. That outer disciple is really something, even intending to rape senior sister. He didn't get the better of you, did he? But even if we get our way, it's okay, senior sister this body. I guess there will be quite a few clan disciples who don't mind that senior sister is not a fledgling this matter. As Kiria's words fell, ha 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 ha. Many of the female disciples of the outer sect who were watching and the inner sect disciples brought by K Lu laughed out loud, their laughter filled with sarcasm. Dancing Lightly clenched her fists lightly and didn't say a word. Seeing this, K Lu thought that Dancing Lightning had wimped out, and then opened his mouth. Senior sister, you don't need to be sad. That man is now in the penal peak. I guess he won't live long, so don't be sad. After K Lu finished speaking in a conspiratorial manner, he continued to speak. Senior sister, turn around and senior sister will introduce you to a Dao couple. How about a handyman disciple? Gu, talking about the miscellaneous disciple. Senior sister I remembered. Senior sister 3 days ago, treatment just turned back to the outer disciple put. Miscellaneous disciple has been unworthy of the senior sister. How about this? Among the outer disciples, I heard that there's a good one named Yu Chang. Senior sister will fix you up. You're welcome. Are you guys idle? Just as K Lu was planning to continue sneering at Dancing Lightning, a familiar voice entered Dancing Lightning's ears. Senior brother Lu Chuan? Originally with her head lowered. When Dancing Lightning heard this familiar voice, she instantly raised her head and looked in the direction the voice came from, exclaiming in shock, catch sight of. Yanagawa dragged his exhausted body here. When he came out from Criminal Peak, Lu Chuan rushed towards this place, knowing that someone would definitely come here to harass Dancing Lightning. Told you so. Yanagawa saw the humiliated My Lightning. You're Yanagawa? How did you come out? K Lu asked at Lu Chuan with a shocked face as he listened to Dancing Lightning's address to Lu Chuan. Yanagawa said in a low voice, strutting out. K Lu was puzzled. After entering the penalty peak, you can still waltz out? Yanagawa asked rhetorically. Why not? As Lu Chuan's words fell, Dancing Lightning walked behind Lu Chuan. Looking at the injuries on his body, he took out his own storage pouch, took out some healing pills and handed them to Lu Chuan. Yanagawa smiled and waved his hand in denial. These injuries are superficial and out of the way. Senior brother Lu Chuan, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Dancing Lightning wanted to explain to Lu Chuan, but didn't wait for Dancing Lightning to explain. Lu Chuan waved his hand and said, Elder sister, this matter, it's not your fault. Moreover, right away, you and I will be cleared. When Yanagawa's words fell, Kei Lu, who was listening from the side, sneered, innocent, laughable. As Kiria's words fell, a clear and unmistakable voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone in the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, based on an investigation. The matter of Outer Sect disciple Lu Chuan intending to rape Outer Sect disciple Dancing Lightning is a false accusation. Its culprits, Outer disciple Gu Chun, Outer disciple Yu Chang and the two of them, have been apprehended into the penal peak and will be sentenced in a matter of days. It was the voice of the criminal peak elder speaking. For a moment, all the disciples of the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect were feeling incredulous. Elder Criminal Peak personally sent a voice message to the sect to explain something that hadn't happened in decades. Moreover, it was still a minor matter for the outer disciples. The entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciples were speculating in their minds about the backgrounds of the two of them. Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, outer door. As Kei Lu listened to the voice of the Criminal Peak elder that entered his ears, he looked at the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, with an incredulous expression. How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible that Elder Criminal Peak would personally send a voice clarification for such a trivial matter? Kiryu muttered to himself incredulously. Right about this time, Mei Jiruo slowly fell from the sky. Sovereign. When the clan disciples present saw Mei Jiruo appear, they immediately changed into a respectful expression and bowed their hands to Mei Jiruo. Inner disciples, without business, may not enter the outer gate. Is there something going on with these inner disciples of yours appearing at the outer gate? Mei Jiruo crossed her arms and asked with an icy voice to Kei Lu and the others. Mei Jiruo's voice was like a vast iceberg, causing Kei Lu and the others to shiver. Back to Patriarch, we are here to report. Ji Lu opened his mouth and returned to Mei Jiruo respectfully. As Kiria's words fell, Mei Jiruo, Dancing Lightning, Lu Chuan, and some of the melon eaters looked at Kei Lu in confusion. I wonder what she's going to report, Mei Jiruo asked. What are you going to report? The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, regardless of whether they were from the inner sect or the outer sect, possessed the right to report to the sect leader. This was to avoid some elders using their positions to suppress the talented disciples of the sect. Just as Mei Jiruo's words fell, suddenly, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning felt that Kei Lu seemed to be smiling badly towards them. The next second, I only heard Kei Lu shout, I report that the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, have led outsiders into the sect privately. Chapter 75, Interrogating Mei Jiruo. I'm reporting that the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, have led outsiders into the sect privately. Kiria's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. As Kiria's words fell, Mei Jiruo frowned at the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan. Senior sister Kei Lu, what are you babbling about? How could we possibly lead outsiders into the sect privately? When Dancing Lightning heard Kei Lu's words, she instantly retorted. Kiria smiled faintly. Is that so? Dancing Lightning nodded her head very seriously and said, yes, since that's the case, then Senior Sister Lightning can explain to Senior Sister why your strength has progressed so quickly. With a look, Kei Lu said to Dancing Lightly. When Dancing Lightning heard Kei Lu's words, she frowned and looked at Lu Chuan by her side. Lu Chuan spoke. Senior Sister Lightning's great progress is because we've been discussing, sparring, and practicing together for the past few days. He didn't really want to expose the fact that Zhou Ao had instructed them. Not only, but also, even if he told this story, would anyone in the room believe it? The hallowed 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's junior master, an existence that suppressed Qingzhou by virtue of his own power, had nothing better to do than to instruct the outer disciples of his own sect. It's something that, when told to a dog, the dog would tap his shoulder and tell you to stop daydreaming. So, Yanagawa could only lie. Nevertheless, Kiryu, who knew the truth, wouldn't believe Yanagawa's words. Therefore, I only heard Kiria laugh badly. Is that so? However, I was told that you were being instructed by someone who wasn't from the clan, and that's why you're progressing so quickly. When Mei Jiruo heard Kei Lu's words, a touch of sternness surfaced under her eyes. Outsiders instruct the disciples of the clan. This is not a good thing for the clan. If this thing checks out, in all likelihood, it will be labeled as collaboration with the enemy. When all is said and done, no one could guarantee that this outsider was not sent by the enemy sect. Not to mention, now that the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, within the sect, had originally gathered all parties and had many scouts, there is a great deal of hidden danger. If the scout is caught now, he must be executed immediately to make an example of him. Dancing Lightning, Lu Chuan, Is what she said true? Mei Jiruo faintly opened her mouth and asked at the two. When Dancing Lightning heard Mei Jiruo's words, she had a complicated look on her face, followed by, Dancing Lightning then intended to nod her head in acknowledgement. She understood in her heart that since Kei-Lu had said such words, then she had obviously gotten the matter of her and Kei-Lu being instructed by the seniors. Speak the truth. She didn't know if Senior, the so-called Zhou Ao after his disguise, was a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Only, Dancing Lightning was not afraid of shadows. She believes in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Just as Dancing Lightning was planning to nod her head and admit it down and explain, Lu Chuan grabbed the opportunity to speak. Back to the patriarch. There is no such thing, but there is indeed someone who instructed Senior Sister Lightning and I. However, that person is, indeed, a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Mei Ziruo's frown deepened when she heard Lu Chuan's words. Only, listening to the meaning of Lu Chuan's words, Mei Ziruo suddenly thought of something, a thing related to Zhou Ao. Could it be? When Mei Jiruo thought of this, her pupils suddenly shrunk, and shock surfaced in her eyes. One possibility occurred to her. This possibility is that the person who Lu Chuan said instructed him in dancing lightly is his own junior uncle Zhou Ao. Nevertheless, Kei-Lu didn't know about this, and wouldn't have imagined that the person who instructed Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan would actually be his own junior uncle Zhou Ao. The next second, when Kei-Lu heard Lu Chuan admit down, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, indeed a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect? Someone come, tell him if that person is a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect or not. As Kiria's words fell, an outer disciple walked in from outside. This outer disciple, if Zhou Ao was here at the moment, would be able to recognize. This outer disciple was clearly the outer disciple who spied on them that day. Senior brother, tell the patriarch properly what you saw that day. Kei-Lu smiled and opened his mouth to this outer disciple. Yes, Senior Sister Kei-Lu. The outer disciple opened his mouth and returned. The next second, this outer disciple began to talk about what he had spied on that day. When this outer disciple said that someone had secretly instructed Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, the eyes of the entire room swiped towards both Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan. These people present, based on this outer disciple's description, knew that the senior who instructed the two of them was very strong. Obviously not a sect disciple then. Since he was not a disciple of the clan, it was easy to find out. Still, just now, Lu Chuan stammered and was unwilling to mention the name of that senior, so it was obvious that this senior was most likely not a sect elder, but someone from outside. When these people present thought of this, they looked at Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan with a wave of disgust. Dancing Lightning was a little scared. Yanagawa was not the least bit afraid. After all, he knew that the senior identity was Zhou Ao. Laugh your ass off. Soon, this outer disciple finished saying all the things he saw that day. After this outer disciple finished speaking, Ji Lu also called an inner disciple to tell him the results of the investigation. Just listen. This inner disciple shouted, back to the words of the sect master. After investigation, disciples visited several elders in the inner sect, and none of the elders in the sect were able to correspond with the senior described by this outer disciple. Therefore, disciple and senior sister Kei-Lu suspect that the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, privately let outsiders into the sect and allowed them to instruct the two of them, never to achieve the two of them's ulterior motives. This inner disciple was eloquent, and in a few words, he put a high hat on the two. Sovereign, that's how it is. Please ask the patriarch to decide whether it is true or not. Ji Lu said very seriously to Mei Jiruo. When Kiria's words fell, only to see Kei-Lu revealing a look of a sure victory, looking condescendingly at the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning. In his heart, he said, this time, you two are dead. As Kiria's words fell, everyone in the room shifted their gazes from Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan to Mei Jiruo, who was standing with her hands in midair. Present, this matter, it's up to Mei Jiru to judge. Nevertheless, just when the crowd thought that the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, would die a miserable death, Mei Jiruo frowned and said to the people present, this matter is known to this patriarch, so disperse. Wow! As soon as Mei Jiruo's words fell, the entire room was in an uproar, looking at the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, not understanding why the patriarch didn't just send someone to take down Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan. Nevertheless, they don't. Based on the words of Kei-Lu and the two disciples, Mei Jiruo had already determined that the senior who instructed them was his own junior uncle Zhou Ao. All of them knew that the person who instructed them was their own junior master. Why did Angela Mui arrest them? Arresting the two was not intermittently saying that Zhou Ao was not a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. This kind of stupidity, Mei Jiruo can do it? Nevertheless, just as Mei Jiruo was planning to leave, Kei-Lu's unwilling voice clearly reached her ears. Patriarch, why did you let Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning 2 go? Disciple can't understand. It is clear that the two are most likely gaps, so why don't you arrest them and take them to the penal peak and torture them severely? As Kiria's unwilling voice fell, many of the people present made the same unwilling noises as Kei-Lu and asked Meiji-Ruo. Chapter 76, Jo-Ao's appearance. Meiji-Ruo, who was standing with her hands in midair, frowned deeply as she listened to the many disciples present questioning herself. Followed by, Meiji-Ruo sighed and asked the inner disciple who was counting, "Are you sure you've asked all the elders of the sect?" It seemed that he was still intent on giving this statistical inner disciple a chance. Let him think it over and see if he's missing anything. Nevertheless, this statistical inner disciple nodded when he heard Meiji-Ruo's words. Aside from Meiji-Ruo, nearly all the elders, this inner disciple asked, when all is said and done, Ji-Lu's brother, Ji-Shu, was still very honorable. These elders would slightly give a little face to Kei-Shu, so it was simple, and there's a counting tree behind it to help. Yes? Meiji-Ruo pursued. Yes. This inner disciple swore back. He didn't believe he had any missing elders. Patriarch, in this matter, I still hope that you will give us, the disciples, a satisfactory answer. I hope the sect won't chill the disciples. Kei-Lu opened his mouth to Meiji-Ruo at this time, directly framing Meiji-Ruo. Please, Patriarch, give us a satisfactory answer. As Kei-Lu's words fell, many of the disciples present chimed in. Meiji-Ruo asked to the statistical inner disciple, "You said that you have asked all the elders of the sect, so have you asked me?" The statistical inner disciple shook his head and said, "The patriarch is a woman, and the one who instructed them is a man, so he didn't ask, for fear of disturbing the patriarch." Meiji-Ruo nodded her head and continued, "Since the one who instructed them was a man, are you sure you've asked them all?" The statistical inner disciple nodded and said, "All have been asked." At present, this statistical inner sect disciple was a little depressed in his heart, not understanding why his own patriarch had repeatedly asked himself this question. Nevertheless, the next second, Meiji-Ruo then gave this statistical inner disciple the answer, only to hear Meiji-Ruo speaking faintly to this statistical inner sect disciple. "This patriarch is asking you, do you have any inquiries, junior master?" As Meiji-Ruo's words fell, this statistical inner sect disciple was stumped in place, looking at senior sister Kei-Lu beside him with an embarrassed expression. When Kei-Lu heard Meiji-Ruo's words, he felt that his own patriarch was a little too protective of both Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning. How could the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's towering junior uncle Jo-Ao go and instruct two losers from the outer sect? This possibility simply does not exist. Nevertheless, unbeknownst to Kiryu, that possibility existed. For a moment, a gust of wind blew, messing up Dance's light hair. The white clouds are long and the sky is blue. "Patriarch, are you being a bit too protective of the Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning duo?" Kei-Lu asked in a loud and bad tone to Meiji-Ruo. At this time, Kiryu-san no longer cared who the person he was conversing with was. He only wanted to single-mindedly send the two of them, Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning, to the penalty peak and then kick them out of the sect. "Don't you understand what this patriarch means?" Meiji-Ruo asked, frowning at Kei-Lu. Ji-Lu nodded his head and said, "Disciple naturally understands, but how is it possible for Junior Master to come to the outer sect and instruct these two? And one day, Disciple even saw that person, and that person was clearly not Junior Uncle." When Meiji-Ruo heard Kei-Lu's words, she laughed. "Are you sure that person isn't Little Master?" Kiryu nodded. "Okay." Meiji-Ruo continued to pursue. "What if Little Master has changed his face?" Meiji-Ruo didn't have any doubts about the fact that the person who instructed Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan was a young master just because Kei-Lu said that the person who rubbed shoulders that day wasn't a young master. As Meiji-Ruo's words fell, Kei-Lu shook his head incredulously. "Patriarch, this is simply impossible. Right now, even if she let Kei-Lu die, she wouldn't believe that the one who instructed the two people, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, would be Jo-Ao." Nevertheless, didn't wait for Meiji-Ruo to speak. A familiar voice, clear as day, entered everyone's ears. "Who says it can't be the seats?" As the familiar voice fell, the people present looked up to the sky as if they had heard something unbelievable. Catch sight of. The disfigured Jo-Ao slowly fell from midair with his arms crossed. Ji-Lu looked at Jo-Ao after the disguise in midair. His eyes instantly blossomed with light, as if he had discovered some treasure, and immediately stretched out his finger, pointing at Jo-Ao after the disguise and shouted, "Patriarch, it's him, he's the one who instructed both Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan. Quickly arrest this person." Listening to Kiryu's voice and tone, he was close to madness at this moment. It seemed that she would not rest until the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, were screwed to death. Nevertheless, Kiryu's words fell. Meiji-Ruo's voice roaring angrily reached Kei-Lu's ears. "How dare you? Didn't you hear the voice? This is Little Master, arresting Junior Master. Do you not want to die? Kei-Lu, I know you. Don't think that just because your brother Kei-Shu is the 7th ranked inner disciple, You can flaunt your power in the sect. Just so you know, I'm the patriarch. Meijiro's angry roar directly woke up Keilu. To be honest, this series of operations by Keilu made Meijiro very dissatisfied. However, it had been in the way of the patriarch's identity, so he hadn't vented it out to Keilu. Now that Keilu dared to speak out against Junior Master, it naturally allowed her to find an opportunity to vent. Quickly, Kiria then came back to his senses. After returning to his senses, Keilu suddenly noticed that the gazes of the people around him looking at him had changed. There is sympathy, pity, resentment, and helplessness. All in all, a mixed bag of flavors, all kinds. Followed by, in the gaze of Keilu, Joao removed his disguise and looked at Keilu with a playful face. As Keilu looked at Joao who had removed his disguise, his face turned white and the shock in his eyes was beyond words. Followed by, only to see Keilu staggering backward a few steps, stretching out his fingers, unable to speak, pointing at Joao in midair, his eyes lax. At this moment, it was as if Keilu had suffered a huge soul shock. Right about this time, Joao said in a deep voice to Keilu, "There are some things that can't be so absolute." As Joao's words fell, Kirio instantly fell to the ground paralyzed. The same was true for that outer disciple and the inner disciple of statistics. Without doubt, there was another person who was similar to them, and that person was clearly Dancing Lightning who didn't know all the facts. "The senior who has been instructing me is the young master. It's the young master my father has been trying to get me to get in good with," Dancing Lightly whispered incredulously softly, just like an ant talking. "Are you alright, Senior Sister Lightning?" Seeing this, Lu Chuan said with concern. Dancing Lightning shook her head, then turned to Lu Chuan and asked, "Senior brother Lu Chuan, did you already know that Senior was a junior master?" Lu Chuan similarly shook his head and said, "Senior Sister Lightning, I only learned about it that day as well. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but you wouldn't believe it if I told you about this matter." Rest assured, if Lu Chuan had told Dancing Lightning that day that the person who had been instructing them was Joao, it was estimated that Dancing Lightning would have been the same as Keilu, preferring to die without believing it. As Yanagawa's words fell, only then did Dancing Lightning understand why when she glanced at Lu Chuan just now, she found that Lu Chuan was so calm. So it turned out that he had already known that the senior who had instructed them was not an external sectarian at all, but the clan's high and mighty junior uncle. Chapter 77, Xianzong. Outer door. Joao's appearance caused an uproar. Many outer disciples went crazy and ran towards Joao's location. "See you, Junior Master." A wave of sound resounded through the sky, shaking the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. "Junior Master, this matter, what should we do?" Meijiro asked to Joao very respectfully. Hearing Meijiro's words, Joao waved his hand and said, "Disperse." As Joao's words fell, Meijiro nodded knowingly. The next second, Meijiro shouted to the outer disciples gathered here, "All of you, go back to your cultivation, after all is said and done." Meijiro then asked some of the elders who had arrived to maintain order and then left. Joao flew in front of both Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning. "Are you done with your business?" Joao said to Lu Chuan. "Aha." Lu Chuan nodded back at Joao. Joao looked at Lu Chuan with a look of not entering the world, twisted his head, showing a smile to look at Dancing Lightly. Dancing Lightning looked at Joao as he twisted his head to look at himself and instantly took a step backward. This reaction, it's normal. The person you've been wanting to see all of a sudden appears in front of your eyes, and you definitely take a step backwards, feeling incredulous. Seeing this, Joao laughed. "What? In the past, when we met, we all came straight up to hug me, but now why are you still taking a step backwards?" As Joao's words fell, when some of the nearby melon-eating outer disciples heard this, they instantly looked at Joao with disbelief. Followed by, each of these people looked at Dancing Lightning with envious eyes. To be able to obtain the favor of Junior Master, that would be a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Dancing Lightning listened to Joao's words and instantly blushed in shame. Didn't realize Joao would actually say this to himself in front of so many people. Elder. This. Dancing Lightning stopped in embarrassment for a moment. She would have been sociopathic. Couldn't speak when it was crowded. Not to mention the fact that there were similarly idolized people standing in front of them now. "Girl, you're good. Work hard on your cultivation. If you are able to enter the inner sect, I might accept you as a disciple." Joao opened his mouth and said to Dancing Lightning. As Joao's words fell, before the entire crowd could react, Joao directly disappeared in place. After Joao left, many of the outer disciples directly approached Dancing Lightning and congratulated her. They all heard it just now. If Dancing Lightning entered the inner sect, it was likely that she would worship Joao. Getting on good terms with a future pro-disciple can't be delayed. Lu Chuan watched as Dancing Lightning was surrounded by stars, a light smile on his face. Followed by, Yanagawa got out of there. Dancing Lightning watched Lu Chuan leave and tried to follow him. only to be directly blocked by the congratulatory people. Indeed, she was also in a state of shock, not expecting that Jo Ao would say these words to herself. As time passes, a week passed. During this 1 week, 2 major events happened in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. The first major event was that Junior Master had actually instructed 2 disciples from the outer sect. The second major event was that the outer disciple, Dancing Lightning, had entered the inner sect, and would most likely be accepted as a disciple by Junior Master. These 2 great events made many people in the entire sect envious. Many inner disciples, outer disciples, and some elders within the sect went to find Dancing Lightning to mix things up when they had nothing else to do. When Dancing Lightning was accepted as a disciple by Jo Ao in the future, she could take care of them for a while. For a moment, if one were to ask who was the most popular in the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, it would naturally be the outer disciple, Dancing Lightning, so much so that some of the Qingzhou clans, having learned of this matter, had sent people to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect to send pills to Dancing Lightning. Many of them secretly pried into Dancing Lightning's identity. After learning that Dancing Lightning was a disciple of the Qingzhou dancing family, they all pulled out olive branches to the dancing family. There were even some people who were planning to come to the door to propose marriage to Dancing Lightning. In the dance family, Dansu was so happy when he learned that his daughter might be discipled by Jo Ao that he almost pulled a random maid to have a second child. Only, Dancing Yu wasn't a fool, and didn't refuse or agree to these families or clans that pulled out olive branches for the dancing family, because he knew that if Jo Ao didn't take Dancing Lightning as his disciple in the end, these clans would retreat again by then. In the end, it could be detrimental to the dancing family. As for those who came to the door to propose marriage, Mayu simply refused. At present, ancestral hall of the dancing family, Dancing Yu kneeled down on both knees and looked towards the dancing family's oldest ancestor. Behind Dancing Yu, the dancing family's resident elders as well as the heads of the various families, similarly knelt on both knees. Old ancestor, please bless Lightning Row to be accepted as a disciple by Jo Ao. Dancing Yu knelt down to the statue of his own old ancestor with a pious face. As soon as Mayu knelt down, all the members of the My family behind him knelt down on the ground. It was also mouth. Upon careful listening, it was all words of blessing Dancing Lightning to be accepted as Jo Ao's disciple. After a while, Mayu led the My family out of the clan house. Just walked out. A dancing family disciple came up to report that the rival families that had been occupying the dancing family's marketplace had all withdrawn. The dance family heard all of this and had a spreading smile on their faces. Instantly, the clouds are lifted to see the light. They did not expect these rival clans to retreat because of this news that Dancing Lightning might be accepted as a disciple by Jo Ao. Realize, these rival clans had given their dance family a headache for a long time, and they had no choice but to send Dance Lightning to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Originally, the dance family had no expectations, but they didn't expect that Dance Lightning had given them a surprise. Family Master, this decision to send Lightning to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect is truly a wise choice. The dance family's second family head opened his mouth and said to Dansu, the corners of his entire mouth grinning to the sky. Some of the dancing family elders agreed when they heard the words of the second family head. I didn't think it would happen either. Originally sought is to leave a little fragrance and fire to the dance family. Did not think, but actually let my dance family reborn in the fire. Mayu opened his mouth to the second family head with a complicated face. As Mayu's words fell, the people of the dancing family nodded their heads, agreeing with Dancing Yu's statement. This news of Dancing Lightning caused the dancing family to stand up in an instant. Still, the people of the dancing family did not notice that a hint of complexity flashed under Dancing Yu's eyes. As the head of the dancing family, he saw things from a farther distance. This is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing, and it's safe to say that this news is nothing short of a double-edged sword. For example, the remaining members of the Bai Luo sect, as well as the remaining members of the Long Qin dynasty, were already planning to start targeting the dancing family. For a moment, the dancing family was just like standing in the eye of a tornado. The slightest mistake would result in their destruction. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Buzhou Mountain. Jo Ao sat cross-legged, his entire body emitting a terrifying aura. Catch sight of. In front of Jo Ao, the drunkard was lying in front of him covered in wounds, his breath weak. Meijiro carefully takes care of the drunkard. Jo Ao looked at the wounded drunkard in front of him and roared lowly, "Ci zone. You're looking for death. Rest assured." The culprit who injured the drunkard like this was not the remaining members of the Bai Luo sect, but the Xian sect. Chapter 78, The Destruction of the Qian sect. Valleys. Xian sect. Sect hall. An old woman sat on top of the great hall, her gaze deep and profound, and her entire person exuded a powerful pressure. The old woman's name was Ji Yujing. He was the former head of the Xian sect, because after the current patriarch was beheaded by Jo Ao, Ji Yujing went from being the former patriarch to the current patriarch. Ji Yujing was the only transcendent realm powerhouse in the Cian sect at the moment. This is the man who injured the drunkard. Once incomparably powerful Cian sect, now the entire clan transcendent realm powerhouse is only one person. Really pathetic. At present, Ji Yujing looked with a complicated face at the clan elders standing on the right-hand side of the main hall. This clan elder had just told Ji Yujing that Zhou Ao was alone and was heading this way. The sect formation is open. Ji Yujing opened her mouth and spoke to this sect elder. The sect elder nodded his head and replied, yes. The next second, the clan elders walked out of the hall and set up the clan disciples to open the clan formation to fend off Zhou Ao. At this moment in the Cian sect, most of the talented disciples had already moved away. Ji Yujing had expected Zhou Ao to come, so she had moved the important supplies and people away early. It had to be said that Ji Yujing was still relatively smart. Not far from the Cian sect, Zhou Ao came here with a long sword in his hand, cutting through the sky in a furious manner. The lag stayed and looked towards the location of the Kirin sect. The next second, Zhou Ao's eyes instantly changed. Dokoroku 9 swords. Zhou Ao let out a low roar. Moments. A shocking sword chi, mixed with unrivaled sword intent, ravaged the valley towards the Cian sect in the valley. Ji Yujing within the Cian sect in the valley instantly detected Zhou Ao's sword aura. Meet the enemy. Ji Yujing spread throughout the entire Qian sect. The clan's divine journey realm elders released their true chi and added to the clan's great formation to resist. Boom! The sword chi emitted a dazzling white light and a roaring explosion the moment it struck the Cian sect's formation grand formation. Zhou Ao, who was standing in mid-air, at some point, arrived above the valley where the Cian sect was located. Coldly watching this scene, his expression was indifferent, without the slightest bit of emotion. Looking at the Cian sect disciples who released all of their true chi to energize the sect's grand formation, Zhou Ao only had killing intent. Boom! Sword chi was continuously released by Zhou Ao. Although the Cian sect's grand formation resisted all of Zhou Ao's sword chi, the energy of the grand formation was getting lower and lower. Holding on for dozens more sword chi, the clan formation would be broken. And that's when it happened. Ji Yujing's voice came clearly into Zhou Ao's ears. Zhou Ao, it was the old me who injured your clan's disciples. If you want to find them, find the old me. As Ji Yujing's words fell, the sword attack stopped. The next second, Zhou Ao's voice resounded into the Cian sect. Come out and die. Ji Yujing, who was sitting on top of the sect's main hall, heard Zhou Ao's words and spoke back. Good. When Ji Yujing's words fell, the words for Ji Yujing not to go out rang out from Cian's zone here and there. This matter has nothing to do with you guys. Ji Yujing opened her mouth and said to the disciples of the Qian sect. Having said that, Zhou Ao, who was standing in mid-air, saw a figure walk out from within the Cian sect, piercing through the formation. Look closely. The owner of this figure was no one else. It was clearly Ji Yujing. Ji Yujing's face was wrinkled and drooping, with heavy bags under her eyes and her hands were vicissitudes. It looked as if it was about to go into the ground. Nevertheless, the essence emanating from Ji Yujing's body at this moment was not weak, old and strong. Third level of the transcendent realm. No wonder he was able to injure the drunkard. Zhou Ao felt the aura on Ji Yujing's body and spoke. The third level of the transcendent realm was not something the drunkard could deal with anymore. Is that disciple of your clan called the drunkard? This name? It does fit his appearance. Ji Yujing smiled and spoke back when she heard Zhou Ao's words. The two didn't go to war the first time, chatting like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a while. At this moment, Ji Yujing seemed as if she didn't know that she was about to die, and even revealed a smile as she looked at Zhou Ao. Zhou Ao looked at Ji Yujing, frowned, and whispered, "You're not afraid of death?" Ji Yujing shook her head. "Fear not, for I should have died in the first place." Zhou Ao asked, "Why did you strike out at my 10,000 swords immortal sect disciples?" Ji Yujing shook her head. No comment. Zhou Ao nodded his head and continued to ask, "Why are you Cian sect, and Bai Lu sect, linked together? And is there someone else behind the scenes?" Ji Yujing continued to shake her head. No comment. When Ji Yujing's last words fell, Zhou Ao knew he couldn't ask anything from Ji Yujing. You might as well do it. Directly holding the long sword in his hand, he directly attacked towards Ji Yujing with a chopping immortal. The destructive power made the disciples of the Qian sect, who were cowering in the sect's big formation, tremble. The next second, Ji Yujing released her powerful true chi and burned her essence blood. Roar! In an instant, a large snake emerged from behind Ji Yujing. Boom! However, it was a pity that this great snake had just come out and was directly obliterated by Zhou Ao's strike of immortal beheading. Ji Yujing watched as even the great snake he had summoned by burning his essence blood could not block a single blow from Zhou Ao, instantly losing his survival instincts and waiting for death. The sword awnings enveloped Ji Yujing. The next second, Ji Yujing, under the gaze of the disciples of the Cian sect, flew away in ashes. and his soul was extinguished. Zhou Ao retrieved his longsword and glanced at Xian's own, followed by. Only Zhou Ao stopped where he was and seemed to be waiting for something. After a few seconds, Zhou Ao frowned, then resumed holding his longsword in his hand, pointing it at the Xian sect. Zhou Ao whispered, "Since the system mission wasn't completed, then I'm sorry, you guys are going to die. Rest assured." Just now, Zhou Ao was waiting for the system mission completion beep. On Zhou Ao's way to the Xian sect, the system then gave Zhou Ao the task of suppressing the Xian sect. Now since the mission is not accomplished, then these Xian sect disciples don't want to live. Staying would cause trouble for the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect in the future anyway. As the Xian sect disciples watched Zhou Ao holding a long sword in his hand and pointing it at them, each of their faces instantly turned white. They didn't wait for them to release their true chi to add to the clan's grand formation. The next second, only to see Zhou Ao's swiftness, he directly attacked towards the sect formation with an immortal beheader. Bang! The sect's grand formation instantly shattered. After that, Zhou Ao, one person and one sword, began to behead the Xian sect disciples. Just like in the Nangong family, whenever they saw a disciple of the Xian sect, they would directly pass over with a sword chi. A cross-pollination. Explosions were heard in all directions, cries were heard in the sky, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Quickly, Zhou Ao then walked out from the Xian sect, wearing a white robe with not a single spot of blood on his body. The long sword in his hand, however, was already red with blood. At this point, the disciples within the Xian sect were decimated by Zhou Ao, followed by. Zhou Ao leaped into midair and directly struck the immortal chopper, destroying the Xian sect's architectural buildings. After all this, it was only then that Zhou Ao's ears remembered the system beep. Since the mission is complete, by the way, let's take a look at the northern underworld city and see if those remaining members of the Bijou sect will surprise the seat. Zhou Ao teased. Chapter 79, Princess Xin, North Hades. Several remaining members of the Bai Luo sect died tragically in the nearby mountain range. The remaining members of the Bijou sect in North Underworld City gathered together because of this matter, confer with each other as to who did it. Nevertheless, as they gathered together, they were cut down by a sword chi. They knew that Zhou Ao had struck, but alas, it was too late, and the remaining members of the Bai Luo sect were all chopped up by Zhou Ao. It is said that night, Zhou Ao's sword chi swept across 80,000 miles, and the heaven and earth were in a constant state of anomaly. All the sword cultivators who saw the sword chi of Zhou Ao sat down on the ground and realized the mysteries of it. After beheading the remaining members of the Bai Lu sect, Zhou Ao's imperial sword rocketed up 90,000 miles and left the northern underworld city, followed by. The news of Zhou Ao's destruction of the Xian sect spread throughout the entire Qingzhou. Qing Cheng, a middle-aged man, stood on the wall of the city lord's mansion, listening to the people around him report on the affairs of the Xian sect. After hearing, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "As soon as you come out, you stir up the wind and clouds? I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that Qingzhou has produced someone like you, but the Green State passageway will be opened in no more than a few years, and when the strongest people from other states come, it might be a good thing to have you." When the middle-aged man said the last sentence, a trace of complexity flashed under his eyes, and his expression was somewhat pained. If Zhou Ao is standing here at this moment, one would certainly be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was the city lord of Qingcheng, Whitehorse Imperial Dynasty, Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty and other Qingzhou Imperial Dynasties. After learning that Zhou Ao had destroyed the Xian sect and made a big mess of the North Underworld city matter, they had closed their doors and developed honestly. Develop indecently, don't make waves, strictly watch over the imperial sons and princesses under his command, lest the events of the Longqian dynasty be repeated at that time. The imperial capital of the Longqian dynasty, a certain underground chamber. A young woman, sitting here, exuded an aura as vast as a river of stars. The young woman had a sharp chin, a pair of eyes that looked like stars inlaid, long hair to her waist, and red lips and white teeth. The young woman exudes a mouth-watering charm. Beside this young woman, there stood 3 old men, and 7 or 8 middle-aged men. "Miss, the Xian sect has been destroyed and Ji Yujing is dead. However, the resources and disciples transferred out of the Xian sect are safe and sound, and Zhou Ao didn't trace them," an old man with white hair said respectfully to the young woman. As the words of this white-haired old man fell, the young woman waved her hand and said, "Elder Yun, I know about this matter. I'd like to thank you for arranging the Xian sect disciples and resources properly, and appropriately distributing a portion of them to the Bai Luo sect disciples." As the young woman's words fell, one of the 7 or 8 middle-aged men standing nodded gratefully at the young woman. The middle-aged man who nodded his head was the remaining members of the Bai Luo sect. It was an elder of the true element realm. This true origin realm Bijou sect elder could not even be ranked in this group of people. Because of this group of people, The weakest cultivator had a cultivation at the third level of the Divine Journey realm. This group of them, each representing various forces: Bailu sect, Long Qin dynasty, Qingcheng Lu family, Qingcheng Nangong family. There was still the Qian sect, but alas, it was exterminated. This young woman, on the other hand, represented a power that was the Long Qian imperial dynasty. She is no one else. It is the birth mother of Princess Chu Yun Jinfei. Hand down. This Princess Chu Yun's birth mother, Princess Xun, was not a native of Qingzhou, but came from another state. His strength was heavenly, but he suffered serious injuries in Qingzhou and met Chu Ming, who saved him. In the long companionship, Princess Xun fell in love with Chu Ming, so gave birth to a daughter. This daughter is Princess Chu Yun. Afterwards, this Jinfei then disappeared. Chu Ming once sent his cavalry to look for it, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and no trace was found. A country's consort disappeared in the harem for no apparent reason, which would be detrimental to the face of the royal family if word got out. As a result, Chu Ming, for the sake of royal face, said that Princess Xun died of illness in the harem. Later, Princess Chu Yun slowly grew up, and there was still no word from Princess Xun. Chu Ming then thought that Princess Jane might be dead. He and Princess Jane were once husband and wife, so naturally he knew Princess Jane's true identity. It did not occur to me that Princess Xun, who had long since disappeared, was still alive, and at this moment, she even appeared in the imperial capital of the Long Qin dynasty, and also led 3 old men with powerful breaths to appear together. Indeed, Princess Jane never died. The family found her through a secret method and took her away. After that, Princess Jane has then been recuperating in the family. When the injury was almost healed, he led the 3 elders of the family to come to Qingzhou. I didn't expect this. Then he heard the shocking bad news that his daughter Chu Yun was killed by Zhou Ao, and his husband Chu Ming was also killed by Zhou Ao. The Longqian dynasty also existed in name only, and was divided up among the 3 major imperial dynasties. Enraged, Princess Xun directly asked the 3 family elders to contact the remaining members of these clans or families that had been destroyed by Zhou Ao, gather them, and then take revenge on Zhou Ao together. The Bai Luo sect was responsible for harassing the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect on the periphery. Ji Yujing of the Xian sect was in charge of killing the powerful people sent by the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. The Qingcheng Lu family and the Nandong family were responsible for the overall operation, recruiting strong people and killing the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Princess Xun and the other 4 were responsible for fending off Zhou Ao. Don't underestimate Princess Xun and the 3 family elders behind her. Their strengths can't be underestimated. Princess Xun's cultivation level was the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm. The 3 family elders behind them had cultivation levels at the 2nd level of the Saint Entry Realm. What was the concept of the 2nd level of the Entry Sage Realm? It was close to being able to sweep across the entire Qingzhou. Only, Princess Xun and the other 3 still didn't dare to make a move against Zhou Ao. It was because they knew that Zhou Ao could kill a strong person at the 1st level of the Saint Realm. Although the 2nd-tier powerhouse had not fought with Zhou Ao, it was not difficult to judge that Zhou Ao's strength had not reached its limit by looking at the strength with which Zhou Ao had decimated the powerhouse at the 1st tier of the Sacred Realm entry. There's definitely still a holdout. For insurance purposes, Princess Xun and these 3 family elders did not rashly strike at Zhou Ao. Instead, it's a slow trial. Elder Yun opened his mouth and proposed to concubine Xun. Miss, the strength of this Zhou Ao, why don't you let me, the old man, go and test it out? Concubine Xun thought for a moment and nodded. Good. Then I'd like to thank Elder Yun. Be careful. Elder Yun nodded and said, good. Followed by, Elder Cloud disappeared into thin air. After Elder Yun left, Concubine Xun looked around and said in a deep voice, allies, what we need to do now is to think of ways to make this dancing lightning leave the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, and then take the opportunity to kill her. The representative of the Qingcheng Lu clan's forces nodded when he heard Princess Xun's words, and then spoke. Elder, this matter, leave it to our Lu family. Our Lu family happens to have someone who was inserted into the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and has a good relationship with Dancing Lightning. When Princess Jen heard the man's words, she frowned and asked, is it reliable? The representative of the Qingcheng Lu clan's power returned. He is a member of my Lu clan. I trust him, he is absolutely reliable. Concubine Jen looked at how determined this person was and agreed, nodding her head and saying, in that case, thank you. As Princess Jane's words fell, the crowd chatted briefly again, discussing how to target the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect next. Chapter 80, Elder Cloud. As time passes, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Zhou Ao did not return to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Instead, they stayed in the mountains near the northern underworld city. Zhou Ao sat cross-legged and frowned at the old man in white before him. This white-clothed old man was no other than Elder Yun. After Yun Lao left the imperial capital, he traveled all the way through space. searching for Zhou Ao's scent to find him. The third level of the Transcendent Realm? Elder Yun asked with a frown as he felt the aura emanating from Zhou Ao in front of him. He hadn't expected Zhou Ao's strength to be at the third level of the Transcendent Realm. Realize, Zhou Ao had exterminated a martial artist at the first level of the Sacred Realm. The third level of the Transcendent Realm extinguishing the first level of the Sacred Realm clearly had a powerful undercurrent present. Cloud Old Man all of a sudden, and did not dare to act rashly and easily test Zhou Ao. Nevertheless, Elder Yun didn't know that the third layer of this Transcendent Realm was still broken through just 2 days ago. At the time of extinguishing the first level of the Sacred Realm, Zhou Ao's cultivation could only be at the second level of the Transcendent Realm. Now that Zhou Ao's cultivation had come to the third level of the Transcendent Realm, his battle power was directly geometrically multiplied, and he could fight against a martial artist of the second level of the Sainthood Realm without a problem. Using the mountain and river diagram, it was estimated that there was still a possibility of beheading the second level of the Entry Saint Realm. Strong person of the Sage Entry Realm, who are you? Zhou Ao asked to Old Man Yun with an indifferent expression. What had been a furrowed brow, soothed, with a powerful backbone. Zhou Ao was simply fearless of Entry Saint Realm martial artists. It's not like we haven't killed before anyway. Elder Yun did not reply to Zhou Ao's words, but silently looked at Zhou Ao, a trace of gravity flashing under his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Ao said in a cloudy manner, "Are you here to kill this seat?" As Zhou Ao's words fell, Elder Yun nodded his head and said, "You guessed right. The old man is here to kill you. Since you're here to kill me, why don't you make a move now?" Zhou Ao asked to Old Man Yun with a smile. "You won't resist?" Elder Cloud asked. "How is it possible that you won't resist? This seat isn't a little cutie." Zhou Ao smiled back. When Zhou Ao's words fell, a millionth of a second passed. Elder Yun directly attacked towards Zhou Ao with a fist, destroying power like a wild beast coming out of its cage, tearing everything apart. The power interspersed with the holy element simply made it impossible to fight against it. Immediately, space shook and the Qianquan reversed. Nevertheless, it's such a powerful punch. Zhou Ao instantly drew a long sword and blocked himself. Clang! A bang! This punch of Yun Lao was directly blocked by Zhou Ao. Without utilizing the mountain and river diagram, Zhou Ao lightly caught the blow. How is it possible? Elder Yun looked at Zhou Ao unexpectedly catching his attack. His eyes widened and his pupils shrunk slightly in disbelief. The next second, whoosh! A sword chi, swooping down like a sharp sword that penetrated through the heavens and earth, attacked towards Elder Yun with a surging momentum. Seeing this, Elder Yun instantly opened his hands and propped up the sacred elemental barrier, intending to block this sword chi. Nevertheless, the moment the sword chi touched the sacred elemental barrier, the sacred elemental barrier was instantly split apart by one of Zhou Ao's sword chi, and the aftermath continued to attack towards Elder Yun without any reduction in power. Yun Lao looked at the sword chi that was close at hand and directly dodged it with an instantaneous body. The sword chi that was dodged over, chopped into a mountain peak, which was instantly sliced open and collapsed, smashing into the ground. Elder Yun twisted his head and frowned at the scene. The shock in his eyes knew no bounds. So strong, Elder Yun said in a deep voice in his heart. If he didn't use his most powerful means, Elder Yun felt that he would not be able to test Zhou Ao's strength at all. Just as Yun Lao was pondering whether or not to use his full strength, Zhou Ao directly disappeared from his original position, long sword in hand, and arrived in front of Elder Yun. Whoosh! 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 The three destructive sword chi were like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, attacking towards Elder Yun at close range. Each sword chi, the sword intent on it, caused Old Man Yun to feel a sense of being on the verge of death. Crippling cloud palm, Elder Yun let out a low roar. The next second, Elder Yun turned his right hand into a palm and slapped it with force, a palm print instantly coming towards the three sword chi. The palm seal with the holy elemental enchantment was incredibly powerful. When Zhou Ao saw this palm print, he frowned slightly and a trace of gravity flashed under his eyes. Just now, Elder Yun had struck out with just a simple punch. This palm is a martial art. Bang! An explosion rang out. As expected, the three sword chi were shattered by Elder Yun with a stumping cloud palm. The next second, Elder Yun continued to use the remnant cloud palm and kept coming towards where Zhou Ao was. The devastating Saint element caused Zhou Ao to summon the mountain and river diagram to fight against it. The moment the mountain and river map appeared, Elder Yun's eyes instantly blossomed with golden light. Guessing that this might be Zhou Ao's undercurrent that enabled him to defeat the first level of the sacred realm. Must get it, Cloud Elder said secretly. Next moment, Yun Lao catalyzed his entire body Saint Yuan, like tens of thousands of missiles being launched, instantly slapping out tens of thousands of palm imprints, coming towards Zhou Ao. Seeing this, Zhou Ao, the 9 sword boxes came out, and the 8 long swords lingered around, releasing powerful sword chi to resist the tens of thousands of palm imprints. Boom, 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 bang, bang. explosions rang out one after another, and the entire mountain range shook as if it had been shaken by an earthquake. Heaven and earth visions keep appearing. The sky is foggy, the black clouds were chilling, as if the end of the world was imminent. A dull and depressing aura swept across the entire mountain range. Some of the martial artists who stayed in the mountain range sensed the martial combat aura and instantly understood that there were great powers exchanging blows in the mountain range. Get out of here in a hurry. The news that the two great powers were fighting here also spread out and swept through northern underworld city because of the martial artists who had left this place. Some melon eaters, as well as some sect scouts, came to the mountain range and poked around. After they saw that one of them was Joe Ao of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, there were shocked faces, and they hurriedly guessed in their minds who was fighting Joe Ao. When they saw that it was an unrecognizable white-haired old man, they began to speculate in their minds about the old man's identity. Boom! Explosions continued to ring out. Sword chi rages, palm seals constantly excite. Joe Ao and Elder Yun exchanged hundreds of rounds, neither one of them suppressing the other. Joe Ao, is that all you have? Elder Yun opened his mouth and asked Joe Ao with a smile. As Elder Yun's words fell, Joe Ao held his longsword in his hand, and the 8 long swords surrounded his body, emitting powerful sword intent. Joe Ao, who had heard Elder Yun speak, said disdainfully, is that all you have in terms of strength? When Joe Ao's words fell, the corners of Elder Yun's mouth instantly rose, revealing a playful smile. The next second, he only saw Elder Yun folding his hands together, his white hair flowing without wind. Following, a huge holy might spread out from Old Man Yun's body, covering the sky and making it impossible to fight against it. Millionth of a second later, cloudy old gray hair stretches, lengthens and thickens. At this moment, Yun Lao, like a white-haired witch, somewhat interesting. Joe Ao saw the scene and said in a deep voice. He could see that every strand of Yun Lao's hair was covered with holy yuan, hard and unparalleled, no less than a divine weapon. Followed by, Joe Ao closed his eyes and utilized the holy yuan transformed by the mountain and river diagram to make his most powerful strike, which was the immortal beheading, a sword to cut down an immortal. Just as Joe Ao was about to use the immortal beheader at the same time, Boss Cloud shouted, White Cloud Pale Kill. Chapter 81, The Sea of Burial, 2 more today. Think drama. Boom, 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 boom. Yun Lao's white hair was like a bullet shooting out, sweeping towards Joe Ao. The destructive power of this scene caused many scouts watching this scene to be shocked. There were speculations about the identity of the white-haired old man. Just as Yun Lao's white hair was about to attack Joe Ao snapped his eyes open and yelled, Behead the immortals. Followed by, a sword chi descended from the sky like a dome falling. A powerful sword intent that swept through the 8 wastelands and carried out heaven and earth, like a star river falling, like a tsunami rushing into the sky. Perish! This sword chi penetrated through the void, and all the white hair that came towards Joe Ao was covered and then obliterated. Followed by, the remaining power of the sword chi was unabated as it came towards Elder Yun. Cloud Old Man saw the situation, pupils and other large, incredulous. He hadn't expected that this sword chi, which was so strong, wasn't like the power of this world at all. 9 changes of heavenly clouds. The first change, second change, third change, seventh change. Bai Yun instantly exuded powerful saint element and performed his own transformation martial skill, his entire body resembling a tyrannical white lion. Extinguish. Bai Yun's right hand instantly transformed into a white claw and attacked towards this sword chi. This claw seemed as if it could tear through space. Nevertheless, this claw disappeared the moment it came into contact with the sword chi. Followed by, this sword chi pierced through Elder Yun's chest. Tick-tock. Blood dripped out of Elder Yun's chest. Elder Yun stared at his eyes in disbelief as he looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. With this sword chi, he couldn't resist it at all. Is this his most powerful card? Elder Yun asked himself softly. Whoosh! Joe Ao held his longsword in his hand, surrounded by 8 long swords, and walked towards Elder Yun step by step. With every step, dark clouds in the sky and heavenly and earthly anomalies abound. Elder Yun looked at Joe Ao, who was walking towards him, and a hint of complexity flashed under his eyes. He can't move now. The sword intent filling his chest at the moment was like tens of thousands of ants tearing at his heart as long as he used his saint element. Tell us where you came from. Joe Ao walked to a place less than 10 meters away from Elder Yun and asked with an indifferent expression. Elder Yun shook his head and said, Do you think the old immortal will tell you? Joe Ao nodded his head and said, Yes, because if you don't tell me, I will make your life worse than death. Elder Yun laughed. Now, do you think you've eaten the old man? Joe Ao was puzzled. You can still run? Elder Yun replied back, As the second level of the Sage Entry realm, it's easy for me to run away. As Elder Yun's words fell, only to see Elder Yun suddenly enveloped in a cloud of white light. The next second, the void around Elder Cloud tore apart. Enveloped in white light, Yun Lao instantly drilled the void. Less than a second, the void returned to normal. and old man Yun disappeared. Zhou Ao held his long sword in his hand and frowned as he looked at the location where Elder Yun had disappeared, his face grimacing. And the ability to rip through space to escape? It was carelessness on the part of this seat, but next time, this seat class won't let you have that chance. Zhou Ao's face was grim as he growled lowly, followed by, Zhou Ao then planned to leave this place and return to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Nevertheless, just as Zhou Ao was planning to leave, a system beep sounded. It has been detected that the host's disciple, Dancing Lightning, is in danger at the Sea of Burial, so the invincible suppression mission is open. Mission requirement, rescue Dancing Lightning back to the clan. Quest reward, 2 bottles of water without mass. Duration of the mission, within 10 days. Mission penalty, the death of Dancing Lightning. The system mission will not activate for half a month. May I ask if the host will take the quest? Dancing Lightning? Take over. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the system, followed by, Zhou Ao said in a deep voice of doubt, how could Dancing Lightning go to a place like the Burial Sea? Did someone design a frame-up? Just as Zhou Ao was wondering in a deep voice. In the meantime, 10,000 Swords Immortal sect intersect K. Lu's residence. Ji Lu was getting together with his brother, Ji Shu, and an outer disciple to put on a drink. Senior brother Yanagi, you've done well. Now, finally, I don't have to see that in the sect. K. Lu was very happy as he spoke to this outer disciple. This outer disciple's name was Lu Mu. His true identity was the same as Lu Chuan, the remaining members of the Lu family in Qingcheng. Not only, but also, he was the disciple that the representative of the Lu clan said had broken into the outer gate of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and had a good relationship with Dancing Lightning. The person that the representative of the Lu clan was talking about was not Lu Chuan, but this person named Lu Mu. Lu Chuan was simply a small person in the Lu family. Quite a few people in the Lu clan didn't even know of Lu Chuan's existence, let alone the Lu clan's representative. Even if he knew that there was a person named Lu Chuan beside Dancing Lightning, the Ryu family representative wouldn't associate him with the family either. Senior sister K. Lu, we all have a purpose, and that is to let that die. Win-win cooperation. Yanagi's voice was low as he spoke to Kiryu, a flash of ferocity under his eyes. He vaguely remembered the scene on the day his family was destroyed when his own father stood in front of him and was killed by Zhou Ao with a sword. The scene. It was like a movie playing in his head every night. The reason why. When the representative of the Lu clan found Lu Mu and asked him to pit Dancing Lightning to create trouble for Zhou Ao, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly agreed to it. Utilizing his relationship with Dancing Lightning, he managed to get Dancing Lightning to take the sect quest with himself. After that, Willowwood then led Dancing Lightning to the Sea of Burial. He believed that as long as Dancing Lightning entered the Sea of Burial, then the probability of surviving was close to zero. The Burial Sea has existed in Xinzhou for tens of thousands of years. The number of people who went in, and who came out, was less than 1,000. The Dancing Lightning of the district's opening realm would definitely die in the Sea of Burial. This being the case, can't kill Zhou Ao. There was still nothing wrong with killing a Dancing Lightning who might become Zhou Ao's disciple. Alright, you guys try to say as little as possible about this in the future. Right now, the sect is investigating the matter of Dancing Lightning's mistaken entry into the Burial Sea. If you guys spill the beans, what awaits us will be death. When the time comes, no one will be able to protect us. Keishu spoke to the two men very seriously, framing a disciple of the junior master. If this is known by the clan, death was the best thing that could happen to the three of them. The reason why, they had to be careful, in case they revealed themselves, it would be the end of them. Understood. Kiryu and Yanagi both nodded at the same time. Funeral pyre, coffin forest. Overseas of the burial grounds there is a forest which is jokingly called the coffin forest because it is extremely suitable for making coffins. At present, Zhou Ao came here. The Sea of Burial is not actually a sea, but an island in the sea. As for why it's called the Sea of Funerals and not the Mountain of Funerals, it's because a lot of people died at sea without waiting on this island. That is why it is called the Sea of Burial. More people can die in the sea than on islands. It is one of the three most ferocious places in Qingzhou. The former patriarch of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, the former Grand Elder, and the former Second Elder had once entered the Sea of Burial in order to break through the Divine Journey realm. But alas, none of the three survived. Indeed, the Burial Sea siege isn't scary, and there are plenty of opportunities. Many people call the Burial Overseas enclosure Misty Mountain. The Misty Mountains are actually some small islands that surround the Sea of Deliverance. The former sovereign of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect and three others went to this Misty Mountain. Going directly to the islands of the Burial Sea is a sure way to go, and they won't go if they're not sick in the head. This foggy mountain, there's real and there's fake. If you come across the real thing, your cultivation is likely to increase by several realms. If it's a fake, then the corpse is gone. The three former patriarchs of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect were not so lucky and encountered the fake Misty Mountain, directly leaving their corpses intact. heading to the Misty Mountain. There was a 30% chance that he might come out, so there were quite a few people who felt that there was no hope for a breakthrough and came here to try their luck. Chapter 82, Finding Maiko. Since there was a 30% chance of possibly coming out when traveling to Misty Mountain, there were quite a few people who felt that there was no hope for a breakthrough and came here to try their luck. So the Coffin Forest is bustling with activity. To Misty Mountain, one must take a boat made of bamboo from the Coffin Forest. Not only, but also, interestingly, the boat will automatically take you to Misty Mountain, and if you die, the boat will automatically come back. At present, Coffin Grove shoreline. Many martial artists stood here, looking in the direction of Misty Mountain. Joe Ao also came here. Just as he arrived, Joe Ao heard the two conversing. Brother Wang, this month, it seems that not a single person has come back from Misty Mountain or, it's only been a month, and to tell you the truth, we haven't seen anyone come back from Misty Mountain in 3 years. No one has returned for 3 years. Didn't they say that there is a 30% chance of returning from entering the Misty Mountain? The 30% probability is what we lie to the people outside. It's actually only a 3% probability. 1 out of 100 would be lucky to walk out. As the two men's conversation reached Joe Ao's ears, Joe Ao was instantly puzzled, not understanding how this dancing lightning could have entered the Misty Mountain. Just as Joe Ao was wondering, an old man sails towards Misty Mountain in a boat off the coast. The old man just left the coast. The many martial artists on the coast shouted, "Someone's gone to Misty Mountain. Someone's gone to Misty Mountain. He's the 10th to head to Misty Mountain this month, right? Yes, Brother Wang. I should go too. This foggy mountain. I would like to see it. 3% probability. A little interesting," Joe Ao whispered. Followed by, Joe Ao leaped onto the boat. The crowd on the coast watched as another person boarded the boat and their excitement rose. Only, when they saw Joe Ao's face, they were dismayed. Joe Ao, Junior Master of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect? How did the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's Junior Master go to Misty Mountain? You ask me, how do I know? Does this one Jianxian Sect Junior Master not want to live? Don't tell me. I vaguely remember. A few days ago, wasn't there a disciple from the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect who went to Misty Mountain? Or a female disciple? Yes. It seems to be called something like Dancing Lightly. Dancing Lightning? Isn't that the disciple that Joe Ao named as a possible disciple? What? So now Joe Ao is entering Misty Mountain to save that disciple of his? Right and a half it is. However, isn't this Joe Ao afraid of a meatbag hitting a dog and having no return? Joe Ao's strength. It's a mystery. How do you know that people won't come out safely? Joe Ao listened to the exclamations of the crowd on the coast. Upon hearing the 3 words Dancing Lightning, he frowned slightly. The next second, Joe Ao rowed the boat, windless, directly into the thick foggy area of the sea. We're just entering the fog. Joe Ao then felt as if there was something under his ship. Demonic beasts? Joe Ao whispered with a frown. Followed by, Joe Ao released his powerful divine sense to cover the thick fog. Nevertheless, Joe Ao's divine sense was as if it had disappeared, unable to detect the surrounding situation at all. Kind of interesting. The corners of Joe Ao's mouth rose in interest. Just when Joe Ao came to be interested, an island in the Misty Mountains, dancing lightly alone, she hid behind a rock, gulping, holding her long sword in her hand and trembling. Look closely, behind Dancing Lightning's rock, a tall giant was constantly searching for her. What the hell is this? Dancing Lightning flopped down behind the rock and looked at the tall giant in panic. Followed by, Dancing Lightly recalled how she came to be here. It goes without saying, Dancing Lightning and Willowwood went out of the clan to do a quest, then came to the Coffin Forest. Then, she fainted, and when she woke up she was here. I really don't know what to say about Dancing Lightly. Call her lucky? Entered Misty Mountain without dying, saying she's bad? Being mesmerized and sent to Misty Mountain. That's it. When Dancing Lightning woke up, she searched the island and saw the giant by chance. The moment this giant saw Dancing Lightning, it directly attacked towards her. Luckily, this giant was slow to move, and Dancing Lightning could dodge. After that, Dancing Lightning then hid behind a rock with a horrified look on her face. At the moment, a strong sense of loneliness rose in her heart. As this giant slowly approached the place, dancing lightly, she flew out of the area, glimpsed a cave, and walked straight in. Just walked into the cave. Dancing Lightning then saw that she was on an altar. Why is there an altar here? Dancing Lightning looked at the square bronze altar and wondered. Just as Dancing Lightning was puzzled, suddenly Dancing Lightning saw a bead at the very top of the altar, emitting a white milky light. Jumbo, Dance whispered softly, followed by, Dancing Lightning walked towards the top of the altar, intending to take the beads into her storage bag. Nevertheless, Dancing Lightning had just walked up and reached out her hand to touch the beads for a split second. Moments. The entire altar shook violently. The next second, Dancing Lightning then saw some soldiers resembling undead souls, each emitting a powerful aura, looking towards her. Following, these undead soul soldiers held divine weapons in their hands and directly attacked towards Dancing Lightning. Seeing this, Dancing Lightning hurriedly resisted. Nevertheless, just one look, Dancing Lightning was kicked straight into midair by Undead Soul, directly spitting blood from the mouth, breathless, bloodshot eyes, followed by, Dancing Lightning probably felt like she was going to die and silently closed her eyes, waiting for death. Nevertheless, the next second, boom, explosions continued to ring out. Following, Dancing Lightning then felt someone hugging her and opened her eyes to see that Joao had appeared here. Junior Master, Dancing Lightning murmured when she saw Joao, thinking it was a hallucination she had before she died. Followed by, Dancing Lightning directly fainted. Joao, who was holding Dancing Lightning, watched as she fainted, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile. He had searched several misty mountains before he finally felt Dancing Lightning's aura here. Speak the truth. Joao had entered the fake misty mountain, but he managed to avoid it because of the system warning. But that's it. Relying on the system, Joao found Dancing Lightning. The next second, only to see Joao diffuse a vast sword intent to cut down these dead souls. The aura of each of these dead souls was not weak, and all of them were in the Divine Journey realm. Only, nowadays, Joao's beheading of the Divine Journey realm on dead souls was as easy as chopping up a melon or cutting up a vegetable, waving his hand and inspiring a few sword chi to settle the matter. That's it. Joao decimated the dead souls that appeared in the altar. By the way, he took the bead into his storage ring, followed by, Joao directly transformed into a sword main and left the place to the small boat he was traveling in. After that, Joao held Dancing Lightning in his arms as he rowed a small boat and left the Sea of Burial. At the moment of exiting the Burial Sea, a system beep sounded in his ears, informing Joao that the system mission was complete. Coffin Forest. There were some eyewitnesses who, seeing a boat coming back, immediately chanted, "There's a boat coming back, there's a boat coming back." Chapter 83, The Ins and Outs. Coffin Forest. What? The ship is back? Is there anyone on the boat? Haven't seen. Briefly after a few seconds, there's someone on top of the boat. As this voice fell, one by one, all of the martial artists who were originally sitting down in the Coffin Forest to cultivate ran out and looked in the direction where Misty Mountain was, followed by, and they saw, a young man carrying a young girl sailed out of the Misty Mountains in a boat. It's Joao. It's the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's young master. He had someone else in his arms? It's a female. Could it be that 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciple who entered Misty Mountain earlier? Surprisingly, brought out the people who went into the Misty Mountains. What the hell is he? How could such a thing? The many martial artists on the coast saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. The horror in their eyes knew no bounds. One was incredulous. I can't believe this is happening. Senior Joao. Right after Joao carried Dancing Lightning to the shore, the voice of a teenager yelling and screaming reached his ears. Joao followed the voice. A teenager in tattered and torn clothing was seen squeezing in from the outskirts of the crowd. Senior Joao. Senior Wang Chongshan. I implore Senior to save my father. If Senior is willing to make a move, Junior is willing to work for you as an ox. The teenager named Wang Chongshan shouted at Joao very seriously, his eyes filled with determination. As Wang Chongshan's words fell, many people heard Wang Chongshan's words and mocked. Ha ha ha, kid, are you sick in the head? What is your status that you dare to ask for Joao Senior's help? That's it. Still talking about being an ox. Don't take a look at your cultivation. Take a good piss and look at yourself. Ha ha ha, what a newborn. The list goes on and on. Nevertheless, Wang Chongshan looked at Joao with a firm gaze as if he hadn't heard these words. The person who could decide his father's fate was not these people watching behind him, but Joao in front of him. Originally, Wang Chongshan had already lost confidence in finding his father, but when Joao hugged Dancing Lightning who had entered the Misty Mountain and returned, he instantly sparked hope, thinking that Joao could also enter the Misty Mountain and get his father back. Get out of the way. Joao spoke to Wang Chongshan with an indifferent expression. The whole thing looks like a snow-covered mountain frozen in ice. Boom! Joao's voice was like thunder from a clear sky, resounding in Wang Chongshan's ears. Wang Chongshan pursed his lips, his eyes lax. Seeing this, Joao walked past Wang Chongshan and walked straight towards the location of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Just as Joao was planning to leave as a sword blade, Wang Chongshan's voice came clearly into Joao's ears. Senior Wang Chongshan, I implore Senior to give Senior a chance. Senior swears to the heavens, as long as Senior saves Senior's father, even if Senior dies, I will turn into a dead soul and guard Senior. As Wang Chongshan's last words fell, the sky suddenly flashed with electricity and thunder, just like the end of the world. It's a vow recognized by heaven. If this Wang Chongshan did not do as he was told, then he would be struck to death by heavenly thunder. Listen to the thunder booming in the sky. Zhou Ao, who had planned to leave as a sword blade, stopped in his tracks. With a curious face, he twisted his head to look at the young man named Wang Chongshan and whispered, "Your father entered the Misty Mountain?" As Zhou Ao's words fell, many of the people present had sideways glances and looked at Zhou Ao in horror. It did not occur to him that Zhou Ao had even hitched a ride with this teenager. When Wang Chongshan heard Zhou Ao's words, he hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Back to senior." Yes, Zhou Ao nodded his head and said, "It can't be saved." Having said that, Zhou Ao directly transformed into a sword main to leave this place. Wang Chongshan watched Zhou Ao leave in silence, his eyes red. The surrounding people looked at Wang Chongshan and scattered with a hint of pity. Standing in place, Wang Chongshan looked at Zhou Ao's distant back and suddenly his eyes were filled with determination. The next second, Wang Chongshan dashed towards the boat on the coast, followed by, only to hear someone yell, "Someone's gone to Foggy Mountain! Someone's gone to Foggy Mountain!" As time passes, Zhou Ao carried Dancing Lightning to the top of a mountain peak. "Just sit down." Dancing Lightly then opened her eyes. "You're awake." Zhou Ao's soft voice entered Dancing Lightly's ears. When Dancing Lightning Ro heard Zhou Ao's voice, she immediately got up, forced herself to hold back her weak body, and said very seriously, "Disciple Dancing Lightning Ro, I have met Junior Uncle." Zhou Ao waved his hand and said, "Why did you go to Misty Mountain?" "Misty Mountain?" Dancing Lightning looked at Zhou Ao with a puzzled expression. It was not clear what place Zhou Ao was referring to as the Misty Mountain. Seeing this, Zhou Ao opened his mouth and explained, "It's the Burial Sea." "What?" Dancing Lightning exclaimed when she heard Zhou Ao's words, with a look of disbelief, followed by, "I saw Dance gently stroking her body up and down, then shining the daylight to see if there were any shadows on the ground. She was afraid that she was now in a state of undead." "You're not dead. Tell this seed how you went to Misty Mountain." Zhou Ao opened his mouth and asked Dancing Lightning. When Dancing Lightning heard Zhou Ao's words, she thought for a moment and then opened her mouth to tell Zhou Ao about everything that had happened. When Dancing Lightly's words fell, Zhou Ao nodded and said seriously, "By the looks of it, there is a need to make an example of the pitfalls of killing one's own clan's senior sister, and one should knock on the door." Having said that, Zhou Ao smiled at Dancing Lightning and asked, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" "What?" When Dancing Lightning heard Zhou Ao's words, she was instantly stumped in place and looked at him with an incredulous expression. The horror in his eyes was unmistakable. "You don't have to rush to give me an answer now. I'll give you a few days, and when you've figured it out, come find me at Buzhou Mountain." Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Dancing Lightly. Having said that, Zhou Ao opened the 9-sword box and took out a long sword. Then the two of them flew back to the sect together with their swords. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. The fact that Zhou Ao had traveled to the Burial Sea and brought Dancing Lightning out was like an 18-step tornado that swept through the entire Qingzhou. While many people marveled at Zhou Ao's strength, they also restrained other disciples under their doors even more from messing with 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect disciples. The 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect at this moment, many disciples shouted out the bravery and great strength of their young master uncle because of this incident. Still, some people cheered, others were sad. Who was the one who was sad? Naturally, it was Yanagi and the three of them, Kiryu and Keishu. These three people's backs were soaked to the bone when they learned that Dancing Lightning had been brought out of the Burial Sea by Zhou Ao. At this moment, these three people had already packed up their traveling gifts overnight, intending to leave the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. If they don't leave the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, the only thing that awaits them is death. They genuinely did not expect that Dancing Lightning entered the Misty Mountain and did not die, and that Zhou Ao entered the Misty Mountain and did not die, and that the key two even came out together. The inner disciple Kiliu's residence. The three of them, Kei Lu, Kei Shu, and Lu Mu, gathered together and prepared to leave the sect together after dark. Nevertheless, didn't wait for dark. Zhou Ao then returned to the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect with Dancing Lightning. Chapter 84, Turning Points in Life, 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Zhou Ao led Dancing Lightning to the residence where Kei Lu was. "Just got in here." Zhou Ao directly released his pressure and pressed the three to the ground. "Little master." Before the words were finished, the three felt Zhou Ao's intimidating pressure and instantly felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their backs. "Pitfalling clan disciples, you three are very brave," Zhou Ao said to the three with an indifferent expression. As Zhou Ao's words fell, a look of horror appeared in the eyes of the three as their bodies trembled unceasingly. They knew that Zhou Ao already knew what had happened. Pit the disciples of the clan. According to the sect's rules, they were to have their dantian shattered, their feet and legs chopped off, and thrown into the abyss. "Junior Master, what's wrong?" Right at this moment, Mei Jirua and the drunkard, plus the master of the counting tree, appeared. When the master of the counting tree saw the three prostrate on the ground, he instantly knew what had happened. With a look of hatred, he looked at Keishi. He had told Keishu time and time again that this sister of his, sooner or later, would get him into big trouble and told him to break it off before it was too late. But the counting tree is just stubborn and won't listen. Walking by the river all the time, there is no such thing as not wetting your shoes. And at this moment, the retribution of Keishu came. Meijiruwa saw the scene and knew everything. She had been investigating the matter of Dancing Lightning before, and at this moment, when she saw Dancing Lightning, who stood beside Joao with an angry look on her face as she looked at the three of them, she understood everything, followed by, only to see Meijiruwa walking to Joao's side. Joao opened his mouth and said to Meijiruwa, "Pitfalling the sect disciples. According to the rules of the sect, let's dispose of them." As Joao's words fell, Meijiruwa nodded at Joao, and without asking if there was any evidence, she directly beckoned to Keishu's master. Keishu's master teacher obviously understood what Meijiruwa meant. He wanted to plead for mercy for Keishu. After all, Keishu was the 7th-ranked disciple of the inner sect anyways. Still, he wouldn't dare. If you give a plea to Keiki, what awaited Master Keishu was most likely not Joao's nod of the head, but an icy sword chi, and a cold corpse. Master Keishu walked over to Meijiruwa with a complicated face. "Take the 3 to the penalty peak and dispose of them according to the sect rules." Meijiruwa opened her mouth and said to Master Keishu. As Meijiruwa's words fell, Master Keishu nodded and walked over to the 3, blocking their cultivation to prevent escape. Seeing this, Joao directly withdrew the pressure. "Master, save me, save me, save me." Keishu opened his mouth and pleaded to his master, his voice breaking. The moment Joao exerted his pressure, Keishu felt a sense of imminent death. In just this instant, Keishu regretted helping Keilu, and realized in his heart that he should have listened to his master. Unfortunately, all that awaited Counting Tree was a shake of the master's head, followed by, Master Keishu then planned to take the 3 of them to the penalty peak. "Go to hell." Right at this moment, Lu Mu roared, then pulled out a short sword from somewhere and attacked towards Joao. Seeing this scene, the drunkard directly arrived in front of it with an instantaneous flash. Bang! With one punch, Yanagi was slammed straight into the ground by the drunkard, his face twisted, his teeth falling out, and his nostrils bleeding. Followed by, the drunkard gave Master Keishu a look. Master Keishu was very well behaved and walked over to Lu Mu and directly carried it. Then his true chi rolled the remaining 2 people and headed to the penalty peak. "After you leave." Meijiruwa turned to Joao with an apologetic face and said, "Junior uncle, I will give you a satisfactory answer on this matter." Joao waved his hand and said, "No need. Just dispose of it according to the rules of the sect, and then, this seed hopes that in the future, the sect won't be in a position to have similar such things happen." As Joao's words fell, Meijiru nodded. Joao turned into a sword main and left. Alcoholic is a close second. The 2 remaining people, Meijiruwa and Dancing Lightning, stood together, looking at each other. Presently, Meijiruwa opened her mouth and promised to Dancing Lightning, "This matter, this patriarch will give you a perfect answer. Don't worry." After saying this, Meijiruwa also left. Dancing Lightning stood in place with a complicated face as she watched all parties leave. Followed by, as Dancing Lightning intended to leave, she happened to see a familiar figure, darting towards her. Look closely, it was no one else, it was clearly Yanagawa. "Senior Sister Lightning, are you alright?" Luchuan asked as he ran in front of Dancing Lightning. Dancing Lightning looked at the anxious Luchuan and smiled. "I'm fine, Senior Brother Luchuan." "But Senior Brother Luchuan, this is the inner sect. How do you have the right to enter the inner sect as an outer disciple?" "I snuck in. I saw that Joao had returned, so I knew that you, Senior Sister, must have returned as well," Luchuan said to Dancing Lightning. When Dancing Lightning heard Luchuan's words, her heart was touched for a moment. Only, didn't wait for Dancing Lightning to say anything to Luchuan. The inner sect's law enforcement disciples then came here and told them to leave for the time being. They're going to close the place down and search for something. The 2 of them, Dancing Lightning and Luchuan, left this place in a sensible manner and headed to the outer gate. Outer door. The outer disciples heard that Dancing Lightning had returned. Many people had brought up their things and headed to Dancing Lightning's residence to flatter them. Unfortunately, after this Willowwood thing, Dancing Lightning was already very wary, and would have reluctantly accepted it before. Now it's straight up for Yanagawa to turn these things back. Because of this, Luchuan was hated by many outer disciples. At present, outer disciple Dance Lightning's residence. Dancing lightly, she sat on a chair and asked Luchuan, "Senior Brother Luchuan, do you think Senior Sister is going to agree to Junior Uncle for the matter of becoming Joao's disciple?" Dancing Lightning couldn't decide. She vaguely knew that Luchuan and Joao were not on good terms. If by some chance the 2 of them had to draw swords against each other one day later, that was the last thing she wanted to see. Luchuan thought for a moment and nodded at Dancing Lightning. "Senior Sister Lightning, Agreeing to him would be the best choice for you. By becoming his disciple, senior sister won't have to worry about her own clan, nor will she have to worry about this kind of thing happening again in the future. With him here, it will definitely allow senior sister to go farther in the martial path. Although Lu Chuan hated Zhou Ao, he had to say that there were many benefits to worshipping under Zhou Ao. When Dancing Lightning heard Lu Chuan's words, she had a complicated face and didn't know what to say. Lu Chuan seemed to see Dancing Lightning's inner thoughts and laughed. Could it be that senior sister is concerned about senior brother me? After a while, Dancing Lightning nodded and pursed her lips, unwilling to say anything more. Yanagawa's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity when he saw this. The next second, Lu Chuan smiled at Dancing Lightning. Senior sister, senior brother is unharmed. As these words fell from Yanagawa, Dancing Lightning's eyes changed as she looked at Lu Chuan, followed by, Lu Chuan got up and bowed to Dancing Lightning. Senior brother still has things to do, so he will retreat first. When the words fall, Yanagawa left the place, leaving behind an indifferent back. Dancing Lightning looked at Lu Chuan's indifferent back, bit her lower lip and frowned, followed by, Dancing Lightning's gaze looked in the direction where the Buzhou Mountain was located. After that, Dancing Lightning murmured in the direction where the Buzhou Mountain was located. Perhaps, worshipping him as a teacher will be a turning point in my life. Chapter 85, Disposition of Sect Rules. Inside the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's criminal peak, Zhou Ao came here alone, looking at Lu Mu, who was imprisoned in the jail cell. Zhou Ao walked in and asked in a deep voice, "You are a disciple of the Qinchan Lu family?" Originally, Zhou Ao had already returned to the Buzhou Mountain, but suddenly something didn't feel right. Things didn't feel as simple as he thought. It's likely that the two men, Kiria and Keishu, are the shields pushed in the open. The reason why. Zhou Ao turned back and came to the criminal peak, personally finding Lu Mu to inquire. The imprisoned Lu Mu looked at Zhou Ao in front of him and grinned. Zhou Ao, old me doesn't change my name when I walk. I'm a disciple of the Qinchan Lu family. When Zhou Ao heard Lu Mu's words, he nodded and said, I know, humph. The next second, only to see Zhou Ao walk straight to Lu Mu. A vast pressure bombarded on Lu Mu, followed by, Zhou Ao released his own divine sense and attacked Lu Mu. Willowwood's eyes were instantly lax, the whites of her eyes were bloodshot, and her entire expression was hideous and agonizing. The next second, Zhou Ao's voice was like a death hook as he asked, name the mastermind behind you. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Yanagi shook his head with difficulty, clenching his teeth. Seeing this, Zhou Ao continued to cast his divine sense attack. As Zhou Ao's attacks continued to attack Lu Mu's psychological defense gradually collapsed. That's it. I don't know how long it's been. After Zhou Ao walked out from here, only Zhou Ao revealed a contented smile, followed by, Zhou Ao walked to the place where Kei-Lu and Kei-Shu were being held. When Kei-Lu and Kei-Shu saw Zhou Ao arrive, they looked at him with a grave expression. The last time I rubbed shoulders, you gave me a deep impression. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and spoke to Kei-Lu. When Kei-Lu heard Zhou Ao's words, he seemed to have touched a string in his heart and roared at Zhou Ao like a shrew. Zhou Ao, what kind of clan junior uncle are you? You're shameless for imprisoning clan disciples privately without evidence. When Zhou Ao heard Kei-Lu's words, he asked back with a sneer on his face. This seed is the youngest uncle of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Do I need you to judge what I do? As Zhou Ao's words fell, the next second, only to see Zhou Ao directly release his divine sense attack and attack Kei-Lu. It was at this time that Kei-Shu spoke up. Junior Master, this matter was plotted by me alone. My sister is innocent. Please, let her go. Kei-Shu opened his mouth and shouted at Zhou Ao. At the last minute, Keiki still chose to protect this sister of his. When Zhou Ao heard Kei-Shu's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he whispered, what a brother-sister love. But this seed won't kill you now, and will use your lives to make an example of you within the clan when tomorrow comes. This is considered the last contribution you can make to the clan. Having said that, Zhou Ao left without looking back. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Meizuruwa stood beside Zhou Ao and opened her mouth to ask, Junior Master, this matter, I have already distributed it down. There will be quite a few disciples from all over the clan coming to watch at that time, but is it really necessary? Although Meizuruwa was the third elder before, she was different from the other elders. She doesn't like to use irony, likes to go through the motions. Zhou Ao sighed as he listened to Meizuruwa's words. As the patriarch, if you aren't stricter and more ruthless, how will the disciples under your door obey you? This is something that is helping me more than it is helping you. I don't want the clan to be a docile sheep. I want him to be a ferocious beast. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Meizuruwa nodded her head and said, got it, Junior Master. Followed by, Meizuruwa opened her mouth and asked Zhou Ao, Junior Uncle, that outer disciple Dancing Lightning, do you really want to recruit her as a disciple? Zhou Ao nodded. Meizirua looked at Jo Ao and spoke with a complicated face. Junior uncle, this dance lightning is mediocre in qualifications. I'm afraid that there will be people who will not be convinced if she is accepted as a disciple. No? What does this seat's acceptance of disciples have to do with them? So what if her qualifications are mediocre? Even if she's a waste that can't cultivate, this seat will take her. Jo Ao opened his mouth and said to Meizirua with a firm attitude. As Jo Ao's words fell, Meizirua didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Jo Ao waved his hand for Meizirua to leave. Meizirua left Bujo Mountain and looked out over the peak 3 times a step. Somehow, she always felt that Junior Uncle had an ulterior secret in accepting Dancing Lightning as his disciple. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Square. Yanagi, Kiryu, and Keishu are tied up here. As time passes, the sun was high in the sky and came to midday. The surrounding onlookers of the sect gradually increased in number, and one by one, the eyes that looked at the 3 people in the square became sharp. Some of the elders, too, gradually made their entrance. This was no longer the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Square, but the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Execution Ground. Everyone knew what was going to happen today. I didn't expect that senior brother Keishu, being the 7th inner disciple, would also have today AI. Senior sister Kei-Lu was once still my dream girl, really knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. I didn't think that she would be so venomous, mutilating fellow disciples. This Yanagi is the real bull, but who exactly is this Lu Mu? Just an outer disciple. How could he plan so precisely? That's just it. I feel like there's definitely cat pee behind it. Fellow sect disciples, the outer disciple of the sect, Lu Mu, the inner disciple, Kei-Lu, and Kei-Shu. The 3 of them conspired with the intent to maim the outer disciple of the sect, Dance Lightning. According to the rules of the sect, smash the dantian, break the legs and hands, and throw them into the abyss as a warning to others. Execute immediately. Meizirua raised her voice an octave and announced loudly to the onlookers' disciples. The next second, only to see Meizirua giving a sign to a clan elder beside her. The sect elder nodded at Meizirua first, and then began to read aloud what the 3 had done to Dancing Lightning. After the reading, this sect elder came behind the 3, holding a long sword in his hand and exuding a stern sword intent all over his body. Following, 3 sword lights fell. The arms of Kei-Lu, Lu Mu, and Keishu were instantly chopped off. No screams came out. This was because before escorting the 3 here, the elders of the criminal peak had cut out their tongues. This was to prevent some sect disciples from being left in the shadows because the screams were too miserable. Only, it was a bloody scene, and it seemed that the cerebral screams were more likely to cast a shadow. Following, the 3 sword lights fell again. The next second, the legs of the 3 were chopped off. So far, the hands and feet of all 3 were chopped off. Unfortunately, the 3 were still unable to make a sound, but their pupils were equal in size, their eyes were coming out, and their expressions were painfully hideous. Evidently, their pain at the moment was showing on their faces. Followed by, the sect elder retrieved his long sword and punched, punch after punch, on the 3 people's dantian. After scrapping the 3, several criminal peak disciples walked up and fought the 3 away. The scene, it made many of the onlooker clan disciples feel uncomfortable, and one by one, they covered their mouths, forcing themselves to hold back their vomiting. And that's when it happened. Meizirua opened her mouth and said, if there is any more mutilation of fellow disciples in the future, the end will only be worse than this. Chapter 86, The Jinui, 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect Square. Meizirua's voice was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. It resounded throughout the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Resolute. As Meizirua's words fell, some sect disciples silently swallowed their saliva. The next second, Jo Ao's voice came out in a deep voice from the Neverjo Mountain. In the future, if anyone is bullying in the sect, this seat will never condone it. As soon as Jo Ao's words left his mouth, one by one, all the disciples of the sect looked towards the location where the Bujo Mountain was located with gloomy expressions. Followed by, some of the sect disciples' eyes were horrified. Most of these sect disciples had bullied their weaker fellow disciples. They were afraid that Jo Ao would find out about these things. The next second, Jo Ao sat on Bujo Mountain and opened his mouth. What once happened, this seat will not be blamed. But next, as long as it is found, the end will be the same. As Jo Ao's sentence fell, the disciples of the sect who had once bullied their fellow disciples had the stone hanging in their hearts fall down. As long as there is no blame, they are fine. Followed by, the crowd saw that a sword mane shot out from the Bujo Mountain. The next second, Jo Ao stepped into the air and appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Followed by, Jo Ao crossed his arms and said to the disciples of the sect in the square, this seat is going to select a few disciples in the sect to set up an organization called the Brocade Guards. The Brocade Guards are mainly responsible for defending the clan's security, clearing the clan's scouts, and protecting the safety of the clan's other disciples. and they only take orders from this seat. It's requirement. As long as one has a heart that wants to become stronger, one can take the test. As for cultivation resources, this seat will personally provide them. Only 10 people will be recruited. As Joe Ao's words fell, the whole place is abuzz. Those previous words of Joe Ao did not make the sect disciples boil, but later on, cultivation resources will be provided by this seat. The charm of these 11 words is no less than, by command of heaven, both life and eternity. Only, this one only enrolls 10 people. It made quite a few sect disciples beat a retreat. After all, within Joe Ao's requirements, there was no cultivation requirement, and everyone in the entire clan could participate. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the entire clan for the time being, and 10 people were selected out of the tens of thousands. Luck may be falling on you? Just as Joe Ao's voice reached the residence of the handyman disciples, a teenager dressed in the attire of an odd-job disciple, with his bare hands and empty fists, smashed towards the thick tree in front of him with one punch after another. Bang! 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 Just as Joe Ao's voice reached the ears of this handyman disciple, boom! The big tree that the handyman disciple smashed with one punch after another was instantly interrupted and thumped down. It hit the ground so hard that it was like an earthquake. After a while, the journeyman disciple raised his head to follow the direction the voice came from and murmured, "Is it possible as long as one has a heart to become stronger?" Followed by scenes like that. It was staged among the outer disciples, the miscellaneous disciples, and even the inner disciples. Some of the sect disciples who were eager to become stronger were already planning to sign up. On the square of the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, Meijirua frowned at Joe Ao, her eyes filled with doubt. Joe Ao was planning to set up the organization of the Brocade Guards, and Meijirua didn't know about it. The reason why, Meijirua was curious and did not understand why Joe Ao wanted to establish such a power. Joe Ao's purpose of establishing the Brocade Guards was actually very simple. Just wish I had more on hand to use. Now Joe Ao had too few people at his disposal at all times, namely a drunkard who could. The reason why, Joe Ao then planned to set up an organization that only belonged to himself, and then train strong people on his own. The earlier statement about finding over 100 transcendent realm martial artists was later somewhat unreliable when Joe Ao thought about it. In the entire Qingzhou, it was estimated that there weren't even 100 transcendent realm martial artists in the open combined. The drunkard from Buzhou Mountain heard that Joe Ao was going to set up the organization Genie Wei. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly in a wicked grin. As a person beside Joe Ao, the drunkard was aware of the matter of establishing the Brocade Guards, and he was also told that he was the leader of this Brocade Guard. If someone were to take a closer look at the aura on the drunkard's body at this moment, it wouldn't be difficult to realize that he had already reached the terrifying second level of the Transcendent Realm. It was only a breakthrough layer though, but the battle power is geometrically increased. Junior uncle, these 10 people, why don't we pick them from the true disciples? Meizirua walked to Joe Ao's side and opened her mouth to propose. The entire clan selects 10 disciples and can prioritize their cultivation. So in Meijirua's mind, it is sufficient to select directly from among the true disciples. Although Joe Ao had said that there was no restriction on cultivation, as long as one had a heart to become stronger. But this kind of talk, in Meijirua's opinion, is typical of official discourse. It wasn't even put in the heart. Meijirua, you are becoming more and more disobedient to the seat. Joe Ao's expression was indifferent and his voice was cold as he spoke to Meijirua. When Meijirua heard Joe Ao's words, she was first shocked and then shook her head with a terrified expression. Junior Master, I don't have that idea. It's just that the time needed to select 10 disciples from the entire clan isn't short, and disciples are only afraid that Junior Master Uncle won't be able to wait long enough. That's why they want Junior Master Uncle to select directly from the true disciples. When Meijirua's words fell, only Meijirua stood trembling in place, not daring to breathe a single breath. Joe Ao called her by her name, obviously angry. Joe Ao's anger has serious consequences. After a while, after Meijirua saw Joe Ao's face change for the better, her heart, which was in fear, fell. Indeed, Meijirua does have a small mind. She thought of her disciple, Lin Evening Chang, entering the Jinui. Alright, this is this seat's business. You don't have to meddle. Just continue to be responsible for maintaining the sect. Joe Ao opened his mouth and said to Meijirua, his expression still indifferent. He doesn't want someone overly bossing him around. Yes. Meijirua respectfully nodded at Joe Ao and answered. As Meijirua's words fell, Joe Ao left the place directly. Meijirua watched Joe Ao leave and frowned, maintaining a respectful posture. After a while, Meijirua slowly straightened her back inside. In the meantime, in the imperial capital of the Long Qian dynasty, in a mansion, an old man lay on the bed, his breath disorganized, blood bubbling out of his chest. 2 old men plus a young woman surrounded the place. The young woman was no other than Princess Jane. The old man lying on the bed was no one else either. It was none other than old man Yun, who had been seriously injured by Zhou Ao. Elder Yun was lying on the bed. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, his eyes were lax, and his breath was weak. Miss, this Zhou Ao's sword qi, residual in Yun Lao's body. If you want to eradicate it, I'm afraid it will be hard to recover without about half a year. One of the old men spoke to Princess Jane. When Princess Jane heard this old man's words, she nodded her head and said, "It's good that it can be eradicated. Half a year's time, we can afford to delay." As Princess Jane's words fell, Concubine Jin suddenly thought of something and asked the other old man, "What about what that group of people from the Qingcheng family did?" The other old man shook his head and said, "Back to Miss. It failed." This Zhou Ao didn't know where he got the news from and went straight to the burial sea to save Dancing Lightning. Now this matter has already caused a huge uproar in Qingzhou, making many people even more afraid of Zhou Ao. Chapter 87, Yang Fan, the Outer Disciple. When Princess Jin heard this old man's words, her face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Followed by, Concubine Jin's gaze was deep as she looked towards Elder Yun, who was lying on the bed, and then opened her mouth to ask, "Elder Yun, how strong is this Zhou Ao?" When Yun Lao heard Princess Jin's words, he spoke with difficulty, "Back to Miss, it's very strong. Have the limits of strength been tested?" Princess Jane asked. Yun Lao, who was lying on the bed, heard Princess Jin's words and shook his head with difficulty. "Back to Miss, no." Consort Jin frowned when she heard Elder Yun's words. She hadn't thought about it. Even though Elder Yun was seriously injured, he had not measured Zhou Ao's extreme strength. "Miss, this Zhou Ao's true cultivation is only at the transcendent realm, but he has quite a few cards. Unless the three of us go together, one by one, we can only be broken by Zhou Ao one by one." Lying on the bed, Yun Lao said to Princess Jin, his voice breaking as if he was about to die. When Princess Jin heard Elder Yun's words, she was subconsciously startled and surprised. "Elder Yun, what do you mean by that? Is this Zhou Ao's cultivation really only at the Transcendent Realm?" Transcendent Realm beheading the Saint Realm, even with his own underhandedness, made people not to be underestimated. Elder Yun nodded when he heard Princess Jin's words, then opened his mouth to recount his experience of fighting with Zhou Ao. After the lecture, Princess Jin frowned and looked at the two elders beside her, at present, only to see that these two elders were also frowning, each with a complex color under their eyes. Only, Princess Jin was sort of aware that the three elders together had a chance to decapitate Zhou Ao. Only, it's going to be 6 months. When old man Yun recovered from his injuries, at that time, she would find a time for the three of them to come out together and kill Zhou Ao. What should we do now, Miss? Continue to harass the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect? One of the old men asked to Princess Jane. Princess Jin waved her hand and said, "There is no need. Suspend all activities for now, and after 6 months, then continue. Right now it's better to continue the layout for the next 6 months." As Princess Jane's words fell, the two old men, including Elder Yun who was lying on the bed, nodded in unison. As time passes, in the blink of an eye, the day passed. During the course of the day, Dancing Lightning stayed at her residence, wandering constantly. She wanted to go up Buzhou Mountain several times to find Zhou Ao, but because of his timidity, he gave up without waiting to enter the inner gate, and that's when it happened. Yanagawa walked in from outside, looking at Dancing Lightning who was pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Lu Chuan laughed. "Senior Sister Lightning, if you really can't, just give up." Indeed, Lu Chuan really didn't want Dancing Lightning to worship Zhou Ao. It's contradictory. When Dancing Lightning heard Lu Chuan's words, she blankly glanced at him and then spoke. "I give up? Senior brother, why don't Senior Sister give you this opportunity? Just as well, you want revenge, so I'll give you a chance to get closer. As the saying goes, you get the moon before you get the water." As Dancing Lightning's words fell, one could only see Dancing Lightning looking at Lu Chuan with a bad smile on her face. "Alright, Senior Sister, don't tease me. If you had the kung fu to snark at me, you'd have gone up to the uncharted mountain long ago and worshipped the master." Lu Chuan smiled and said back to Dancing Lightning. Nevertheless, just as Yanagawa's words fell, outside the door, the voice of a disciple shouting came out. "Quickly look, there are miscellaneous disciples entering the outer gate and heading towards the inner gate." "What? The two of them?" Lu Chuan and Dancing Lightning exclaimed in shock as they heard the voice of the disciple shouting outside the door. According to the previous rules of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect, miscellaneous disciples were not allowed to enter the outer sect. It's the same as an outer disciple not being allowed to enter the inner gate. However, because of Zhou Ao's brocade guards, the miscellaneous disciples could also enter the outer gate, enter the inner gate, and travel to the bottom of the Buzhou Mountain to participate in the examination. Present, there were miscellaneous disciples entering the outer gate and walking towards the inner gate. Apparently it was to go to Buzhou Mountain and then take the test to join the brocade guards. This was the only miscellaneous disciple that entered the outer sect with the intention of joining the brocade guard, so that was why the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, were surprised. Realize, although Zhou Ao said that there was no restriction on cultivation, most of those who signed up were inner disciples, and there were even true disciples who signed up. Not many of their outer disciples had signed up. Nowadays, it was simply unbelievable that there were miscellaneous disciples who had passed through the outer gate, entered the inner gate, and traveled to the Buzhou mountain to enroll. Only, with that courage alone, it's enough to qualify him. Still, as a journeyman disciple, with courage alone and no qualifications, would the high and mighty junior master agree to him joining the brocade guards? All of a sudden, everyone's gazes accompanied this handyman disciple as he arrived at the inner gate. The two of them, Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, also headed to the inner gate in the same direction, travel to the uncharted mountains. The intention was to see if this miscellaneous disciple was planning to join the brocade guards. Many people looked at this miscellaneous disciple playfully. This miscellaneous disciple seemed as if he couldn't feel the gazes of the people around him as he walked towards his destination on his own. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Zhou Ao sat on the top of the mountain, emanating his divine sense and looking down the mountain to the enrollment office. The drunkard stood quite honestly behind it. Just as Zhou Ao was looking for distinctive enrolled disciples, he suddenly sensed it. A lot of people coming towards this place, because of curiosity. Zhou Ao radiated his divine sense and looked over. This look, happily, he saw a handyman disciple, whose cultivation was only at the 4th level of the body tempering realm, walking towards this place. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ao was in disbelief. The next second, the corners of Zhou Ao's mouth rose, and the entire person revealed a hint of a playful smile. He hadn't expected that there would actually be journeyman disciples who would come here to enroll. Drunkard, it looks like the first of the Jinui recruits is coming. Zhou Ao smiled and said to the drunkard beside him. When the drunkard heard Zhou Ao's words, he first froze, then nodded. It looks like Junior Master has found the disciple who compounds the candidate in his heart. I wonder if it's an inner disciple or a true disciple. The drunkard couldn't help but guess in his heart. Nevertheless, just as the drunkard speculated, he heard the clamor under the uncharted mountain. Disseminate divine sense to take a look. He had disbelief in his eyes. He saw a handyman disciple at the 4th level of the body tempering realm, surprisingly at the enrollment desk, enrolling. Seeing this scene, the drunkard subconsciously looked at Zhou Ao. At this glance, he suddenly saw that Zhou Ao was looking at the journeyman disciple at the bottom of the mountain with a playful expression. No way. No way. Could it be that the person Junior Uncle was referring to was this handyman disciple? The drunkard exclaimed in his mind with a shocked face. Just as the alcoholic exclaimed, Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the drunkard, "Go and bring up that handyman disciple at the bottom of the mountain." When Zhou Ao's words fall, the drunkard gulped, but nodded, arched his hand in salute, and disappeared. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Some of the inner disciples looked at the enrolled miscellaneous disciples and revealed sneering expressions. Miscellaneous disciple, Yang Fan, cultivation at the 4th level of the body hardening realm. An inner disciple looked at the name on top of the enrollment post and mused. Chapter 88 Dancing on the Mountain. A miscellaneous disciple at the 4th level of the body tempering realm? Laughing to death. How did this kind of miscellaneous disciple have the courage to enroll? Ha ha ha. Never mind. We'll just watch from here. If he can get into the brood, I feel like then I can get in too. Aha! The 4th level of the body tempering realm might enter the brocade guard? Little cutie. It's all audible. Even though Little Master didn't restrict cultivation, it's obviously not for the outer sect and miscellaneous disciples to get involved alright. As the onlooker disciples learned that this handyman disciple's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the body tempering realm, there were smiles of disdain and ridicule. During the talk and laughter, the handyman disciple had already been counted out. This handyman disciple Yang Fan, it was the journeyman disciple who shattered a large tree with one punch. In order to become strong, I've come to sign up. Having a heart that wanted to become stronger, he directly ignored the gazes and voices of the people around him, and that's when it happened. A silhouette of a person came down from the unweekly mountain. The figure was no other than the drunkard. As soon as the drunkard appeared, the surroundings fell silent, and one by one, their gazes condensed on the drunkard. The drunkard was the second strongest ranked person in the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Have your own strongman treatment. The drunkard slowly fell from the air, and in the eyes of the crowd, he walked towards Yang Fan. The next second, I only heard the drunkard say very seriously to Yang Fan, "Come up the mountain with me." When the drunkard's words fall, the crowd looked at Yang Fan in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. I can't believe that this journeyman disciple could even go up Buzhou Mountain. In other words, this handyman disciple, is he being looked at by the young master? The entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect disciples knew that as long as you went up Buzhou Mountain, then it was very likely that you were being looked at by the little master. It's either rich or expensive. Moments. The eyes of the crowd were respectively jealous, envious. A hint of shock flashed under the eyes of Yang Fan, who was a party to the incident. Following, Yang Fan then felt that the scenery around him was rapidly regressing. For a split second, Yang Fan was then brought from the bottom of Buzhou Mountain by the drunkard. Hold your body steady. Yang Fan then saw Zhou Ao sitting cross-legged in front of him. Moments. Yang Fan excitedly arched his hand and saluted. Miscellaneous disciple Yang Fan, meet junior uncle. When Yang Fan's words fell, Zhou Ao didn't speak for a long time. Yang Fan didn't hear Zhou Ao speak and subconsciously raised his head. This look, Yang Fan suddenly saw that Zhou Ao stood indifferently in front of him, close at hand. And that's when it happened. Zhou Ao spoke. Stretch out your hand. The next second, Jan Fan did as he was told and put his right hand out. Following, Zhou Ao held Yang Fan's right hand, followed by, Zhou Ao loosened his grip on Yang Fan's hand and pressed it to his forehead. When Yang Fan saw this scene, he didn't dare to breathe a single breath and honestly stood in place. The scene, it made Zhou Ao very satisfied. He was checking Yang Fan's qualifications. If Yang Fan's qualifications were fine, then he wouldn't have to give him the water of no quality first. Only, miscellaneous disciples are really miscellaneous disciples. This Yang Fan's qualifications were poor as hell. Compared to dancing lightning, there was nothing like it. Only, poor qualifications are fine. As long as the person was of good character and obedient, Zhou Ao could use the water of no quality to transform his qualifications. That's it. When Zhou Ao let go of his hand, Yang Fan looked at him with an expectant face, desperate to know his next fate. And that's when it happened. Zhou Ao spoke. Close your eyes. When Zhou Ao's words fall, Yang Fan was a little curious, but he didn't say anything more and just closed his eyes silently. The next second, wait for Yang Fan to open his eyes. Hershey found himself in a place of nothingness. Quickly, the scene begins to change. He saw his father, his mother, and his favorite sister. Yang Fan fell into a dream world. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Zhou Ao looked at Yang Fan, who was caught in a dream state, and nodded with satisfaction. He intended to test Yang Fan's humanity with his dreams. As long as Yang Fan could pass the test, the water of no quality would be offered immediately. The drunkard stood beside Zhou Ao, quietly watching the scene. 3 minutes passed. Zhou Ao suddenly frowned. The next second, Yang Fan opened his eyes with a complicated face. Sister. Yang Fan opened his hands and murmured. No one knew what Yang Fan had experienced in the dream world, and that's when it happened. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to Yang Fan, congratulations on joining the Jinui. The drunkard will be your chief from now on. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Yang Fan nodded complexly at Zhou Ao, then faced the drunkard and bowed with both hands. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood right now. Seeing this, Zhou Ao paid no attention to it, but instead, he faintly took out the qualityless water from the system space and handed it to Yang Fan. Seeing this, Yang Fan looked curiously at Zhou Ao. What's in here? Drink it, it can change your current qualifications. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and explained to Yang Fan. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Yang Fan nodded to Zhou Ao and without much thought, he directly drank it in one gulp. The next second, Yang Fan felt his eyes go black and fainted. Seeing this, Zhou Ao beckoned to the drunkard to carry the man to his house. This was the water of no quality transforming Yang Fan's qualifications. Coma is part of normal operation. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan, as well as some of their fellow disciples who had gathered at the foot of the mountain to join in the fun, each raised their heads to look at the top of Buzhou Mountain. They're waiting for Yang Fan to come down from Buzhou Mountain. Nevertheless, they figured they couldn't wait today. This was because from the moment Yang Fan was bestowed with the water of no quality by Zhou Ao, it meant that he wouldn't show his face in the sect frequently anymore. Why hasn't that handyman disciple come down yet? You asked me? Who am I asking? It can't be passing the junior master's examination and becoming a brocade in order to. How can that be? Can't you see that the 3 true disciples have all signed up? How can you say that? It must be these 3 true disciples who have priority. He hasn't come down yet. I guess it's because junior master is curious as to how he had the guts to sign up. It's possible. Ha ha ha. Don't think about it. Let's hurry up and sign up too. In case senior brother I can join the brocade guards and enjoy the resources given by junior uncle. I won't forget about you. Senior brother. When the time comes. Senior brother. Just you? I think it's better to forget about it. What do you mean? Sure fu. Several inner disciples stood beside Dancing Lightning and Lu Chuan discussing Yang Fan who had just been brought up the mountain by the drunkard. Just as the words of these few inner disciples fell, Dancing Lightning opened her mouth and said to Lu Chuan, Senior brother Lu Chuan, why don't you try signing up as well? Lu Chuan waved his hand and said, I'd rather not. Senior sister, you know my relationship with him. Dancing Lightning frowned as she listened to Lu Chuan's words, then looked at Lu Chuan in a complicated manner and nodded her head and whispered, in that case, senior sister will leave first. As Dancing Softly's words fell, Dancing Lightning got up and walked towards the uncharted mountain. That handyman disciple just now gave Dancing Lightning the courage to go up the mountain. The reason why, she is now going up Buzhou Mountain to worship Zhou Ao. In the meantime, Zhou Ao, who was sitting cross-legged on Buzhou Mountain, also sensed that Dancing Lightning was walking towards here. The corner of Zhou Ao's mouth rose, revealing a playful smile. Chapter 89, Tomorrow's Test, Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. The crowd looked at Dancing Lightning, who was going up the mountain, and just wanted to make a move to stop her. But when they saw that the person going up the mountain was Dancing Lightning, one by one, they honestly withdrew their hands and respectfully allowed it to go up the mountain. Along with Dancing Lightly, he went up to the uncharted mountain. Many people whispered, this Dancing Lightning has gone up the mountain. Could it be that she's going to worship Little Master? I guess so, but this Dancing Lightning should be quite anxious. Why? Think about it. Once Junior Master Uncle has established the brocade guard and distributed the resources, then surely there won't be many resources for Dancing Lightning. Not a lot of resources. You like that? Ha, that's a good point, senior brother. But is this Dancing Lightning really becoming a disciple of Junior Uncle? Who am I going to ask if you ask me that? Moreover, this matter, it's not for us to discuss. Everything depends on what Junior Master intends to do. AI. This outer disciple Dance Lightning is so lucky, first being instructed by the young master, and then to be accepted as a disciple by the young master. How good would it be if I could have this kind of luck? Aha! Senior brother, I advise you to rest earlier. In senior brother's opinion, it's not a good thing to worship Junior Master. Why do you say that? Think about it. Although Junior Master is powerful, he has also offended quite a few clans. And there are also quite a few clans that intend to settle Junior Master secretly, but they can't beat Little Master Uncle at all. So when the time comes, they'll take it out on the people around Little Master Uncle, and it'll mostly be on Dancing Lightning. Your senior brother, I have a feeling that this matter of Dancing Lightning being sent to Misty Mountain is more than likely done by another sect, in order to target Junior Uncle. Can't help saying that. This inner disciple's analysis was correct. Dancing Lightning's worship of Zhou Ao was also considered a double-edged sword. If used well, Dancing Lightning could very well go to the pinnacle of martial arts. If it's not good, then there's a good chance it will become someone's sword and shield. Buzhou Mountain, a mountain from Chinese legend. Zhou Ao looked at Dancing Lightning, who was standing in front of him, and smiled faintly. What? Have you decided to worship the seed as your teacher? Dancing Lightning nodded. Yes, since he had gone up to Buzhou Mountain, the purpose was inevitably to worship the master. Zhou Ao looked at the determination in Dancing Lightning's eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose as he asked, if I ask you to kill Lu Chuan in the future, what will you do? When Zhou Ao's words fall, a hint of complexity flashed under Dancing Lightning's eyes, followed by, Dancing Lightning said to Zhou Ao with a serious face, I believe that Junior Master will not let me maim my fellow disciples. Junior Uncle said a few days ago that sect disciples are not allowed to kill each other. If Junior Uncle lets me kill senior brother Lu Chuan, it would be mutilation of a fellow disciple. Zhou Ao was a bit surprised to hear Dancing Lightly's reply. Then he dumbly said, you girl, you've grown up to be able to rack people. Ha, not bad, but there are 100 ways I can make you kill Yanagawa. You don't have to answer me now. Since you've become my disciple, Master will give you a gift of worship. As Zhou Ao's last words fell, Zhou Ao opened his hand and instantly a long sword appeared in his hand. The name of this sword is Qinghong Sword. It was the sword Zhou Ao had obtained from doing the system quests earlier. This Qinghong Sword, when Zhou Ao first acquired it, he intended to give it to Dancing Lightning. However, because Dancing Lightning didn't agree to become his disciple at that time, Zhou Ao forgot about this matter. Now that Dancing Lightning has worshipped the master, then it is time to give this Qinghong Sword to that Dancing Lightning. Buzz buzz buzz. The Qinghong Sword that emitted a cold sword aura was handed out by Zhou Ao with one hand. The Qinghong Sword was even better than the drunkard's saber, and was definitely considered a divine weapon. However, compared to the 9 long swords in the 9 sword box, it was a bit less impressive. Dancing Lightning complexly took the long sword and gratefully said, many thanks to Master for the sword. She didn't squirm, but took it for granted. Zhou Ao was satisfied with this gesture. He didn't like that kind of little woman posture, the one who obviously wanted it in her heart, but had to deny it with her mouth. Zhou Ao watched as Dancing Lightning took the Qinghong Sword and then handed over a bottle of qualityless water. Take what's in here and drink it. It will improve your qualifications. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Dancing Lightning looked curiously at the porcelain bottle containing the qualityless water in Zhou Ao's hand. As soon as he took it, he uncorked it straight away and drank it, followed by, Dancing Lightning was unconscious, just like Yang Fan. To avoid suspicion, Dancing Lightning was then thrown outside the house. That's it. As time passes, the first day of registration is over. Joao told the drunkard to go to the bottom of the mountain and ask the disciples they had enrolled to come to the bottom of Buzhou Mountain early the next morning. He's going to test it himself. The drunk nodded and headed down the hill. Just flew halfway. A female outer sect disciple, raging like a tank impact, came running wildly towards this place. Straight away, the alcoholic stationed himself in mid-air. This female disciple of the outer sect had a height of 165 and an estimated weight of 165. The whole thing is a square warrior. Body fat. All of the inner and outer disciples who were in her way had stepped out of the way, lest they were fatally hit. Quickly, this outer disciple walked over to the enrollment desk, directly copied the quill and wrote his name. When the drunkard saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he thought, "What a raw woman." The next second, the drunk appeared behind the woman. "Enrollment is closed. Anyone who has enrolled, tomorrow morning, wait here. Junior Master will personally test." As the drunkard's words fell, the disciples who had reported their names nodded their heads and then left the place. After the enrolled disciples left, the plump woman turned to the drunkard and asked respectfully, "Elder drunkard, do you lack a Tao couple? I'll throw your mother." The drunkard instantly cursed in his heart when he heard the woman's words. Nice guy, thought it was a joke, but when the drunk saw the serious expression on the woman's face, he instantly had two heads in one. He can have no idea of pressing F to enter the tank. Only, face still needs to be given. So it was that the drunkard waved his hand at the woman and said, "There is no shortage. A woman would only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." As the drunkard's words fell, the woman nodded at the drunk with a glum look. The next second, the woman took a fat stride and left the place, leaving a pitiful back. The drunkard looked at the woman's pitiful back and for some reason felt a little hard inside, probably remembering what happened when I was a kid. As a child, the alcoholic was bullied because he was ugly and had no one to play with. The alcoholic didn't think much of it. Luchuan then walked over from a short distance away and asked the drunkard, "Senior, how is Senior Sister Lightning?" The drunkard looked at Yanagawa with a raised eyebrow and waved his hand. "It's fine. If you want to see her, just go straight up." Before coming down, Joao told the drunkard that if Luchuan wanted to come up, just let him come up and there was no need to stop him. Yanagawa heard the drunkard's words and the stone hanging in his heart fell. Followed by, Yanagawa arched his hand and saluted the drunkard goodbye. Seeing this, the drunkard felt that this Luchuan was sick in the head and cursed, then turned into a sword mane and left. Chapter 90 Mengyao, 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, Buzhou Mountain. Early the next morning, the disciples of the sect who registered on the first day were ready early and stayed quietly at the bottom of the mountain. Each one of them looked excited, waiting to have Joao assessed. Nevertheless, at this moment, Joao was on Buzhou Mountain, quietly watching the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Yang Fan. After a while, Dancing Lightning and Yang Fan both slowly opened their tightly closed eyes. As soon as you open your eyes, both of them saw Joao in front of them in unison. Only Joao indifferently beckoned to the two and said, "Get up, your qualifications are good." As Joao's words fell, the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Yang Fan, looked curiously at Joao, their eyes filled with doubt. Followed by, the two men checked their credentials. After realizing that the heaven and earth aura was unobstructed, the two of them looked at Joao in disbelief. The poorer the qualification, the less smooth the flow of heaven and earth aura in the body, the less smooth it is. Give an example. For the average well-qualified disciple, the heaven and earth aura flowed around in his body for a circle, which could be 5 seconds. For disciples with poor qualifications, it could take more than 10 seconds for the heaven and earth aura to flow around in their bodies. Now that the two of them, Dancing Lightning and Yang Fan, had their qualifications altered by Joao, the heaven and earth spiritual chi flowed around in their bodies for a maximum of 3 seconds, and both were around 10 seconds before. The two of them directly jumped from being poorly qualified disciples to extremely well-qualified genius disciples. Presently, the two of them hurriedly got up and very respectfully said gratefully to Joao, "Many thanks, Junior Uncle. Many thanks to Master." As Dancing Softly's words fell, Yang Fan looked incredulously at Dancing Lightning by his side. It didn't occur to him that she would address Joao as Master. All of a sudden, Yang Fan guessed the identity of Dancing Lightning. In the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, I'm afraid that the only one who could call Joao as his master was that female outer disciple, Dancing Lightning. He is that miscellaneous disciple. Could it be that he has joined the Brocade Guard? Dancing Lightning also glanced at Yang Fan beside her and thought to herself, just as the two speculated about each other. Joao opened his mouth and said to Yang Fan, "From today onwards, you are no longer a miscellaneous disciple. You will officially enter the Brocade Guards." and first follow the drunkard to cultivate. After all one's words, the drunkard walked out from behind Zhou Ao and walked over to Yang Fan, asking him to follow him out of here. After the drunkard and Yang Fan left, Zhou Ao indifferently looked at Dancing Lightning and said, 3 days later, I will inform Mei Jirua to organize a master worship assembly for you, and at that time, it will be formally declared that you have become this seat's disciple. You go down now and prepare yourself well, and when the time comes, I will send disciples to inform you. When Dancing Lightning heard Zhou Ao's words, she nodded and said, yes. After all one's words, dance gently down the hill. After dancing lightly also descended the mountain. Zhou Ao waited for a little while before descending the Buzhou mountain with his long sword in hand. Come to the bottom of the hill. The moment Zhou Ao appeared, he directly caused a commotion. Those who can resist my pressure for 10 seconds will be allowed to enter the brocade guard. Zhou Ao opened his mouth and said to the many clan disciples waiting at the bottom of the mountain, ha, resisting little master's pressure? My god, 10 seconds don't. Say 10 seconds. I don't think I'd last even 3. I now freely admit that I'm a 3-second man. Ah, senior brother. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, but senior sister I don't mind. May I ask if senior brother lacks a Taoist couple? Get lost. I don't want to open the tank. Meng Yao senior sister. Senior sister Meng Yao was the last female tank disciple to sign up last night. She was the first to wait here. The name is like the person. Meng Yao. Meng and fierce homophonic. So fierce also. Zhou Ao glanced at Meng Yao, then spoke. My pressure is based on your cultivation level at this moment, thus releasing it. If the moment he came up, he used the divine journey realm pressure, and all the disciples present could resist for a second, he felt that that disciple was powerful. Not many martial artists in the same realm as Zhou Ao were even able to resist Zhou Ao's powerful pressure, not to mention these sect disciples with low cultivation levels. As Zhou Ao's words fell, these waiting sect disciples understood and nodded, each clenching their fists to show that they were ready. Seeing this, Zhou Ao nodded in satisfaction. The next second, a vast pressure spread out from Zhou Ao's body, vast and sweeping. Bang! Just as the pressure had just spread, quite a few disciples couldn't hold on and directly slumped to the ground. Looking at the clan disciples lying on the ground, Zhou Ao waved his hand at them. Get them out of here. Getting on the ground is considered a fail. It was also the moment they were on the ground that the pressure on their bodies dissipated. Catch sight of these sect disciples who were lying on the ground, each with eyes full of unwillingness, but could only get up and leave the place. That's it. After 3 seconds or so, originally, there were around 300 sect disciples who had signed up, but now there were only 30 left. That's it. Another 3 seconds passed, for a total of 6 seconds. 12 of the 30 disciples remain. Another 3 seconds passed, for a total of 9 seconds. 3 of the 12 disciples remain. Interestingly enough, of these 3 remaining disciples, one of them caught Zhou Ao's attention, for no other reason than that, because this disciple, surprisingly, was able to pick his ears under his own pressure. Pick your ears. This disciple is not someone else. It is the tank girl Meng Yao. I have to say, Meng Yao is just fierce. That's it. Wait for the 10 seconds to pass. The 2 remaining disciples were all on the ground, failing the challenge. Meng Yao, on the other hand, didn't continue to pick at her ears, but frowned with a grave expression. Some of the sect disciples who were eliminated but hadn't left yet saw the scene and praised Meng Yao's rawness in their hearts. If Meng Yao wasn't fat and wasn't a tank, he'd probably be liked by a lot of people. This Meng Yao, is it really that powerful? You guys don't know about senior sister Meng Yao. She's invincible in the same realm. Invincible in the same realm? Yes. Moreover, as far as I know, senior sister Meng Yao once fought alone against 13 Bijou sect disciples of the same realm. And not only was senior sister Meng Yao uninjured, but she also seriously injured 13 Bijou sect disciples of the same realm. This is still senior sister Meng Yao being merciful. Holy, is senior sister Meng Yao so powerful? Meng Yao, just savor it carefully. It's not without reason that we call senior sister Meng Yao a tank. Zhou Ao's eyes flickered with a glint as he listened to the surrounding comments and brilliant deeds of Meng Yao. The next second, Zhou Ao slammed his hands together and continued to release his powerful pressure. As the pressure gradually increased, Meng Yao, who was covered by Zhou Ao's mighty pressure, was becoming increasingly unable to hold on. Catch sight of Meng Yao's elephant legs slowly bent up, infinitely close to the ground. Boom! Just when Meng Yao was about to get close to the ground, all of a sudden, Meng Yao held the sky with both hands and directly blocked Zhou Ao's pressure. It seemed to have gained some divine power, and by virtue of its strength alone, it was actually able to separate itself from Zhou Ao's mighty pressure. The scene, it made even Zhou Ao a bit incredulous. Kind of interesting. Ha! Zhou Ao revealed a hint of an intriguing smile and directly increased the pressure to the extreme. The next second, roar! Zhou Ao's ears seemed to ring with the beastly roar of an animal. Following, Joao then saw what seemed like an ancient titan silhouette emerge from behind Meng Yao. Bang! Immediately after, Joao felt a powerful force that directly sent him flying. But fortunately, in mid-air, Joao stabilized his stance. The scene. The onlookers who were watching, their faces turned white and looked at Meng Yao in disbelief. Unbelievably, Meng Yao had repelled Little Master. Chapter 91, The Master's Ceremony. Joao looked at the huge titan shadow behind Meng Yao and rubbed his chin, not expecting that there would be unexpected gains, followed by, only to see Joao withdrawing his pressure and slowly walking to Meng Yao's side. The right hand gripped the long sword tightly, and the void trembled. Moments. The titanic shadow behind Meng Yao disappeared. You passed. Follow me up the mountain. Joao opened his mouth and said to Meng Yao, after all is said and done. Without waiting for Meng Yao to nod in agreement, Joao directly brought Meng Yao up to Buzhou Mountain. I've just been to Buzhou Mountain. Joao then began to let Meng Yao enter the dream world to test his heart. It didn't live up to Joao. Meng Yao quickly passed the test. After passing the test, Joao immediately took out a bottle of qualityless water and handed it to Meng Yao to drink. Meng Yao took it very nicely and drank it all in one go. Followed by, Meng Yao opened her mouth and asked to Joao, Junior Master, do you lack a Dao couple? As Meng Yao's words fell, Joao instantly stared at her with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. What are you talking about? You want to be the Seat's Dao couple? Joao incredulously took his hand and pointed at himself, asking at Meng Yao. Although it was the first time Joao had been confessed to, but for some reason, Joao didn't have a trace of happiness in his heart. Instead, he felt a bit uncomfortable. When Meng Yao heard Joao's words, she thought she had a chance and hurriedly nodded her head. Yes. Unfortunately, the next second, Joao waved his hand at Meng Yao and refused. You'd better find someone else. When Meng Yao heard Joao's words, she felt a little sad in her heart, but she quickly returned to normal. After all, she'd been rejected not once or twice. As Joao's words fell, Meng Yao surprisingly didn't pass out after drinking the water of no quality. She was just hot and her arms were red. Nothing happened with the rest. This made Joao a little curious, thinking, she must have something to do with the titans. The titan void that flashed behind Meng Yao felt a little creepy whenever Joao thought about it. That power. Joao could not fight against it right now. Only, no matter how Joao examined Meng Yao, he did not detect a single trace of something wrong. When I have the chance, I'll test you high and low, Joao whispered to Meng Yao. Hearing Joao's whisper, Meng Yao instantly put a touch of showy red on her face, and similarly whispered, if little Master Uncle wants to test it, there's a chance now. People are still fledglings, they can give little Master Uncle his first time. As Meng Yao's words fell, Joao instantly was struck by lightning like, hastily waved his hand and refused. This seat is not this meaning. You do not misunderstand. I as your elders, you cannot have any non-thinking of this seat or else, kick you out of the Jinyui. When Meng Yao heard Joao's words, some disappointment was visible to the naked eye. You wait here for a while, and soon the drunkard will take you out of here and forward to practice. Joao opened his mouth and said to Meng Yao. Just as Joao's words fell, the drunkard arrived in the form of a sword blade. Just after arriving, the drunkard saw Meng Yao standing beside Joao. Junior Master. The drunkard bowed to Joao and saluted. She'll be yours from now on. Joao pointed at Meng Yao and said to the drunkard, Senior drunkard, I will be your person from now on. When Meng Yao heard Joao's words, she instantly faced the drunkard and said with a shy face, did you misunderstand something? The drunkard was tempted to open his mouth like this and say to Meng Yao. Only, the drunkard wasn't in the mood for this, and just nodded at Meng Yao with an indifferent face, then directly asked her to follow him. That's it. The drunkard led Meng Yao away from Buzhou Mountain. After leaving Buzhou Mountain, Joao then transmitted his voice for Mei Jiruo to come here. Mei Jiruo came to Buzhou Mountain, and Joao directly told him about his acceptance of Dancing Lightning as a disciple, and he asked Mei Jiruo to help prepare for the master worship ceremony 3 days later. Mei Jiruo was not surprised to hear Joao's words and nodded lightly, then asked, Junior Master, do we need to hire another sect to come and watch the ceremony? If Joao didn't have the status and position, the master worship ceremony naturally didn't need other clans to come forward to observe the ceremony. But Joao has status and position. If the master worship ceremony was held with other clans coming to observe, it could be very effective in highlighting the strength of the clan, deterring the curfew. Unfortunately, Joao didn't like this, so he waved his hand and spoke to Mei Jiruo. No need, just hold it casually at the clan. As Joao's words fell, Mei Jiruo nodded at Joao, then bid farewell to Joao and left Buzhou Mountain. As time passes, 2 days passed. The fact that Joao had recruited Dancing Lightning as a disciple was well known throughout the entire clan. Some of the sects that were friendly with the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect had sent their disciples to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect to send congratulatory gifts. Only, the matter of Joe Ao accepting Dancing Lightning as his disciple made some people happy, some people envious, and some people angry. All in all kinds. After that, in the course of those 2 days, the Jinui had recruited 6 people. These 6 people were all outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples. It's ridiculous to say the least. There were so many self-proclaimed geniuses of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect's inner disciples who were so proud that they didn't even contend with the outer disciples and the miscellaneous disciples. This incident had dealt a lot of blows to the inner disciples. Meijiruo also asked Joe Ao if he could give a quota to the inner disciples to stabilize the clan because of this incident. It's a pity, though. Joe Ao directly waved his hand and refused. Outer Gate Dancing Gentleman's residence. Dancing Lightning sat in the courtyard, resting her cheeks and looking boredly at the Qinghong sword in front of her. Lu Chuan walked behind Dancing Lightning at some point and looked at the Qinghong sword on the table and said enviously, "Senior sister, this long sword he gave you, it's not of a low grade." "Ha? Senior brother Lu Chuan, when did you come? You scared me." When Dancing Lightning heard Lu Chuan's voice, she was first startled. Then after seeing that the visitor was Lu Chuan, she smiled and asked. Yanagawa said, "Just now, when I saw the door was open, I came in." Saying that, Lu Chuan sat across from Dancing Lightning. Dancing Lightning looked at Lu Chuan sitting across from her and nodded without knowing if she could. A depressed look. This scene, watching Lu Chuan was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Dancing Lightning looked like this. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Senior Sister Lightning, what's wrong with you? Could it be that he regrets worshipping him?" When Dancing Lightning heard Lu Chuan's words, she shook her head and said, "No, it just feels like everything is so sudden, just like a dream. Senior brother Lu Chuan, let me tell you, before I joined the sect, my father even specifically instructed me to make a good relationship with Junior Uncle. I was thinking in my heart that I might not be able to see Junior Master a few times in my life, but it didn't occur to me that I would become Junior Master's disciple. All of this, it's so dreamy, it makes me feel like I'm still awake." When Dancing Lightly spoke later, her voice became lower and lower, her breath intermittent, just as if she was about to fall asleep. It seemed that she really intended to daydream for once. Lu Chuan heard Dancing Lightning's words and laughed. "Alright, Senior Sister Lightning, all of this is not a daydream. By the way, tomorrow is the Master Worship Ceremony. The Patriarch specifically asked me to instruct you not to forget the hour." Dancing Lightning nodded when she heard Lu Chuan's words, then continued to look depressed. Seeing this, Yanagawa didn't say anything more and left straight away. Chapter 92, The Return of the Boys from the Misty Mountains. 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. Grand Ceremony to Worship a Master. The entire 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect was bustling with activity because of the Master Worship Ceremony held today. Many true disciples came out of the gate. The inner disciples also rushed to the venue. Outer disciples are responsible for organizing patrols. The miscellaneous disciples cast envious gazes at Dancing Lightning. At present, Joe Ao sat at the front of the clan's main hall, and his entire person emitted a vastness that made people not help but feel as if they were in a furious sea. Beside Joe Ao, there were 2 people, the drunkard and Meijiruo, standing separately. Bottom. Dancing Lightning knelt on both knees with a serious and earnest face, and that's when it happened. Meijiruo shouted, "The Master Worship Ceremony officially begins." Followed by, a series of tedious rituals began. Because the process is extremely tedious, it is skipped directly. As time passes, a full half-hour had passed. The worship ceremony is only over. Just as Joe Ao and the others were planning to leave the scene, all of a sudden, Joe Ao sensed a powerful force that was coming towards him. Split second, Joe Ao disappeared into thin air. The next second, it appeared directly outside the clan's gate. Followed by, Joe Ao held his long sword in his hand, and his entire body exuded an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Following, Joe Ao then saw that a huge fist print was coming towards his place. To be precise, it was coming towards the clan. The power of this strike was enough to destroy the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. The second level of the entry Sacred Realm. Joe Ao felt the fist prints that came hurtling towards him and said in his heart, "Buzz off." This fist print, as if the dome was falling in might, made people shudder, and the powerful true chi that covered the sky seemed as if it could shatter a side of the world. For a moment, many disciples of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect saw the huge fist prints coming towards the sect. One by one, they were stunned, not understanding who had the guts to dare to strike at the sect today. Meijiruo and the others reacted quickly and immediately evacuated the sect disciples. The disciples of the other sects were also evacuated together. Although they know it's fine, it's better to take precautions in case something goes wrong, and then it's a pain in the ass. Quickly, the fist seal was getting closer and closer to the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Zhou Ao looked at the fist print that was close at hand and instantly a sword chi was sent out. Buzz off. This devastating sword chi swept across the 4 seas and swept through the 8 wastelands, like a silver-white dragon king out of the water, shattering the sky. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. This fist mark was instantly chopped to pieces by this sword chi of Zhou Ao, followed by Zhou Ao directly catapulted out, like a rocket, toward the location where the fist print was inspired. Intend to find the visitor and decapitate. It's a pity, though. Zhou Ao followed the direction and searched for a long time, but there was only a little bit of true chi residue and no semblance of a human figure. This caused Zhou Ao to frown. The aura of true chi left behind by this person gives me such a familiar feeling. It's the same aura as the old man who fought that day outside of northern underworld city. Zhou Ao whispered in a deep voice, a hint of complexity flashing under his eyes. Just as Zhou Ao whispered, on a mountain peak thousands of miles away from Zhou Ao, an old man in a black robe frowned at Zhou Ao's location, followed by, only to see the old man directly punching the rock beside him. Bang! With one punch, the rock was directly shattered. After that, the old man's depressed voice came out. I thought I could create some chaos, but I didn't think that it would still be blocked by you. This old man was the one who had just inspired the fist seal to attack the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. He was also one of the 3 that Princess Jane brought from her family. Is it sensing my scent? The old man sensed Zhou Ao coming towards him and instantly tore open the spatial crack around him, murmured, drilled in and disappeared. After 3 minutes or so, Zhou Ao appeared. The next second, only Zhou Ao's face was grim as he directly split the entire mountain with a sword chi, followed by, Zhou Ao left as a sword main. In his heart, he secretly vowed that the next time he saw this person, he would make him pay. 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Mei Jiruo and the others stayed quietly in the sect and waited. Come and make trouble at the time of the master worship ceremony. This was a naked provocation for a sect. Quite a few disciples of the sect, each and every one of them were filled with righteous indignation, not wanting to eat this dumb loss. And that's when it happened. Zhou Ao turned into a sword and rushed back. Just got back. Mei Jiruo and the others then came forward to inquire. Seeing this, Zhou Ao waved his hand and said, it's fine, let the disciples disperse. As Zhou Ao's words fell, Mei Jiruo and the others nodded without saying anything more. That's it, the worship ceremony is over. Aside from this little hiccup at the end, it was good overall. Dancing Lightning stood still and waited for Zhou Ao's command. Zhou Ao looked at Dancing Lightning and spoke slowly to it. Starting tomorrow, you will follow me in my cultivation. Dancing Lightning nodded after hearing this. Just as Zhou Ao and Dancing Lightning conversed, not far away, Lu Chuan silently paid attention, a hint of complexity flashing under his eyes, followed by, Yanagawa lowered his head and left the place, waiting for Yanagawa to leave shortly. Zhou Ao's gaze looked in the direction that Lu Chuan had left, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of an undetectable arc. As opposed to dancing softly, Zhou Ao wanted to take Lu Chuan as his disciple even more. It's a pity, though, it was simply impossible for the current Lu Chuan to worship Zhou Ao as his master. For the sake of the Qingsheng Lu family, and for the sake of Su Juan, as time passes, a month passed in the blink of an eye. At present, in an inn named Vermilion Sand City on the border of the former Longqin dynasty, Zhou Ao and Dancing Lightning appeared here, because Zhou Ao wanted to pit Dancing Lightning and thus inspire a system quest. The two of them, Zhou Ao and Dancing Lightning, had been practicing outside for the past month. Let's see if there are any ungrateful ones who provoke Dancing Lightly and thus inspire the system quest. In passing, over the course of the month, a total of 2 major events occurred in Qingzhou. The first major event was the matter of Zhou Ao accepting Dancing Lightning as his disciple. The second major event was the return of a teenager from Misty Mountain. Compared to the first big thing, many eyes are on the second major event. Hand down, the teenager returned from Misty Mountain without waiting for the crowd to ask him about his collection. He then saw this teenager exuding black true chi all over his body, and his entire body followed the fire, with black flames burning his body, and then dissipated into a thick smoke. The scene, it made quite a few cultivators on the Coffin Forest coast feel a chill down their spine, followed by, there were some big powers that investigated and searched for this teenager according to his looks and appearance. In the end, people realized that this teenager seemed to be the teenager named Wang Chongshan that Zhou Ao had met that day when he returned from Misty Mountain. Later on, someone had discovered that a teenager who looked exactly like Wang Chongshan had been seen in the city of Vermilion Sand close to the original Longqin imperial dynasty. Zhou Ao was precisely because of this message. Therefore, he brought Dancing Lightning and came here, intending to look for it. He had a premonition that this teenager named Wang Chongshan was likely to inspire his own system mission. Chapter 93, Wang Chongshan flees for his life. Cinnabar City. The two of them, Zhou Ao and Dancing Lightning, were sitting in the tea house. The former used his divine sense and covered the entire city. The latter, on the other hand, had a look of idleness as he sipped his tea and looked out into the street, listening to the shouts of the vendors. The two of them look like they're having a good time, and that's when it happened. The corner of Joe Ao's mouth rose slightly, and through his divine sense, he found the person he was looking for. Therefore, Joe Ao opened his mouth and said to Dancing Lightning, "Lightning, take the Qinghong sword and stand at the socket of the third path for a quarter of an hour." When Dancing Lightning heard Joe Ao's words, she had a puzzled look on her face, but doubts are doubts. Dancing Lightning still did as she was told, straightening up and walking towards the location Joe Ao had mentioned. "Draw the Qinghong sword and stand." That's it. Joe Ao's gaze silently gazed at where Dancing Lightning was. After about 3 minutes or so, all of a sudden, Dancing Lightning then felt that there was a special gaze placed on her, making it a little difficult for her. Follow the feeling. He saw a youth dressed in green and white robes standing not far away, looking straight at himself. Look closely at this one youth. Only the youth's gaze was deep, and his entire person exuded a dangerous aura with sword-starred eyebrows. If he hadn't sensed the dangerous aura on this youth, Dancing Lightly high and low would feel that this youth must be a cultivated noble son of that family. Thump thump thump. Just as Dancing Lightning looked at the youth's gaze met up and he walked straight towards her. Dancing Lightning looked at the youth walking towards her. Subconsciously, he looked towards Joe Ao who was not far away.